In 2020, gates leading to other spaces suddenly appeared, bringing extraordinary upheaval to the once peaceful world. Governments of various countries hastily sent their armies into those gates to investigate, but no one returned. Then the monsters began pouring out from those wild gates. With terrifying power, they were capable of crushing everything. They easily overpowered all modern weapons. Monsters began slaughtering humanity across the world. However, those bestowed with superior power by supernatural forces appeared. They were the hunters, fighting on the front lines. Humanity started to counterattack. Supporters possessed unique abilities of their own, granted hunters supplementary power. Among those hunters, one rose with countless followers, and immortal warriors under his command. Possessing the power of fire, he was called the Demon King. He ran his own special organization. Through hunts, he gradually grew stronger. However, the 12 great heroes, revered as gods, feared him, so under their influence, the Demon King was erased from history. Those who called themselves gods created Eden. From then on, hunters were the new subclass, while ordinary people were mere slaves. They held dominion over the world. And so 100 years passed. In a forest, the black-haired young man was with the close Songu. Songu trained him to become a hunter. "Hey kid, already out of breath?" Songu, perched on a tree, asked the black-haired young man. "This is my limit. I really can't go on anymore." Songu encouraged him. "You said you wanted to change the world. That's not just willpower. To catch a supporter's eye, you have to push beyond your limits." "Is that so? Did you push beyond your limits to find your first supporter?" "No, they just supported me naturally." Black-haired boy said enviously. "That's unfair. The world isn't fair. Time to try a different method." Songu materialized a spear and handed it to him. "Is this the property a hunter possesses? No matter how many times I see it, I still like it. When you become a hunter, you'll understand." Songu replied with a laugh. The black-haired boy smiled wryly. "When you say, you gave me that book, which is full of absurd rules hunters set. I want to change things. You've helped me for years, but looking at everything, I don't think I'll ever become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, as Eden teaches, must be the will of heaven." Songu gently scolded him. "Utter nonsense. Don't worry, you'll become a hunter. I guarantee it. Do you still have that book?" "You keep asking, of course I do. It's the memoir of a forgotten hero, erased by the 12 great heroes. I've memorized it by now. If only he had lived back then, the world would have been a better place." As they were talking in the sky, a girl from afar was watching the two of them. "Found them, retreat quickly." The girl extended her hand forward, shooting a beam of purple light toward them. Songu sensed the magic almost immediately. As soon as he saw the beams of light, the purple light was flying straight toward him. He cursed under his breath and pushed the black-haired boy far away. Just a few seconds later, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion occurred right where Songu and the black-haired boy had just been standing. At this moment, the black-haired boy still didn't understand what was happening. He saw a girl descending from the sky before his eyes. The girl descended from the sky before his eyes. Her eyes terrified him. "A hunter? What is a hunter doing here?" The girl glanced at the black-haired boy, her eyes turning purple. "Kneel." The black-haired boy immediately knelt down. It was not that he obeyed willingly, but rather as if some force compelled his body to submit to her will. At that moment, several streams of cold light flew in from nowhere. The group of men in black had just appeared and immediately knelt down. He spoke reverently. "Ruler of Eden, we greet you, Lady Athena." The name Athena made the black-haired man even more terrified, as it represented the highest and most noble status. Why would one of the 12 founding gods of Eden appear here? He likely has not gone far. Capture him and bring him here to me. "Yes, my lady." The men in black answered in unison, then quickly departed to carry out the task. Finally captured this one, but Athena looked at the black-haired man. "Who is he? I cannot sense any magical power from him." At that moment, the black-haired man silently prayed that the Demon King's memoir contained the secrets the 12 heroes wanted to hide, hoping she would not recognize it. "Hong is nothing but a lowly slave," Athena said, then turned her back. "Has she left?" The black-haired man wondered. Then his body was suddenly freed. He thought he had escaped. As soon as he looked up, he saw Athena standing imposingly before him. She looked at him with the eyes of a ruler. "I almost overlooked you. I can sense magic from you, even if it is just a faint trace. Your heart races, your breath is short. The way you stubbornly resist shows you are hiding something. Take it out and confess what it is. My body is moving on its own. Is this a command from a god? Stop. If she discovers the book, I am dead." Ignoring his inner voice, his hand was still manipulated to take the book from his pocket and raise it. "It is a book," the black-haired man said, inwardly cursing his disobedient body. "A story about how the new Demon King was actually humanity's true hero. Eden does not want the world to know the truth about the Demon King. Everyone connected to me must be sacrificed. If the situation worsens, the entire district will be erased. That is how Eden operates, eliminating everything in its path. I cannot give this to her, please." Just as Athena was about to touch the book, it suddenly flipped open, blazing with magical fire. Athena used her magic just in time to form a protective shield, barely escaping the flames' attack. At that moment, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Found it. It is the Demon King's memoir. I do not understand how a lowly slave came to possess this, but I will take it." Right at that moment, Songu appeared like a god and blasted Athena far away. "Brother!" The black-haired man could not control his emotions and broke into tears. "A man should not cry, but you did well, you held out splendidly." Songu picked up the book, smiling teasingly. Who exactly are you? How could you defeat Athena, one of the 12 gods? Songu handed the book back, apologizing for not having time to explain, saying he never expected to find this thing so soon. You have said it many times, is that right, that you wanted to change the world? I think highly of a person like you. So what about it? Hunters are appointed as gods to rule over humans, while the powerless like you live like livestock waiting to be butchered. If you had the power to change the world enough to oppose the 12 gods, would you still want to change this world or not? Songu drew a sword and pointed its tip at the black-haired man. The black-haired man fell silent. At that very moment, the shout of Athena echoed from afar. You scoundrel! She furiously charged forward with her weapon. Athena's coming, there is no more time. Choose quickly. I cannot fight her alone, Songu urged. The black-haired man's eyes suddenly turned red. If I have that kind of power, I will change the world. Good, thank you. He smiled contently, then suddenly used the sword to pierce the black-haired man's chest. If we meet there, let us treat each other well. What are you saying, you scoundrel? The black-haired man's body and the sword floated in midair, then slowly disappeared. The contract is executed according to the terms. The fallen angel will support you. When the black-haired man woke up, he had been transported to a cave. Looking at his body without a single wound, the black-haired man was bewildered. What was that? He was clearly stabbed, but his body had no wounds. His body felt strange. Strength surged within, as if a voice was whispering encouragement. Could he have become a hunter already? But where was he now? A stream of magical power was pulsing rapidly through his body. Perhaps he was inside a gate. The black-haired young man was speculating when suddenly, he heard footsteps not far away. Quickly behind a boulder to observe, it turned out to be a goblin looking around blankly. It was definitely in a dungeon. Goblins were low-level monsters, but they were more dangerous than they looked, also known as rookie hunter-killers. With their keen sense of smell and hearing, and their reckless hunting style, they had taken down many newbies. He hoped it would leave without noticing him, but swiftly, like a sensitive detector, the goblin caught the black-haired man's scent and approached. Would what he had learned work on it? He had no other choice anyway. He could only trust in the skills he honed to become a hunter. The black-haired man gently bent down to pick up a stone. He threw it in the opposite direction of the goblin. Hearing the noise, the goblin immediately turned its head. Seizing the opportunity, the black-haired man grabbed its sword arm. With his other hand, he swung a strike, directly taking down the goblin. How was his strength like this? He had only intended to scare it and steal its weapon, but did this mean he had truly become a hunter? As he was confused, a notification panel appeared before his eyes once again. The fallen angel is watching you. The fallen angel was the demon king. At that moment, a group of goblins appeared again. They seemed to be attracted by the noise the black-haired man had just made. Damn it, to make matters worse, the last one was a goblin chieftain. Was the boss of this dungeon. Great, he had just awakened. Become a hunter, how could he stand against that? Suddenly, the black-haired man remembered the promise he made to Songu. If he had the power to change the world, he would definitely do it. Right, he couldn't die here. He couldn't kick the bucket before he managed to change this world. The fallen angel applauded your spirit. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With determination, the black-haired man charged recklessly at the goblin group. In the past, Songu had seen him precisely slice leaves with a sword. He had marveled, calling it impressive. You are a genius. With sponsorship, you would become a better hunter than anyone. Just like now, with will and trained skill, the black-haired man single-handedly wiped out nearly the entire goblin group. His level rose accordingly. Only the chieftain remained. The black-haired man sensed danger just as he thought of that. He quickly rolled to the side, successfully dodging an attack. A sudden strike from the boss monster. Damn it, even as a goblin, it was still a boss-level monster. According to records, to defeat a goblin chieftain, you needed to be at least a lower-class hunter. C rank was required to hunt it. Newly awakened hunters were usually only at E or F rank. Could someone who had just awakened like him take it down? The black-haired boy stared at the spear in his hand. Alright, he would take a gamble. The fallen angel had regained its composure. Please subscribe to the channel to support the author. Diplomacy was the weapon of the Demon King, and it was also the thing he was most confident in using. The black-haired boy increased his strength. He poured all his power into the spear, and with one thrust, he sent the boss to meet its maker. You have just leveled up. The spear's durability dropped to 0. It was fine. Everything happened just as predicted after defeating the dungeon boss. This was all he could do. In the battle, not only the goblins, but the black-haired boy also sustained a lot of injuries. Now he could no longer hold on and collapsed. A moment later, 2 more people appeared in the dungeon. They were both goblins. Who killed so many goblins like this? Even the chief is dead. At this moment, one of the 2 people noticed the black-haired boy lying in a pool of blood. There is a survivor over there. Waking up, the black-haired boy found himself lying on a hospital bed, and was given a bag of recovery potions. A hospital, so it wasn't a dream. Athena appeared and nearly snatched it away. The Demon King's memoir. After being stabbed by Songu, he woke up inside a dungeon gate. He encountered a goblin chief and nearly died. But he survived thanks to the authority over fire granted by the fallen angel. However, he then lost consciousness again due to severe injuries. The hunters who came to clear the dungeon saved him, right? As he was thinking, a nurse came over and smiled, saying that he couldn't move yet. How are you feeling? Are you dizzy? Group of hunters sent by the Alliance found you and brought you here. If not for them, it's hard to say what would have happened to you. The black-haired boy asked in surprise. The Alliance? Nurse nodded. That's right, you were very seriously injured. Surviving is a miracle. You had an accident inside the gate. Someone from the association will come. In the meantime, just rest. Turning away, the nurse thought to herself, he is really handsome. She had to go tell everyone. The black-haired boy suddenly spoke up. May I ask? The nurse turned back. Yes? What year is it now? The nurse replied, it seems your memory hasn't fully recovered yet, so you're still dizzy. It is now the year 2022. The black-haired boy was startled. 2022, more than 100 years before he was born. Gates began to appear in 2020. 2022, the era when special hunters started to make a name for themselves, the age of heroes. At this moment, Songu's words echoed in his head again. Hunters who call themselves rule over humanity. Useless people like you are forced to live as refugees, barely surviving, waiting for death. If you could change the world, would you do it? The black-haired boy's heart began to beat faster. Unlike having to be chosen by Eden, in this era, hunters awaken through sponsors. This was his moment of change. Thinking that, the black-haired boy decisively pulled out the IV tubes and wires, and jumped off the bed. The nurse worriedly said, Sir, jumping up like that is very dangerous. I'm fine, I'm not dizzy anymore. Forget about that. Can you tell me where the restroom is? Nurse replied, the restroom is next to the entrance. The black-haired boy walked into the restroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he muttered in shock. Is this really me? I didn't have this much muscle. I must be almost 1 meters tall now. My face looks similar, but my build and appearance are like a completely different person. Just then, a voice came from outside. Is anyone in there? A few minutes later, the black-haired boy in his patient gown sat across from a young man. The man introduced himself as Kim Sujong from the association. Sujong smiled. You were rescued by the Alliance after the incident in the gate. I heard you are having memory problems, right? The black-haired boy thought to himself, the nurse have told him. That's good. He replied without emotion, that's right. Sujong asked, can you tell me what you still remember? Your name, family, or how you ended up inside the gate? Anything you recall? After the black-haired boy was transferred to this hospital, both the hospital and the association tried to pry information from him. But of course, they found nothing. No name, no family, nothing. Blackhair thought his future information could not appear here. They said memory loss could happen after an accident inside a gate or during a hunter awakening. Next, he smiled and replied, I am 23 years old. My name is Lee Jun Guyong. Other than that, I do not remember anything else. At that moment, Blackhair or Jun Guyong almost blurted out his real name. For some reason, the Demon King's name popped into his head. He had confused his own name with the Demon King's. Strangely, he felt that was the right thing to do. Hearing Jun Guyong's reply, Sujong sighed with a headache. This is a big problem. He looked at Jun Guyong and asked, while you were inside the gate, did you feel anything? Jun Guyong replied, I heard a voice. I will sponsor you. That was what I heard. Hearing this, Sujong's hands, resting on the table, clenched slightly. A few seconds later, he spoke, I see. You have become a hunter. Mr. Jun Guyong, do you remember anything about hunters? I do not know either. I recall they are special people pre-selected. Sujong stood up and said, thank you for talking with me. After this, someone else might come, but the association will contact you again. Next, he suddenly bowed his deeply. I know you must be very confused, but you have become a very necessary and important person to this world. I wish you the best. The conversation ended, and Sujong took his leave. Jun Guyong stood by the window, looking down at the parking lot, and muttered to himself, he is pretty decent, huh? Next, he called up his status in a low voice. Instantly, a system panel appeared before him. Status window named Jun Guyong. Level 9 trait player, alias the love-addicted murderer. Strength 31, endurance 28, speed 34, magic 38. Authority of flame domination level 2. Familiar and skills none. Looking at the status panel, Jun Guyong thought, this is the quality of a demon king. The reason the 12 heroes had to be wary of the Demon King, and the reason the Demon King grew faster than other hunters. Because of fear, Eden erased all traces of him. The Demon King was very special. To be precise, he was not a hunter, he was a player. Unlike hunters who needed support from the market to grow, he could become strong on his own. He was the only one who could grow stronger by hunting. And now I am a player. Mr. Jun Guyong is discharged. The nurse came to the hospital room and said with a smile, Mr. Jun Guyong, congratulations on becoming a hunter. Thank you, but is becoming a hunter something to celebrate? The nurse laughed. Of course it is. It is like winning the lottery. Even the lowest ranked hunter lives a wealth an ordinary person could never dream of. Besides fighting monsters, hunters can do many other things. You could become a gene artisan by using your power to create magical items. Or you could work as a bodyguard for a huge sum of money. The rich would have to line up to hire you. Jun Guyong thought, I know that. And that is exactly why those who are not chosen are completely helpless. He forced a smile and asked, should I be happy about that? The nurse suddenly remembered something. She handed Jun Guyong a bag. Almost forgot to give you this. It is from Kim Sujong, the man from the association. These are the clothes you were wearing when you were rescued. They said you could not wear them anymore, but kept them just in case. Congratulations on your discharge. Not long after, Jun Guyong left the hospital and headed to a place in the Gangnam district. Looking around the area, he sighed inwardly. A district for heroes. Gangnam. I could not even set foot here in the past. Everything here looks so bright and peaceful. Just then, Sujong approached Mr. Jun Gaiyong. I have been waiting for you. Jun Gaiyong turned to look at the supervisor, Kim Sujong. Sujong said, let us go to the association. I think a new hunter like you should not be wandering around here. Seeing Jun Gaiyong's expression change after his words, he thought Jun Gaiyong was worried, so he smiled. Do not worry. We have registered you as a hunter for the association. You will be provided an apartment. There have been a few others in the same situation as you from time to time. I wanted to congratulate you first. The test results show you are a C-rank hunter. Be glad, not everyone starts at C-rank. Next, he pointed to a car with its door open by the curb. Let us go. I will explain the rest after the paperwork is done. Thank you. Saying that, Jun Gaiyong and Sujong got into the car and headed to the Hunter Association headquarters. There, the staff guided him through the registration steps. Normally, ordinary people received E or F rank after their first awakening. Hunters are ranked using letters. The higher the rank, the greater the potential. You will also receive special treatment. By the afternoon as dusk fell, Jun Gaiyong followed Sujong out of the headquarters to apartment number 802. Sujong said, the registration procedure for you is complete without any issues. This is your apartment. Jun Gaiyong opened the door and walked inside. The next second he was stunned by everything in it. It moved him so much his eyes welled up with tears. Sujong, standing behind him, did not notice. Is it to your liking? The furniture looks quite old. Jun Gaiyong replied, yes, I like it very much, thank you. He thought to himself, today is a special day. Finally, I have the chance to become a hunter. So this is what it feels like to own my first apartment. Sujong spoke up. I forgot. There is one more thing I have not told you. Some people want to meet you, Mr. Jun Gaiyong. Hearing that, Jun Gaiyong was momentarily flustered. He spun around and asked, meet me? He was worried inside, wondering who it could be. Could someone know he came from the future? Sujong was surprised by Jun Gaiyong's strong reaction, but still answered, the alliance leader saved him. He is very interested in you. You can refuse if you feel uncomfortable. Jun Gaiyong asked back, the alliance leader? Sujong confirmed and said this alliance was very active. Jun Gaiyong thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Sujong then led him to meet the leader. When they met, he introduced Jun Gaiyong first. After that, he pointed at the bald man, saying that was the alliance leader who saved him. The bald man spoke up, saying he would introduce himself. He praised him for being tall and good-looking, then introduced himself as Songgu, the leader of the Alliance Association. From the moment he met Songgu, Jun Gaiyong only stared silently at his bald head. He thought to himself, it really is him. Seeing that gaze, Songgu asked him what he was looking at. Jun Gaiyong snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratched his head, smiled, and apologized for the unintended disrespect. Then he sank back into thought. He almost made a mistake. He never expected to meet him this soon. He had taught him all the basics to become a hunter. He was the benefactor who saved his life in the previous life. He was the hero who had refused countless opportunities, only to save the lives of others. The forgotten hero, because everyone thought he'd sacrificed himself. Light Saint Songgu, we meet again. Songgu had no idea what Jun Gaiyong was thinking. He smiled and said it was fine, then asked if they had met before, because he looked familiar. Jun Gaiyong replied that he had lost all memory after awakening, so he was not sure. Then he bowed deeply to thank Songgu for saving his life. Seeing this, Songgu smiled, thinking to himself that he was very polite. That night, Jun Gaiyong lay on the bed, smiling as he thought this was real. But then he wondered what happened to his body. It felt like a completely different body, but the mole was still in the same spot, so it must be his. The player, the Demon King, was an overbearing hunter. He was also a forgotten hero. Why did he have his power? He obtained this power through the fallen angel sponsor. In the previous life, that angel only sponsored one person. So what happened to the Demon King? He did not know. He probably would not find the answer right now. He had returned to the past and gained the overbearing power many people envied. He was given the power to change the world. The next morning, in a room at the Hunter Association headquarters, Jun Gaiyong and everyone else were sitting around relaxing. Suddenly, a man with 3 scars on his cheek walked in and introduced himself. He welcomed everyone, introducing himself as Sang-Soo, one of the guardians. Some people became noisy upon hearing the name, asking why a BB rank hunter like Sang-Soo was a guardian for rookies. Someone must have caught the association's attention. The others also understood and began to look forward to it, seeing it as a huge opportunity. Everyone thought they were the worthy one, that this opportunity would be theirs. Hearing the noise, Jun Gaiyong, who had been dozing with his head on the table, also lifted his head to look. Sang-Soo on the podium said there would be a seminar today, followed by weapon selection and a combat test. He reassured everyone, then asked, do they know how hunters awaken? A young man in a blue shirt raised his hand and said, do we not need to be chosen by a sponsor? Sang-Soo confirmed and added, power is evaluated immediately upon awakening, but hunters can still develop themselves. The girl with brown hair stood up and said, we can close the gates or gain attention through outstanding achievements. Through additional sponsorship, sponsorships, we will receive stronger items or skills. Sang-soo clapped, smiled, and praised her, saying it seemed everyone was ready. Afterwards, he asked a difficult question: what is the goal of the sponsors? The entire room fell silent. Sang-soo thought to himself, as expected, no one could answer. All hunters were curious, but no one knew the reason. Who were the sponsors? Why did they choose humans? Suddenly, Sang-soo noticed Jun Gaiyong. What was going on with that guy over there? Everyone else was trying to get attention. Curious, Sang-soo pointed at him and asked, "You with your chin resting on your hand, can you answer the question?" Jun Gaiyong was a little surprised, then silently lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Sang-soo smiled and said not to worry. This question had no answer. He just wanted to hear what he thought. Jun Gaiyong replied, "Isn't the purpose just for entertainment?" Everyone in the room was astonished. What did he just say? Sang-soo asked back, "What do you mean? Entertainment." Jun Gaiyong replied, "You just need to choose a character and tell them to hunt, then enjoy watching them level up and grow stronger, like a game." Sang-soo gaped, thinking to himself, this thought was astonishing. As for Jun Gaiyong, he thought the Demon King believed the sponsors saw this world as a game, which was why he remained strong even after reaching supreme power. This could be the most important secret. A moment later, at the testing area, Sang-soo looked at the brown-haired girl. He smiled and said, "You chose a sword. That is an excellent choice. Are you ready?" The brown-haired girl focused, gripping her sword with both hands, and replied, "Yes, I am ready. You will fight a hungry ghost. You do not need to defeat it. I will give the conditions to pass the test. Do you agree?" The brown-haired girl smiled and answered, "I agree. Do not worry, it has been brainwashed, so it will not kill people or inflict fatal wounds. The official test begins now." After saying this, Sang-soo pressed the button to open the hungry ghost's cage, and it immediately charged out. The hungry ghost roared and rushed straight toward the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl took the initiative and slashed at it. The hungry ghost dodged that sword strike and used its claws to scratch one of her arms. Taking advantage, the hungry ghost leaped up, intending to attack the brown-haired girl once more. Sang-soo watched from the outside and muttered, "Too dangerous." But he was astonished to see the brown-haired girl suddenly spin around. Following through, she slashed across the hungry ghost's waist, cleaving its body in two. Afterward, the brown-haired girl lay on the ground panting heavily as if exhausted. Sang-soo approached to praise her. "Truly impressive, you turned the tables and defeated that demon. You passed the test, well done." The brown-haired girl left the testing area. Sang-soo called out loudly, "The last one, please come in." A few seconds later, Jun Gaiyong entered the room holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other hand. Sang-soo thought to himself, a spear and a shield, how odd. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself, I must complete the test to join the graduation course, and performing well will bring additional benefits. At that moment, Sang-soo spoke, "The test begins now. But first, all the goblins are dead, so you will fight a different monster. The rules have changed, you do not need to defeat it. I will decide the conditions for passing the test. It has also been brainwashed like the previous ones and will not inflict fatal wounds. I am a B-rank hunter and I am here, so there will be no problems. Are you ready?" Jun Gaiyong thought, it is probably a monster similar to a goblin, like a boggle for example. Then he replied, "I am ready." Sang-soo smiled, pressing the button as he spoke, "Good, your test begins now. I was impressed by your answer earlier. I hope you do not disappoint me." The final monster Jun Gaiyong faced was a snail. It was twice as strong as a man and had immense vitality. It was known that C-rank hunters could fight it inside gates. The examinees in the waiting room were terrified upon learning their opponent was a snail. What, a snail? Impossible, since when were snails used for tests like this? Sang-soo watched Jun Gaiyong, who was enveloped in blue light, feeling intrigued. Through first-time awakenings of B-rank hunters, they appeared with brilliant blue light and were now the strongest hunters. Jun Gaiyong had become a C-rank hunter and blocked a goblin in a D-rank gate. How could a newly awakened hunter do something so astonishing? So I cannot miss this interesting event at the association. Show me what you have got. The fallen angel was watching you closely. At the same time, a notification sounded. The snail lost patience and charged forward to attack. Jun Gaiyong gripped the spear firmly in his hand, and he thrust it straight into the snail's shoulder. It truly was a monster. It charged straight ahead without thinking. This situation is simpler than I thought. Reality was not that simple. The snail screamed in pain, using its hand to grab the spear that had pierced through its body. It is stuck? What kind of strength is this? Jun Gaiyong tried to pull the spear out but failed, and the snail suddenly used its other hand to pummel him with blows. Fortunately, Jun Gaiyong managed to raise his shield in time to block, stopping the snail's lethal strike. The examinees in the waiting room watching began to worry. It is too dangerous. From the start it was a snail. This situation was not unexpected. The supervisor should stop the fight. Sang-soo still did not act, only stood watching and evaluating. This was a perfect attack. Against a human it would have been fatal, but the opponent was a monster monster. The opponent was underestimated. Jun Gaiyong's shield began to show cracks. Fearing he might be in danger, Sang-soo began to activate his power, prepared to rush in and assist. However, at that very moment he saw Jun Gaiyong put down his spear. Then he turned and kicked the monster directly in the face. He leaped for momentum, using his reinforced shield to strike head-on, finally defeating the monster. The shield's durability was now at 0. You have leveled up. Your flame domination power has reached level 2. Who is that? Is he really a new hunter? A spear thrust that completely shattered the monster's balance. That was insane. He defeated the monster the Guardian brought out. Not just the examinees, but even Sang-soo, a B-rank hunter, was surprised by Jun Gong's performance. What skill was that? How could a rookie possess it, without even needing an activation code? Could it be a high-grade skill? There had never been a case like this since the hunter profession appeared. I cannot lose him. I must bring him to the association. Unbelievable, Hunter Jun Gaiyong, you have passed my test. Jun Gaiyong silently thanked him in his heart. The equipment seemed to only be usable for a short time. Flame domination was truly a wonderful skill. The flame domination ability was the source of the Demon King's power, and also the trait to become a hunter. It was not a skill, but a source of power. Unlike skills that could not level up, this power leveled up through the sponsor. The player could level up and gain immense power, but the equipment did not last long due to the absolute force. I need equipment forged from metal to use this skill. After the test, Jun Gaiyong returned home. He held a small housewarming party. The guests were only 2 people, Songgu and Sujong. They chatted lightly while enjoying their meal, about the Guardian for tomorrow's test and the guidance for him. Songgu was appointed as Jun Gaiyong's guardian. Sujong said, "The final test is tomorrow, right? I know you will enter the gate, but I need to be sure you have no problems. Tell us your plan. Have you thought about our proposal?" Songgu said seriously, "I don't know why, but I feel like I shouldn't let you go. Still, I don't want you to feel too pressured." Sujong secretly glanced at Songgu, thinking he was too worried. The most promising alliance association in Korea wanted to keep an eye on him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a special rank hunter, Jun Gaiyong. Jun Gaiyong was silent for a while before answering. "I must respectfully decline. May I ask the reason behind that answer?" "I truly do not understand. I thought it was an excellent proposal for someone who decided to become a combat hunter." "You are right, but when I look back at the past, I have planned for every situation. In this circumstance, getting close to Hunter Songgu now would be very dangerous for me." Thinking that, but Jun Gaiyong only replied, "Sorry for now. I do not want to be tied to any organization. But if you need my help, I am willing anytime. Because I owe you a debt of gratitude, Hunter Songgu." Songgu was silent for a while before smiling. "I will remember those words." Sujong looked back and forth between Songgu and Jun Gaiyong, feeling confused inside. What was going on? A rookie was saying he would help an A-rank hunter, and this A-rank hunter was accepting it seriously. I truly cannot understand these hunters. The next morning was the Guardian's final exam. Before we begin, I need to say a few things about the procedure for the Guardian's final exam. The test will be held inside this gate. You do not need to worry too much, because I will accompany all of you. Saying this, Sang-soo unleashed his power, displaying his authority. It gave the examinees a real eye-opener. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself, as a B-rank hunter, his power far surpassed all the other hunters here. After receiving the power supply, the examinees began to enter the dungeon. The place seemed quite damp. Just as Jun Gaiyong thought this, Sang-soo spoke up to explain. "You all feel the dampness, right? That is because the magical power inside the gate is very high. If everyone is here, let us begin our march. Follow my instructions and we will go to the monster's location." Then Sang-soo led the group deeper into the dungeon. Very soon they encountered a group of goblins. "They are coming. Hunters number 1 and 3, prepare your weapons." "Roger," both replied with one voice, and then charged forward to face the monsters. As a result, neither of the two could defeat them, just by obtaining even a single goblin. It was the turn of number 8 and number 16. The two of them handled it much better. Each of them also managed to kill one goblin. Hunter Jun Gaiyong at that moment. As soon as his name was called, Jun Gaiyong shot forward like the wind, wiping out the goblins with just a few basic strikes. This scene made the others extremely suspicious. Is he really a newly awakened hunter? He had clearly attended the orientation session. How annoying were the other hunters this skilled too? I am truly impressed by how proficiently he uses his weapon. His level is no different from a B-rank hunter. I cannot afford to lose someone like that. I must recruit him at all costs. Sang-soo thought to himself. Things were fine for now, and the group continued moving. "We are almost there. We will meet the boss soon. This boss is completely different from those goblins, so you all must be extremely careful. Cheer up, prepare your minds, and check all your weapons and defensive gear." Everyone heard Sang-soo and rushed to follow his orders. Jun Gaiyong, however, stood still and thought about the Demon King who possessed the power of a gamer. Before he could unleash his immense power, he was defeated by the 12 heroes. That would not have happened if the Demon King had developed his power faster than them. Therefore, I will use everything I know to become strong. I must become stronger than the 12 heroes and anyone else. The group set off again, but after traveling a short distance, a surge of powerful magical force hit them, making everyone back in surprise. Run to the gate now, Sang-soo quickly ordered. At the same time, from far away, a stream of fire magic was hurtling towards them. Sang-soo knew he needed to dodge, but if he dodged, those new hunters would surely die. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, then cursed under his breath. Sang-soo immediately used the Venom Fang skill to counter the incoming stream of fire magic. That was only a small portion of the destructive power. Venom Fang could not block it completely. He wondered how the new hunters were doing. Worried, Sang-soo quickly turned his head to look back, seeing them standing safely right behind Jun Gyeong. Sang-soo exclaimed in astonishment, it was truly unbelievable, Hunter Jun Gyeong. Jun Gyeong replied modestly, it was thanks to Hunter Sang-soo holding it back that we were safe. Suddenly a notification panel appeared before him. The fallen angel has a request. Defeat the Great Goblin Witch. At the same time, the others also clearly saw the figure of the monster that had just attacked them. New hunters panicked and cried out, that is a Great Goblin Witch that can easily defeat a B-rank hunter. Why is it appearing at the low-rank hunter gate? Is the system bugged? Run, the only one who can handle it is B-rank hunter Sang-soo. Sang-soo was much calmer. He said it is not an easy opponent. You all get out of the gate and help me contact the Hunter Association. Jun Gyeong walked over to Sang-soo and said, Hunter Sang-soo, I also wish to join the fight against it. Other new hunters were stunned to hear this, staring at him. Sang-soo seriously warned Jun Gyeong, do not be overconfident. I know you are good at grappling with goblins, but the Great Goblin Witch uses magical power, not physical strength. They possess magic skills that can match B-rank hunters. Jun Gyeong replied, the Great Goblin Witch is a B-rank opponent. Their main skills are Fire Arrow, Fireball, Fire Wall, and Fire Shield. I know it is strong, and I know how to deal with it. Are all monsters not meant for new hunters? Please give me a chance. Sang-soo thought to himself, where did that blind confidence come from? Then he said aloud, fine. Instantly, a mission start notification appeared before Jun Gyeong. Thus, Jun Gyeong walked alone toward the Great Goblin Witch. Great Goblin Witch immediately fired several fireballs at him. Jun Gyeong raised the shield in his hand high, blocking all those fireballs. The new hunters exclaimed, truly unbelievable. The fireball had been completely blocked. Sang-soo was startled. It wasn't blocked, it was absorbing. How could that be? Battle continued. After blocking, Jun Gyeong's shield face was covered in flames. He reminded softly, then immediately charged toward the Great Goblin Wizard. Seeing this, the Great Goblin Wizard chanted again, creating successive explosions on the ground. A few seconds later, a sea of fire formed. It was like a wall separating the two sides. The new hunters cried out, we were wrong, we can't get close, we'll be attacked at range. At that moment, Jun Gyeong took a new action. He pointed his sword tip at the sea of fire and shouted softly, split apart right there. In the incredulous eyes of everyone, the sea of fire was indeed split apart. A path appeared. Controlling the flames was truly masterful. And Gyeong did not hesitate. He charged straight toward the Great Goblin Wizard. The spear in his hand was also swift. It was enveloped by flames. The Great Goblin Wizard roared, creating a defensive magic circle in front of him. But that was still not enough. He saw Jun Gyeong shout loudly. He continuously thrust many times forward. The defensive magic layer shattered in an instant. The Great Goblin Wizard was torn into pieces by that attack. He did it. A rookie truly accomplished this extraordinary feat. Super rookie. He is a super rookie. Amidst the exclamations, Jun Gyeong stood dazed, because he was looking at the newly appeared system panel. Mission successful. The fallen angel is very astonished by your achievement. Mission successful, so the fallen angel wishes to sponsor you. You are given a chance to summon. Jun Gyeong secretly rejoiced. Finally, he had obtained that thing, which was why the Demon King was so powerful. Late that afternoon at the Hunter Association headquarters, Sang-soo had arrived at the association president's office and reported the entire incident. After hearing it, the association president laughed. So that was why you wanted to see me, Guardian? Because that C-rank hunter? Yes, exactly as you said. The association president asked, is he at the lowest gate level? Sang-soo replied, no, he has already moved beyond that place. That is your judgment. Then it is not just a wrong judgment. How far do you think that man's potential can reach? Sang-soo pondered, then answered, enough to help you achieve your goal, Mr. President. The president turned to look at the scenery outside the window and spoke. I understand, I want to meet that man as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Jun Gyeong had just come out when he saw Songgu and Sujong waiting. Sujong saw him come out and laughed. Ah, you arrived, the leader, and I were waiting for you. I was very worried after learning the gate went from E rank to C rank, but it looks like there was nothing complicated. Songgu smiled and asked, have you received the application form from the association? Jun Gyeong nodded and recalled that moment. At that time, Sang-soo had asked Hunter Jun Gyeong, do you have any intention of joining the association? The new hunters were astonished. Is he being invited to join the association? No way. Jun Guyong calmly replied, I am sorry. I currently have no intention of aligning with any organization. Dangsu was stunned he was rejecting this offer, but very quickly he responded, I understand. Jun Guyong said nothing more. He thought that if he joined he would develop faster, but could not hide anything from them. And that man is in the association. I do not want any involvement with him. He is someone to avoid at all costs. The image of the Hunter Association president appeared in his mind. Back to the present, Songgu asked what food he liked. Jun Guyong hesitated a little. This was harder than choosing to join the association. He thought for a long time, then answered, cup noodles. Songgu smiled and asked, do you like meat? Jun Guyong did not say anything, but his face clearly showed the answer. Songgu walked over, put his arm around his shoulder, pulled him along, and said with a laugh, then let's go eat some meat. When it got dark, Jun Guyong returned to his new apartment. At this time he was taking a shower. In his mind, images of the battle flashed by. The events of today replayed one by one. After a moment, Jun Guyong whispered softly, I have become stronger, I know that. Then he quietly called up his status. The system panel appeared. Status, Jun Guyong, level 11, trait player. Title, Love Struck Assassin. Fire Dominance Power Level 2, Summons Zeals, Skills 0, sponsored by the Fallen Angel. You have one summon. Jun Guyong thought no ordinary hunter could resurrect, not even the 12 heroes. Only a few people had this ability. It must be thanks to it that he achieved feats, like dealing with the Bone Stream or Sebaroth monsters. If I had power like a demon king, would my summon command be the same? Then he issued the summon command. The system notified you have one summon chance granted by the fallen angel. Do you wish to proceed? Jun Guyong did not hesitate. He repeated summon. The next morning, Sujong arrived at Jun Guyong's apartment. As soon as he entered the house, he pointed at his phone screen and said with a laugh, Jun Guyong, look at this. They're talking about you, right? Jun Guyong curiously looked and saw an article related to him. The birth of a super rookie awakener like a C-rank hunter, taking down the insect at a gate normally reserved for hunters above B rank. Sujong asked with a smile, I heard you single-handedly wiped out a great goblin shaman. How did you do it? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Jun Guyong thought, I made the front page, but no personal information was leaked. Even so, high-ranking officials in the association must have heard about this. Seeing Jun Guyong silent, Sujong continued, nowadays hunters are even more famous than celebrities. But you don't seem interested in that, do you, Hunter Jun Guyong? Jun Guyong spoke up. More importantly, I have some things I want to ask you. What is it? I want to participate in a dungeon raid. Time passed, and now Jun Guyong was fighting monsters in a dungeon. One by one, the monsters were eliminated by him, until the boss appeared. Jun Guyong needed only one strike to finish it off. The system notified, the fallen angel is very pleased with your actions. You have leveled up. You have cleared the dungeon. Jun Guyong looked at the skull-shaped bracelet he had summoned just yesterday and sighed, thinking, still no reaction. Even after killing the insects and clearing the dungeon, how am I supposed to use this? A skull that holds souls. No soul was inside it, so it could not function. Jun Guyong said to himself, the summon ability must have great power, but it contains no soul at all. I thought it was a monster soul, was I wrong? Carrying this concern, Jun Guyong left the dungeon. Sujong was already waiting outside. As soon as Jun Guyong came out, he approached to congratulate him. Congratulations. You have completed your 4th dungeon raid. If you want to auction any items, hand them over to us. Jun Guyong extended his hand to the side, and a pile of items instantly appeared, clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Sujong laughed and said, looks like you received a whole treasure trove of items very fast. After the auction, the money will be deposited into your account. Jun Guyong asked, when does my next dungeon start? Sujong replied, sorry, but there are no dungeons available for booking. Jun Guyong was astonished, thinking, in a world full of trouble with unclosable gates, there are no gates available to book. Then he asked, I don't understand, is something wrong? Lately, a certain guild has been trying to make a name for itself. Their organization alone has taken over more than 20 low-rank gates. Jun Guyong asked further, even if they are low-rank gates, is one guild allowed to book over 20 of them? You're right, normally the association doesn't allow that kind of reservation. But since the dungeons have been cleared, there was no other choice. Hearing this, Jun Guyong suddenly remembered something. He quickly grabbed Sujong's arms and asked in alarm, don't tell me the leader of that guild is Yeonsong? Sujong replied in surprise, that's right, you know about that? You're right, that's the Northern Guild. The guild run by Mr. Choi Yeonsong, the man who became a hunter before you, also called a super rookie. With the correct answer, Jun Guyong's aesthetic eyes widened. He will soon gain fame as a hero and spread his name as a subordinate of the 12 heroes. But above all, he will brutally slaughter people and become a tyrant. The War King, almost time we finally had to meet. Sujong stood frozen and replied, you're right, that's the Northern Guild run by Mr. Choi Yeonsong, the man who became a hunter before you, also called a super rookie. Jun Guyong thought anxiously, he is known as a future hero, one of the infamous enforcers of the 12 heroes, but to us he is a bloodthirsty tyrant. The man with his ferocious face was called the War King. You were still standing still, finally had to meet. That year, on a pouring rainy day, a figure stood looking down from a height at the village scenery. A group of people holding signs and wearing banners walked in the rain, chanting in unison to stop the construction, to protect the right to live. A subordinate standing behind Mr. Song reported, "Sir, the riots are getting out of control. What should we do?" The man frowned in anger. "All of them are lowly scum. If we destroy their houses, they will know to retreat and find another place to rebuild. Why should we even care about the existence of those brats?" Weapon in hand, he thought it was already too kind to let these lowlifes live. After saying that, he slightly bent down, pointing the tip of his weapon downward. His sword began to radiate a tremendous source of power. The rain grew heavier, houses and trees blurring into the curtain of water. Relentless rain raised the water level, submerging everything, leaving only a few tall buildings standing. Back to reality, he walked alone on the street, hands in his pockets. His gaze looked into the distance, hollow and lifeless. As he walked, he thought of the tragedy that had taken more than half the villagers from where he once lived. Suddenly, he was startled by a noise coming from behind. There was a loud shout and he quickly turned his head. His hand held his phone horizontally, the phone case facing outward. A trembling old man was kneeling before two young men, incessantly pleading. The old man said, "How could you do this just because I am a hunter?" The man in the t-shirt said nothing, kicking over the cart behind the old man. The old man panicked and begged, pleading for them to stop. Helpless, the old man lowered his head and sobbed. Jun Gyeong happened to appear right behind them and spoke up. He shouted angrily, "What the hell are you bastards doing here?" Both of them were startled. The man in the t-shirt frowned and retorted, "Who the hell are you?" Facing their aggression, he calmly replied, "I heard the noise and came over." "Did you pick a fight with this man?" The man in the t-shirt glared and roared, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that?" He stared right back at him, saying, "Aren't you the one who started the trouble?" Both of them sensed the energy from him and gasped in fear. "A hunter." Jun Gyeong turned to the old man and asked what had happened. The man in the t-shirt answered on his own, "You know, this old man scratched my precious body with that piece of junk cart." He smirked, saying, "I only asked for compensation." The old man trembled as he stood up to refute. "What nonsense are you talking about? You knocked over my cart and started the trouble first." Jun Gyeong ground his teeth and asked, "Why did you knock over his cart?" The man in the t-shirt activated his ability as he replied, "You're a hunter too, so you know." "So what if I knocked over his cart? You should look at yourself." With cold eyes, he sneered, "I think you're looking for a fight with me, aren't you?" Jun Gyeong calmly warned, "If you've gone this far, then shut up and get lost." He suppressed his anger and continued, "I'm letting you off because you haven't harmed this old man yet." The man in the t-shirt went crazy and roared, "You bastard, you dare order me around?" He threw a punch, but he nimbly dodged and touched his hand and shoulder. His hand tightly gripped the other's wrist. A violent surge of power transmitted directly into his body, yet his face remained calm, showing no emotion. The man in the t-shirt was already thrown down, sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide in shock. The remaining accomplice was charging at him with a short sword. Jun Gyeong said coldly, "Didn't expect to see a weapon here. You seem quite confident." The other man probed angrily, "You haven't joined any guild yet, have you?" As he lunged forward, he asserted that they were on a different level compared to trash like him. He was also ready, channeling his power into his arm for the fight. He threw a tremendously powerful punch straight into the other man's stomach. Punch sent him flying into the air, and then he hit the ground, lying motionless like his companion. Looking at the two defeated men, he said coldly, "If you hadn't said that, I would have thought the guild was your mommy." A moment later, the streetlights and shops all lit up at once. A guild member came to take them away. The man in the t-shirt shouted angrily, "Do you know who we are? That bastard attacked us first." As they got into the car, Sujong spoke, "Thank you, Hunter Jun Gyeong, for handling this smoothly." He replied, "This is a serious insult to hunters who have no intention of harming ordinary citizens." Sujong said happily, "Well then, we witnessed it. This is what the guild needs to care about. Thank you." While Sujong turned to talk, his expression briefly turned pensive. Looking at the old man explaining the situation, Sujong understood and asked, "You're worried those guys will retaliate against him, right? The guild will protect him." Jun Gyeong asked uneasily, "That guy earlier said he was in a guild. Where is that guild?" Sujong replied, "Coincidentally, that is the Northern Army leader you asked about before." He clenched his fist, realizing he couldn't fully take over the low-level dungeon without the guild's help. He knew the Northern Army leader was Yon Song, the dangerous tyrant, along with the Rotten Hunter Guild. He once thought they would let it go, but now he knew for certain that was impossible. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, he replied, "I understand, the Northern Army." Night fell, faint light from the houses. As expected, 2 days later he was summoned by the association for assaulting someone. A few days later, the man once saved by Jun Gyeong changed his statement, bowing his head deeply in shame. The hunter who started the trouble and kicked over the cart went from attacker to victim, and Lee Jun Gyeong, who had saved him, became the attacker. That day, he had stepped forward to defend that poor old man. Talking with Sujong, he kept thinking, understanding why things were like this, but still finding it extremely frustrating. Sujong smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. The association is not that rotten yet." Jun Gyeong thought to himself, he didn't know, but he came from the future and knew well that this association had been rotten since its founding. The two stood before the tall building. Sujong said, "Let's go in." Camera was installed at the highest corner of the hall. In that room, the man sitting opposite questioned him, "Hunter Jun Gyeong, do you remember anything after being rescued from the gate?" He replied, "No." Kai continued asking, in the incident a few days ago, were you the first to report and arrest the Northern Corps member? He answered frankly, that is correct. Kai glared accusingly. So you threatened Mr. Munsu into falsely claiming that the Northern military attacked you first. He objected, that is not the truth. Kai asked again, you say this never happened. Jun Guyong quickly replied, that is correct. Kai spoke up, I will conduct a cross-examination. Right after, Munsu shuffled into the room. Munsu stood behind him. This man asked, in the incident a few days ago, is it true that Jun Guyong threatened you into claiming the Northern Guild attacked him and Hunter Jun Guyong? He lowered his head, eyes cast down, not daring to speak. Seeing that attitude, he knew the man had been threatened. Truly despicable scum. He reassured him, please speak freely. Munsu trembled, it is true, that young man threatened me. As if achieving his goal, Kai waved his hand dismissing him, not forgetting to say thank you for coming. He turned and walked away heavily. As he neared the door, Munsu tears fell helplessly. The door was closed. Kai smirked, do you have anything else to say? Suddenly, he thrust his phone out in front of him. His eyes looked down in shock. The phone recorded images of those two hunters along with sound. What are you people doing? Like a sudden reversal, he said confidently, this is what I wanted to say. The main door slowly turned. Jun Guyong clenched his fist, walking out of the building. He thought the association must know the statement was changed, but only made the old man take the blame. He couldn't do anything more. The more he thought, the more bitter he felt. He lacked power. Suddenly, Songgu appeared. I heard the news. He turned his head in surprise and called out, Master Songgu. Sujong scratched his head and explained, I contacted him just in case. I have no connections in the association. He is the most influential person I know. He happily replied, you must be very busy, thank you both. Songgu joked, I can only say you're relieved now. Munsu stepped out from somewhere, speaking hesitantly. He glanced at the old man. He quickly knelt down on the ground before him. I am sorry, I am truly sorry. He cried tremblingly, those bastards said they would ruin my granddaughter's future if I didn't do it. I couldn't let that happen, so I falsely accused you. Sujong's eyes widened and asked, you mean the Northern Guild threatened you? Why are you only telling us now? Munsu lifted his face slightly and said, if I spoke out, my granddaughter would be in danger. At the very least, I wanted to apologize. I am truly sorry. Songgu said angrily, that will not happen. As the head of the Alliance Association, I take responsibility. Do not worry about those bastards. Go home. Hearing that, he stood up and turned back reassured. Sujong asked about the phone that recorded the lies. He explained, recording video is a habit because he had been in many absurd and unfair situations. Suddenly he froze. He quickly turned his head to look outside. Songgu asked, is that him? He replied, yes. Yun Song radiated a great surge of power, striding forward imposingly. He gave a fake smile. Oh, I didn't expect to meet the esteemed leader of the Alliance Association here. You seem quite close to the rumored super rookie. Sujong squinted and thought to himself, why does he know about that? Could it be that the association leaked his information? He extended his hand in greeting. I am the leader of the Northern Guild. My name is Choi Young Song. Looking down at that arm, he could not help but notice. And then Songgu also shook his hand. He smiled and replied, pleased to meet you. At the same time, using his superpower to communicate with him through eye contact. But remember this warning of mine. He warned that man. If he did not want to become an enemy of me and this super rookie, then he should not be too arrogant. That man stared wide-eyed as he listened. He quickly withdrew his hand. His gaze thought, this is bad. Songgu smiled, but his eyes still communicated. No, let me rephrase. You are not even worthy of being an enemy. Be careful if you do not want to die. Scene change, warm sunlight shone down on a small cafe. Inside, someone's hand clenched and slammed down on the table. How ridiculous. Sujong was angry. Why were they only punished when he had threatened civilians? Jun Guyong recalled, in the future they never punish hunters. He said blandly, the more important matter is how that old man is doing. Sujong continued, lying to a hunter is a serious crime, but thanks to you handling it, the Northern Guild admitted their fault, and the old man was released with a warning. Holding his cup of water, he pondered. It seemed Songgu had done something. He asked, I understand, how have the Northern forces been these past few days? His eyes were worried. They have remained silent. A chill ran down his spine. There is no way they would just let everything go like that. Remembering the violent Yun Xiong, a cold-blooded killer who would become the War King. That man believed in the law of karma. He would certainly make a move. With a worried expression, he pleaded, can you help me monitor the Northern forces? Sujong gladly accepted. Of course I can. His inner thoughts were sharp. I will not sit idly by either. With a cold face, the law of karma is also something I have always believed in. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds, the trees were fresh, and Jun Guyong stood beside Songgu. He turned and said, I did not think you would contact me to conquer a dungeon together. He looked up and replied, this dungeon is for high ranks. I need your help. I am relying on you. Songgu said happily, it is an honor to fight alongside you. The two of them walked forward and someone spoke up. Is he the famous super rookie? A short-haired boy said, it is an honor to fight alongside a super rookie. The one beside him eagerly said, I never thought this day would come after saving you. Songgu introduced, from the left. This is Choi Qianzan and Li Tianzan. They saved you and are members of my guild. He nodded in greeting. Nice to meet everyone. I am Jun Gaiyong. Standing among them, he admitted he did not remember anyone. It was not strange, since the Demon King, Hindu, and the Alliance were all wiped out in the previous life. That must be it. Enough people had gathered. Songgu raised his voice. Alright, this is Gate C. Let us begin conquering the dungeon. The dungeon gate opened, and everyone focused their observation. At a different location, a painting depicted the ferocious face of a lake. It was mounted on the wall of the large room with 3 people inside. The redhead turned to the other sharply, saying did he intend to let things slide. This was the starting point for expanding territory. That man was Jiangsu, the vice guild master. The masked man replied, wasn't the more important task stabilizing the territory before expansion? He continued, didn't this incident cause the members to lose control? He was in Chang, the vice guild master. Jiangsu glared and shouted, nonsense, those people were not wrong. Commoners were just bugs living off hunters. Why should we bow and apologize to that kind of insect? The eyes behind the iron mask glazed, and Chang growled, what did you just say? Jiangsu's ears pressed tightly against the chair armrest. With furious eyes, he asked Hung, do you want to settle this with me? 2 men sitting across from each other stared fiercely, like 2 sworn enemies. Witnessing this scene, Yun Song shouted loudly, stop. He raised a hand to signal Jiangsu is right. Understanding the intent, In Chang sat still without resisting. As for John Sulik, his eyes smiled with satisfaction. Yun Song explained, because they deceived the association, we must apply a corresponding punishment. I am also interested in that boy. In Chang stood up abruptly, guildmaster. He glanced around. That person also said the same thing, apparently also interested in that arrogant kid. Turning his face away, In Chang silently wondered, that person could not be. Mentioning this, he suppressed a laugh. That person said he would soon lay the groundwork and ordered us to wait for the signal. Failure is not permitted in the Northern Guild. Outside, the trees were lush and green. A gloved hand touched the red stain on the ground. A girl from the Alliance reported the trap has been disarmed. You may continue. The notification panel displayed, the one who saw what he should not have seen is laughing. Songgu, leading the group, turned back and reminded, keep moving. Everyone in the group held weapons as they advanced into the vast forest. Suddenly, an arrow flew from out of nowhere. Very quickly, Qianzan used his superpower to transform the earth into a sturdy barrier. Another member launched a large fireball. Flames blazed violently. Jun Gaiyong focused his observation. It was truly amazing. I still had so much to learn. Unbelievable to witness a hunter in actual combat firsthand. Songgu raised his sword behind his back and leaped high, as if gravity did not exist. He put all his strength into a powerful strike downward at the horde of monsters. They were all being consumed by the raging flames. The monsters howled in agony. Songgu looked like a true superhero. He stood behind, praising, impressive. Songgu laughed with tears in his eyes. Thank you. He retorted, no, I should be the one thanking you for asking me to help. Songgu asked, I hope you're honest. You must want to know how strong I and the association are, right? He admitted, the Alliance Association is decent, but you are truly formidable. Even without revealing your full power, you are already at this level. Qianzan spoke up. We also want to see the power of a super rookie. Songgu looked forward to it too, same here. He exuded his energy, weapon in hand, confident that he no longer needed to hide his strength in front of Songgu. The monsters charged forward to attack all at once. Sharp blades of wind carried tremendous power. With his flame control ability, he rushed straight into the ferocious monster horde. Everyone marveled. He uses skills without needing a code activation, and even learned high-level skills. Truly a super rookie. Jun Gaiyong executed a few basic slashes, cleaving the monsters in half. Songgu thought to himself, those fire spears and fire shields were not skills, but authorities. The system displayed a series of notifications. You have eliminated all the goblin mages of the Dark Quest. Fallen Angel has sponsored you. Your stats will increase slightly. At the plaza, everyone stood discussing. John said, it's no wonder he's called a super rookie. Qianzan agreed. Even the guild leader hasn't reached that level. Someone shouted at Songgu, Letter, what are you doing? Why aren't you recruiting talent like him? Songgu gave a slight enigmatic smile. He turned to Songgu, my offer still stands. As you can see, my guild is very strong and will only grow stronger. He continued, from what I observed, your journey ahead will be full of thorns. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself, he hit the nail on the head. Has he already seen my goal? Even though I don't have that insight. Songgu tried to persuade, those Northern Guild bastards won't stay still. If you stay with us, they can't harm you. He extended his hand with an enticing offer. Join the Alliance Association, and I will make you the vice leader. Everyone was dumbfounded. Leader, oh my. Jun Gaiyong was stunned, suddenly becoming the vice leader of the association. But, he clenched his fist and lowered his head. I am very grateful, but I must decline. Songgu laughed heartily. No need for that guilty expression. I can see your eyes are set on something greater. The phone in his pocket vibrated gently. Took it out and read the messages on the screen. A message from the Hunter Association, requesting assistance to clear a gate with the Northern military and about 100 freelance hunters. He looked at the message, his mind churning. The Northern military, at this hour? No, Yun Song won't let any obstacle rest easy. Songu stroked his chin thoughtfully. A mobilization order for hunters, the northern military, and 100 freelance hunters. This hunt scale only involves that guild. Something's off. Jun Gaiyong was shocked. Yeonsong is using the association? I see. This is the origin. Scene transition. Night fell. Lights came on in the building. Someone slammed his hand hard on the table. In Chang sat thinking, since when did they change so much? Recalling old memories, Choi Yong-soo, his childhood friend, and his older brother, Choi Yong-sung. He was irritated. Everything changed since they met that person. Visualizing Jong-soo, a warlike but warm person, who no longer supple as human. Remembering the guild leader, one who considered everyone beneath his control, whether civilians or hunters. He was annoyed. They killed a hunter just because he questioned the northern military's unreasonable actions. Humans shouldn't be like this, but I can't abandon those too. The phone screen suddenly lit up with a few lines of notification. A conflicting thought echoed in his mind. Justice or friendship? Scene transitioned to a different space. Jun Gaiyong stood straight and introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I am Lee Jun Gaiyong. The man in iron armor replied. I won't introduce myself. He thought to himself, brave. He senses no one coming along. And he came alone to meet me? Jun Gaiyong seemed to read his mind. It's just us two. No traps, so relax. And Chang got straight to the point. I'll only say this once. You must have received the mobilization order from the association. Reject it. He was stunned. Why? He continued, do you know my guild was also mobilized? He replied, I know. He said sincerely, you're new, so you don't know yet. Hunters are more grotesque than you think. My guild leader is not as wonderful as everyone believes. Meeting him on the street is dangerous enough. Entering a gate with him is worse. Cooley asked, you mean you're not sure what he might do to me? He stuffed his hands into his pockets. Running into him on the road was dangerous, and entering the gate with him was even riskier, so it had to be the Northern Army. His face darkened. That was a chaotic guild. Continued, among the good sponsors, there are also wicked ones. They sponsor assassination quests, or mass murder. Chaotic guild was founded by a group of such people. In Chang was about to argue loudly, but he cut him off. Didn't you just tell me that yourself? He replied calmly, if it weren't so, you wouldn't need to warn me. His eyes lit up. I understand now. Even if you heard about the chaotic guild, you couldn't reveal it, because my relationship with the Northern Army has always been the same. Chang immediately drew his sword. He charged forward in fury. The sound echoed through the entire building. He roared, you bastard, stop slandering my guild. He did not back down. A surge of green energy erupted from his body. You should have known this, he shouted. The northern guilds become rotten. The guild master Choi Yeon-song and the vice master Jong-soo, whom you trusted, have changed. Ever since you met that person, all you demons have served him. He froze upon hearing those words. Then he retracted his killing intent and fell into thought. In Chang thought to himself, he has been a hunter for less than a month. No matter how quick he is, he cannot match an A-rank hunter like me. I thought I had gathered all the information on him. He was baffled. He even knows I don't plan to attack. Could it be that I am the one being seen through? And he even knows that person's identity. Looking up at him standing there, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Jun Gaiyong, what in the world are you? Chang was also known as the Dragon Slayer, but he was often called the Immortal Siegfried. He had killed the son of the Demon King, a ferocious demon. After killing the Bone Dragon, he received unparalleled power from his sponsor. He was granted immortality. In the battle against the Demon King, on the orders of his friend Yeon-song, he was killed by the hero Choi Jong-soo. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself, I need to win him over. He fell silent. He is skilled and strong, but I want him for his moral compass. Amidst the bastards of the Northern Army, he alone maintains the balance. The scene shifted to a land covered in corpses below. The system notified that he had cleared the land of the dead. The quest was completed. Jun Gaiyong's weapon gradually dissolved. The system displayed weapon durability at 0. The weapon had been destroyed. He looked at the dissolving weapon in his hand. Once the ruling flame erupted, no weapon could withstand it. He clenched his fist. Perhaps I need to prepare something else before the hunters are mobilized. I need a new weapon. The scene shifted to a row of adjoining houses. A voice from inside the room called out, come in. Jun Gaiyong slowly walked in, telling himself this smithy seemed quite old. Inside, a blacksmith was forging a red-hot weapon. He was drenched in sweat. Wait a moment, I am working. He was secretly delighted, never expecting to meet him in person. A hunter who became a dwarf upon waking. Looking at the burly man, he thought, surely he must be the smith, the blacksmith hero Park Ja-hyun. After 4 grueling hours, Ja-hyun wiped his sweat. Only then did he remember the person standing beside him. He greeted him, and who might you be? He turned around. After waiting 4 hours, he still asks, I came to commission a weapon. By the way, are you the only one managing this shop? Ja-hyun was annoyed. Who are you to commission a weapon at my shop? An unknown blacksmith is indeed strange. Then he asks if I work alone. He replied calmly, I asked because I noticed a strange hammer over there. Hanging vertically on the wall behind Ja-hyun was a hammer. He laughed. It seems you have a sharp eye. Want to try? That hammer belongs to someone else. Don't mind it. Ja-hyun asked in confusion, how did you find me? I have never seriously forged weapons. These are all toys. What made you seek me out? Jun Gaong replied, my sponsor. That person told me to find you. He looked astonished. Then he exclaimed, your sponsor is directly intervening? Unbelievable. He thought you can only believe me because you yourself have realized the intervention from your own sponsor. Jae Haun is so beloved that his sponsor directly interfered. The Demon King's autobiography recorded it that way. Searched his memory. Jae Han was the one who forged weapons for the Demon King. Influenced by the 12 heroes, they parted ways. Jae Hyun only supplied weapons to them afterwards. The Demon King recorded, Jae Han, if only you had followed me to the end. He could have changed history. Jae Han rested his hands on his hips. Given the peculiarity of the sponsors, I have no reason not to believe you. He said bluntly, but I am not accepting this commission. He was worried. Is he upset? Give me a reason. He scratched his head. Nothing much, it's just that I don't like fire. That's why my shop has no customers. He chuckled softly, having understood the problem. He extended his hand, Jae Han. Jae Hyun was puzzled, not knowing what he wanted. He said he would ignite the flame of desire within him. His hand suddenly burst into flames. He confidently asked Jae Hyun if he knew about fire control abilities. Jae Hyun sneered, claiming any blacksmith could produce such a small flame. Jae Hyun suddenly opened his wide in surprise. The flame on his hand suddenly turned blue. He asked Jae Hyun how he felt. He clenched his hand, extinguishing the flame, asserting he had complete control over fire. Jae Hyun laughed happily, agreeing to the compromise. A week later, Jun Gaiyong held a spear emanating a strange aura. He looked at the spear in astonishment. Jae Hyun crossed his arms, saying he could not make a shield, but this spear had the best fire resistance. The spear was sharply carved, exuding powerful might. Jae Hyun admitted it was the best he could do. The system displayed information. Mu Spell Spear, special grade, increases control and fire resistance. He thought to himself that this was a rare item, only obtainable through a sponsor. Believed this developing weapon was extremely rare and could be used for a long time. Jae Hyun interrupted, saying it was still incomplete. He began to explain, compared to my fire, this is just a low-grade weapon. He bowed his head to thank Jae Hyun and left the weapon. Jae Hyun paused when he saw something. Skull-shaped ring on Jun Gaiyong's hand was a bit strange. Jae Hyun immediately asked about the sponsor's ring. He hesitated, finding it very ominous and difficult to use. The system displayed the skull ring held souls, but it could not be activated because there were no souls. He mused it was just a guess, but what if it was correct? Jun Gaiyong wore his gloves, thinking about the difficulty of summoning when entering a gate. He gripped the weapon materializing in his hand. This was a major discovery when he possessed the Mu Spell Spear. He thought that if In Chang were by his side, the chance of victory would be higher. Jun Gaiyong's eyes lit up. There were still 2 weeks until the gate was mobilized. In the distance, many dark shadows appeared, raising clouds of dust. He told himself he needed to become even stronger. The ferocious monsters, weapons in hand, charged to attack. He leaped powerfully, cracking the ground beneath him. Jun Gaiyong flew through the air, one hand holding a shield, the other holding the spear. His red eyes were doubtful. 2 weeks was too short a time. 2 weeks later, at a place with many tall buildings, the bulletin board displayed that the riverbank ruler had taken notice of you. Everyone gathered in a room in the building. Yeon-song clenched his fist, determined to complete all preparations. He shouted loudly that from now on, the Northern Army must rise up. The members were excited, wishing for the whole world to know their name. Having spoken, his countenance suddenly changed. His body emitted an extremely great source of power. Chang was surprised, witnessing the unimaginable strength of an A-rank hunter. Jiangsu smiled smugly. Everything was going according to plan. Yeon-song opened his mouth wide, proclaiming the day. He raised his hand, asserting the world would be shaken by the Northern Army. Everyone, as if hypnotized, responded with support. He laughed inwardly. He would seize the title of emperor. Outside, a bus was driving on an empty road. A small car was also moving. The driver asked the person beside him if they were ready. Soo-jong spoke about the danger of the Northern Army. He talked about the Northern Army's scheme. Jun Gaiyong stared silently into the distance. He looked straight ahead, replying that perhaps it was them who did it, startling Soo-jong. He had to stop the car abruptly at the curve. He buried his face in the steering wheel, feeling helpless. Seeing his attitude, he looked at him and sighed. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head and angrily shouted, "You went even knowing full well, didn't you? You are important to the association. You would not be penalized for not coming. Nothing is more precious than your life." His hand gripped the steering wheel tightly as he blurted out, "Please." Soo-jong lowered his head and said softly, "Do not go." He said nothing, only slightly curled his lips in a smile. He asked seriously, "Kim Soo-jong, you said nothing is more precious than life, right?" He replied dazedly, "That is correct." Hearing that, Jun Gaiyong continued, "I know that too. I am participating in today's mobilization order not because I hope for the best." And he flashed a confident smile. "Those bastards will soon learn, life holds many precious things." On the city's riverside, a hole was emitting energy. It was a new gate about to open. Everyone gathered to observe nearby. Cheonzon and Cheonzon were also present, looking very excited. The reporter was ready with the camera. Jun Gyeong smiled and asked Seong Songgu, I heard you refused this gate raid, why are you here? Songgu replied, I declared the Northern Army the enemy and the super rookie my friend, so why can I not be present? Suddenly he turned his head and met the gaze of Yan Xiong. That man glanced over and smiled sinisterly. Seeing that, the smile on Songgu's face slowly faded. He asked seriously, you intend to go even without my request, do not you? He laughed and answered, that is correct. You are not stopping me. Do you not know if I might be wrong? He worried, you know, but those bastards are stronger than you think. His official rank in the association is B rank. The two looked towards the same direction. Jun Gyeong spoke. He seems to have reached A rank hunter. Songgu replied, you sensed it too. Songgu shifted his gaze and laughed. Humph, I am surprised your strength surpasses his. No problem, I am sure you have a plan. He sat down on the chair, crossing his arms over his chest. I am still watching your journey. I will sit here and wait until you come out. Jun Gyeong wondered, why must you do that? The power within his body erupted. He gritted his teeth. In case you do not come out, I will not let the Northern Army leave with it. Hearing that, he was surprised. He said he would annihilate the entire Northern Army. He truly is a madman. They stood waiting when suddenly an announcement came. The raid is about to begin. Complete your preparations and gather here. Yun Song will become a hero, the ruler of the riverside, killing many hunters. The three of them, Jiangsu and In Chang, appeared with confident expressions. Next, the hunters entered that space one by one. But history would change here. He stepped in with a determined will. Jun Gyeong reached out his hand, sensing the source of magical power. They entered the gate of the ruler of the riverside. He believed he would win and gain glory. Everyone had stepped inside the space of the gate. The gate slowly closed, and the purple energy stream leaked out along with it. That energy stream flowed out more and more, and that was when the gate closed completely. Song watched with expectant eyes, then he spoke. It has begun. The notification board displayed. The value of magical power will change according to the gate's characteristics. After reading, everyone grew worried. Someone asked, what does that mean? Damn it, I have never heard of this. Tianzan looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand, surprised. Unbelievable. The rank went from B to B+. Jun Gyeong remained calm, observing. The notification board continued to display. The gate's characteristics will activate. The exit will be blocked. Looking at the shrinking gate, everyone was stunned. The gate gradually disappeared and emitted a great source of power. One panicked person. What kind of crazy thing is this? Another worried person. Will we be trapped here? Notification board displayed in sequence. Countless incarnations have gathered here. The sponsors have also gathered here. The ratio of magical power will increase further. The nerves and cells in their bodies began to change. Qianzan raised his hand. What is going on? Qianzan also felt. My body is so hot. Notification board continued. The incarnation has entered a special gate. The attention of the sponsors is still increasing. Density of magical power will increase. Holding the meter, he saw the numbers changing dizzyingly fast. The hunter widened his eyes in bewilderment. Gate building. The upper corner of the meter displayed the letter A. Qianzan was startled, dropping the meter to the ground, and blurted out, A rank. Qianzan put his fist against Qianzan's chest and yelled, Hey, what is it? Qianzan then shoved Qianzan's hand away and screamed, Let me leave this place. The A rank gate could not be passed without hero hunters. Many fell into despair, some holding their heads in confusion, others collapsing in anxiety. Jun Gyeong remained expressionless. The reaction was as he had thought. This place was like a tomb burying them alive. He turned his head and saw Yan Song, Jiangsu, and In Chang standing still in a corner, guessing that those people had known in advance, so they'd not move. Yan Song and Jiangsu stood watching with calm faces. This situation must have been arranged beforehand. Notice board announced that the monster wave would begin in a few minutes. Suddenly, Yan Song shouted loudly, demanding everyone to stay calm. He raised a hand to reassure them, saying he knew everyone was panicking, and he himself was also very confused. He admitted he did not understand why this was happening, but every gate had its own risks, so an incident was entirely possible. He continued, but what was the most important thing now? Was it despair? Then he changed his expression, evoking a determined will, shouting loudly that they must survive, and introduced himself as Yan Song of the Northern Army who would fight together with everyone. The notice board displayed that the ruler of the riverside was attempting to persuade. Hearing the promises, they seemed to regain their spirits. Qianzan cheerfully asked if it was really true they would live. The hunter in front replied they should scout the terrain first. Qianzan confidently said, let us go. The notice board announced the status window. The ability to instigate and command of the ruler of the riverside increased threefold when near the river, and there was also a chance to force others to obey. Immediately after, the notice board flashed red. Due to the influence of the fallen angel, you have resisted the organization and the forced command. Jun Gyeong observed from afar, thinking this was a kind of instigation. All the hunters over there have fallen into the trap. Jiangsu smiled and asked if they should start now. Yun Song replied no. He said according to that person, the wave of this gate would be prolonged, so the Northern Army needed to conserve their strength as much as possible. Su was puzzled, asking again what? Seeing from above that the people were scattering, he continued that they would follow the plan discussed. The Northern Army would conserve strength to survive. Jiangsu asked again, do you intend to kill them all? He replied not exactly. They needed one person to spread rumors. The Northern Army would focus on conserving strength until further orders. Jiangsu expressed his opinion. Hunters were not stupid, they were instigated due to authority, but would soon discover if the Northern Army just stood behind. Yun Song explained, he said the more of those bugs that went out to fight the better, to avoid suspicion from the Sunny Hunters. Jiangsu turned pale, thinking that just for a plan, that man would sacrifice the people in his own team. Looking down from above, he had already seen the figure of Jun Gaiyong below. He stared at him. He thought, those eyes seem to already know all of my plan. Better to eliminate him as soon as possible. He suddenly called out loudly, in Chang. The man swiftly replied, someone is injured? The man in the iron mask before him revealed no face. The person he thought was a loyal dog. Because he had a pure kind heart, he could not reveal too much of the plan. But there was no need to doubt his ability or loyalty. Yun Song ordered him to continue watching that bastard, and when there was an opportunity, then... Yun Song was truly a violent and cruel man. He ordered to kill that man. Man stood frozen for a few seconds after hearing it. He said with a smile that was important to him, no, to the Northern Army. The man immediately bowed his head in agreement. Notice board displayed an announcement. The monster wave would begin. Qianzan panicked, it is coming. The monsters waded up from the water, charging forward fiercely. Hunters held their weapons and began to use energy. One person spoke up, Mekman. The other replied, fortunately, there are not many of this type at an A-rank gate. He rushed forward to attack. That hunter said, if they gather together it is hard to fight. Let us finish it quickly. Jun Gaiyong saw this, attacking without formation. Even if they were low-rank monsters, it was too reckless. He suddenly realized this place was the riverside. At this moment, the monster puffed out its cheeks. It pursed its lips. Phew, they spat out a large stream of water. The water shot towards the hunters, catching them off guard and making them scream. He shouted loudly to bring all the injured back to the rear and establish a formation. They quickly turned and climbed up. Qianzan yelled loudly, form a formation. He observed and thought to himself, not yet the time. He needed to understand this area better. In the distance, the Northern Army stood leisurely watching. Yun Song saw the opportunity had come. He pointed his sword forward and shouted loudly, destroy the enemies. The entire Northern Army began to charge forward with murderous looks in their eyes. Jun Gaiyong was stunned with surprise, unable to believe that man would use his own team members. He began slaughtering the monster horde without restraint. The guild member raised a hand to encourage, we can do it. Let us help everyone get out of here. They are only mercenaries after all. They moved quickly, exerting their full strength. One person in the Northern Army was severely wounded by the monster claws. A teammate immediately used a skill to help and restore. Jun Gaiyong darkened his face, thinking to himself now he understood, those warriors were the ones fighting the mercenaries. The water monsters clawing at the Northern Army were the lowest-ranking warriors of the Northern Army. He slowly observed and analyzed. Making the other hunters feel comfortable would cheer them up. They were sacrificing the guild manpower. Jun Gaiyong let go of his hand and summoned his weapon. He manifested a spear and shield, assuming a combat stance with sharp, fierce eyes, exceeding all expectations. The stern face and eyes full of determination. He prepared to attack. In Chang stood beside him and charged into battle. He simply watched in silence. The image of the old Jun Gaiyong with furious eyes resurfaced. As the Northern Army acted on orders while he watched leader Choi Yong-song and vice leader Choi Jansu. Chang thought to himself that he was not wrong. The Northern Army was very wicked. If this continued, many hunters would die. He recalled the time Yun Song patted him on the shoulder and said he truly trusted his sincerity and goodness. In Chang began to feel confused, wondering if the leader already had a plan for Yun Song that he knew of. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, asking what was up with that guy. He was truly amazing. In Chang was startled by the cheering. Jun Gaiyong's attacks trailed flames. He used his spear one after another to burn them all. The crowd was stunned and buzzed with chatter, wondering who that hunter was if he came to clear this gate, and what his name was. In Chang realized he had grown to this level already. Jun Gaiyong sliced through the enemy's bodies easily with his spear. Just 10 days ago, he had been on par with him. His fierce, blazing red eyes stunned In Chang, but now he seemed to have surpassed him. Notification appeared. The wave was over. You will rest for a short time. Some sponsors wish to bestow rewards upon your incarnation. A series of notifications appeared. The fallen angel was very pleased. Your statistics rose. You achieved the title of Merman Hunter. Your statistics continuously increased. Jun Gaiyong returned to his normal state, his face drenched in sweat. The notification emphasized that the guardian of the spears had taken an interest in you. The circular symbol was attracted to you. The King of Dampness expressed hostility toward you. He was startled. Many sponsors were watching. He could receive sponsorship like the strong heroes. Jun Gaiyong thought, and the notification responded. The fallen angel expressed dissatisfaction. The sponsors interested in you have dispersed. He stood dazed, not understanding what happened. What the hell was that? His teammates ran over joyfully, thanking him profusely. Qianzan curiously asked who he was, where he was from, if he was from the association. Jun Gaiyong replied sternly, it is not over yet. There are still many waves. You should hurry and prepare, because the gate is low. below a rank. They raised their hands with determined expressions. We understand. We will conserve our strength. Everyone began to turn around and walk away. Yang Song stood silently, his face darkening. His face revealed anger. Jun Guyong looked up and smiled, certain that he was waiting for a crucial moment to take down the hunters. He would overturn his plan. Commanded in his mind status window. Jun Guyong happily realized he was level 24. This gate would be a strong foundation for growth. He needed to reach level 30 here. He observed his teammates and the hunters. They would always follow him. After a moment, the monster shot water pillars at the shield buff. Jun Guyong maintained his strength, his eyes blazing red as he charged forward. He slashed straight through their bodies, cutting them in half. System notification appeared. The fourth wave had ended. You will rest for a short time. Jun Guyong paused to wipe his sweat. He was startled when he saw his teammates. They began to collapse, breaking down. Damn it, 4 people had died. Did we really survive? Jun Guyong's face darkened and tensed. That was unacceptable, but he wanted to get out without anyone else leaving. He clenched his fists. Jun Guyong shouted loudly, "Why is only the Northern Army not fighting?" The Northern soldiers replied in shock, "What are you talking about?" Jun Guyong revealed sharp eyes and yelled, "Do you take us for fools? I know your plan is to conserve the army's strength." Qianzan and Qianzan agreed and protested. "That is right. If you think that, then it is the truth. Not a single army member has died or been injured." Jun Guyong emphasized, "At least fight properly. Can you bear to sit and watch hunters sacrifice themselves for you?" Jiangsu approached and asked Yan Song, "Are you alright?" He gritted his teeth and thought, "My plan has failed." Yan Song frowned, thinking he had planned to use the useless guild members and hunters as cannon fodder, but now it was a complete failure. The northern soldiers were confused and anxious, realizing they were being used as substitutes. The low-ranked members wavered. Yun Song's face clearly showed anger. That person's plan had actually benefited that bastard. Jiangsu spoke up, "Chief." He replied softly, "But we will continue like this for just a little longer." Yun Song remained calm on the surface, but calculated inwardly. With the power he displayed today, there is a big gap between me and him. I can subdue him. His face turned sinister. He is wasting his stamina fighting on the front line. Only good at talking nonsense. You will face death soon. The notification board appeared. The fifth wave had begun. The scene shifted to the seashore, where something was about to appear. The system board announced that the mid-boss had appeared. A giant sea monster approached. They screamed in fear. A water monster. Its size is bizarre. What is going on? Monster gathered its strength, preparing to unleash a skill. The water monster fired a massive water column. Jun Gong shouted a warning. "It is coming, everyone dodge." Everyone quickly evaded its powerful attack. The monster continued to attack, firing another massive water column. Qianzan exclaimed in astonishment, "What a terrifying destructive power." His teammate, the Archer King, prepared to attack. The arrow flew straight towards the water monster. The arrows pierced through its body but did no harm to it. They continued to charge forward with their spears. The monster clenched its fist, preparing to attack. Its giant hand slammed down onto the ground. They tried to slash at its hand, shouting, "Eat this." The water monster waved its hand lightly, sending his teammates flying. They began to panic. Our attacks cannot harm it. Damn it, what do we do now? Jun Guyong gripped his spear, gathered his strength, and charged forward. A red aura enveloped his body. Jun Guyong flew forward at a terrifying speed. He held the spear and jumped down from above, preparing to strike straight at the monster's head. The attack deformed the water monster's face. The monster fell flat while he landed lightly. Qianzan and Qianzan gaped in admiration. "Alright, who is that hunter? How did he do that?" Jun Guyong turned around and commanded sternly, "The gates are full of magical power. Do not hold back on the power increase. Unleash it all. You all need to channel energy into your weapons." The girl using the bow listened, then thought in surprise, "Channeling energy into weapons with magic is something only high-rank hunters can do, but I will try following his words." She began to channel power into the bow. Her face showed excitement. "This is good." The power-enhanced arrows flew straight into the water monster. The attack managed to wound it. They shouted excitedly, "Our attacks are working." Jun Guyong narrowed his eyes tensely. Damage is accumulating, but none of it can bring down this monster. His spear began to radiate a mysterious power. The system board appeared. Moose Bell's spear was absorbing the flames. Jun Guyong raised his spear ready to throw. "In order to take down this bastard, I need to destroy its magic power core." He suddenly paused, his face highly focused. "Not now. I need to wait a little longer." Water monster was preparing to gather its strength to attack. Everyone panicked. "Damn it. Is it going to use its breath power again?" Dodge quickly. Determined thoughts appeared through Jun Guyong's bright eyes. "No, now is the time to take it down when its core is exposed." He threw the spear straight towards the water monster at a terrifying speed. The attack pierced through its body. The system board flashed continuously. "You have defeated the mid-boss. The sponsors are paying attention to all of you. Some sponsors are very amazed by you. One among you is extremely attracting their interest." Jun Guyong released his hand, recalling the weapon. The spear of Muspel began to fly back towards him. Guyong firmly grasped the weapon. He looked at the spear proudly. The recall ability of the Muspel spear upon leveling up is really useful. Everyone was stunned, staring at him in silence. One among them spoke up in recognition. That is right, I remember now. There are rumors about a strange hunter using a spear and a shield. He said to Cheonzon and Cheonzon, startling them. The super rookie. That is right, it is the super rookie. Don objected, are you crazy? He is a hero who knows he might reach A rank soon. Everyone cheered excitedly. We survived, trust in our super rookie. The system panel appeared. You have been promoted, reaching A rank by defeating the water monster. You received a water gem and the title Water Monster Slayer. Your stats have increased significantly. The fallen angel has smiled upon you. Some watching sponsors felt very interested in you. Jun Guyong was happy to finally gain the attention of many sponsors. The red system panel appeared. The fallen angel showed displeasure. The other sponsors were no longer interested in you. He thought angrily. Thankfully, this player's ability was good. Jun Guyong calmly looked up. Even the Demon King did not have many sponsors, yet he was still astonishingly strong, even more impressive than himself now. Yun Song was furious but restrained himself. What did he do to get strong so fast? His power surely wasn't just at B rank. He began to feel fear, but what he saw proved that he had reached their rank. Yang Song gritted his teeth in anger and called out the name Li Jun Guyong. Chang stepped forward and spoke. Guildmaster, we must leave immediately. He said, was that previous incident part of your plan? You cannot just stand here watching forever. Yunsong glanced at her with a stern face. In Chang emphasized, if the plan is not going your way, you need to make another plan and focus on executing it. And furthermore, his eyes lit up, let go. He gritted his teeth in anger. You want me to let go while trembling? Yongsong roared with power. Do you think I am a loser? I built the Northern Army from the start. I am about to become a pillar hunter of the world. Do you think I will let it slip away easily? He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. He shouted loudly, Northern Army Guild. Yunsong raised his sword to the sky. We will use our power to purge this dimensional gate. The Northern Army began to rise with blazing momentum. He revealed a vicious expression. The pride of a king would not back down. Yongsong's figure glanced around. He saw Chang's hat left on the ground. The hat lay abandoned and alone. He recalled a conversation from the past. What is this? I want you to hold the position of Vice Guild Master. Yunsong said happily, but I think your gentle face will have a hard time suppressing stubborn members. That's why I prepared this. He thought to himself, so now the dog turns and bites its master. Yunsong stomped the hat to pieces with his foot. He turned his face to look around. He looked at the army on the shore, truly a bunch of death seekers. The Northern Army shouted with fighting spirit, let's show them the strength of the Northern Army. They easily slaughtered the monsters, severing their bodies. He smiled smugly. This is the power of the Northern Army. Suddenly, a familiar flame appeared, severing the limbs of the monsters. He was stunned. What the hell? He was truly on a completely different level. Everyone was excited, truly a super rookie. We have this wave of monsters in the bag again. Jun Gaong continuously attacked with his flames at a terrifying speed. He stopped, breaking into a sweat. A notification panel appeared. You have leveled up. Jun Gaong smiled. It looks like hunting monsters is a waste of energy. But actually, he was combining stamina recovery from being stronger and leveling up. A monster appeared behind him. Someone's voice warned, behind you. He attacked lightly, causing it to be burned to ash by the fire. A person walked up to Jun Gaong. In Chang spoke up, it seems you are not truly gentle with watching your back. He replied sternly, In Chang, I don't have eyes in the back of my head anyway. After speaking, he dashed away, leaving her alone. In Chang watched in silence. She lowered her head sadly. Does he still hate me? In Chang sighed, but all I can do is stand by and not intervene because of that. After thinking, she dashed off. In Chang held her sword and charged forward. I will do what I can. He is pushing himself to the limit to save the hunters. I need to let him know. Power radiated from her sword. In Chang slashed the monsters easily with a sharp glare. Determination to leave the Northern Army Guild. Her face was full of anger and the will to survive. Time passed, and the bodies of the monsters lay scattered everywhere. Jun Gaong's teammate tried to shake a fallen man. Damn it, get up. He lay motionless, speaking with difficulty. Please wake up. He cried bitterly. Does anyone have any healing potions left? I promise to repay you once we escape this gate. Please, a doctor. Jun Gaong stood deep in thought within Chang. This truly was hell. Even though 111 people entered, less than half could survive. She approached and asked, Are you okay? He replied coldly, I am fine. What about you? Are you okay? As soon as In Chang finished speaking, they approached. I am fine. A shout of traitor came from behind. Everyone cursed, forcing In Chang to only lower her head. Bitch, scum, let us see if she lives to the end. Jun Gaong was puzzled. They treat her badly even though she is the vice leader. He guessed the guild would kill without blinking. They glared at what they called justice for her. He asked In Chang, do you not regret being a vice leader? Jun Gaong emphasized, and to fight here with me. It is like completely turning your back on them. Chang smiled calmly and replied, that is exactly why. Her words startled him because he saw himself relying on them and providing value. But when he saw you, She explained I could no longer turn a blind eye, could no longer continue down the wrong path. Jun Gyeong clenched his fist and responded, John Song will act on his own soon to do something. She replied, do not worry, I have freed myself. Just as the conversation ended, a warning message appeared, the final round will begin. The boss appeared, a warning, the boss from the Ling River, Gai River Gate has appeared. A tremor shook the ground, startling the warriors. The group was gathering densely on the beach when a huge shadow rose from the water's surface. Their eyes went wide in shock, frozen in place, trembling and stuttering. Wait, what is that? Is the river rising? Appearing was a monster with a mouth like a carnivorous flower, its entire body emitting a fierce blue light. It rose high, revealing its massive size, further proving the gap between the supreme species and ordinary humans. Fear delayed every movement of the warriors momentarily, and some could not bear the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Despair rose. Damn it, we are dead. What do we do? Jun Gyeong was also one of the witnesses present. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Chang stood beside him and spoke in a low voice. The Northern Legion Guild, no, Choi Jong-seon has a method to kill the river worm. She pondered and speculated he must have given that monster something. I am sure Choi Jong-seon has a way to defeat that giant monster. Then she shifted her attention elsewhere before Choi Jong-seon hunted the river worm. Members of the Northern Legion Guild had long since swarmed to surround this place, their expressions radiating danger. Some will try to trip you up, you must face them first. Facing a large force with state-of-the-art weapons, In Chang only left Jun Gyeong with a brief instruction. Get ready quickly. The other warriors still could not process the situation. What is happening? Are they about to start killing each other? She gripped her sword tightly with immense fury. The Northern Legion Guild has used everyone. Did no one see that everything was strange from the start? We need to kill them to monopolize the gate. The anger suppressed for so long erupted in her eyes. I, a vice leader of the Northern Legion Guild, can testify. They will attack us right now. Just watch. If we die, you will be next. He observed and thought to himself, she truly knows how to sway people's hearts, a true dragon slayer. Looking at her, one could clearly feel that a hunter becomes more powerful the closer you get to them. The warriors, though confused, were somewhat convinced. Damn it, we are going to die anyway. At least pick up your swords and fight. Half of a person's face was revealed as he sneered, futile effort. Jong-seon proudly issued orders. It will not change anything. Northern Legion Guild act according to the plan now. The sword in his hand suddenly flashed intensely like a radiant halo. He shouted, River Worm. The monster immediately lunged, sending waves splashing up. Gyeong opened his eyes wide in surprise. It is absorbing water. Soon after, the river worm opened its large mouth and fired a beam of electricity straight into the sky. The weather shifted violently. Moments ago it was clear, now rain poured down in sheets. He looked up and wondered, rain. Are they using the river worm to change the terrain to create an advantage for themselves? His blood-red eyes shifted alertly. Jong-seon stood tall like a man about to ascend to a glorious throne. If he completed this raid, he would become a hero with great influence, a war king near now. He tensely let out a long breath, trying to calm himself. He had been leveling up continuously today, but did he have a chance of winning? He smirked mockingly. Those flames look strange, as if they will burn away this rain. He paid no attention, focusing solely on gathering his fire-type energy. Basically, he did not have many options now. He could only fight. In an instant, he was gone, leaving only a white vortex on the ground. Jun Gyeong leaped high to gain momentum and brought his weapon down on the enemy. The spear clashed with the greatsword, creating a screeching sound. Jong-seon was the first to show signs of fatigue after enduring considerable pressure. He could not help but smile seeing his opponent's weakness exposed. He knew it. Taking advantage of the favorable momentum, he continued his offensive, pressing higher. That man could only block by holding his sword horizontally in front of his face. Jun Gyeong once again mustered all his strength, preparing to lunge down. Go. Crimson sword streaked through the air. Jong-seon's entire body was dragged along by the attack. He was pushed far back, his movements slowing noticeably. His face was covered in sweat and horror. Impossible. What skill did he use? At the riverside, my power was supposed to increase. On the contrary, the flames around Jun Gyeong still burned fiercely in the rain. He sighed arrogantly. When I entered this gate, I was already at a disadvantage against you. His pride was wounded. How can that be? Your sponsor sent a massive gift. He continued, I always conserve my strength and level up carefully when hunting monsters. Jun Gyeong was surprised. Don't you understand? If words are not enough, adding force is fine. Even the stubborn Jong-seon had to secretly admit he could not win. He had no choice but to rely on the monster. River worm, protect me. Monster's blue eyes immediately react. From its short legs, a series of claws shot out. He was blocked, so he had to retreat to dodge the blow. The tide turned and he laughed loudly. You are so arrogant. I have the power from that person, far stronger than you. Jun Gyeong was startled to realize that the river worm's protective instinct was like when it protected its young. River worm roared to the heavens. It jumped onto the bank, standing behind its master to shield him. His aura swelled as he stepped one foot onto the monster's jaw. He gritted his teeth, focusing intensely. He immediately accelerated and charged toward the man and the monster. The horrifying speed startled him. Two techniques clashed in a tense stalemate. Their strength was equal, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Chang and the Northern Army man's attack speed was terrifying, barely visible to the naked eye. Her eyes glowed red, her entire body shined. She gripped her sword tightly and raised it to head level. Then she unleashed a powerful strike. Choi Junsu refused to yield, raising his sword high to slash down, his internal energy surging powerfully. Only an afterimage of a powerful swing remained. Split in Chang's force streams in two before they could reach him. It created an earth-shattering shockwave, raising thick dust. She stood watching the chaotic scene, waiting for the result. The opponent was not defeated. Instead, he burst out from the smoke with soaring vitality. Jiangsu arrogantly declared, "Kneel and beg for your life, and I will let you live. The Northern Army Guild is the true king of this gate." In Chang retorted, "What is wrong with you? Have you forgotten your oath to protect humanity?" The two sides clashed continuously, sword strikes creating blinding flashes of light. The armored hand rotated the sword's hilt, changing its direction. In Chang rushed forward, holding the sword in a reverse grip. Jiangsu brought his weapon behind him, keeping one hand on the guard for defense. Both gathered momentum for an extremely powerful sword swing. The river worm surfaced, revealing its massive and grotesque body. The air was sucked into its mouth like a cave filled with spikes. The confrontation between Zhen Gaiyong and Zhang Xing grew more intense. Neither had made a move yet. He broke out in a cold sweat. "You are insane, daring to jump into the river worm's mouth," he said indifferently. "What nonsense are you talking? I am waiting for the river worm to swallow you whole. When protecting its young, it swallows them into its body." His face darkened as he pondered something. No matter what type of insect it was, it had a dry inner system. He planted his long spear into the ground, cracking the earth. Flames erupted around the weapon, the heat rising. His eyes turned crimson, and he continued, "Inside the dry stomach of the worm, your power source decreases by more than half. My flame control ability will prevail." Notification appeared. The Spear of Muspel has absorbed the flames. Fire resistance temporarily increased. Attack power temporarily increased. A massive amount of heat gradually accumulated inside the river worm's mouth. The warriors engaged with the guild members also noticed with surprise. Fire surrounded the area where John seanced. He glared, "No, I am the true king." Unwilling to accept the truth, he gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging from rage. Despite everything, he rushed forward to fight a life-and-death battle with the enemy. That man directly posed the question he had been pondering without understanding. "Who are you?" What he received in return was only a fatal blow from Zhen Gaiyong, turning him into a distorted apple in the claws of death. The reckless action just now made him a little nervous. The skull design on his gloves suddenly emitted a strange light. With the new update, the soul pillar absorbed the hero's soul. The empty eye sockets of the skull were deep like an abyss, seemingly able to see through the mortal world. Manhwa analyzed that the soul pillar did not absorb the souls of demons. It needed human souls, especially those with extraordinary power. The new titles appeared one after another. Paradise Collapse. Even the river lady had been defeated. All assistance from the ruler of the river had ceased. His facial muscles suddenly stiffened in shock. Then he turned to the side. Could it be that the supporter was dead? Or was it the work of Paradise Collapse? Just then the warning sounded again. Paradise Collapse smiled at you. The great sword plunged straight into the ground. Dark energy surging. Why was the supporter dead? The Demon King's Codex said they would never die. That power suddenly expanded, increasingly resembling a cosmic black hole. Finally, it condensed perfectly into the shape of a black sphere. Zhen Gaiyong's eyes returned to normal. He stared intently downwards. That man asked him in a firm voice, "You haven't responded. What is that final answer?" The image of Johnson before his death flashed through his mind. He kept reminding himself he killed a hunter, not a monster. His mouth slightly opened and he uttered, "I am." His mind was in chaos, but Zhang Gai always engraved it. He was a descendant of the Tyrant King, a seeker of peace. No, one who becomes a demon king. That was not enough. The world was at risk of changing. He would shoulder everything, whether disgrace or sin. Based on that reasoning, he did not hesitate to give the final answer, demon god. As a result, Paradise Collapse supported your decision. The sphere spread its wings and hovered. An interesting answer. I will see you again soon. With those words, his entire body turned into nothingness, as if he had never existed. Zhen Gaiyong muttered to himself, "Give a detailed report of what you saw to your master." Battle ended. The River Gate boss, River Worm, had been eliminated. River Worm's entire body was burning with fire. It roared in agony. Collapsed heavily, merging into the water. A series of notifications appeared. You received the greatest contribution. Essence of Water, Achievement River Worm Slayer. You have leveled up, you have leveled up. The warriors watched wide-eyed in silence, not daring to breathe heavily. The group from the Sin of Refuting God also stood by, unsure how to react properly. Thick black smoke rose from the charred corpse of the monster. And then, the hero who killed it slowly appeared amidst the heavy rain. The warriors cheered, "Oh, the super rookie has killed River Worm, he did it." Zhen Gaiyong smiled victoriously at the welcome from his comrades. However, things were not over yet. In Chang suddenly called out his name, Zhen Gaiyong. The moment he looked up, he saw a figure holding a sword charging straight at him. "You bastard." The slash filled with Jiangsu's hatred came down, but fortunately he raised his shield in time to block it. His eyes were bloodshot, his roar terrifying. "What did you do to my brother? Everything is ruined because of you." He struggled for a moment against this tremendous power. Jiangsu raised his sword high again, preparing for the second strike. His feet stomped firmly on the sand. Zhen Gaiyong put all his strength into his arm, using his shield to hurl his opponent away. That man slid a long distance, his body folding under the impact of the force. Yet with an iron will he struggled to keep his balance, refusing to fall. Once again he growled like a wild beast, you dog. Metallic weapon forged under immense heat swung swiftly through the air. Zhen Gaiyong did not give the opponent a chance to utter another word. He directly pointed his spear at that man's face. Jiangsu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been cornered. He explained in a deep voice, "The reason you have the power of a hunter is to protect the weak. One who causes suffering has no right to be a hunter." That man trembled and submitted, only able to lower his head to avoid reality. Seeing that Jiangsu no longer resisted, he withdrew his weapon. "I have spilled too much blood today." He did not forget to throw back a furious glance he did not want to see anymore, and he left in anger, "Repent and live well." But he did not expect that the moment he turned his back was precisely when he paved the way for the enemy to take revenge. His hand raised to summon the sword. When he was least vigilant, Jiangsu stabbed him from behind. He died. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. A stream of fresh blood splattered everywhere. But that was not Jiayong's blood, because In Chang had managed to slash back in time, saving him from an obvious defeat. He trembled all over, his eyes wide open in disbelief. How could he do this? As a result, he collapsed from excessive blood loss. A notification immediately appeared. The soul pillar had absorbed another hero's soul. The skull gauntlet glowed strangely once more. He asked his savior if she was all right, and Chang replied curtly, "Yes." Michael's face darkened, full of regret and guilt. "I should have stopped them sooner." He gently reassured her, "You do not need to feel guilty, you are different from them." She suddenly lowered the tip of her sword. "I think this is meant for me." He was a bit confused. What? Without a word, the sword was driven deep into the ground. With a serious expression, she decided she would never wield a sword again to atone for the guild's sins. After saying that, she walked away from the weapon step by step. His thoughts were in turmoil. Had she really given up? The problem became more urgent. He could not let her go, but he could only watch her leave. Gradually, the sky cleared and the sea returned to its original blue. Zhen Gaiyong and the warriors were standing on the beach. In front of them were countless lights from the reporters' cameras. A group of people stepped forward and shouted loudly, "We are from the Hunters Association. Cease filming immediately." Reporters stopped recording. Where is Choi Jong-song? Choi Jong-soo is not here either. One person wondered what happened there. Was the Northern Army Guild behind it? That hunter was the main figure of the battle. He suddenly had an idea. No one knows his face or name. This is definitely breaking news. His colleagues thought the same. They kept asking who he was and what happened inside the gate. A pair of footsteps lightly approached. It was Songgu. He placed his hand on Zhen Gaiyong's shoulder. "This is the super rookie that has been rumored about for so long." The press immediately exploded. "What, really super rookie? He is YL Seong Songgu." They seemed to know each other. He raised his hand to his chin and coughed a few times. He raised his voice to calm the media. "The hunters just returned from the Hell Gate. Will you not let them rest?" Looking at the warriors covered in wounds, some unable to stand, that was enough to understand. "Please give a round of applause for the heroes who returned, and for those who could not come back." The reporters were convinced. They clapped thunderously. That was how they showed the minimum respect for the soldiers who had sacrificed. But the warriors could not rejoice. They only silently bowed their heads when out of 110 participants only 39 returned. The number indicated a significant loss. Zhen Gaiyong also understood this brutal reality. Sunlight reflected off the sea surface, sparkling like shards of silver. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, traffic rushed past the high-rise buildings. A black crow perched outside the window as if waiting for someone. The association president noticed it very quickly when it landed on his desk. He smiled and said, "Hudane, you are late." The office was dead silent. After hearing the story, the president sighed. He knows how to control Hatrung and how to create heroes. How interesting. The crow uttered a form of ancient language. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, becoming stronger by hunting a demon god. Without thinking much, he pressed a button on the landline phone. He had decided. "Then I will meet the survivor from the Great Gate." The other end of the line received the order. "I will make preparations." The president's eyes flashed dangerously. "We no longer need to worry about the Northern Army Guild, understand?" The other side obeyed. "I understand." The stream of traffic rushed past between towering skyscrapers that blocked the sky. In Chang quietly entered the auditorium through the large door. Her eyes exuded a deep sadness as she observed her surroundings. The memory of the Northern Army Guild meeting under John Sone's testimony surfaced in her mind. Now it was only an empty space. She lowered her head. It was unclear what she was thinking. She frowned, her voice full of anguish. "The hunters, I truly despise this." Suddenly from behind, a group of people called out to her, the vice guild master. She turned around, a little embarrassed by their appearance. A young man representing them told In Chang that she was not at fault, but rather the two Choi men were the ones in the wrong. Even knowing that, those words did not improve her mood in the slightest. The old members knelt down all at once, startling her, as they begged her not to give up. He was sincere, wanting to live a clean life as a father, and they would take the blame for the Bugan Guild. She insisted on taking the blame herself, believing that as the sole leader, she had to bear responsibility. Seeing that things had reached this point, he no longer hid it, saying there was was something she did not know. Her heart remained gloomy, not caring about his words at all. But his subsequent confession changed everything. They were the real killers. This information struck like lightning, causing her mind to shake violently. Scene change at a luxurious apartment complex. A hand was gripping a can of soda tightly. Songgu asked again to confirm that the personal matter with the press was handled, and if there was anything to avoid. Jun Gyeong looked satisfied. Thanks to him, he had become this famous. An interesting story was crafted, turning Jun Gyeong into a superstar. That was the reward, because he had cleared the B-rank gate and evolved to R-rank, dominating countless front-page news. News spread unceasingly. That was the reward, a C-rank hunter suddenly becoming A-rank. Songgu placed his hand under his chin and thought. The term being overshadowed referred to the weak and did not suit him. He humbly replied that for a hunter with no power like him, it was not entirely wrong. He expressed that he was still worried it would bother him, and thanked him for accepting it. Jun Gyeong calculated in his head, deciding to sound him out by asking how he knew. He was confused. What did he mean? He continued seriously the matter of using hero creation for his own benefit. Because the meaning of hero creation was not known in this era, he muttered, repeating it. Songgu clarified, did he mean he could create heroes? Everyone believed heroes were born from desire, fate, and time. He was surprised and hesitated. Did he know he was? His pupils dilated to the extreme as he realized he was a member of Asuka. His eyes suddenly shone with a mysterious golden light. His entire body radiated a powerful source of energy. Pressure spread, causing the swing in the park to sway unceasingly. The trees along the road also moved chaotically. In an office, a member was standing before the chairman's desk, seemingly in discussion. He suddenly opened his eyes wide as if sensing something unusual. His subordinate asked curiously what was the matter, Mr. Association Chairman. He gave a sly smile, saying it was nothing. He had just seen something interesting happening. His face darkened, full of worry. Was this his true power? The power was gradually drawn back into Songgu's body. He closed his eyes, trying to regain his composure. Finally, he only uttered one sentence. How did he know? It was written in the book, Hinder, from the moment he met him. He was already a member of Asha. He skillfully asked back, why did he do those things just now, making him think he knew his plan. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, saying that perhaps he had been seen through by him. He was straightforward. He suspected his abnormal growth rate and his eyes. Jun Gyeong sighed, so he had set a trap and he fell into it. He thought to himself it was intentional, then asked why he thought he did it. Songgu was silent for a long while, waiting patiently. His affirmative answer surprised him, because he wanted to join ASA. All calculations worked out. Jun Gyeong was confident. ASA was the secret organization of strong hunters. The real battle was just beginning. The sky was beginning to turn dark. At a desolate construction site, a connecting staircase led to the upper floor. Chang walked slowly while wondering why did he ask to meet him. He quickly got straight to the point, not wasting much time. Follow him. She did not want to waste time, saying that her value had ended at the hybrid gate, making her useless to the Buggen Guild. She lowered her head to hide her expression, saying that someone like her could not do anything properly. He quickly retorted, no, she was a very precious person. Her hand clenched tightly, trembling. He spoke as if he knew everything. Miss Jun Gyeong. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. She cried out. He was right. The Buggen Guild was a place of trash, and she was also part of the trash. Outside the building, the sky had an indescribably gloomy look. Not a single star flickered. Jun Gyeong asked Han worriedly if something had happened. She replied with a heavy voice. The matter she just learned was even more horrifying. They killed people on the orders of the guildmaster, specifically the weak citizens. Upon hearing this, he also became restless. She helplessly sat down on the steps, wrapping her arms around her knees. Her mood was full of despair. He still remembered the events he had experienced when hunters and civilians clashed. He raised a hand to cover his face, not wanting the other to see his pathetic expression. They had assassinated innocent civilians. The guildmaster treated the people like weeds. Jun Gyeong's thoughts were chaotic. An upright person could hardly bear this shocking news. Her spirit would collapse, but he could not lose heart. He pressed on, asking what she would do if that happened. Then he calmly presented his argument. The gates appeared and hunters awakened. Ordinary people were weak against that power. Next words stirred in Chang's concern. If a small guild like Northern Force was like this, other places probably were too. Was she ignoring the violence? He frankly revealed his intention. I want to stop this, fix the mistakes they have caused. Finally, he clearly declared, the disaster I saw and felt, I want to end it. She could not stay silent. She jumped up to retort, do you believe you can end it? I know what his power is like. We are just mosquitoes compared to him. The cruel truth came from her mouth. I do not have the courage to fight him. Are you sure you know how to defeat him and change the world? In the face of his determined gaze, Jun Gyeong fundamentally had no way back. Now it was either act or die. He stared at her, almost word for word. His mind was made up. I am a person from the future. The brand new information made in Chang freeze in that moment. He seriously revealed, a calamity is about to happen. The Great Flood will kill many people, destroy many things, and he desperately needed her power. To give her time to think, he proposed a later meeting. She had already received the message that the association called us, right? I will meet you there. Think it over carefully. Time passed until the next morning at a comfortable high-rise apartment building. The news board updated the news. Thousands of massacres caused by the Northern Force Guild. Hunters killing civilians. That guild had become corrupt. The casualties at the Jie River Gate were a prophecy for punishment. Jun Gaiyong pressed the TV remote to turn it off. The article was more detailed than he thought. He silently speculated it was prepared in advance. It was definitely done by them. It was useless. Just ignore it. The skull on his bracelet emitted a strange light. Notifications kept appearing. The soul pillar core had been activated and would transform into a true incarnation. His eyes widened. Finally it was activated. It had collected the souls of John Sion and John Zhu, plus the water gem and the essence of the Wim River water. The incarnation's name was Hyunmu. Call the name to summon it. He reached his hand forward, not knowing how strong this incarnation would be. His mouth muttered its name, Hyunmu. The skull detached from his hand, slowly growing large in midair. It suddenly spoke, "Did you call me master?" Jun Gaiyong was officially stunned. What is this? Where is the core? An item with its own mind. Something was off. Lying on top of the building was a spacious rooftop. In the book of records, magical power was just like air. He meditated with his legs crossed to easily focus the energy in his body. Based on the available information, he analyzed step by step. He and many other heroes wondered, are we sure we are fully utilizing the true potential of magic? How can we truly generate real power? Although he already knew about the mana flow, he realized this was impossible. He could not do it. He broke out in a sweat. The method the Demon King instructed to generate maximum magical power was not detailed, so it was very difficult to succeed. Countless calculations ran through his mind. The Great Flood was about to happen. An A-rank hunter became a C+. He had to become stronger, but it was too hard. Right then, a message from Kim Soo-young arrived. "I have been waiting outside to take you to the association." His hand tightly gripped the phone that had turned off. In his heart, he had made up his mind. Finally we meet. A new day arrived. The clear sunlight shone down on the glass facades of the skyscrapers. On the busy streets, vehicles passed back and forth. Young drove while speaking to the person in the back seat. "Before, I have never seen you worried." Jun Gaiyong just laughed it off. "Am I not human?" He admitted, "Right, I did not think you were an ordinary person. Was I wrong? Whether entering a dungeon or the Doi River Gate, you were never worried." He thought about it. Is that so? While he rambled on, "If you are worried about meeting the association chairman, I guess he is not an ordinary person to meet." A mysterious smile appeared on his face. "But no need to worry, he did not call because you did something wrong. I am sure this is an opportunity to talk about your achievements." His face suddenly darkened. Over 50 hunters died in the Jie River Gate, including the master of the Northern Force Guild, a guild with a high status. Jun Gaiyong was certain this was not a regular meeting to reward the survivors or report the situation. In essence, it was an unusual interrogation. Hearing this, Su Yang showed concern. "I understand. I am sorry for my shallow thinking." Remembering the conversation with Songgu, he wanted to join Asga. "This is not my decision to make. I do not know if you already knew." The story in the diary said that Hindu was disappointed with the situation in Asgard. Their goal was to protect humanity, but Asgard had collapsed. Pondered linking the pieces. When Songgu met the Demon King, he fought against Asga but had not found a way. The Demon King had briefly joined Asga and left with his comrades. Suddenly his eyes widened with determination. "I will join Asgard before the Demon King and develop quickly by using their resources until they are no longer valuable." Outside the towering building, a voice rang out, "You can go in now." Jun Gaiyong now stood before a large door. The moment he stepped in, he stood looking at the association chairman who was inspecting a bookshelf in the office. He quickly turned his face away, apologizing. "Even though I was the one who invited you, I didn't prepare properly. And today I got too busy all of a sudden." He extended his hand forward. "Pleased to meet you despite the shortcomings. I am currently the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association. My real name has just been revealed. I am Hyojin." He thought continuously. This was the man the Northern Army Guild almost worshipped. Also the person the Demon King mentioned hundreds of times in the diary. Based on the available information, he concluded that man was a figure so powerful he could do nothing. Had to admit he was very strong, unbeatable in a confrontation. The two sides shook hands to show goodwill. He introduced himself. "I am Lee Jun Gaiyong." The corner of Hyojin's mouth slightly curled, so then, an overwhelming aura surrounded his body. "Why don't we skip the trivialities and get straight to the point? Who are you really?" Hyojin's entire body was shrouded in boundless energy. "It seems you already know everything. Do we need to waste time sparring with each other? I am the one backing the Northern Army Guild." Jun Gaiyong's expression did not change, recalling in his mind what was written in that diary. "Do not trust anything about Odin. Everything about him is a lie." He calmly responded, "I know." Dark energy surrounding his body gradually diminished by half. The chairman raised the tablet in his hand. "A bit disappointed. It seems you are not as I imagined. Did I say something wrong?" Then, while intently looking at the record tablet, he let out an admiring sound. "Truly a special young man." He listed your illustrious achievements. According to records, when you were awakened as a hunter, you killed hundreds of monsters, and also the leader monster in the gate. You were rescued by the Alliance Guild, assessed as C rank, but only within 2 months. Next was the fierce battle on the beach. You became an A rank hunter and single-handedly defeated River Worm. Finally, the chairman concluded, an astonishing rate of development. I like that, but I want to ask one thing. The record tablet suddenly burst into blue flames, along with his sudden change in attitude. Why did you kill him? John Seom was the one I was training. Under the invisible pressure, he did not waver. So you have been overseeing everything through that crow, huh? Simply put, I killed a hunter trying to eliminate me. Is there something wrong with that? His voice remained hoarse and heavy. Of course there is. You destroyed the pawn I was nurturing without permission. Was not to be outdone, retorting, wasn't he just a test subject? As you said, Chairman, I am only focusing on the main issue. I want to join the ASA. This assertion from him made Hyojin pause for a moment. Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin with amusement. Oh ho, you really have a talent for surprising others. You want to join, but do you already know what Asgard is like? Jun Gyeong answered frankly. It is a faction founded by the first hunters, aiming to save humanity. Isn't Asgard a land of reflection? He added sternly. You are Odin, the king of Asgard. I beg to repeat, I wish to join Asgard. Another strange point made the chairman jump in surprise. Inside the diary, it was mentioned that Odin was not a person of good character. His benevolent appearance was entirely fake. In reality, he was more cunning and evil than anyone else. But he still had one weakness. Hyojin suddenly became visibly excited. Excellent, how do you know all this? From the existence of Hyojin to the riverworm being controlled, even telling me how you got stronger by hunting monsters like a provocation. There was still a long passage describing it. Odin's curious nature and thirst to know everything was an endless abyss. He would not hesitate to get into the same boat as an enemy if it satisfied his inner curiosity. He silently concluded in his heart, a gamble staking his life but effective. Just as the book wrote, Odin could not refuse the offer due to his curious nature. He grew more eager as he questioned. Most importantly, my eye has no effect on you. You know about my eye too? You continue to display your knowledge. Is it the eye of truth? This detail could be explained as follows. Because his eye was useless on him, Odin found it extremely interesting. Moreover, a timely notification appeared. The revelation system strongly opposes those who deliberately disrupt the minds of players, and issued a warning to the seeker of truth. Hyojin covered his face to hide his grinning smile. Hee hee, how interesting. He quickly returned to a calm demeanor. Alright, I will allow you to join the ASGA, but you will have to take some entrance tests. John Sion, that foolish hero, proposed it. If you pass, I will accept you as an official member. A surge of electric light surrounded his body and under the blindfold. Of course, I have to suppress your mind so this doesn't leak out, right? The light spread far outside, penetrating the glass windows of the high-rise building. Shifting to another scene, countless canned drinks were displayed on the shelves inside a glass-fronted cabinet. Jun Gyeong sat at the coffee table, pondering deeply, not only neutralizing the eye of truth, but also suppressing the mind control he set. Fortunately, Odin didn't seem to mind too much. He pondered deeper. Perhaps the revelation sky not only blocks mind control, but also denies psychological attacks. If so, it is even better. A figure approached and spoke. Jun Gyeong-sai snapped out of his train of thought. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Please have a seat. He asked Han with concern. You met the association chairman today, right? Did he say anything unusual? In Chang's expression was not optimistic. No, he just said he felt regret about the situation with the Northern Army Guild. She lowered her head, hesitating. I couldn't ask the reason why he did it. At this point, Jun Gyeong did not beat around the bush. Miss In Chang, I am certain the chairman actually wants to eliminate you as well. After all, you know his identity well. But why do you think he hasn't done it and left you alone? Because you are innocent? She judged based on her understanding of Hyojin. I am sure he would also strike at innocent people. He quickly agreed. That is right. The only reason you are still alive is simply... Without a hint of hesitation, he bluntly stated, you have no value. Whether alive or dead, he thinks you are not a threat. The Northern Army Guild, though not dangerous, was killed as a warning that he has returned. Chang gritted her teeth, trying to hold back the tears that were about to flow. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. I understand, so I am nothing. As she slumped in hopelessness, a hand pointed out from across the table. That is precisely why you should cooperate with me. He made a long statement with a serious expression. I intend to change this world. You can think I am arrogant or conceited, but for someone who has come to a dead end like you, isn't there nothing left to lose? Those words seemed to touch in Chang's heart, making her lift her head slightly to look. The eyes on either side of her flushed cheeks appeared to have just awakened from a long despair. In the end, everything was settled beautifully with a handshake of cooperation. Time passed and night gradually fell. Jun Gyeong and In Chang returned to the building where they had discussed matters after the fight with the guild. She asked, so what do we do now? He replied with another question, Miss In Chang. You received funding while inside the Long River Gate, so tell me, what did you get? An item appeared on her fingertip. I do not know how to use it, but I received a Blood Dragon Gem from the sponsor, the White Knight Prince, exactly as you predicted. Blood Dragon Gem is an ultra-rare crystal, appearing only 3 times in the Demon King's journal, and is the catalyst to perfect the immortal Siegfried. Chang did not hesitate, holding it out but offering it as a gift. I will give you this Blood Dragon Gem. Hearing this, Zhengyang's eyes widened in surprise. He could not understand. Do you not know the value of that stone? She smiled for the first time in a long while. Looking at your reaction, I think you know its value better than I do. He accepted it while thinking. He wanted it badly. But was she giving it to him so easily? This was her sponsored item. Was she sure she could give it away? It would help her greatly. She maintained her stance. This is a gift for you, the one who trusted and acknowledged me. From now on, I will follow your supervision. He clenched the stone in his palm. I understand. I do not know why I received it. This was the moment he realized the shocking truth. Could it be that she, seeing her naive and often narrow-minded demeanor, he was certain she was a person surprisingly easy to deceive. A notification rang out. The Heaven of Revelation was looking at you with a triumphant smile. Jun Gaiyong was now in a weapon shop. Jae Hyun asked curiously, it has been a while. What brings you here? He slightly lifted his head and looked around. Information about the swords on the wall appeared on the screen one by one. He also thoroughly inspected the other weapons in a corner. Finally, he uttered just 2 words, excellent. Jae Han added, they are not finished yet. Thanks to you, the forge fire was resolved, but the source of materials is still unstable. Jun Gaiyong broke into a sweat, thinking he could not avoid it. Blacksmithing skills were important, but materials were equally crucial, and since the Great Flood, it was hard to get enough materials to meet the demand. The Blood Dragon Gem sparkled brightly on his fingertip, and he presented it in front of Jae Han. The other man's movements froze for a moment. An excited hand slammed hard on the table. Jae Hyun could not hide his astonishment. Well, what is that? I have never seen a crystal like that before. To avoid misunderstanding, he quickly denied, it is not a gift. Jae Han retorted loudly, who does not know? Is there anyone in the world foolish enough to give away such a rare item? Hearing that, Jun Gaiyong did not know how to react. I think there is. He picked up an item. Let me borrow the hammer for a moment. Without a word, he approached the forge. Jae Han grew anxious. Hey, what are you going to do? He raised the hammer high, preparing to strike the gemstone. Watch closely. His hand, covered in veins, showed he was focusing his strength, the hammerhead glowing as if electricity ran through it. At this point, Jae Han could not stay still. Hey, you madman, stop. I told you to stop. But it was too late. The authoritative hammer stroke was already unleashed. Metal collided with the anvil, creating a deafening sound. The result was that the Blood Dragon Gem was completely split in 2. Jae Han cupped his face in panic, unable to believe the truth. No. After hearing the whole story, Jae Han regained his composure and lifted the 2 halves of the stone to examine them. You mean this thing is to be used like that? The journal recorded that the Blood Dragon Gem can regenerate when it absorbs enough blood. In other words, it can replicate. Jun Gaiyong made a request. Set the half of the Blood Dragon Gem into the bell spear. The Blood Dragon Gem is not easy to handle or refine. Then he turned his head slightly, hesitating over the remaining half. His gaze suddenly became serious. This heavy blade resembles Siegfried's magic mirror sword the most. A large weapon submerged in water caught his attention. Set it on that heavy blade, the other man replied courteously. This time I will do it for free. Thanks to you, I not only processed a rare crystal, but also uncovered its secret. The scene shifted to another place. Viewed from above, the mountain scenery obscured by clouds was nearly impossible to fully capture. A large serpent had its body cut in 2 by a streak of light that swept across. Another received a diagonal cut that could not have been more perfect. Notifications kept popping up. The Blood Dragon Gem has absorbed a serpent monster sample. The current replication rate of the Blood Dragon Gem is 1.7%. Standing before the pile of serpent corpses, Jun Gaiyong and In Chang just watched silently from afar. In Chang kept her eyes on the brand new weapon. I really like this blade. I have never used a heavy blade before, but the feel is perfect, as if it was always meant to be mine. He exclaimed, truly Jae Han lives up to his reputation. He is a true artist. Then he asked, what is the replication rate of the Blood Dragon Gem now? He estimated around 2%. He added offhandedly, the stronger the monsters you hunt, the higher the replication rate will be. Her expression was full of anticipation, thinking carefully about how to use it. We turned 1 into 2, and those 2 will become 4. I was truly wise to entrust the gem to you. In response to him, she received an extremely confident smile. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, heralding the appearance of a massive monster. It let out a ferocious roar as if to assert its own power. Right after that, it unleashed an extremely powerful attack. Jun Gaiyong quickly leaped far away to dodge the explosion by a hair's breadth. Looking back, he landed safely on his feet steady. His whole body buckled from the reckless move. The gate boss was a powerful warrior orc. Where was In Chang? Thinking that, he called out to her loudly. The other side seemed to be having more trouble. She had to use her entire body weight to block the monster's attack with her heavy greatsword. She gritted her teeth in resignation, because letting up even a little would mean being crushed instantly. Fortunately, she escaped the bind, swung a powerful sword stroke, and flung it backward. This time, it was the monster's turn to be in a tough spot, its movements becoming noticeably sluggish. The main reason was thanks to Siegfried's heavy greatsword, which had halted countless waves of attacks. A proud smile curled on his lips. As expected, even the monster was stunned by human strength. Chang continued to charge swiftly down toward its feet. Finally, she executed an upward vertical slash, leaving it no time to resist. Not stopping there, she leaped high into the air to gain momentum for the finishing blow. Her eyes opened wide, showing intense concentration. Using the same technique but in the opposite direction, the warrior orc's fate was as good as sealed. Dusk gradually fell over the entire space. In Chang sat down on the ground, her face clearly showing exhaustion. Zhen Gaiyong spoke softly, "Miss In Chang, do you know how at ease I feel having you by my side?" Those words gave her great motivation. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with joy. Mr. Jat brought up a matter only they knew about. "Now, in 2 days, we have to go there." She agreed, "So the time is almost here, huh?" He gave detailed instructions. "For the next 2 days, hunt without rest and coordinate well. It will help maximize our chances of survival." She kept nodding in understanding, with an indescribable excitement lingering on her face. Zhen Gaiyong's gaze turned towards a distant place. Finally, the day to take Odin's test had arrived. Night had fallen, and all the floors of the apartment building were lit up. Zhen Gaiyong sat motionless on the sofa for a moment, tired. His mind was a jumble of thoughts. "We did our best. If Siegfried gets the title, that's good. But anyway, she'll receive many more later." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling him back to reality. "Who is it?" At this moment, he and Sanggu were sitting facing each other through the glass door, gazing at the streets outside. He didn't want to beat around the bush. "I'll be blunt, don't go tomorrow. If you go, you will die. This time is completely different from the river species gate." His face showed clear discomfort. Mr. Sanggu, he was telling the truth. He calmly pieced together the clues. "I thought it over and over. How did you know about Asgard? Why do you want to join? And what is your real purpose?" Pure smile spread across his lips, "But I decided not to worry anymore. I trust you." Zhen Gaiyong couldn't help but wonder why. "Why do you trust me so much?" He closed his eyes, showing no regret. "I don't know either. My instinct told me to do so." Then he stood up from his chair, emphasizing that regardless, you cannot go tomorrow. Odin has his eyes on you, even without taking the test. You can still in Asgard. You haven't received a title yet, have you? Kept stressing that you should be careful. If you set out tomorrow, you will not be able to return alive. But the words seemed unable to sway him. "Thank you for your concern, but please don't worry." Indeed, his determination from long ago could not be extinguished. He confidently asserted that no matter what, he would return alive, because he had many things to do. Time passed. Inside a vast hall lined with rows of iron bars fixed to the walls, 2 figures silently walked in side by side. They were Zhen Gaiyong and In Chang, dressed in black from head to toe. Suzion warmly came to welcome the honored guests. "This way, Hunter Zhen Gaiyong, the waiting lounge." He was full of praise. "Congratulations on your promotion, Kim Suzion." He politely placed his hand on his chest. "Seeing you doing well, I also benefit. Most importantly, I have the chance to participate in an overseas expedition. Being a hunter representing the country is truly an honor." He even bowed 90 degrees before Zhen Gaiyong. "If you wait a moment, the gate will open. I wish for your safe return." With that, he turned and left, leaving the 2 of them alone behind him. In Chang exclaimed in surprise, "He is a good person." He agreed, "Yes, he hasn't changed at all." A spatial gate suddenly appeared in mid-air. A man in a suit spoke up. "The gate to London is open. You 2 may enter. I wish you both safety." The magic circle emitted an endless, shimmering light. 2 Englishmen were already waiting. "It is an honor to meet the famous underdog. Welcome to London." Underdog refers to someone weak who wins spectacularly. Zhen Gaiyong replied politely, "Pleased to meet you. We are Lee Zhen Gaiyong and In Chang from the Korean Association." She was amazed by his language skills. "So you can speak English fluently. You are truly reliable." An unpleasant memory flashed by. He learned it because in Eden, not knowing English meant you were nothing. He humbly replied, "It's not to that extent. I just happened to have the opportunity." The other party courteously introduced themselves. "We will escort you inside. Traveling through the gate must be tiring. Tonight, there will be a welcome party for all the hunters gathered here for the expedition. We hope you 2 will also attend." The moon hung high, clearly visible through the drifting clouds. The black sky was not too dark due to the gentle light from the lamps within the vast structure below. A few guests stood there chatting and enjoying their drinks. In Chang asked disappointedly because he did not understand English, wanting to know what the people who just passed by said. Zhen Gaiyong honestly replied that some greeted cheerfully, but others made racist gestures. A loud noise rang out, drawing the crowd's attention. Group on the other side was also startled in fear. Demetrius appeared abruptly, causing everyone to dodge and make way. He focused on one direction. "What are these 2 doing here?" He thought some fool from Korea would come. Why is it this pair of lovebirds instead? Only then did Zhen Gaiyong and In Chang realize he was targeting them. Massive body, a full head taller than him, stood towering as if it could not withstand a single punch. Did the Korean Association send these 2 bastards? What is wrong with you guys? Where did they leave the idiots to bring lovebirds here instead? She glanced warily. What did that giant say? It seemed like nothing good. He involuntarily broke into a sweat. This situation was far from what he imagined. A bit of information about the Battle of the Great Warriors, ASKA, the secret organization backed by Korea, dominated globally with massive numbers and secret organizations using hunters as their military. They often fought for the right to speak and to own gates. The diary clearly recorded that the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters had vanished without a trace. They lost themselves in the power struggle. Demetrius glared threateningly. I asked you a question, are you not going to answer? He looked up thoughtfully. Why is that man here? He has nothing to do with this. His confusion had merit. This battle originally belonged to John Sion. First, John Sion provoked them after winning at the Long River Gate. Next, he pierced through his body to participate with that man Gunzer. But due to his intervention, history changed and Gunzer died. Finally, meeting Hyojin turned the Odin plan upside down, so he sent him to replace Choi Zanshang. His face darkened. He could not match that man now. Was this the result of changing the past? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind Demetrius. Leave them alone. He actually stepped back to make way for the newcomer. George extended his hand. Nice to meet you. It is an honor to see the famous underdog. He looked skeptical. Underdog. This lovebird is an underdog. This delusional rookie? George sternly reminded him. Demetrius, that is enough. He apologized politely. On his behalf, I apologize to you too. Do not mind the words of that dim-witted man. I am George, title Odysseus. Jun Gyeong was astonished. So you are Odysseus, the ill-fated hero who will be eliminated by Hercules himself in the future. He shook his hand without hesitation. Pleased to meet you. I have heard a lot about you. George said courteously. I am flattered. I am no match for your underdog reputation. He also reminded the man beside him, Demetrius, come apologize. Demetrius laughed stiffly. Fine, an apology with a handshake then. Interesting, underdog. Contrary to George's goodwill, his intentions were not good. Demetrius, title Hercules, it would be absurd if you said you have heard a lot about my Greece. Scarlet pupils blazed with bloodlust. I would be happy if you accept the apology. The book described Demetrius as Hercules, truly a beast. Facing him was real fear. Chang immediately stepped forward and gripped his arm tightly. She held him still, preventing Demetrius from moving. She threatened, take your hand away now. He does not accept the apology. He glanced at her. Is she sizing me up like that? Then he asked with a laugh, what did you say? And Chang did not answer, directly pushing his hand with increasing force. George witnessed this and was very surprised. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Is she really matching strength with Hercules? Suddenly Demetrius tensed his muscles to resist. Then she was pushed back by his powerful force. She stepped backward, struggling not to fall. She looked in surprise at her still shaking arm. Chang looked forward worriedly, thinking that she had been pushed away. Demetrius saw her lose and laughed loudly. Haha, besides underdog there is someone useful here. Impressive. He smiled with amusement. See you later. George bowed politely. I apologize. I will come and greet you two another time. Heavy footsteps thudded as the two men left the place. Chang was still unsettled. Jun Gyeong came over and asked Han, are you okay? She worried. Not really. Do we really have to defeat someone like him? The Demon King's memoirs recorded him as an invincible monster. He lowered his head and said, that is right, there is no chance of winning. But there is still a loophole. He has a fatal weakness that prevents him from ruling the world. Jun Gyeong then widened his eyes and said, if only using conventional methods. Every day there was a party for members of secret organizations to get to know each other and understand the opponent's strength. A peaceful city scene. But the underdog team did not attend any parties as the gate opened to welcome the two inside. The man confirmed this was the right place, then praised him for always knowing how to surprise others, managing to activate a dungeon even while abroad. Jun Gyeong replied cheerfully, who knew when those visits to Juan would be fully repaid. However, he did not forget to remind him, I am still worried. You should watch your stamina on the upcoming Juan dungeon run. After all, I will still support you. The system suddenly announced, you have entered the Oxer zone. The sponsor is watching you. And so the two were teleported away. Upon arrival, he instructed Chang, we will stay here until we reach the goal. If not this place, there will be another similar dungeon. She nodded slightly in agreement. He instructed, just do it like back in Korea. And Chang replied with a smile, training defensive abilities, right? Jun Gyeong smiled and said, with my ability, I don't think I can withstand even a single blow from Hercules, which is why your role is very Juan. He turned and left, not forgetting to say, wait a moment. That made Chang bewildered, asking, we are not going together? Jun Gyeong tilted his head and assured her, not yet, just wait and you will understand, I will be right back. So Chang stood still and watched him dash away. She could only sigh helplessly, lifting her head to ponder. Now she was no longer anxious about the sins she had committed, but felt much more at ease. The system announced, the White Knight is smiling at you. Chang was happy with her thoughts. The sponsor, who used to only send scolding messages, now sent a satisfied message. She was truly grateful to him. Time passed. Jun Gyeong landed powerfully with a spear in hand. Before she could react, he shouted, Miss Chang, get ready. Before she could orient herself, something jumped down from above right in front of her. 4 monsters appeared one after another, ready to attack. Chang panicked. Why did a bunch of Oxer monsters and a dungeon boss suddenly appear? Is the boss a two-headed Oxer? Seeing that she was also running away like him, Jen Guyong said. Miss In Chang, don't try to avoid them. That confused her. Why can't I avoid them? They are all targeting me. Is this the reason you told me to use the title fearsome enemy of the Oxer for the first time, right? He immediately encouraged her. You can do it. You definitely can. In Chang gradually understood, replying, and this is also why you told me to fill my bag with divine potions. That is right, Jen Guyong answered firmly. She looked behind her with a bit of worry. After a moment of hesitation, In Chang gritted her teeth. Then she stopped and turned back around. Fine, I will do it, she shouted powerfully and then charged forward with her sword. Seeing In Chang, the Oxer monster's word to intimidate her. Behind her, he silently called out Hyunmu. The spear emitted blue spiritual energy. Hyunmu appeared. Did you call me master? It summoned 5 potion bottles to surround itself. Jen Guyong instructed, help Miss In Chang whenever she is in danger by using the divine potions. It obeyed. Understood, master. Having completed the task, he calculated the plan. With it, she would be safe. Now it was time for him to find the most Juan piece to defeat Hercules. The smoky scene gradually destroyed the surroundings. The ground was shattered. The space was chaotic. 2 Oxer were burned by the flames, screaming in pain. A large ox slowly approached. He witnessed this scene, concluding it could put out the fire just by walking through it. I have finally found it. The secret piece of the B-rank Oxford tribe was this giant red-eyed creature. He followed it with worry. An Oxer beast that even a hero of his level would fear. It actually did not use magic, but in the future people would still call it that because of its terrifying power. Its body stood tall among the ashes. Its identity was the red-eyed Oxer magic master. Songu burst the door open. In anger he shouted, what are you trying to do, sir? At that moment, someone came to stop him. Sir, what is the matter? You cannot do that here. Hyojin lowered his voice and calmly said, all right, step back. And so only the 2 of them were left facing each other in the room. He could not take it anymore, glaring and questioning, what do you think you are doing? Songu softened his tone and asked in surprise, you already know everything, sir? Hyojin replied, I do not understand what you mean. He asked, what is going on in your head? He only let out a sigh. A spatial field appeared around the 2 of them. Getting down to business, Hyojin glared at Songu. All right, now let us talk clearly. This is not the Asuka meeting room. Are you not going to keep the rules? He looked straight at him and asked, did you just make a new rule? What about the principle of striving for humanity? Why make such trivial minor rules? Hyojin could not hold back, angrily shouting, how dare you talk back to me? He tried to calm the situation, explaining, I considered lecturing you if it would make you change your mind, but it seems you do not want to listen anymore. Suddenly, a heavy wave of energy appeared. His body was enveloped in dark power, both threatening and intimidating. Songu only replied calmly, it is Hercules. After hearing this, he was startled. What? His anger subsided as he asked, what do you mean? Seeing Hyojin calm, he reported that Hercules was present in this round of the battle. Terrifying power had completely vanished. He pondered, then wondered, we already won the match. Why is Hercules there? Does Olympus intend to break its word? Sir Wu was surprised to hear this, thinking he knew Hercules so he sent him, but it turned out the situation was even more worrying, so he replied that he did not know either. He worriedly explained, do you intend to let him die? I thought you liked him. That is why I must set out. He reassured, do not worry. I do not intend to let him die either. Things have not gone too far. Hyojin's calm demeanor astonished him. He assured, I have placed a mind restraint on him. It will signal when danger arises. He laughed with delight. Olympus broke the pact. That is the perfect excuse. Songu watched worriedly, thinking, that cruel bastard, did he really foresee this? The mind restraint is clever, even if it does not help much. It seems the burden has lightened. A peaceful scene was about to end. Odin and Himdor did not know the mind restraint had been nullified by the apocalypse sky. Back at the match between In Chang and Jun Gaiyong, the Oxer stood staring at the burning house. It turned its head around, searching for a target. He picked up the rock, thinking using it with fire would be good. In a relaxed mood, he realized that was the key piece to counter Hercules. The Oxer's shadow suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. Then Gaiyong turned around in astonishment. Since when? It forcefully exhaled a breath. A terrible explosion occurred. Jun Gaiyong had to run for his life. Suddenly it was behind him, smirking at him. He cursed in panic. Damn it, how is it so fast? He worried whether he could defeat this monster. Leaped up to stomp him. A loud crash rang out. The ground split open. Luckily, Jun Gaiyong still managed to dodge. He immediately summoned his weapon. Staring coldly, he decided to defeat it since the clash was unavoidable. Seeing him standing still, it threw a punch. 5 piles of fire slowly approached. He gripped the spear and faced it directly. The system announced the gate had been activated successfully. The Oxer suddenly froze and changed color. He stood still and waited. The scene before him surprised him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he made it in time. He felt more at ease. If he were so severely injured that the divine medicine could not heal him, that would be terrible, especially before a match. Thankfully, In Chang defeated the boss in time. She was truly reliable. A peaceful sunset, birds flying across the deep red sky. Before him were 2 people conversing. Demetrius was surprised. George said that since that day he had not seen him. He was probably preparing on his own. He shouted impatiently, "Damn it, I am so itchy, can I not go activate the gate?" George calmly explained, "No, I do not want to have a headache over you again. You yourself caused the trouble by joining the match despite Olympus's orders." Demetrius hotly retorted, "How is it my fault? We could easily win. How could we intentionally lose? I cannot stand injustice," he replied. "Then why did you knock someone into the hospital?" George exclaimed worriedly, "You give me such a headache. The match was supposed to start earlier. I could have avoided it until now. But you showed your face at the party on the first day, so surely Olympus's people are on their way to punish us both." Demetrius beamed with confidence. "Do not worry, I can protect you. I am really looking forward to that underdog guy and the girl with him." He forced a smile, thinking it was rare for anyone to catch that boy's eye. Seeing how excited he was about underdog and his partner, George worried a storm was about to break. This was like the calm before the storm. At an apartment building, In Chang looked at him worriedly. "Are you going hunting again? Do you need me to come along?" Jun Gaong quickly stopped her. "No, you do not look well today." In Chang replied helplessly, "Who made me like this?" He answered with a smile, "But thanks to that, you gained valuable experience to improve your strength and stamina. Shall we go one more time?" She stammered in surprise. "Ah, well." He chuckled, "I was just joking. Get some good rest. I will go alone today." And Chang blushed, looking at him. "All right then. If anything happens, remember to contact me immediately." Blue sky, gentle sunlight casting down on the tall buildings. Jun Gaong walked while thinking, she must be nearby, at a place where most of the magic can be felt. He walked straight ahead, it seemed to be close by. Jun Gaong's eyes suddenly turned red as if he realized something. "That is it." He opened the door and stepped in, sorry for the intrusion. Zujin greeted him happily, "Welcome to Phone Box." Seeing her, he was overjoyed, knowing he had found the right place. Yujin Juan approached, smiling brightly, asking if he was Korean, since there were few Koreans around. She was curious about what brought him here, a type of divine medicine or demon-slaying weapon. Jun Gaong extended his hand and asked if she was Park Jo-jin. She was both surprised and angry, asking who he was. She had just opened her shop. How did he know her name? He smirked triumphantly, asked if her hammer was still okay, and thought of Brock's sister. That was a skilled blacksmith whose abilities rivaled Brock, a top jeweler named Hifa Estes. Park Zujin asked in astonishment if Jihun had sent him, while Jun Gaong only thought to himself that this was a nickname she would one day have. A week later, she produced the spear as requested, having heated the red ore and coated it. She wondered who he really was. Eugene stared wide-eyed at him and the gem on the spear. She had never seen such a thing. She left her brother behind to find a way to England for minerals. Even Olympus did not have them. She demanded he tell the truth. Ignoring her question, he insisted she return to Korea. Jun Gaong reminded her that if she wanted rare minerals, Korea would be better than this place. Eugene was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. He schemed that if these twins were together, it would make him stronger. Then he laughed and said it was because he was in Korea. She was annoyed by his smugness, thinking he was arrogant to claim he had minerals that Olympus did not. Suddenly, her expression changed, finding it interesting and saying she liked that. Outside the city, a flash of blue light appeared. Among the hunters were some who looked very mysterious. They had cunning and cruel expressions. George walked over to the soldiers. The guide held a microphone and announced the raid was about to begin, calling on hunters worldwide to be ready. In Chang, walking with Jun Gaong, asked if they had to fight everyone. He shook his head and answered that it was not the case. Even though it was a battle of warriors, there were those who did not seek combat, and clearing the dungeon was also a victory condition. He was relieved that hunters did not have to kill each other pointlessly. Jun Gaong looked at her worriedly and said only if there were someone like her, then whispered that he was not sure either. Loud noise rang out as Demetrius stepped forward, contemptuously calling it just a skirmish. Everyone was frightened upon seeing him. Demetrius shouted angrily, asking what they were looking at. He was about to strike but was stopped by George, who reminded him they had not entered the gate yet. He turned back with an arrogant look, saying those weaklings were staring at him. He pointed directly at Jun Gaong, calling him the name underdog. He glanced away to another place. Seeing his face excited him, he liked that look. Demetrius exclaimed, "Good luck." Hearing the wish, he only felt contempt. The guide called for everyone to enter the gate. They filed in one after another. He looked at In Chang worriedly and called her name. She quickly answered. He seriously reminded her to run as fast as she could first once inside. In Chang was surprised, not understanding why he wanted her to run away. Notification appeared, stating you had entered the Catalan Mountain Gate. At Catalan Mountain, something in the distance was glowing. Then a huge explosion occurred, accompanied by desperate screams. In Chang used her sword to protect herself. He looked around nervously, wondering what was happening, remembering the warning to run. She urged herself forward. Suddenly, In Chang stopped. She saw a man lying motionless on the ground. He was weakly calling for help. She recalled Jun Gaong's words telling her to run quickly first. Despite hearing the warning, she ignored it and continued moving. In Chang gave the man some medicine and asked what had happened. As soon as he drank it, he suddenly lost consciousness. She was shocked, not understanding what the hell was going on. Suddenly, In Chang sidestepped backward. She blocked Demetrius's attack. The power of the two clashed fiercely. Demetrius stepped out from the smoke, surprised, asking if she had actually blocked it. In Chang looked at him nervously. She gripped her sword tightly. She thought to herself that Demetrius had a stronger attack than the Oxer monster. He laughed smugly, saying she was the one who came with underdog. He was glad he had decided to participate. A massive cloud of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest. A violent attack tore through space, sending rocks and dirt flying. Surging power surrounded Demetrius. He clenched his fist, ready to unleash a devastating blow. In Chang narrowly leaned back, dodging the stream of power shooting straight at her. She gripped her sword tightly and quickly sidestepped. Red magical energy exploded, blasting apart the ground where she had just stood. In Chang turned back, filled with shock. What kind of terrifying power was this? Demetrius did not stop. Another strike immediately came. He sneered, scared. She quickly raised her purple sword to block her face in defense. Demetrius' violent demonic force clashed with the sword, creating a massive explosion. Witnessing the chaos before him, he chuckled coldly. Watch closely. The dust slowly cleared, revealing In Chang's resilient figure gripping her sword firmly. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, quietly marveling at the destructive power. Though her bones trembled, she managed to block thanks to her intense training. She propped herself up and squatted down, raising her sword high. The ground beneath her feet cracked. She thought to herself, now it's my turn. Demetrius focused his mana, preparing his next strike. He bared his teeth. I hear you're a hunter without a title. You were lucky to block this attack. Red demonic power converged in a spiral shape. The form of a giant tiger gradually appeared, the skill savage beast. A fire bullet appeared high above. It shot down toward In Chang's position but suddenly exploded midair, leaving her stunned. Sensing something, she quickly turned her head to look behind. Jun Gaiyong had been standing there unnoticed. He said coldly, for now, just run first. Two quickly ran in the opposite direction. Behind them, a massive flame erupted. Within the smoke, Demetrius appeared, clicking his tongue tight. The tree canopy shaded In Chang from the sun. In Chang recounted to Jun Gaiyong, there was an explosion right when I entered the gate. Many hunters were trapped and died. She asked in confusion, what the hell is going on? He explained it was an ambush. In Chang was surprised, so Demetrius really? Jun Gaiyong interrupted, no, the opposite. They ambushed Demetrius when he entered the gate, causing him to lash out and attack. He realized, so you anticipated that and told me to run. Suddenly, he looked in one direction. Looks like a third is done. She was puzzled. Already done? Chang worried, his attacks are too powerful. I can't face him head on. What should we do now? Jun Gaiyong sheathed his sword and shield as he spoke. From now on, his eyes brightened. He seriously instructed, survive in this A-rank gate. Growls echoed continuously. A pack of wild beasts was stalking its prey. Those lions are A-rank monsters, he reminded her. After all, Demetrius is not our only enemy. Hyunmu appeared in the sky, circled around as if scouting the situation. While In Chang was busy stacking stones, it returned to report, no hunters spotted nearby. Jun Gaiyong instructed, keep searching, return immediately if in danger. Understood, it replied. He turned and called out, let's go. In Chang, she replied, please wait a moment. She stood still, looking at the crude stone graves. Jun Gaiyong watched, thinking that Hyunmu was observing the surroundings, so he did not stop her. She truly was a strange person, burying the corpses of enemies. Finished, she turned and asked, you said we have 2 days to win this battle, so do you plan to face the boss or focus on fighting? He analyzed, the boss must be very strong, just the two of us will struggle against it. She agreed, true, but isn't Demetrius stronger? Chang wondered, what should we do? You already have a plan, don't you? He confirmed, that's right, we will. A triumphant smile spread across his lips. He continued, take down both of them. Hundreds of question marks surrounded her. She was stunned speechless. Hyunmu suddenly landed, drawing the two people's attention. Announced, there are 3 hunters with skull tattoos nearby. Hearing this, he mused, so they are the ones who stirred everything up. In Chang asked, puzzled, what do you mean? He explained, they are the ones who ambushed Demetrius when he entered the gate. Get ready. She was unsure. Are we going to fight those hunters? Wouldn't it be better to avoid them? Jun Gaiyong replied, normally yes, but they are different. I have this. A gray smoke rose into the sky. A flame erupted in the middle of the forest. 3 men were tied tightly to tree trunks, the ground clearly showing 2 shadows, one large and one small. Demetrius and George stood against the sun. He wondered, I followed the fire trail of that underdog, but who are these bastards? He observed the group, then said, they belong to Bojan. The unfamiliar name made him suspicious. Bojan? The skull-tattooed man listened fearfully as George explained about the roaming dark wolf organization across North Africa. They were notorious for their brutality, drug trafficking, and child kidnapping. He turned his gaze toward Demetrius, the one who ambushed him the moment he stepped through the gate. His face darkened, gloomily staring at the 3 who were blinded. That look terrified them, making them scream, begging not to be killed, admitting they were wrong. Black Hunter sighed when he saw him smile gently, saying, I don't hate those who would do anything to win. On the contrary, I rather like such people. His smile suddenly changed, his eyes blazing, radiating killing intent. As long as they follow the rules, that is enough. The Demon King's memoir stipulates that ambushing someone who just entered the gate is a prohibited act in the Great War. Demetrius clenched his fist, magical power converging. He sneered, remember to follow the rules in your next life. An explosion shook the entire forest, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. The system announced your action of trampling the monster to pieces. Dust and smoke were thick as George crossed his arms, watching Demetrius reap the rewards. He closed his eyes and sighed. Rules, you ignored Olympus's orders and almost ascended, so I think you shouldn't say that. He replied contemptuously, so what, that underdog must be very interesting anyway. Suddenly he opened his eyes cautiously. Can I consider this a gift? Two strange hunters appeared. The one on the left had a familiar skull emblem on his robe. They were followed by a group of armed people, glaring murderously in this direction. Demetrius stepped forward with interest, strong magical energy surrounding him. Are these guys allies of those two? I think I'm not the only one who enjoys killing. Power surged violently. He flashed an excited smile. I really like this gift. The hunter's charred body lay still on the ground. George looked at the scattered corpses, sighed in exasperation. Your hobby is truly bizarre. Looking at his teammate, he remarked, can't use a weapon, so tiresome. George disliked Demetrius just because he was too strong. Killing intent still lingered, the white frost on his hand turning dark red. He sneered, you should use your hands to fully feel the hunt, a coward like you wouldn't understand. Demetrius wasn't just insane, he was a warrior who craved combat and victory obsessively. Once in battle, he became a murder addict. Ignoring the blood on his face, Demetrius said excitedly, now let's go meet that guy. George was extremely terrified of him confronting the underdog. The sun was setting, a red hue covering the treetops. Jen Gaiyong and In Chang walked together under the forest canopy. Suddenly she spoke, the magical energy is too dense, we might be in the boss area. She was surprised to see him raise his hand to interrupt her. He gently sensed a hunter nearby. Not an enemy, there was no smell of blood in this magical energy. At that moment, a group of strangers appeared before them. Two people wearing ethnic clothing spoke up, you are the underdog, right? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Jen Gaiyong thought inwardly, waiting for me. Then he asked back, what do you mean by that? His attitude made that young man hesitate. Weren't you sent by Asgard? He answered seriously, that's right. Two of them turned back to discuss with their teammates. The young man stepped forward to explain, I am Inep from Nin. We are waiting to help you, but it seems you don't know anything yet. This great war has already been destined for Asgard to win. Jen Gaiyong remained silent, wondering, maybe like in Egypt, an international guild like Asgard and Olympus. Inep continued, I don't know what the problem is with Olympus, but the journey here was very difficult. We are waiting to ensure you win. He analyzed quietly, so that was the reason Choi Yong-song could win the Great War. He introduced them to the group and said, we will help you too. Let's go kill the boss together. Doing it alone will be very hard. Jen Gaiyong refused flatly, no, I will defeat Demetrius. This statement startled everyone. What? Even Inep and Numek who were with them couldn't believe it. Chang glanced at her teammate. He seriously thought, winning just by killing the boss is no different from being Odin's pet. She opened her eyes wide in confusion. Why were all of them so surprised? He turned to explain, it seems the battle was rigged for Asgard to win. That's why they planned to help us kill the boss. She continued, so avoiding a fight with Demetrius is the sure way to win. He agreed, yeah, but they were surprised because I want to take him down. Gaiyong darkened his face, thinking would Miss In Chang also object. She happily responded, alright, let's move forward together. You already have a plan, right? I'll follow it. His teammate's attitude made him smile. He remarked, truly reliable. Suddenly someone spoke up, I withdraw. The two of them focused on the voice. Another person raised their hand, I also withdraw. Someone from another group agreed, we are staying out of this. Don't want to get hurt fighting Demetrius. The people around were noisy with protests. Why did Asgard send someone like this? Let's quickly leave the gate. Neb spoke up, the boss is a lion similar to Catelyn but bigger and stronger. I won't fight, but at least I'll give you some information. Numek refused, I am also falling back. The hunter beside him agreed, we will stay behind and watch. Jen Gaiyong and In Chang were helpless. She said, we are back to square one. He smiled reassuringly, it's okay, let's move forward. The sky was gradually turning to night, the canopy merging into the darkness. Numek worriedly asked Inep, what do you think will happen? He was thoughtful, it will be very difficult, but given what he has been through, he is abnormally strong. A bright star suddenly appeared in South Korea, and he was one of the strongest hunters. Jen Gaiyong alone, powerful, fought the giant demon and cleared a special gate. He strongly faced a large group. Inep said this rookie single-handedly destroyed the Northern Army Guild, a very powerful one, and he had a close connection with Asha's Himdo. The image of Hyojin smiling appeared. With just a glance, Odin was completely interested in him. Neb commented on his potential, saying it could rival the Dark Curse organization. Numek's eyes widened in surprise. Impossible. He smiled meaningfully. That was why we retreated. That method would accurately assess him. Everyone was anticipating the clash between the rookie and Demetrius. The sky darkened, a few campfires flickered. A huge horned lion, its eyes blazing with killing intent. Before it stood tiny humans. A panel appeared, you are facing Catelyn. It roared violently, power like electric sparks shooting out around it. The system reminded you, your abilities have slightly decreased due to Catelyn's pressure. Jen Gaiyong gritted his teeth, enduring the enemy's attack. Notifications popped up continuously. You have successfully resisted. Abilities returned to normal. You have achieved the feat of resisting pressure. The ground where he had just stood shattered from the force of his leap. As he shot towards the target, he yelled, "I'll take the left." Miss In Chang attacks the right. Remember to conserve your strength. She focused her power and charged forward, understanding and accepting the order. Imu also supported, "I'll handle its belly." The whole group attacked with weapons from 3 different directions. The boss opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth ready to welcome the 3 beings. When Catalan lunged at high speed, In Chang immediately struck down with her sword, but unfortunately it detected her and quickly counterattacked with its leg. In Chang was ultimately hit by Catalan's blow in shock. She raised her sword to block. She could not help but be terrified. Its power was too overwhelming. Jun Gaiyong seized the opportunity, grabbed his weapon, and rushed to support. But in an instant she was thrown to the ground, dust billowing everywhere. He quickly retreated to dodge. Yunmu immediately fired his energy to help them, and it struck directly into Catalan's remaining eye. Thanks to that, the other 2 landed safely. Jun Gaiyong turned to remind In Chang, "Don't overexert yourself. We still have a second target, Demetrius." Elsewhere, a conflict erupted like an earth-shattering tremor. All those affected by the explosion collapsed, fainting on the spot. Magic enveloped a man's body, his arms covered in blood as if he had just tortured someone. Demetrius gritted his teeth, grabbed the opponent's neck, and angrily declared he would confront those like him while searching for that man's flames. He quickly threw the other man aside and said to George, "Thanks." George urged, "Conserve your strength. You still have the fight you've been wanting." Hearing that, his eyes lit up with blazing spirit. "Shut up." Seeing that, he broke out in a cold sweat of worry. Was Demetrius getting lost in his bloodlust? To have such astonishing power, the more lost he got, the more he killed. In the quiet forest, George was still lost in thought. Would that rookie notice his own lost state and leave these men here for him? Impossible, that was top secret information. Even Odin didn't know. Then he put on a serious face and called his name Demetrius. His eyes were bloodshot. In a state of frenzied rage, he slowly stood up, glancing at him. Finally, his eyes steadied and he asked, "What?" He doubted, "Are you sure you're sane?" He asserted firmly, "I told you not to worry. I have the bloodlust under control." Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the other side. Demetrius saw this and smirked. Now it's time for the main course. George remained deep in thought. Demetrius was one of Olympus's key heroes, one of the only S-rank hunters in the world. Then he smiled with full trust. "I believe you, Demetrius. Let's go." Over here, Catalan was slowly walking forward. In Chang was stunned seeing this. It stopped moving. "Did we succeed?" Jun Gaiyong replied, "Very possibly." Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. Its energy shot straight into the sky. Catalan, mighty with surging power, slowly strode towards them. Suddenly, the entire pack of Catalans charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Up above, Numex saw this and admired. "Unbelievable. They defeated the boss with only 2 people." Inep continued, "They are reacting to the demonic energy. The Catalan pack is converging around the leader." He bent down to analyze. "Normally, you need to attack the leader most when it is bound during the transfer process. Why did the rookie stop attacking?" Back to the fight, and Chang proposed a strategy. "I can feel the demonic power in my bones. Is this okay? We're doing great, right?" Ben Gang also nodded in agreement. Yes. He recalled this just as the main character appeared. At that moment, Demetrius descended with blinding speed. Then he landed, causing the ground to sink deeply on one side. Stood up, flashing a confident smile. "This is the time for you to continue fighting." George also chimed in, "I told you to wait for me." Suddenly, he leaped up. All of them fled from Catalan's pursuit. Witnessing the scene before them, the group panicked. What is that? They could hardly believe their own judgment. It couldn't be. It roared, its entire body erupting with blazing red lightning bolts before charging forward. The heavy landing sent rocks and earth scattering everywhere. The violent shockwave pushed everyone back. The giant lizard stood still as if pondering something. Then it opened its mouth wide and let out a fierce roar. The roar successfully summoned the pride of lions, and they all charged in to attack. Everyone quickly drew their weapons, both admiring and fearful. Those 2 were terrifying. The boss had lost its mind to magic. The giant lizard opened its menacing mouth wide, lunged forward, and stretched out its leg to strike. Demetrius clenched his fist, ready for battle. He laughed excitedly. Excellent. Jun Gaiyong and his teammates stood on a high rocky outcrop observing. He assessed that thanks to Demetrius we could escape, but it wouldn't be for long. A mysterious pink potion suddenly appeared in his hand. In Chang noticed and asked what he was doing. He focused on the task at hand, replying briefly that it was a secret weapon. Liquid in the bottle poured down, and the spear emitted a red light. Along with a notification, the spear of Muspel was temporarily enhanced. The gem on the spear's hilt absorbed power from the pink potion. The system displayed that the Blood Dragon Stone was enveloping the Crimson Law Stone. Jun Gaiyong was surprised by the notification. Monster blood covering the Crimson Law Stone. What was this? At that time, Li Jun Gaiyong was unaware of the consequences when the Blood Dragon Stone enveloped the Crimson Law Stone. He stood up, holding the spear that was enveloped in pinkish-purple power. In Chang grew worried at the sight. It looked very dangerous. The swirling power grew more intense. He raised his weapon high, replying that this was the only chance. Catalan gathered its power, condensing it into an energy orb before its face. Then it fired, creating a blinding purple beam of light. At the same time, Demetria unleashed her final blow. The Beast of Bree created a massive pillar of fire that shot forward. The 2 streams of red and purple power clashed, creating a massive explosion. Demetrius's wave of fire pierced through Catalan's attack, striking it directly in the face. Jun Daeyong's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, this was the moment. Holding an attack stance, he said loudly, how about that? That's the signature roar of a predator. Hearing the noise, he glanced warily behind him. Before his eyes, a spear was hurtling towards him at a terrifying speed. What was this? George suddenly appeared, blocking the path and swinging his arm to parry the blow. The spear was deflected by him, flying a great distance away. Watching the spear's flight path, he said that was why he told him to bring a weapon. Demetrius stopped, reached up to scratch his face, and said fine. That action made George chuckle, calling him a little brat. He looked at his teammate and cautioned, the underdog's spear was very unusual. His gut feeling was bad. It could rival the predator's roar. But he paid it no heed, saying that kind of attack stood no chance. He was as annoying as a fly. Power surged around Demetrius. He said excitedly that he had to deal with this fly to go hunt the real prey. Having said that, he dashed away, leaving George alone. His face darkened. Alright. Power surged. He turned around. It seems I'm the one who Ashley. Huh. Chang stood there quietly holding her sword. She asked coldly in return, what do you mean by that? Without waiting for a response, she immediately leaped up. Murderous intent flashed in Chang's eyes, her hand gripping her weapon tightly as she charged straight at the target. Just before the sword blade came down, he managed to jump up and dodge. George swung his sword to attack. She immediately evaded like a shadow. Without stopping, he slashed powerfully, releasing sharp green sword energy waves. Chang's face darkened. She firmly parried the consecutive slashes. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand high, spiritual energy concentrating around her. It formed a swirling vortex of power around her blade. George's eyes widened in astonishment. She was gathering energy at this distance. How naive. He raised his sword high, thinking to himself, finish quickly. Enmu suddenly emerged from its mouth, releasing a violent surge of demonic energy. The blast of magical force struck George directly in the back, causing him to lose his balance. At that moment, Chang swung his arm to attack and let out a fierce roar. The purple magical energy exploded, engulfing everything in a violent sandstorm. A terrifying explosion occurred. George looked around, thinking she must have escaped. He was confused. Shouldn't she have exploited the opening for a fatal blow? Why did she run? And why was the thing that shot out from the skull flickering and smelling so sweet? George suddenly stared straight ahead. He poured all his magical power into his fist. A swarm of pheromones monsters was advancing toward him. Jobs speculated that they must have used a custom potion for this hunt. You people won't escape my grasp. Elsewhere, another battle was taking place. Blows landed in quick, relentless succession. Jun Gaiyong was stunned, wondering how that was possible. Demetrius directly attacked the monster. He couldn't believe it. The man could use Catalan to consume demonic energy. That was insane. Could he really be strong enough to turn the impossible into reality? Suddenly, Chang appeared right behind him. Jun Gaiyong turned around, saying that she had locked Odazir's arms. She praised the skull, saying Hyunmu had helped her a lot. He planned to finish everything before Odazir returned. Chang replied, I understand. Demetrius's delighted laughter rang out, haha, full of excitement. He seemed to go crazy, shouting excellent, absolutely excellent. His eyes were gradually being overtaken by demonic power. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself, here it begins. It seems he can control it for now, but I need to make sure he loses control soon. Berserker Hercules. Jun Gaiyong reiterated the plan. According to it, she was in charge of stopping Katai, and he was in charge of Demetrius. Jun Gaiyong focused her power. She didn't need to defeat him, just one hit to slow him down. Let's begin. Demetrius was still in close combat with the monster. Then he hurled it far away. He shed tears, sneering, is that all you've got? Boom, the ground cracked open from his demonic power. He charged forward rapidly. A small spark suddenly flared up. Demetrius was drawn to it because that flame gradually spread to an unimaginable scale. He raged, yelling, you damned rookie bastard. Jun Gaiyong materialized a weapon, ready to fight. He challenged, why don't you play with me instead? Demetrius rubbed the back of his neck, saying he was starting to get excited. Yeah, good. He exploded with power, roaring, let's play then. Jun Gaiyong assumed a defensive stance. That's right, according to the predetermined plan. He taunted, calling him stupid. Do you think that crummy mana you gathered in that shield can stop me? I'll show you how foolish that is. He channeled power into the shield. Inup stood outside in shock. Didn't he know Demetrius's terrifying power? Even with that incredible gathered energy, it would be hard to lock down the skill that made him famous, the horns of Sargasso. Demetrius flashed forward, shattering everything in his path. He punched directly at his shield, but he immediately felt something was wrong. His entire body suddenly froze, realizing he was inside the shield. Demetrius quickly shifted his gaze upward. Jun Gaiyong was standing above him with a spear, appearing from who knows when. He attacked with all his might, yelling, ha! Spear tip had already struck his left shoulder. Demetrius showed no mercy, bringing his fist heavy with demonic power. The punch landed squarely on Gaiyong's body. He was sent flying far away. He rubbed his injured shoulder, sneering, trying to fool me with that pathetic energy in that shield, were you? Demetrius laughed triumphantly, haha, you really are a rookie. Get up and entertain me. Jun Gaiyong gritted his teeth. He had already taken too much damage. He taunted, hey Demetrius, are you alright? That man answered bitterly, do you think those tiny scratches can do anything to me? My body will heal itself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly staggered. Ah! The wound on his body was deforming. It was poison. People said that red ore had spawned an elf mage. Jun Gaiyong shook his head. No. Complete sentence was that this type of ore had two functions: release, and Demetrius screamed in pain. Ah! His final end was madness. A glittering red crystal appeared. The crimson magic stone could grant ordinary monsters power surpassing even a boss. Humanity's endless ambition drove the research on this stone. The two doctors exchanged words. Animals would turn into monsters. White Rabbit, upon receiving power from the stone, transformed into a giant rabbit. The monster even had power equal to a boss, and because of this, the Crimson Magic Stone got its first name. Seal. Not long after the experiments continued on hunters, the doctor prepared to inject something into the hunter before him. The Crimson Magic Stone helped them rapidly increase their potential. The hunter's eyes blazed red, his body undergoing great changes. Because humans could die in the frenzy, it was soon banned from use. The hunter from earlier turned back to look with a furious expression. Like that, the Crimson Magic Stone gained another name: Madness. A skull that seemed to be burning within a flame. The sky turned to dusk, dust and smoke flying thickly. The forest shook violently. Jun Gaiyong's entire body was enveloped in power. He thought to himself, the magic power was astonishing. The entire Catalan mountain seemed to be shaking. Suddenly hearing a call, "Underdog, what have you done?" He slowly turned his head to look back. George was holding a very long sword, looking in his direction. Jun Gaiyong saw this and warned, "If you come here, you will die." Hearing this, he shouted furiously, "Even if you know." In the blink of an eye, George had vanished from his original spot. He shot like lightning towards the burning Demetrius. "Demetrius!" Jun Gaiyong also immediately moved. He leaped high, charging in one direction, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this is going to happen again." The scene of Demetrius killing George appeared in his mind. In the future, this had happened before. Demetrius lost control in his madness, and George Asura, when he jumped in to stop him, was killed by that man's own hands. A flame shot straight into the sky. The flame struck directly towards George, forcing him to dodge. He quickly used his sword to slash at the flame. George urgently shouted, "Stay back. He has been mad for long, I can still wake him up." Jun Gaiyong shouted loudly to stop him. "No, even you cannot. I won't let you die like that." He used his long spear to block George's sword strike. He hurriedly said, "I have a plan." Hearing this, he froze. What? Both of them temporarily stopped fighting. George got straight to the point. "I can't trust you, but I will listen." "What is your plan?" Jun Gaiyong answered decisively. "I just need 5 minutes. We will hold Demetrius back during that time." Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. 5 minutes? Do you really think you can stop the maddened Demetrius for 5 minutes? That man was still charging forward like a flame. Jun Gaiyong quickly yelled in Chang. Demetrius's entire body radiated enormous energy. That man rushed forward with a giant claw. The collision between them created a huge explosion. Seeing this, he felt more at ease. "Alright, Miss In Chang is luring him well." Jun Gaiyong said to the man opposite him, "Catalan is also on our side. We will hold on for 5 minutes. Hearing him speak, George let out a soft sigh. "I don't know what you're thinking." His hand tightened around the sword hilt. The source of power surrounding him became fierce, but it seemed there was no other choice. Jun Gaiyong calculated inwardly. The limit of an unstable crimson magic stone was only 5 minutes. If we hold out, Demetrius will return to normal. His eyes were filled with determination. In this grapple, the victor would be him. Elsewhere, a group of people were looking at the corpses before them. Panicked voice rang out. "What is this? This overwhelming demonic energy?" Someone else corrected. "It is not the second phase of Catalan." His expression suddenly changed. That was... Hercules unleashed a tremendously powerful punch to the ground. Jiat quickly charged forward with his sword. The power of the two caused earth-shattering tremors, sending boulders flying into the air. A massive flame joined the battle. He quickly turned his body to dodge. Demetrius raised his fist to block the strike. Chang swung a sword strike at him from another direction. Demetrius used his other hand to block that technique. He single-handedly contended with all the energies. The battle was extremely brutal. An observer spoke up, "Asura versus Hercules. This is insane, he has become a monster." Another group exchanged words. "I am retreating regardless of being near or far. I do not want to die. I do not want to lose my life like this." Umek said to the person in front of him, "Damn it, why is this great battle so chaotic? What do we do, Inep?" The other replied softly, "The binding formation stone." She was startled upon hearing. "What?" Inep had a serious face. "It seems the binding formation stone has been activated. We must intervene." The chaotic battle continued. Demetrius was surrounded by various energy sources. He struggled to fight against them. Next, he used his foot to kick in Chang hard. She was sent flying far by the force. Then she managed to halt her body. George charged with his sword. "Demetrius, take this." He planted his foot on the ground, assuming a combat-ready stance. The tip of his sword and his fist met. The terrifying power caused George's blade to slowly crack. The impact made him groan in pain. Reaching its limit, the energy exploded, sending George Zaza flying. Behind Demetrius, the massive tiger head of the savage beast was activated. He instantly leaped from his current position. Flame grazed past Demetrius' shoulder. Jun Gaiyong flew over and pulled George out of the chaotic battle. The two quickly landed on the ground. He lay there panting heavily and asked, "How much longer until 5 minutes are up?" Jun Gaiyong was silent. The experiment proved 5 minutes is the limit for the incomplete binding formation stone. He noticed something strange. Then why has that monster not exhausted its energy? Suddenly his eyes went wide. Demetrius had already rushed to where the two were. A voice rang out with overwhelming force. River current. A strong stream of water slammed straight into him. Numek and Inep charged forward with their weapons. We are here to help. A moment later, Jun Guyong asked In Chang with concern, are you alright? She answered with difficulty, yes, I am fine. Even so, Jun Guyong was still worried. In Chang seems unable to hold on much longer. He tightened his grip on his weapon. If only I had a little more power. The system appeared. Blood flow in the blood dragon stone reversed. Regeneration from 0.3%. Jun Guyong was stunned upon seeing that. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, coughing up a mouthful of blood. In Chang saw his body wobble and panicked. Jun Guyong, what is wrong with you? The system appeared again. Blood flow in the blood dragon stone reversed. Regeneration -1%. His hand holding the weapon tightened even more. A terrifying glint flashed in his eye. Jun Guyong roared, unleashing his power explosively. In Chang was confused. Brother Jun Guyong? A glowing orb appeared, dust and smoke swirling thickly around. Inep realized something. Could it be? Numek continued for his teammate. He is also in the same state as Demetrius. The system appeared. Blood flow in the blood dragon stone reversed. Regeneration -2%. Jun Guyong now stood in silence. He began to calculate. 5 minutes have passed. Why has that guy not escaped the berserk state yet? Demetrius was still charging in one direction. He suddenly realized it was a flow of mana. Jun Guyong sat down as if about to run. Did it look like that? He pushed his strength down and poured mana into his legs. It was like a lever that launched him forward. Seeing that, In Chang called out in panic, Brother Jun Guyong. He gripped his weapon and thrust straight toward the giant lion's mouth. The area around Jun Guyong was filled with violent energy. He raised his weapon high. That weapon radiated a savage source of energy. Then he decisively slashed it down hard. A massive shockwave was generated. The system displayed a series of congratulatory messages for the one who eliminated the Thailand boss. You have collected the pure water of the forest. You possess the achievement enemy of the wild beast. Slight stat increase. You have leveled up. Jun Guyong stepped out from the smoke and fire. The system warned that the assistant's words could not be transmitted. He was puzzled by this. A red magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Strange symbols began to appear on Jun Guyong's hand. The system sent urgent warnings. His body weakened and drained by demonic energy. His body being scorched caused Jun Guyong to scream in pain. Horrifying flames and water surrounded his entire body. The two energies from his body merged and spread powerfully. The flames engulfed everything on the ground. Enjin and Li Hensong fell to their knees in pain. He was terrified this flame was absorbing his mana. Then he wondered what the hell was happening. In the distance, Demetrius was resisting the flames. He smiled with a terrifying gaze. A figure charged out from within the fire. Jun Guyong swung the spear in his hand fiercely. The two forces collided, creating a horrifying explosion. They clashed, continuously launching attacks. Demetrius clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a skill. Seeing that, he immediately shifted to a counterattack stance. A massive explosion sent dust and debris flying everywhere. When the dust settled, Jun Guyong had pierced the spear into Demetrius' chest. He froze, trembling in utter shock. He kicked him hard and pulled the spear out. Immediately, Demetrius spat out a mouthful of black blood. The scene was still shrouded in thick dust. He had lost an arm, blood dripping to the ground in drops. George, seeing this, felt distressed and reached out to grab it. He hesitated and said, "Hey, your hand." But before he could finish, the severed arm had already regrown. A blue flame flew straight down. Athena appeared, standing in front of Demetrius. He looked coldly toward the opposite side. George exclaimed. He used mana frantically to regenerate his body instantly. In Chang shouted in panic, "Brother Jun Guyong." All the wounds on his body had now completely healed. George thought fearfully, how could he recover so quickly? Demetrius clenched his hand and a massive face of fire appeared behind him. Jun Guyong quickly leaped up. He carried the spear and charged forward like a gust of wind. The flaming fist in Demetrius' hand grew larger and larger. George's eyes widened in fear. Did he dare to use the Predator's Roar? The Predator's Roar skill soared up like a giant whirlwind. Suddenly, blood from Demetrius' arm sprayed out without stopping. Jun Guyong quickly unleashed a descending strike from above. A massive flame erupted from the clash of the two attacks. The resulting explosion devastated everything around. Josh's sword fell to the ground at his feet. He stood stunned, unable to believe it. Inep beside him also could not believe his eyes. Had underdog really won? At this moment, Demetrius had already collapsed to his knees. Jun Guyong quickly landed, the flames on his body still blazing red. He swung his spear up, intending to finish Demetrius. George hurried over to stop him but was too late. Li Jun Guyong's reason had completely vanished. His eyes were blood red, vacant, with no focus. Now, he was left with only survival instinct and a fierce craving for slaughter. The blood dragon stone had been affected by the forbidden spell. Monster blood from the hunt merged with the magic-infused blood of Catalan, forming a hybrid crystal, which would also cause Lin Guyong to explode, just like the results of the hunters experimented on with the forbidden spell stone. The spear was now about to touch Demetrius. Suddenly, a stream of pink power stopped the spear. Athena ordered coldly, "Kneel." Jun Guyong snapped out of his frenzy. He immediately dropped to his knees. In Chang could not believe her eyes. People around reacted similarly. Guyong stood up and bowed his head. "It is a great honor to meet you, Lady Athena." She frowned. "You all have made such a mess that I owe a debt." But before that, Athena floated down curiously. "Who is this guy?" Quickly began to introduce himself. But before he could finish, that man widened his eyes and interrupted. "He is Underdog." Athena stared intently at the person before her. she thought to herself. Did he cause the entire impact on the star gate? My shield was not strong enough. Athena looked around. The entire Catalan mountain range was covered in dangerous flames. She assessed Jun Gyeong, thinking he was just a lucky rookie from Asgard, never expecting him to surpass Hercules. Athena felt threatened. The situation was truly dangerous. She manifested a spear, determined to eliminate him right there. The spear's shaft emitted a purple electric glow, and she thrust it forward. Suddenly a voice cut in. Stop. Athena turned her head. The sky suddenly lit up with a rainbow glow. A man approached from somewhere. She was shocked. Songu, why are you here? Songu replied, that is what I wanted to ask you. Athena was annoyed. You have been following me the entire time. He did not explain, only stood to block Jun Gyeong. She raged, get out of the way, that man must die right here. Songu's face turned stern. If you intend to kill him, I will consider it a declaration of war against Asgard. Athena's face immediately darkened. She mocked, a declaration of war. Is he that important to you? How ridiculous. He remained silent. Inep spoke up, may I have a moment of your time, Honorable Athena? Athena glanced at him. You are an Egyptian warrior, I know of you. He placed his hand on his chest. It is an honor that you recognize me. Inep stated, we received a mission from Nin to protect Underdog. She was astonished. He then manifested a mysterious eye. Inep raised the eye high. I now represent Nin, requesting you to accept our plea. The system announced the gate was about to collapse. It began to activate a new skill. At a magnificent castle, through the glass window, the inside of a room was clearly visible. At this moment, In Chang was sitting slumped in a chair. She lifted her head, then ran to the bedside. Brother Jun Gyeong. In Chang choked up. Thank heavens. Jun Gyeong tried to make a sound, but then realized his vocal cords were not working. She explained that his body might not have recovered yet, telling him to wait a moment while she went to get someone. After saying that, she immediately left the room. He looked around and saw a round shield and 2 swords. This was definitely the round table. Jun Gyeong thought that not all strong hunters formed secret organizations to control the world. Many organizations were created for noble purposes. He believed the round table was one of them. Jun Gyeong speculated that even though England was on the verge of collapse, they remained hidden and did not act, despite possessing tremendous power. He sighed anyway. His body was already in a complete mess. His body was tired, he could not speak, and his legs could not move. The system suddenly spoke up. Hyunwoo was sleeping. He thought to himself that if that was the case, there was no need for Hyunwoo right now, just open the status window. The stats, abilities, and level appeared before his eyes. Jun Gyeong saw that his level was still above 50, but his skills had decreased due to the effect of the hybrid crystal. He could not even speak. On the status window, new skills appeared. He was astonished. He had acquired skills comparable to unique skills. Jun Gyeong thought proudly, I will make you even more interested. Apocalypse Sky. After that, Songu visited and asked about his condition. Seeing him, he sat up and called out softly. He smiled, saying that the demonic energy invasion process was rare, with no cure available, but seeing his situation, there was no need to worry. Jun Gyeong calculated that with Apocalypse Sky and the mana stream, expelling the demonic energy would not be difficult. Songu encouraged him to make sure he recovered, because then he had something to ask. That moment, he was standing before the council. Athena ordered an investigation into Jun Gyeong's power, as it was too dangerous and abnormal. Songu retorted, Asgard does not interfere with a hunter's power. She interrupted, but aren't you the ones who need to clarify this matter? He did not back down, saying that the new ones were the ones who broke the pact. Asgard was promised victory, so they sent a hunter. Songu recalled Jun Gyeong losing control. If he had known Hercules participated in breaking the pact, he would not have sent him. The hunter was only fulfilling his duty. He asserted that the demand for clarification was unreasonable, and you are the ones who need to explain. Athena remained calm, claiming that Jun Gyeong's power was already threatening enough. She gave an example. The entire gate was covered in blue flames, stealing mana from other hunters. This was unpredictable. Athena firmly demanded the surrender of the new underdog. Otherwise, Olympus was ready to fight Asgard. Hearing this, Songu fell silent. Songu explained that they were well aware the mana-absorbing flame was very dangerous and had never existed before. But did she not think the hunter himself was already a danger? Everyone was stunned. Murmurs of discussion rose incessantly. Continued, all of us are entities that have never existed before. A hunter's skills are all terrifying and dangerous. Songu insisted, since you people of Olympus mentioned battle, you must take responsibility for contempt of the hunter. Athena gritted her teeth. All of this is because of him. Her face darkened. She could not understand why he appeared here, driving her crazy and preventing her from thinking clearly. He looked toward her and was about to speak on this matter. Athena turned away, hoping that after this, they would never meet again. Songu was somewhat troubled. The system announced that the mana stream had been activated. Jun Gyeong was currently meditating, sensing and using the mana stream. He studied it, observing Demetrius's mana stream, seeing that he amplified his power using the demonic energy inherent in his body. Jun Gyeong sensed the demonic energy. The name said it all. It increased attack power when attacking and increased defense when using armor. That was the power of the mana stream. First, he needed to use it to recover. The system began activating the skill. Rays of light gradually radiated throughout Jun Gyeong's body. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Jun Gyeong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was confused. Had the impurities from the blood dragon stone invaded his body? Thanks to the mana stream, now he just needed to heal the contaminated points. Gaoang slowly sensed his body. He was surprised the mana stream had been blocked. He saw the demonic energy surrounding a black sphere. Gaoang was disappointed. A black marble in his throat was blocking the mana flow. No, he had to try redirecting the mana stream and see. At the training ground, two streams of power collided. The purple stream of power was falling at a disadvantage. George continuously slashed out many sword strikes. Chang raised his hand in pain. Ugh. George rushed over. You are too slow. She was stunned, missing a beat. At that moment, Chang slashed repeatedly, but George still dodged. That force scorched the ground black. She leaped high and then brought her blade down. He encouraged her. That was right, keep going. Attacking humans was different from hunting monsters. She had to understand that. Chang was flustered. I cannot grasp such deep insight. She decisively swung her blade horizontally. George quickly ducked. A stream of blue sword energy shot from him. It grazed past her cheek. She stepped back and he suggested they stop. Chang felt dejected. She was no help at the Catalan gate. She suddenly thought, surely I was not summoned because the support did not understand me, and Chang recalled the image of Gaoang back then. I could not protect him. And the message and pitying look from the White Horse Prince. She realized that was why she had received the message from that day. Chang was disappointed. Although she once thought she and Gaoang started together, now he had advanced far while she made no progress. Unworthy to be his companion. She clenched her fist. That was also why Gaoang nearly lost his life. It was all because of her shortcomings. George was wiping his sweat. He turned his head. Chang approached. Please let me train one more time. George turned around. That look was exactly like his former self. The regret of not protecting the one he loved. She would become stronger. He set down the towel. Alright, try again. She was determined. I must also become stronger by any means. After the training session ended, George walked into a room. Bags of blood and ivy drips were hanging on stands. He remarked, at Catalan I saw her potential, but this truly is no joke. George looked at his trembling hand. She was amazing. Every time his sword touched her, he felt her get stronger. He clenched his fist, just like his younger self. George looked at the man lying on the bed. Demetrius. He began to speak. I think you will like this. The underdog has woken up. George confided, so be it. He urged him to wake up quickly. Seeing Demetrius still unmoving, George was sorrowful. Inside the solemn building, Songu walked slowly. He lifted his head. Gaoang is training. Why did you come here? He chuckled softly. I did not expect you to be walking again. You always surprise me. The two faced each other. He replied, is that so? He rested his hands on his hips. Do you know about lightning? He said calmly, it is a sacred artifact of Olympus, managed by Rud. He explained, correct. Not many abilities can compare to Rud's lightning. Those abilities are always watched and hunted. He interrupted, like the Bifrost you possess. He was startled. How do you know? His expression grew worried. Brother, I have something I want to say. He looked around warily. Fine, but this is not the right place. Follow me. The sky was blue with white clouds and a rainbow of shimmering colors. The two stepped through the door into the courtyard. The building beneath the sky and rainbow looked even more radiant. The fountain was continuously active. He looked at Songu in admiration. It is so beautiful. He explained, this is my personal domain, Bifrost. He asked curiously, are you a prophet or a regressor? Gaoang did not hesitate. Similar, but I once read a book about you and your friend. His face turned gloomy. The book was about one called the Demon King. Songu was stunned, his eyes wide. The scene remained the same. The two stood facing each other in the courtyard. He raised his hand. Are you telling me I have to believe that I killed you? He quickly explained, it is not that you killed me. I think you know everything that is about to happen. He thought to himself, this is not a lie. He said sadly, you even know that Athena and I are dating. I have no choice but to believe you. Gaoang wondered, Bifrost is real, right? But the book is incomplete. He was stunned. What? He analyzed, the book is only the beginning. The future part I discovered by chance. Most of it concerning you is lost. I only know a small portion. Gaoang asserted, this is not a lie. His face grew serious. I understand. So what is your purpose? He reached out his hand. He wanted to change the terrible future he had experienced. From now on, everything would be different. The hypothesis in the book said Bill Frost could not distinguish lies from truth. It only judged whether someone intended to harm him. He pursed his lips and thought silently, sorry for not being able to tell the whole story. Changing the future was not his plan. The magnificent building in the dead of night. Inep stood on a tree branch in front of Gaoang's room window. His face showed joy. It turned out he had truly awakened. He was surprised to see him sneaking into the round table meeting. What was the matter? He immediately replied, I sincerely apologize for my disrespect. I took the risk to come here to plead with you about this matter, underdog. He pondered silently. Heard that he had asked me to protect him while inside the gate, but there was no link. He said, please go ahead. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Please go to Ning. This is what I wish to request. He was startled. The commander of 9 was kneeling to request him. We only coincidentally helped each other in the last battle. Why was this happening? He looked at Nep outside the window. Why? A voice rang out signaling an intruder. He was worried. Damn it, I have been discovered. He quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. He shouted loudly, please go to Nin. And he quickly left. He stood still looking outside. He thought to himself, if it was the bloodstone he was talking about madness. Did this also happen in Egypt? The hunters should not have known about it yet. He remembered earlier they had intervened when Hercules transformed. The sound of footsteps approached from afar. Chang rushed in anxiously, asking if he was all right. He replied, yes, fine, at least not yet. She was astonished. He had a bad premonition. He had just crossed one mountain, but felt like he was about to climb an even higher one. The round table meeting had ended. The conference building was truly magnificent. Starting the war was Athena's fault. She walked with him in the garden. Of course, because Olympus had broken the agreement. They had to be responsible for that and for starting the war. He happily said, we were finally going home. A voice came from behind. Wait. As soon as she heard it, she recognized it and turned her head back. She quickly grabbed the sword to protect him, stepped back, trembling. Her eyes turned purple. She asked what was up. George appeared in a stream of pitch-black power. His face was gloomy. George stood on the step looking at Chang and Jun Gaiyong. He said, Tranan, Chang, it is fine. She asked with confusion, what do you mean? Jun Gaiyong explained. Although he appeared hostile, it seemed he wanted to talk to me. Chang felt awkward. She sighed, I understand. He and that man stood facing each other. George spoke up, you have recovered, but that guy has not. This time Demetrius seemed to have lost. He said, frankly, thanks to you, I have learned many things, but next time I will not be defeated. And Gaiyong repeated, next time after, fine, but I am also not one to easily let go of old grudges. He muttered, bastard. George requested, I cannot communicate with her, please help pass on the message. He wondered, did you mean Miss Chang? Turned around and said she had potential. She would surely become stronger. George reminded she wants recognition. Fame and reputation are important, but remember, knowing the benefactor well is equally important. Think carefully about the identity of the benefactor. Chang was confused. What was he talking about? Jun Gaiyong replied, he wants to be a white knight. She was left speechless hearing that. George left without forgetting to wave, that is all. He followed his departing back. George. He turned his head. What is it? Jun Gaiyong smiled. In the future, Hercules will become a monster stronger than before. He will surely awaken. George was astonished. He continued speaking. I told you I am not the type to easily let go of old matters, so next time. Jun Gaiyong suggested it would be great if we were on the same team. He stood silently watching the two walk away. He clenched his fist tightly. Then he loosened it, his face distant. If things were as he said, how wonderful that would be. But that guy is in critical condition and will be transferred back to Olympus. On the clear blue lake surface, there was a stone thrown down, creating small ripples, and Gaiyong stood on the shore, dropping the carved stone. Are you going to throw the next one? But suddenly a voice said, you really are causing trouble. He was startled, a blue light flashing in the air. The blonde girl appeared, saying, I do not know who ordered you to find me, but this is going too far. Then Gaiyong calmly replied, so you are Merlin. She was surprised. Oh, you know me, you are probably no ordinary figure. Confirmed she was the true commander of the round table. Merlin asked curiously, and who are you? Jun Gaiyong remained calm. There is no way you do not know me. She gritted her teeth, the one who defeated Hercules, underdog, an arrogant hunter. Merlin's eyes turned blue. You know a lot about me. What is the purpose of this provocation? A stream of blue energy enveloped her body. Suddenly Merlin transformed into a young man. Said angrily, no one in the round table dares to anger me. Reveal your identity. Jun Gaiyong slowly said, I am. He suddenly turned cold, the one who knows the location of Excalibur. The other person was stunned into silence. At the airport, Jun Gaiyong walked over to Chang. She asked curiously, where have you been all this time? He was evasive. There is someone I absolutely had to meet here. Chang seemed to have discovered something. She looked at the necklace around his neck. Chang stood up. And that necklace, do not tell me you went to meet another woman. Jun Gaiyong stammered, that is. She grumbled irritably, I knew it, you are hiding some women. Chang looked dismayed. I did not expect you to be a real player. He defended himself. I did meet a girl. It was disappointing. Songgu cut in. Are you two ready yet? Jun Gaiyong beamed. Bro, you are all set too, right? He said casually, meeting me really cheered you up. Now let us go home. As they were walking, a voice called out from behind. He turned around. A strange man relayed the message. Merlin said to wait there. He said with interest, you will have to pay back in kind for that necklace. At the airport, Songgu asked how he knew to buy the interlinked realm. Jun Gaiyong replied, we had already negotiated with each other. He looked at the necklace and asked, is that Merlin's? He answered, that is right. It almost cost me my life. George grew furious, a green light flashing in his eyes. He yelled, speak quickly. Surrounded by a stream of energy, he leaped down from above. Back at the airport, Jun Gaiyong rubbed his head apologetically. Confronting them was a bit too much. But I really needed the necklace, so I risked my life. He softly laughed, letting out a sigh. The plane was cruising in the sky. The aircraft passed over the city. In the cabin, Chang and he sat close together. She still had a doubt. There is something I still cannot understand. He looked at her and asked, what is it? She replied, about George. Even though he is an opponent, he helped me train and gave me advice. advice. If Hercules ended up that way because of what you did, him lying motionless, I think I should have been the one to face his hatred. She looked up and wondered, the way he helped me and interacted with you. It seems I do not understand anything about the qualities of a high-level hunter. He smiled lightly. It must be instinct. He doubted instinct. Jun Gaiyong replied, it seems he realized I had no intention to provoke. A voice announced the plane is about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts. A series of camera flashes went off continuously. The press lined up in a long row with photographers shouting, underdog, underdog. He read the banner saying, welcome underdog who defeated Hercules. He explained, they only know he challenged you and got defeated. Songgu teased, maybe you should wave. Jun Gaiyong questioned, why did you not tell me beforehand? He chuckled, it is a surprise for you. Is this not what you wanted, to be famous? Jun Gaiyong smiled happily. He slowly walked in, waving and smiling brightly. The photographers got excited, clicking their cameras nonstop. He handed some bills to them. From somewhere, someone said, did he really defeat Hercules? Did you not say he was a monster? Just mentioning his name made all of Europe tremble in fear. Wait, had he not been a hunter for less than a year? I said it was not even 6 months yet. DM, are you saying he defeated Hercules? No way. In the wave of the hero era, the most sought-after person was underdog. In the evening in the abandoned industrial district, he stood within Chang. She turned to ask, what are you going to do now? Jun Gaiyong replied, I still have a lot of things to do. He began to list them. I need to repair my weapons. Some things I have not had time to embed blood, and the hybrid crystal from the blood dragon stone along with the side effects of the red tower stone. Yunmu was still sleeping peacefully, and before him lay a puddle of blood. The image of the imprint kneeling and begging appeared. Most importantly, I still have business in Ning. He said softly, but the first thing to do was… Jun Gaiyong suddenly turned around and said it was moving houses. He cheerfully said he had always wanted a place of his own since he was young. She thought helplessly the most urgent thing was moving houses. She quickly said that was good too. It seemed he no longer needed her help. She had something to say. He asked curiously, what is it? In Chang replied, from now on she would act on her own. He was a bit surprised. She expressed that the raid with Jun Gaiyong was very enjoyable and a valuable experience. But after George's words, she realized there were things she had to do herself. Night fell and the scenery became quiet. Jun Gaiyong pondered for a long time. Chang slowly walked away. He smiled to himself, thinking that she seemed to have realized it. In Chang would soon become stronger. A call came in and he answered, hello. A voice rang out. Jun Gaiyong, I am Kim Soo-jong. The association chairman is calling for you. He listened silently. I will pick you up tomorrow morning. His face turned dark. He suddenly thought he had forgotten the most important thing. He remembered Odin. On top of the tower was a clock. George ran while speaking hurriedly. No way, no way. He accelerated, running faster. Streams of power light covered the entire yard. Those 5 strikes created that power. Demetrius trained hard without stopping. He continuously threw out powerful punches. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down, unable to believe his eyes, and called out to Demetrius. He turned around and replied, George. He raised his hand and asked, what is wrong? When did you wake up? He answered in surprise, why are you acting like this? Is this the first time you have seen a hunter be defeated? He said firmly, you have never lost before. Snap, that is true, he laughed. George thought to himself, something had changed. Whenever he was anxious, he would usually overact. But now looking at Demetrius, he saw he was unbelievably calm. He looked like he had no more burdens. He found it strange and asked. He replied, it seemed from the start that guy did not want to be his enemy. He was startled. Your eyes… His eyes turned a fierce red. He said now he had fully controlled his rage. He was even using only its power. He looked at his hand. He said smugly, it seemed that guy had given him a gift. Jun Gaiyong asserted, in the future, Hercules would become a more powerful beast than before. He will definitely wake up. He said happily, it would be great if they were on the same team. George smiled with interest. The sunset light covered the desolate land. In the middle of the battlefield, a figure fell, a sharp steel blade stuck into the ground. In the space, 2 beams of light suddenly collided with each other. Chang was knocked back a few steps. Her feet gently braked. She landed steadily, raising a sword surrounded by eerie purple energy. Before him was Gongju in a pose holding the statue. He guessed it had been 3 days. Chang was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. She thought, where on earth did this huge monster-like bastard come from? It felt like facing a nightmare. Its teeth were sharp, exhaling vapor, surging with power. The system displayed a notification. White Horse Prince has helped you recover your power. She mused. She had almost lost all support from her sponsor. This bastard was probably exhausted too. Did not retreat, tensing its arm and slamming straight down. The impact shook the ground, and Chang quickly leaped forward to dodge. Then she swung her hand to grip the sword tightly and slashed straight up at the crossguard. Slash cut across its shoulder, making its body stagger. She raised her sword high, full of determination. Even though she did not understand the meaning of rescuing a princess in the forest, she gathered her strength and leaped down from above. After all, anything that threatened the princess had to be eliminated. Chang roared, I will kill all of you. Slash descended, shooting out a brilliant purple pillar of light. He lunged down at the red monster, driving her sword straight into it. Severely wounded, blood sprayed painfully from its mouth. It immediately counterattacked, swinging a fist coated in energy. The punch struck her left ribcage, sending shockwaves spreading everywhere. Chang's figure was flung far away, dragging a long line across the ground. It lay sprawled on the ground, the sword stuck in its chest. Her body was covered in wounds as she struggled to stand up amidst the hazy smoke. Her eyes stared intently ahead to check the situation. She saw the red monster had fallen unconscious in a pool of chaotic blood. Her trembling hand supported her exhausted body. Finally, she relaxed and leaned back onto the ground to rest for a moment. Chang thought to herself she was out of medicine, and even if she had any left, she would not have the strength to get it. Was she going to die with this monster? Suddenly, Hanmu appeared from nowhere, holding a floating bottle of medicine, asking if she needed it. She exclaimed in surprise, "The black bottle." A system notification appeared. "The White Horse Prince is praising your achievement and bestowing upon you the alias Siegfried. Congratulations on obtaining this alias." The sky gradually turned pink with clouds drifting lazily. Then Zhen Gong walked over and stood before her, asking if she had woken up. She sat up straight, her eyes wide with confusion. "Where is this?" He chuckled softly. "Where did you think it was?" "We are right at the gate." She still did not understand what had happened. "My body feels unusually better. Did you give me a divine potion?" He affirmed, "No, but congratulations to you." He raised his hand and a stream of energy was absorbed into his bracelet. In Chang was puzzled. "Congratulations for what?" In Chang looked around. "I cannot see my sword anywhere." And Gaiong spoke up. "I once thought you would be killed." His gaze turned toward the monster, "But now I no longer consider it a monster." Red monster still lay motionless in a defeated posture. She walked over, picked up the sword, and said, "Thank you for helping me obtain the title." She tightened her grip on the hilt and pulled it out forcefully. The system displayed another notification. "You have saved the princess. The elf prince Siegfried sponsors the elf mage and will punish him." She emitted a blue light, connecting a line in front of the two of them. In Chang was dazed. "The elf prince Siegfried, my sponsor? Wait, is it a girl?" The red monster shrank from its muscular form down to the size of a tiny person. She was startled when it ran over and climbed onto her shoulder. He explained that it now belonged to her. It sat perched on her shoulder. "Belongs to me?" He assured her. "That is right. It is just like Hanmu. Congratulations again, you now have an alias and have become a true hero." Red Monster became extremely excited upon hearing this. In Chang wondered, why does she feel a sense of attachment to it? It looked quite cute too. Zhen Gong reminded her, "Protect the princess and the White Horse Prince. Have you chosen a name yet?" She replied, "Yet." The tiny monster let out incomprehensible screeching sounds. She asked in confusion, "What?" It continued to growl softly. He realized what it wanted. "Gung is your name. Are you trying to say princess?" It replied in its own language. The system notified. "The White Horse Prince is smiling contentedly." The Apocalypse boss laughed at the strange situation. And Gaong smiled thoughtfully. She had won the match against the elf mage. In Chang and Hyunmu's methods of growth were truly similar. She continued asking, "How did you get here?" He replied reluctantly, "Are you still asking why?" He explained, "Clearing the gate only took a day or two, but by the third day, you still had not come out." She suddenly realized that Zhen Gaiyong. He added an important point. I need to tell you something. Be careful of that man." A ferocious two-headed monster, wielding two blades in its hands, approached. He encouraged her, "You take care of this gate, keep it up. Only one more left." In Chang's killing intent surged. "All right." Energy enveloped her body. She deduced that after receiving the alias, her power had skyrocketed. She felt the energy surging. The boss of the elf village, the two-headed elf. She smiled with determination, a strong opponent to test her hero powers. In Chang took a running start and launched herself straight at the monster. In midair, she raised her greatsword high, intending to slash straight down between its heads. Gongju suddenly lunged down, enlarging his form like Bander, leaving her utterly astonished. The two-headed beast let out a fierce roar, its energy radiating powerfully. It charged forward, clawing the monster twice while letting out a mighty roar. The system displayed a notification that he had defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the two-headed goblin. Zhen Gaiyong was helpless against the resistance, thinking she didn't need that prince guy, just laughing a few ha-has. The system announced that the gate had been completely cleared. The White Horse Prince was observing all of his actions and smiling. Fallen Angel shook his head in disappointment. She turned to ask, "What a surprise, what wind brought you here?" He suggested, "I have to go to China now, come with me." At those words she was startled and stunned. Odin's test had concluded successfully. The light flickered in his eyes, wondering if the taboo would be activated. A blue crystal stone appeared, but Merlin's necklace tricked it, so I took advantage to record him. The scene of the White Castle appeared, the shadows of two people on the low roof looking up. "Welcome to Asha." He would enter the secret organization that controls the world. Hyunmu continued developing until it had a complete body. He recalled a line of skeletons, though not as impressive as the evil king's army. He could create 7 more skull soldiers for his army, and another one appeared in his arms. On his wrist was a bracelet with 2 skulls displaying their status, the skeletons inactive. He went to see Master Zenbrook as his staff had been repaired by Park Jahan, a sword enveloped in fierce flames. Its weakness was that it would backlash and kill its owner. He recalled thousands of skeletons marching in formation, now heading to the most dangerous place in the world, China. China could not contain the gate and became a monster kingdom, but it was the only place where someone could repair the black bottle. A middle-aged man, stroking his beard, stood at a distance observing the formation. And this war would take place in China. On the northern front line, many monsters with weapons in hand advanced. With their bloodlust full, they were battle-hungry without any hesitation. On the other side, the group assumed a defensive stance against the enemy. Seok Jin identified them as a snow monster horde. One man sighed, "Damn it, 3 hours had already passed." A small fire ignited from somewhere. Then it flared up strongly, creating a wall of fire between the two sides, astonishing everyone. It gradually incinerated the monster horde, burning them in agony. As if detecting the source, the two turned their heads to confirm. A few meters away, two figures stood on a hill. Residual energy lingered in Jun Gyeong's right hand, his eyes blazing red. He, In Chang, and Songgu arrived before the other group. Seok Jin expressed his gratitude, thanking him for the help. "But are you really going to go through there?" He did not hesitate. "It's nothing, we thank you for protecting the country. I have some things to discuss with the people on that side." He was troubled. "I know you defeated Hercules, but I'm still very worried. This is a barrier that no one can cross. Even we can't go any further if we want to." He stood behind in thought while he reassured him. "Don't worry, I know what to do." The scenery gradually changed. Before them lay a hazy wall of water separating them. He offered his opinion. "Let's try. Even if it multiplies, it can't move. It's something very mysterious." And Chang wore a coat, and on his shoulder Gongju asked curiously, "What is that?" He explained, "That is a gate. The entire China has turned into a gate." She repeated, "A gate?" His every word held a hint of mystery she would see soon enough. Songgu's hand touched the water screen, causing it to ripple. He announced to the two of them, "Starting from now." His eyes glowed yellow in warning. "No matter what happens, I cannot help you too." The water screen began to split from the west side, spreading outward. "I will return here in 1 month." He added, "If you two can't get out, I will return the following month. I will check every month." He agreed to the pact. "If everything goes smoothly, we will come out on time." Songgu hoped, "I hope so." He watched the two of them slowly walk in. His gaze never left the back of the man below, full of trust. He always tries his best to keep his word and save as many people as possible. His steps began to move, seeming more determined. A part of the responsibility also felt a few parts heavier, "So I will bear a little of the burden you are carrying." Inside China, the weather was freezing, snow covering everything. Two walked through the bone-chilling cold. In Chang chatted, "Will there be people in a place this cold?" Gongju nestled inside his collar, and she agreed. Jun Jiang's breath mixed with the cold air. "It's colder than I thought." He was also worried. If it's colder than predicted, then everything is progressing faster than the past. Amidst the roaring, a strange creature hidden in the wind and snow made him cautious. "That's a snow monster." She stepped forward, hand gripping her sword, her voice echoing, "I need to warm up my body. Leave that one to me." The blade swung up, cutting through the snow monster's body, its massive frame shaken by the terrifying force. A dense horde of snails rushed forward like a pack of wolves hunting. They all attacked her madly at once. She was ready to fight, challenging them all to come. Expecting the snails to attack, she never guessed they would flee in fear of something. He noticed the abnormality, as if something was changing. Other giant creatures rushed out from the fog, fang as long as a horn appeared clearly. The system notified, "This is an ice bear immune to cold with high regeneration power and strength equal to a B-rank hunter." Jun Gyeong took out his weapon and shouted a warning to be careful of this ice bear. Jun Gyeong swung his twin ice spear, slashing down fiercely for a death match. Chang also rushed forward, drawing her sword and slashing horizontally at another one. The blue blood of the ice bears splattered everywhere. The entire snow-covered space gradually returned to stillness. The two stood there, monster corpses lying scattered at their feet. She was surprised and asked, "What is this?" She wondered why there were so many strong monsters. He asked in return, "It is very difficult to control magic, is it not?" She reluctantly admitted, yes, their fighting style and movements were like humans. He firmly guessed the gate was progressing faster than expected, and decided to say, "Let us move." The snow fell thicker day by day, blanketing the rows of trees in pure white. The two walked side by side, pressing forward despite the harsh weather. The biting wind blew straight into their faces, making In Chang uncomfortable. She impatiently asked how much further they had to go. Jun Gyeong replied, "Walking would take about a month." In Chang shouted in astonishment, "A month later?" He confirmed, "I said if we walk, but we do not have time, now we find transportation." His eyes looked toward the mountains, pointing at the majestic Baidu Peak. A sword was stuck straight into the ground. The two sat warming themselves by a small fire. During the break, Jun Gyeong stood up, "I will go check the surroundings." She and Gongju nodded, agreeing to wait for him here. After a while, he found 2 snow reindeer. The two rode them, galloping fast through the blizzard, heading toward Baidu Mountain. Arriving, they stopped at a desolate area with a clear trail. In Chang felt disoriented. "Are you sure we are climbing Baidu Peak? It should be colder, but I feel warm." She removed her jacket. Pressing further, "I have not seen a single monster on the way up here." He explained, the master of the mountain is guarding this place. She asked rapidly, is the master of the mountain a human? His expression remained serious. No. She voiced another thought. So is it a monster or an animal? He shook his head. Also no, I do not know what to call it. He said calmly, but we will meet it soon. Leave the reindeer here and continue. The red energy in his eyes flared up, focusing intensely on the barrier. What he saw was a high-energy barrier blocking everything. In contrast to the bitter cold, the sky on the other side of the barrier was clear blue and vast. A small figure in a suit stood towering on a building rooftop. Hyojin questioned himself. After the gate appeared, the world fell into chaos. Possessing the strongest awakened power, I established Asgard for humanity. Looking down at the bustling city, he realized those without magic were naturally eliminated. Only hunters were worthy of protection. His face darkened. He regretfully said Li Jiang had gone to China. But I was disappointed because that place met none of my expectations. He thought to himself, but the one who defeated Hercules without needing power. Perhaps he is what I need. Looking at his palm, a malicious smile spread. Hee, how interesting. A corner of his mouth curled up, licking his lips, savoring the hunt. Realizing his bad thoughts, he covered his mouth. Oh no. He told himself, I should not be in such a hurry. Energy radiated. He smirked sinisterly. I must savor this slowly, because this is the final dish to appease my hunger. The scenery shifted. The two stood in a new land. She exclaimed, oh. And Chang asked excitedly, have we arrived? He replied, yes, this is... Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped, looking at what caught his attention. A weapon glowed in his hand, a surge of power erupting violently. He stood still, a red aura surrounding him, warily watching the mountain peak. A mysterious group fully armed with weapons looked ferocious upon seeing him. She also drew her sword, ready to fight, asking, are these people or monsters? Do you know anything? He explained briefly, they are survivors from the former North Korea. The enemy was startled by how much he knew about their identities. How could he possibly know who they were? He did not want to argue, so he simply requested to meet the master of this mountain. The two tribesmen were suspicious. How did they know Sangun? They were truly dangerous. Mr. Hollanser raised his hand high and declared them intruders, ordering everyone to advance. Zhengyang did not want to invite trouble. He threatened that he had no time to waste on a fight, but fighting might be inevitable. A voice from somewhere cut through the battle. He turned to look at the newcomer. A little girl stood in the distance, waving with a bright smile. She said Sangun had invited them in. The northern part of South Korea had vanished long ago. Due to a failed nuclear experiment, North Korea had become a wasteland even before the gates appeared, causing many to migrate to South Korea or China. Boin held his sword with one hand and glared at them. He asked one more time why they knew their identities. He fell silent, thinking. That truly was a difficult question to answer. Mr. Neal immediately walked over and scolded them. He said how dare they treat Sangun's guests like this. If they knew Sangun, then of course they knew them. He answered awkwardly, asking what if they were bad people. Besides, Sangun was now. Then they discussed among themselves while Ung Neal looked in his direction. The little girl explained that the man was always worried because bad people had once come to harm Sangun, but luckily everyone fought back. He looked down as Ung Neal called the little girl. The little girl immediately answered yes. His face suddenly darkened, but he looked at Yumi Io. The little girl flinched back, a bit worried. In a certain city, people were bustling about, walking and shopping. A young man and woman wondered if they were tourists. It had been a long time since anyone came. They said their clothes looked strange, and had not the outside world already collapsed. And Chang looked at him and said there were about 200 people, most of them hunters. He walked and answered that they were survivors of the catastrophe. He suddenly paused for a moment. She looked at them, her voice indifferent, saying they could not enter here. Jun Gaiyong looked at the person pointing a spear at him and calmly asked if this was how they treated guests here. Continued, asking if it was not Sangun, the master of this mountain, who had ordered him to escort them to him. Kun answered with a wary gaz, saying that even so he was not allowed to meet Sangun. Yumi Hio hurriedly ran over, exclaiming, oh my god. She coldly looked down at the little girl and said no. She asked if the girl did not know his condition. Jun Gaiyong looked at him. Blazing red rays began to appear around him. He asked about Sangun's condition, so had something happened to him. He told the man he had no say here. She immediately grew angry and entered a combat stance as blue rays enveloped his spear. She called him a bastard and demanded to know if he was trying to provoke her. Neil shouted angrily, telling them to stop. He looked at the little girl and remained silent. Kun also stopped and looked over at the little girl. Neil commanded with anger, saying she, the mayor of Chanji, ordered him to step aside. She immediately bowed her head and stepped aside, apologizing and saying she would follow her instructions. After calming down, Neil looked back at the two of them and told them to come along to meet Sangun. The three of them walked slowly through the tunnel, which was lit by torches. Jun Gaiyong asked In Chang if she knew the legend of Dangun. She repeated with curiosity, the legend of Dangun. He slowly explained that there was a forgotten national legend called Dangun, about Hwanung descending the mountain to establish Korea. Chang immediately asked back why he suddenly brought this up. Neil happily led the way as he continued speaking, saying that this little girl could very well be a relative or be connected to that legend. Then the little girl called out happily and ran inside saying Sangun. This blue aura spread through the air, originating from deep within the tunnel. A white tiger lay there, and the aura was emanating from it. He slowly walked closer. Standing before the giant tiger, he spoke, asking if he was Sangun Songu. Sangun looked at him, remarking that daring to oppose his army and knowing about him made him a truly special guest. Then he slowly stood up and confirmed he was the master of this green jade mountain, Sangun. He asked why he had come seeking him. Chang was slightly stunned by Sangun's aura, thinking the source of this power was terrifying. Jun Gaiyong answered bluntly, saying it was indeed chaotic. This caused Sangun to fall silent. He continued speaking, saying the power protecting his Duklu mountain would disappear at any moment. Was that not right, Sangun? He looked up at him, calculating internally. The tiger was slowly sinking into death due to magic, and the entire green jade mountain was also being destroyed. Sangun looked down at him and asked who he was. Jun Gaiyong answered, saying he was someone who could help him, but the person he wanted to meet was not him. He slowly stated his main purpose, saying he wanted to meet the true master of this mountain. Sangun roared in anger, calling him insolent. His face darkened with impatience. He said Sangun had imprisoned someone, but there was no way a dying bastard like him was the master. He told him to tell him where he had imprisoned that person, and then he would save him and all of Chanji. Sangun glared at Jun Gaiyong. The scene outside was open and clear with a bright blue sky. Jin Jiang and Chang stood together on the small path under the trees. Chang wondered, tell me who exactly is Sangun if not a monster? He smiled and told her to think of him as the incense we sent, but a much higher level creature. He recalled the times he went with her and the two incense beasts. After they absorbed magic from the ground, their personalities and appearances changed. She said being able to talk to people and possessing that immense power were impossible, and his attitude was the same. He nodded in agreement, but before absorbing the magic, he was already different from other animals. Did she know about the alpha species? They had larger, stronger bodies and a much smarter brain. Over time, alpha creatures became the main characters of legends, and Sangun of Chanji was proof. He continued explaining because he had a sponsor. Chang was stunned, huh? He said he was just like a hunter, currently injured by the intruder who took over Bikshdu Mountain. He looked at the sky, revealing that the target also included the intruder who had harmed him. Neil stretched out both hands, and a spiritual energy continuously emanated from them. The little girl suddenly shouted, "World open." A flash of light appeared in the middle of the blue sky. A beam of light shone down to the ground, creating a strong wind in the quiet mountain air. Jun Gaiyong and Chang stood on the edge of the cliff, silently looking to the other side. Then they jumped down. Chang followed Jun Gaiyong, leaping into that beam of light. A wave of shock spread out immediately after. The little girl withdrew her hands, whirled close. The beam of light slowly disappeared. Neil exhaled and said, "May you return safely." A notification window appeared. "You have entered the express gate of the sealed domain." The two appeared in a different tunnel, much darker. Chang was still dazed. What is an express gate? Jun Gaiyong explained, creating fire in his hand. It is a gate within a gate. Because Joseon and China were affected, it is considered express. Chang complained, "It is so hot here. Before it was freezing cold." He chuckled, "Consider it training. This will make you stronger." A skill appeared. The prince riding a white horse sponsors heat resistance. He thought to himself, indeed, the hero inheritor Oscar Siegfried's sponsorship was not cheap. Chang pleaded, "I wish he gave me cold resistance too." Chang quickly eliminated the blocking monster, her sword cutting it in half. After finishing, she sighed and looked at him. Phew, finally done. Two notification windows rang. Fire control mastery increased. You have leveled up. Jun Gaiyong smiled inwardly. The strong wisdom fire gate is great for leveling up. Chang hesitated and asked clan leader, who is that child? Could she have created the sealed domain? Replied yes, but not exactly creating it, rather imprisoning the intruder. This the center of Bikshdu Mountain, where power converges, the source of Sangun's power. Jun Gaiyong continued, Neil can use this mountain's power. She is the one who grants power to Sangun. Those words left her stunned. Huh? She wondered, so Sangun is not the strongest. The strongest is clan leader Neil, right? He quickly interjected, the intruder in the sealed domain is stronger than any monster. Chang widened her eyes in realization, huh? The little girl's name is Neil. Quite unique. Jun Gaiyong denied it. No, I don't know her name. Neil is just a nickname. She is a hero. Chang said helplessly, haha, the world is vast. I struggled so hard to become a hero, yet I encounter them everywhere. A book appeared, titled Qianji Village is the best place to develop. Jun Gaiyong gripped his spear and charged forward, thinking, just like the Demon King story, a hunting ground like this is hard to find. I must develop quickly to cope with the sudden changes. A large explosion with flames burst out as he thrust his spear through the monster. Stone debris and the monster's burning corpse fell to the ground in the smoke and dust. A notification window appeared. Fire control mastery increased. You have leveled up. Chang put her hands on her hips in admiration. Your sponsor is amazing. How much did they sponsor for you to get strong so fast? Jun Daeyong looked at her, smiled. I think the prince riding a white horse is even better, then thought it was because he was strong due to his player characteristics. Suddenly 2 dark red windows appeared. The revelation set snorted. The revelation set displayed its dignity and granted a stat point sponsorship. A faint ring of light emanated from his body. Notification windows appeared one after another. Prince riding a white horse smiled lightly. The revelation set keeping an eye on someone. The prince riding a white horse laughed heartily, lowering his head. He placed his hand on his forehead, sighed in annoyance. In Chang behind him looked on in admiration. Wow, amazing. Back with Sangun and Neil, the little girl stood before Sangun and asked worriedly, how are you feeling? Sangun replied indifferently the same. Sangun was slowly dying from using his power to protect Bichdu Mountain and Cheonji Village, sealing the intruder, his strength waning with each passing moment. The little girl continued, it should have been me maintaining the power of Bichdu Mountain, and you are still injured. Sangun, please let me take back that power. Sangun was startled and looked over. That cannot be done. That day continued. They were indeed very strong, but the invader was far stronger. Neil looked at him and asked, then why did you send them to the Celestial Lake? Sir Sangun. He looked down a bit pensive. Sangun continued, I could not clearly see his power, only the thing behind him. I saw a similarity between him and the intruder. Outside, the ground shook violently. Barrier slowly appeared, blocking everything. Streams of purple energy lingered in the tunnel where Jun Gaiyong and In Chang stood. She was slightly startled. Is that the intruder? The young boy stood before them, silent, the purple streams continuously emanating from him. He looked at the two, his brows slightly furrowed. In Chang quickly turned back to ask him, is that brat the intruder? He darkened his face and denied it. You are mistaken. He stared at the young boy with caution. That is not a human. Do not judge by appearances. In Chang also quickly became alert, thinking she should not judge by appearances. The dense purple streams spread continuously. Gradually, they coalesced into the image of a white wolf. Chang was somewhat stunned yet certain. That thing, can we defeat it? He suddenly opened his eyes wide, baring his sharp fangs. The young boy snarled and charged forward to attack. In Chang was stunned and could not react in time. Then Gongju flew forward to protect. Standing before the enemy, it let out a warning roar. The young boy immediately thrust his claws out to grab it. This power was too great, it nearly crushed Gongju's small body. Seeing that, In Chang shouted in worry, Princess. The sword in her hand glowed. In Chang gripped her weapon and lunged at the young boy, remained unharmed and even counterattacked. Fortunately, she managed to block it in time. She thought to herself, what kind of terrifying power is this? Sensing that the situation was dire, Jun Gaiyong immediately moved to assist. His eyes blazed red, his entire body brimming with energy. He struck his spear directly at the young boy, but the young boy leaped up to dodge in time. From above, the young boy formed claws and swiped at his opponent. Sensing the danger, Jun Gaiyong readied his stance and raised his weapon. Waiting for the right moment, he shouted and charged into battle. Ha! Yeah! The two forces of power collided, creating numerous fireballs. A fierce battle lit up the entire area. The system then displayed a notification. The apocalypse sky was intently watching everyone with sunken eyes. At Cheonji Village, Neil anxiously ordered his subordinates, quickly evacuate the children and the weak to a safe place. Having received the order, the subordinate replied seriously, as you command. After arranging things, the little girl went to find Kun, who was training. Seeing her arrive, he stopped training and approached to ask, Chieftain, will everything be all right? The little girl was silent, not knowing how to answer. After a moment, Neil spoke. Do not worry, if anything happens, Sangun and I will handle it. Go quickly to assist with the evacuation. Hearing this, he bowed his head and answered, as you command. Looking into the distance, the little girl thought, if they fail, then neither I nor Sangun can stop him. The fate of Cheonji Village rests entirely in your hands. Thinking this, she blurted out the thought in her heart, so please return safely. At a lake in the forest where the battle was taking place, Gongju was lying unconscious on the ground. Chang had her clothes torn to shreds, half kneeling and half sitting as she watched anxiously. As for Jun Gaiyong, he was caught and restrained by the young boy's claws. Chang could not help but call out his name in worry, Jun Gaiyong. Hearing this, the young boy tightened his grip. Not letting his opponent rejoice, he began grabbing the sharp claws and struggling against them with all his might. Gritting his teeth to gather strength, Jun Gaiyong's gaze suddenly froze as if he saw something. The system sent a message, status window, name Jun Gaiyong, level 54 player traits. Alias the Goblin Slayer, Strength 158, Agility 171, Stamina 1167, Mana 1199, Power of Fire Control Level 9, Spirit Beast Mystic Turtle Development, National Spirit Devourer, inactive. Reading the notification, he thought his mana development progress was halted. Thanks to the mana current, it grew relatively quickly. However, not long after, he continued to reason, even now the mana current is still only level 1, and so is fire control. It will not grow any further within the Celestial Lake. He pondered over how to solve this problem. While thinking, the system continued to notify, the mana current has leveled up. This moment Jun Gyeong seemed to awaken and regain his strength. An abundant source of energy radiated from his body. Even the boy himself was surprised by this change. He gaped when he saw him break free from the claws and grow larger. Freed from the restraint, Jun Gyeong clutched his chest and gasped for air. It was a close call. He assessed that the mana flow had activated during the life-threatening battle, though he was slightly perplexed while casting the spell. Jun Gyeong took out his weapon and reasoned that this guy could threaten him, albeit a bit slowly. He felt the mana wrapping around every cell, as if it were regenerating his body. The power on the spear also seemed to have increased noticeably. Now Jun Gyeong was ready to return to the fight. Seeing that, the boy scrambled on the ground and changed his attack stance. Jun Gyeong threw the spear toward his opponent with a message. This strike would hurt a little. Just as he threw it, he shouted, "Heavenly Flame." The system displayed a notification. You have learned the skill Heavenly Flame without any assistance. You will receive a large amount of bonus points based on this achievement. In Chang saw his teammate grow stronger and wondered if the space around Lee Jun Gyeong was being distorted. Meanwhile, Jun Gyeong charged forward to attack the boy. The boy immediately launched a counterattack in return. The energy radiating from both sides was like water and fire. When the two sides clashed, it was like a bomb exploding. The power of the collision shook an entire vast area. The boy was sent flying far away by the blast. The system continuously notified, Fire Control Authority has reached level 10. Have achieved the feat Ruler of Fire. The Control Authority has transformed into Fire Monarch. The collision created a massive flame like an erupting volcano. Within the firelight, the beast Abgander stood still. In Chang could not help but be astonished at the sight. Abgander was completely unharmed, merely merged into the flame. Jun Gyeong approached to see what the situation was. Abgander within the pile of fire growled as if threatening. Right at that moment, the memoir showed a line of text, pass through the fire to approach it. Jun Gyeong thought, after all, because of its origin, this beast could not disobey. The memoir informed him the beast had been wounded, its eyes now full of sorrow instead of rage. Suddenly, the beast opened its eyes wide and its gaze softened. The memoir continued, soon it would find its master. The image of Abgander standing in the fire at that moment looked very pitiful. Jun Gyeong pondered, then stepped forward to look at it. The system warned, the player of the apocalypse is observing you with a serious gaze. Two sides stood within the ring of fire, silently observing each other. A notification frame appeared. The apocalypse bestowed a connection. Jun Gyeong stepped forward, reached out his hand and touched Abgander's forehead. It closed its eyes and submitted. The system sent a message. The player of the apocalypse gazed at the lost child. Looking at the docile beast, he analyzed it had once been a demon alongside the Demon King, a close ally. The memoir revealed its name, White Snow King, Monarch of Beasts, Fang of the God. Reading up to this point, he blurted out a name, Fenrir. The system proposed the connection has evolved into subjugation. Do you wish to activate it? At the same time in Chanji Village, Neil reached out and touched the ground. The little girl thought seriously, the tremors have stopped. Is everything over? Seeing the silhouettes of two people in the distance, the little girl was overjoyed. You have returned safely. Their clothes were tattered, and Jun Gyeong was holding an unconscious boy in his arms. Just seeing the boy, she was startled and recognized him, the intruder. Then she angrily called out loudly, Sangun. Two people were startled by the shout. Sangun heard the call and immediately appeared behind the little girl. Neil frowned and demanded, "What do you mean by this?" Jun Gyeong calmly replied, "I have kept my promise." Sangun roared in fury, "You deceived me. Did you not say you would eliminate the intruder?" Hearing that, he retorted, "I never said eliminate. I only said I would save you into the village." He explained with a blank face that this one was no longer a threat. Hearing this, Fenrir opened his eyes wide and stared intently at his master. Suddenly, the boy jumped out of his arms and stood on the ground. The boy stared at the opposite direction. His sharp gaze made Sangun and Unjil step back in caution. Seeing that, Fenrir looked up at Jun Gyeong. As if receiving a signal, the boy bowed deeply, astonishing the girl. Jun Gyeong smiled, rubbed the boy's head and said, "See that?" The village returned to peace, just like that. Fenrir opened his mouth and called his name Jun Gyeong. He heard the mispronunciation and corrected him. It's not Jun Gyeong but Jun Gyeong. The boy tried but still got it wrong. Jun Gyeong thought helplessly, so he still couldn't speak fluently. In Chang and Gong Ju approached and called his name Jun Gyeong. Seeing the two, the boy showed aggression. She quickly explained, Fenrir, they are not enemies. The boy's gaze focused on something beside them. The boy grabbed Gong Ju and shouted. In Chang called out worriedly, "Don't." Jun Gyeong smiled to reassure her, "It's fine, children are just playing." She objected uneasily, "I don't think so." The system suddenly announced. The prince on a white horse bursts into tears, plays the apocalypse, laughs triumphantly. One day at the lake behind the mountain, Neil and Jun Gyeong stood by the lake. The girl asked curiously, "Uncle, why did you call me here?" He explained, "I promised Sangun I would deal with the intruder and help him recover." The next sentence startled her, "And if I succeed, I can take you with me." After hearing this, Neil just silently looked at him. Jun Gyeong was not impatient but said, "Not yet. I will return after finishing my business in China. Get ready." After saying that, he summoned the sword. Then, without hesitation, he threw the sword into the lake. Watching the ripples on the lake, he said, "Protect it until I return, and if you can perform a ritual on it, that would be even better." Neil asked in confusion, "What?" As the sword sank, he continued, "That important matter can wait. I still have to gift it to someone." The girl, hearing this, grimaced and said nothing. In the village, a large crowd had gathered. The father stood at the village gate, bidding farewell to the villagers. Father spoke on everyone's behalf. "We apologize for the past. Every outsider who came only wanted to plunder." Jun Gyeong smiled and replied, "I understand." In Chang also spoke up, "It's fine." Neil stepped forward and asked, "Uncle, are you leaving already?" He replied, "Yes, time is short. I will soon return to pick you up." Girl asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Jun Gyeong thought, she probably doesn't remember yesterday's events. The side effects got worse. He didn't explain, only said, "Ask Sanggun." In Chang stepped closer and reminded him, "Let's go." Gyeong smiled and said, "Goodbye. Take care of your health, Sanggun." A flickering flame illuminated some place within the tunnel. A pair of bright green eyes suddenly appeared. A voice echoed from the darkness, "Hurry up." The scenery grew increasingly desolate, snow covering the entire forest in white. Group continued marching forward. Suddenly, In Chang stopped in her tracks. Jun Gyeong looked over, puzzled. She lowered her head and thought, "Now that we've left them, I feel so heavy-hearted." Hearing this, he reassured her, "We will return." She said in disbelief, "Huh?" He sighed inwardly, "She is truly compassionate." He continued, "When we finish our business in China and return, we will visit the village." In Chang asked, "Aren't you going to personally solve the assimilation gate problem? So wouldn't it be more convenient to return via the trade gate or by plane?" He pointed to himself blankly. "Me." She explained, "Haven't you already achieved countless incredible feats?" Pausing for a moment, she smiled and said, "You brought down Hercules and died Fenrir. You're going to China to block the assimilation gate, right?" He answered unconfidently, "I can't do it." In Chang was surprised, "Huh?" Jun Gyeong analyzed, "I alone cannot block the assimilation gate. No one in the world can stop what is happening to China." In Chang understood, "Ah, I see." In Chang asked, "But are we walking all the way there?" She marveled inwardly, "Mount Baekdu is magnificent, but it's so cold." He smiled and explained, "I did say we were going up the mountain to find a mount, didn't I?" In Chang wondered, "But all the animals have run away." He did not answer her, instead calling out to Fenrir. His teacher called his name. The boy answered, "Yes." Jun Gyeong ordered, "Take us there." The boy turned around in confusion. "Unless Fenrir returns." He told her, "Come on." The whole group rushed forward like the wind. It shot through the forest at tremendous speed. The two people on its back had to hold on tight to avoid being thrown off. The scenery was no longer whizzing past like before. Fenrir stopped on a high mountain peak, looking down at where the sound came from. At the foot of the mountain, the snail monsters and Cho were fighting. He said to In Chang, "The snails and Cho are in a chaotic battle down there." Jun Gyeong finally understood, "So that's why we stopped," and he immediately called Fenrir. The boy appeared in his Vanapkan form. Jun Gyeong commanded in a low voice, "Eat them." As soon as he finished speaking, it jumped down the mountain to attack the enemies. The battle at the foot of the mountain became even more fierce. In Chang forced a smile as she watched the scene below. Incredible. Jun Gyeong spoke, "It must have been hungry for a long time." While waiting, Miss In Chang, "I want to teach you something." In Chang quickly replied, "Yes." Hearing that, she seriously wondered, "Is it that?" She reasoned, "His unusual strength and growth speed. I was always curious." An image of Jun Gyeong filled with power appeared. She thought she didn't ask, because she trusted he would tell her at the right time. Jun Gyeong held his hand firmly and said, "I will teach you about mana flow, through which you can become a self-developing hunter." In Chang was stunned, a self-developing hunter without sponsorship. Is that possible? Is this Lee Jun Gyeong's secret? In Chang clenched her hand and thought, "So I can become stronger too." He explained, "You have already gathered a part of the mana flow." He cast a spell to create a small energy sphere. "Do you see this?" She concentrated, recalling, then said, "It looks like accumulated mana." He was secretly pleased. She certainly has talent. In Chang said, "If I focus, I can see mana. Is this why you meditate often?" He explained more precisely, "What we see is the flowing mana stream, like filling it within the body." After listening, she was confused. Too hard to understand. Jun Gyeong comforted her. "You don't need to understand. This is not something learned with the mind." Then he offered a solution. "I will force the mana flow into your body. A warning, it will be extremely painful." In Chang assessed the situation and told herself, "It's okay. I want to become stronger." She bit her lip and thought, "I can't keep being a burden to him." The sky grew darker and the snow fell more heavily. Jun Gyeong sat by the fire, watching over In Chang and Gongdu as they slept. Suddenly, he noticed something out of the ordinary. In Chang was curled up in her sleeping bag, shivering violently. Jun Gyeong recalled the energy transfer he admired. She endured the entire painful process without a single word. The boy stood silently looking down the cliff, his gaze focused on something. Jun Gyeong stepped forward and asked curiously, "What are you looking at, Fenrir?" Below the mountain was a monster that looked like a giant lizard. He was terrified. "That is a subdragon." Fenrir licked its lips, its eyes fixed on something. Seeing the boy's reaction, Jun Gyeong asked, "Do you want to hunt it?" The boy turned and answered, "I do." The notebook showed a line of text, "Subdragon is Fenrir's favorite prey." He thought to himself, its strength at Baekdu Mountain wasn't its true power, now it's weaker. Can it hunt successfully? Then his face darkened as he refuted himself. "No, this is something that must be done. I need to determine its current strength." Having decided, he said to Fenrir, "Alright, let's go hunt the subdragon." Fenrir used its strength to launch straight towards the target. The boy took a step for momentum, then shot forward with a surge of power flaring up around his body. Fenrir transformed back into its bander form. Subdragon also opened its mouth, gathering magic in preparation to fight. A stream of blue power shot straight forward from its mouth. Fenrir quickly tilted its head back to gather power, then it released a beam of immense power, smashing it towards its opponent. The unfortunate subdragon roared within the dazzling light. From a distance, the remnants of that attack could still be seen. Jun Gyeong watched Fenrir approach the subdragon that now lay motionless. He was secretly astonished. Could he really have become weaker? A half-dragon being taken down so easily. Then he looked seriously to one side. All his preparations were complete. The entire mountain forest was covered in a layer of pure white snow. The images of the unfortunate people were frozen solid in the harsh blizzard. The two stood at the ferry dock looking at the ruins below. In Chang hesitated as she looked at Jun Gyeong. She asked with tear-filled eyes, was that the disaster he had spoken of? Would the whole world become like that? Jun Gyeong answered gravely yes. It was laughable to compare, but it would be less brutal, and more people would be saved. As he spoke, he looked elsewhere. Out there were countless hunters and heroes, even organizations like Asgard. To survive, they would do anything. I will do my best too, don't worry. When Chang wiped away her tears, she smiled, hearing that was a relief. I will also do my best. Jun Gyeong continued, the river has frozen over, we can cross it. Once across, we will reach where we need to go. She wondered, where is that place? He replied, there are a few people in the Guangdong region I need to find. In Chang worried, but with a climate like this, can humans even survive? Jun Gyeong said with a resolute expression, they are definitely still alive. He frowned, thinking that he was still sealing the black stone with a stream of mana, but its power was growing stronger day by day. He clenched his fist and asked himself, was this his limit when sealing it this way? With that thought he urged, let's cross quickly, I need to find them soon. Crossing several mountains, they finally arrived at the place, and the two jumped off Fenrir. He explained, from now on we can't ride Fenrir anymore. He will attract unnecessary attention. In Chang replied with a smile, the weather is starting to get a little warmer, and there are no more monsters around here. And Gyeong perked up, that means we are going in the right direction. Fenrir pointed a finger forward. This action caught the two's attention. Looking in the direction the boy pointed, they saw a blurry figure. In Chang exclaimed, there's someone here. Jun Gyeong's face darkened as he ordered, draw your weapons. She was confused. What? Jun Gyeong's eyes flashed with vigilance. At this distance the naked eye can't see anyone. That is, when he drew his weapon, the true nature of the figure before them became clear, a giant. Vivid red stained the snow-covered ground. The fight ended, and Chang stood beside the blood-soaked hand of the giant, holding her sword. She voiced her doubt. It was strange, it had a human appearance, but her face darkened as she commented it acted like a starving beast. Jun Gyeong speculated it is probably an outcast. He continued, an outcast would die alone whether from illness or being too weak. This giant was likely the same. He was too weak compared to the others. Looking at the corpses of two giants on the snow, in Chang's side, the thought was terrifying. Suddenly, a sound from afar reached them, startling her. Ahead, a cloud of snow was kicked up into the air. Jun Gyeong was also observing. There is not just one. In Chang complained, I don't even have time to breathe. Several giants, holding axes and riding on monsters, appeared before the group. In Chang was stunned. He is riding a frost half-dragon. Isn't his presence too unreasonable? The giant's face darkened. Who are you? Why are you hunting and killing? As if something among the small people terrified him. You. A terrifying thought came to him. You are the special one. Meanwhile, Jun Gyeong was speechless at Fenrir, who was drooling. Did he really want to eat that half-dragon in this situation? A net suddenly dropped down. And Chang was startled. A net. She knelt down to summon a weapon, planning to cut this net. And at the same time, unexpectedly, someone suddenly grabbed her shoulder. It was Jun Gyeong. I don't feel any murderous intent at all. The giant holding the net had captured the two of them. He looked at the people inside and said in a deep voice, you must come with me. A group of giants riding half-dragons crossed the snow-covered forest. The ones in front briefly turned to look back at the cage behind. Sachi stepped forward and asked, are you from this place? He replied, no, we came from somewhere else. He answered and explained, I see, don't worry. You were only caught because you were with the special one. Jun Gyeong leaned back against the iron cage, thinking they are different from the giant in the legends. Not monsters, in fact they are quite intelligent. Then he asked, are we going to your lair? Sachi laughed and said, it is interesting that you know of our city, and confirmed you are right, we are going there. But don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. Then he introduced himself, my name is Sachi. Magic flared up as a symbol of power. I am a squad leader of the great frozen giant army. He also replied, I am Jun Gyeong. On the way, they encountered several other giants and eliminated them. One after another, they were finished off with a single blow. They fell under the murderous axe of Sachi. Jun Gyeong simply observed everything in silence. Sachi swiftly slipped behind him. Then he resolutely turned back, flashing a smile, catching Jun Gyeong off guard, making him pause. Sachi approached approached the iron cage. Trenan said, "We will also ask you a few questions. When you wish you may leave." He secretly speculated it seemed he was hiding something. But indeed there were still survivors in the giant city, and Sachi raised his hand to his forehead and swore, "By my honor, you will be safe and free." But that isn't Sachi's name. Hearing that, he clenched his hand into a fist and chuckled softly. Reaching the needed place was easier than he thought. Moreover, he was also there. In Chang, who was watching the situation outside, suddenly gasped. Sachi spoke with great pride, "This place is our city." In the distance was a castle standing tall amidst the withered snowy forest. Moments later, the whole group had arrived near the ancient castle. The castle gate opened to welcome those returning. A person in the castle saw this and exclaimed, "It is Sachi." Someone beside him eagerly said it had been a long time since he was last back. Jun Gaiyong silently observed their surroundings. There was the young man wrapped up tight like a mage, and the muscular hunter. Then there was the woman in the long dress. And Chang joked, sweating, feeling like the Middle Ages. "Do not tell me we traveled through time." She suddenly shot a sharp glance to the right when she noticed something. One giant wondered, "They are humans, why were they locked in a cage?" Another wondered, "Maybe they committed some mistake." Fenrir reacted very violently to this place, causing everyone in the city to panic. "That is a special one. Could Sachi have captured Upgander?" Sachi denied it. "It is not that. We are just visiting the leader. Clear the path." Jun Gaiyong patted Fenrir's head to comfort him. "It is all right. Stay calm." The boy suddenly turned in one direction. "Jun Gaiyong, there is an enemy." He looked in that direction and whispered, "An enemy." A castle surrounded by surging dark magic. Sachi announced to the two giant guards, saying, "Sachi is here." The large gate slowly opened. He carried the iron cage and entered the palace. Seated on the throne was the giant leader Loki. "Questioned, you return with intruders." Jun Gaiyong observed carefully. Was that the enemy Fenrir spoke of, the one who injured him before they reached Bixdu Mountain? Sachi knelt on one knee and reported, "My leader, I have brought you Vanap Gun and its friends." He glanced to the side. It seems the Vanap Gun wants to stay by its master. Those words startled the leader and his face darkened. He asked suspiciously, "You say Upgander was tamed by them?" Sachi replied, "That is correct, my leader." Magical power surged around Loki. "Warrior, leave the intruders here and go back." Sachi quickly said, "My leader, I promise by my warrior's honor, please do not harm them, and please help them return," causing the leader's eyes to flash dangerously. Sachi bowed his head low. "My leader, please respect a warrior's honor." A withered darkness had fallen, and the lanterns were lit one after another. Someone's hand tried to yank the iron bar, then turned back and said, "It will not open. Even if I wanted to, I could open it," making Jun Gaiyong immediately stop him. "She would have to fight the entire giant tribe. After all, we are still in their territory." In Chang did not think so. "We are in danger, no matter how you look at it. That king seems to not be good to us." She cast her eyes to another corner, especially when he looked at Fenrir. The boy and Gongju were warming themselves by the fire. I noticed he was very anxious. "What do you think we should do?" Jun Gaiyong lay calmly on the bed. "Do not worry. If we want, we can leave right now. This is the perfect time to rest. Take a break." As if predicting something, he said, "It seems we will be staying here quite a while." The whole city was engulfed in a hazy sea of fire. The tall towers were smashed. Fire burned everywhere. The dehumanized giants scoured through the ruins. Jun Gaiyong stood by the window frame thinking about that scene. In the Demon King's diary, the giant war was the most devastating, so he could not understand. He pondered in confusion. Surely that king was very strong, but each giant's individual combat strength was inferior to humans. How could they have cornered humanity? The tightly closed door made a slight sound. Catching him by surprise, he turned to look. The person who entered was Segun. "I came to serve you." The jade green tea was poured out. The little girl asked worriedly if that was enough. Then Gaiyong sat at the table and asked back, "Do you always treat guests like this?" making the girl freeze. "No." Then asked, "Then why do you treat us specially?" But the girl only stammered shyly about it. Jin Gaiyong reassured her, "It's okay, no one is watching here." That statement made her extremely surprised. In the distance, there was an hourglass that looked very ordinary. No one had ever noticed it before. He chuckled inwardly. That was a magic item monitoring the room. He could not see it alone, and only discovered it thanks to Merlin's necklace. Jun Gaiyong knelt on one knee facing the girl. "Your name is Segun, right? Here you can speak freely, but you must keep it a secret outside." Then asked how long she had been here. Saigun replied, "About a year. Most people said they had been here for about a year and a half." Jun Gaiyong deduced, meaning about a year and a half since Utgard was discovered, then asked why they were being treated specially. The girl raised her fist. "Because you are strong, the giants like the strong, and that other guy is very special. Last time Utgard was attacked, Lunas attacked, but that child turned into a monster and killed many giants." The main character was sitting with his knees on the sofa. Fenrir, hearing himself mentioned, looked over. Then the king fought the monster with the giant warriors and won, but the monster escaped. Jin Gaiyong crossed his arms and deduced. For some reason, he had conflicted with the giant clan. That was the reason Fenrir ran to Bidu Mountain. Then he proposed to Sigun, "Can you do me a favor? I will give you a lot of food," but she replied she did not need it. Saigun shyly stated a condition. "If you have any pieces of iron, please give them to me. I sell iron to buy medicine for my mother." Jun Gaiyong agreed immediately. "Fine, in return, can you help me find a person named Wonyo?" Saigun was very surprised upon hearing this. "You mean the two O King?" Cheerfully replied, yeah, that's right. Snow was still falling lightly on the palace a few days after arriving in Utgard, during which time Li Junjiang's group did nothing. The two of them, Jun Gaiyong, walked in the garden. At mealtime, food was brought. Occasionally, they were allowed to stroll around the castle. And Chang behind complained, what kind of joke is this? If they do not need us, why not let us go? Jun Gaiyong turned back optimistically. This gives us time to train. And Chang was still irritable, that's true, but being detained like this will kill me. He replied firmly, don't worry, I guarantee you won't get bored, making In Chang curiously ask how. Jun Gong spun his weapon in his hand. I think it's time to show our strength. She also excitedly drew her blade. Can we finally destroy this place? Jun Gaiyong, seeing this, was slightly speechless. A righteous person like In Chang getting excited at the chance to destroy everything. He immediately asked, seems you don't like this place much, huh? In Chang frowned and replied, of course, we haven't met anyone besides those giants. I also don't like that self-proclaimed king. There is something very strange about him. Mana swirled around Jun Gaiyong. That's right, to find out what it is, we should show our strength. Jun Gaiyong said with a serious expression, let's fight. This made In Chang momentarily surprised. He did not explain and instead asked back, you have never fought me before, right? She still hesitated, that's right, but Jun Gaiyong sighed and taunted, how disappointing, do you lack confidence? In Chang pursed her lips unhappily. Her mana also burst forth, you will regret this. Even if I cannot win, do not expect to take me down easily. Then she quickly dashed towards him, leaving only a mana afterimage. Jun Gaiyong had managed to jump away from the blade, then confidently stated a condition, if I win, you must grant one of my requests. The strike swept past, but only missed by a hair's breadth. In Chang had leaped high and struck down from the air. Her fighting spirit was boiling, I want that too. From the outside, the greenhouse seemed still and calm, but the next second a mana explosion burst forth, shattering the glass everywhere. Somewhere in the snowy forest, Sashi laughed gleefully, ha ha ha, the sparring ring was completely destroyed. Flower greenhouse was left in ruins, Sachi laughed extremely heartily. Two culprits stood silent outside watching as he heard the news that the humans he had brought had destroyed half of the castle gardens. Sachi was thrilled, it's a shame I couldn't see the leader's expression. I am so glad I brought them here. He recalled his disagreement with Loki when the leader allied with other tribes he had changed. Loki now wallowed in supremacy, demanded his title change from leader to king, and as soon as iron mining began, he called the warriors to enlist. That man's eyes were no longer bright, but no one knew the leader had planned to launch war again. Pride and honor, Sachi had fought for those noble reasons. Now it was hard to understand his purpose. The present him stood far away looking at the castle. I hope you choose your enemy wisely, leader. A subordinate ran up to report, Captain Sachi, it's Lunas. Return to a combat state, let's go. The scene shifted to another building in the castle. Chang was sitting opposite some giant. He let out a heavy sigh. Saren said that damaging the castle garden was a serious crime, but we were also at fault for not asking about your customs. In Chang bowed earnestly, I apologize. Then she said, I do not know how much you know about our tribe, but we have a tradition of running in the forest for training. Saren sympathized, I understand, but I still regret causing damage to the castle garden. My attitude is very sincere, so I will compensate. Please tell me what you want. Saren thought, compensation, then tell me about your race. He explained it was not just an accident. There are many things we do not know, so we need more information. In Chang agreed immediately, of course. Going back to the previous fight with Jun Gaiyong, he was going all out against her, and Chang was pushed back by his attack. She muttered with difficulty, I cannot see the timing to strike. I need to be faster and more precise. She crouched down to swing her sword. The magical power of the two clashed, creating a thick smoke explosion. Jun Gaiyong thought, indeed, In Chang was no simple opponent. He spotted an opening, crouched down to gather magical power for momentum. Chang from the opposite side also observed it. Here is the chance. She leaped up from her current position, and she zoomed in, swinging her blade to horizontally slash at the flame lingering before Gaiyong's chest. She only struck the silhouette that leaped high into the air. He appeared behind her back, pointing his spear at her. In Chang admitted, I concede. Jun Yang withdrew his magical power into the spear. It was truly a wonderful training session. He asked again, will you still keep your promise? In Chang replied, fine, what do you want? Jun Yang made his request. Gather information while pretending to cooperate with the giants. In Chang listened attentively. Just a moment later, the guards arrived at the scene and saw the ruined castle garden. They were startled by the sight before them. Tu trembled, for he had fought so fiercely that he was wounded all over. One of the giants quickly called for a doctor. At that moment, the doctor was sitting pensively by his bedside. It seemed Hua Tuo was displeased. His injuries were not serious, truly a wasted trip. Jun Gaiyong thought, even though the giants might fall from this wound, it is nothing to him, then said, please treat me. He brought his hand near the wound and used healing magic. As the magical power flashed, the wound gradually closed and the blood stains vanished. Jun Gaiyong sat up to examine himself. He did not just stop the bleeding but also healed the wound, then thanked him. Hua Tuo stroked his beard and replied, it is nothing. Jun Gaiyong formally greeted him. It is an honor to meet you, Hua Tuo. Hearing this, the doctor was very surprised. He adjusted his glasses and asked back with a dangerous expression, do you know me? He denied it immediately. No, I do not know. So Huatuo assumed another reason. Then you have heard of Sigurd. Jingyang denied it again. Also no. But it would be great if we get to know each other right now. Earning a judgment from Huatuo that he was a foolish young man. He turned and walked away displeased. Jingyang stopped him. My treatment is not finished yet. He said impressively, are you planning to leave a patient who has not been treated alone? Huatuo turned back and replied, look at you, there are no wounds left inside you. Jingyang explained in parting, that is not an external wound. You have not checked my pulse. How can you decide that? This made Huatuo silent for a moment before saying, my mistake. He then reached out to take his pulse. He examined him with a dangerous demeanor. Then he let go and said, even after re-examination, I still find no issue. I must leave right now. The door was slammed shut with great force. Jingyang pondered, I can sense magical power from him. He is a hunter. Has he not awakened his ability yet? He could not believe it. Did he not notice anything after checking my pulse? Impossible. Is the renowned Huatuo at this level? Jingyang recalled the memoir. Huatuo is the last hunter in China, having healed many heroes and even the Demon King. He remembered the record. The Demon King created a mana stream in the land of the giants. The book said he was confronted by a reverse mana flow, similar to the side effect of the Blood Dragon Stone. Jingyang recalled heavily. The Demon King overcame it with the help of Huatuo. The notebook recorded that he possessed talent worthy of being called a god. He guessed, could it be that I arrived too early, and he has not yet developed enough due to lack of time? In Chang appeared in the room. Lord Jingyang. Seeing her, he felt quite relieved, because he had thought she would face many difficulties after destroying the garden. But it seemed nothing serious had happened, so he asked how things were going. And Chang curled his lips strange. Then he excitedly said that after meeting him, they wanted him to become a warrior. Snow was still falling on the towering tower. In Chang told that recently the ice giants named Lunas were building a city and looking for an opportunity to attack Utgan. They were currently short on manpower to protect Utgan from them and other monsters, so they needed their help. Jingyang became thoughtful upon hearing this. There were fewer giants here than he had thought. It turned out the decrease was because of the Lunas, but that still hardly posed a threat to humans. Chang continued, besides that he also asked a lot about the outside world, such as population, culture, characteristics, and armed forces. After listening, he praised her for doing a great job, and she was not modest either, thanking him, asking if he had found the person he was looking for. Jingyang was lost in thought. No, that was why this matter was effective. It seemed he needed to search a bit more. He confided that Bander's plan was to find the person he needed to find and then return. But now being asked to become a warrior, was this the reason she wanted to stay longer? She analyzed that the giants did not imprison them, but if they left Utgat, they would soon fall. That was why they could not leave, and she wanted to find a way to help. Those words startled him. Jingyang thought after finding Huatuo, he planned to guide a few people to escape Utgat and then tell her that she was faring much better than he was. He silently mused that sacrificing the few for the many sounded reasonable, but he felt relieved he had almost done what he hated most. The scene shifted to the city streets. After signing the mercenary agreement, they were allowed to stay with everyone. Some people saw them and wondered if that was the owner of the wolf. Why was that man here? The citizens all watched him covertly, thinking he looked too dangerous. Jingyang noticed their wariness. In Chang spoke up, saying it seemed they were not very welcome. Suddenly, Sigun ran over from afar, calling out to him. The little girl happily said that thanks to the iron he gave, her mother had gotten better. He replied lightly, saying that was reassuring to hear. Suddenly he sensed someone approaching. It was Dr. Huatuo. He asked how he was feeling. Jingyang parted his greeting, saying there was a day when he was better. With that, the two men clasped hands. Huatuo stroked his beard and instructed that if he felt unwell, he should just come find him, and he would examine him again. And he left with the little girl Sigun. Jingyang's hand, which had just parted, slowly clenched tight. Then it relaxed again. He fell into a deep, contemplative silence. This time he had deliberately reversed his magical power, but the man still did not notice. He found it puzzling as he watched Huatuo's retreating back. With that level of skill, he should have noticed. Was he misunderstanding that man? Seeing this, Chang asked with concern if Han was alright. Jingyang sighed, saying no. She then comforted him, telling him not to worry, he would surely find them. Chang's words made Jingyang smile slightly. He pulled himself together, deciding to go gather information now. The two went to ask the city's residents. He asked how many giants were here. The man hesitated, perhaps 1,000. The young man beside him quickly argued, saying what was he talking about? It must be over 10,000. That made the other man question himself. Jingyang continued to ask who exactly were these so-called Lunas. The young man replied that in Utgat, there used to be 3 or 4 times as many giants, but they fought among themselves and a leader took a group and left. That was Naz. Hearing this, Jingyang asked again, what about the rest? The other person answered that they died fighting each other. There was a disease from the start. The young man agreed, saying they could not adapt and died from the illness. Those words made his expression darken. A contagious disease. This new information was truly worrying. Then he continued to ask if there were any other tribes besides them. The man thought for a moment before replying, there used to be. The statement made Jingyang Gaiyong's face even more serious. Used to be. At this moment, could it be? A figure appeared in his mind, the Demon King. The book said he had come to China and the giant city. Taking advantage of being in the past, he could look for clues. The two citizens continued, saying there used to be a few, but they left. They had never met them, only heard the giants speak of them. They found intruders but left safely. Their words made Jun Gaiyong decide. He should ask the giants about this and continue exchanging information about the outside situation. Finished, Jun Gaiyong returned alone. This matter seemed quite useful. He walked while pondering. Someone had stopped the disease from spreading among the giants and was often summoned to the castle. The Huatuo he sought was that person. His expression was not very good. Now, he would have to ask for information from the giants. Back at the castle, Sachi suddenly sensed someone behind him. He said excitedly, "Haha, if it isn't the one who burned the arbor of the arena." He spoke with sincere thanks for the help. Even though they are different races, the dwarves and the veneer hate us. Today, he had to go out. Hearing this, Jun Gaiyong asked outside. Sachi explained and joked that the Naz had been attacking frequently these past few days. He wondered if he could borrow the strength of the one who burned the arena arbor. He smiled faintly in agreement. The giant army marched across the snow. Sachi and Jun Gaiyong went to intercept the Naz attack. The Utgat army encountered another group of sub-dragon raiders, finally leading to an unexpected meeting. With the leader of the Naz stream, leading the opposing side was a giant with an emotionless face. He dismounted his beast and approached. Sachi also stepped forward to meet him. The two faced each other at a fairly close distance. The Naz leader uttered Sachi. He also replied Stream. Jun Gaiyong observed from a distance with a serious look. This was dangerous. The Naz were led by Stream. He sensed the powerful magic energy around Stream. That man was very strong. Jun Gaiyong watched intently. That man was stronger than Sachi, on par with the giant king in the castle. Could he learn their language? He did not understand what they said. The teacher announced that the Revelation Heaven Grid supported him with YouTube language. This startled him. It was truly unexpected. Sachi and Stream stood facing each other. Stream asked angrily, "Why did you decide to come back?" Sachi was straightforward, with no reason to listen to a traitor anymore. He angrily stepped forward. "Do you really want to heed the foolish king's words? Seeing your tribe decay is truly disappointing. You are a disgrace to warriors. I am not a traitor. We simply do not belong to Utgard." Suddenly he shouted enough. Surging power surrounded Exotri. He also unleashed his power. Yes, that was the way to settle the issue. Suddenly he looked in another direction. Seeing him and Fenrir watching, a special species. Is he a subordinate of the human and that human? He laughed smugly. Interesting. See you later. Saki fiercely swung his axe. What did you say? He easily sidestepped to one side. His strike caused tremors on the ground. Suddenly he shot like an arrow toward him. Sachi's eyes widened as he turned his body. Before him was a fist about to land. The aftershock from his fist spread across the ground. The soldier calmly smiled. "See you later," said Che, and he cast his gaze over there again, a special species and a special human. Man rushed over. "Captain, aren't we going to chase after him?" Sachi opened his mouth and let out a long sigh. He turned around. "Stream is tracking us. If we attack now, we will lose troops. It is annoying." But the commander said to avoid confronting Stream. In the wind and snow, the group riding sub-dragons entered the forest. Everyone's faces looked somber, lowering their eyes full of despair. He silently watched. They looked as if they had just been defeated. But Sachi was right. The giant, though fond of fighting, still had a clear disparity in power. The figures of Sachi and the opposing swim appeared. Commander Naz and Sachi seemed to have a relationship, perhaps friends or family. Jun Gaiyong's thoughts drifted. Someone is there. Look closely. The group of giants must have seen him but did not react. What is he doing here? He was curious. Sachi, who is that person? He bluntly looked down. A mercenary just like that. He is helping Utgard. Sachi looked at Juan with concern. "Hey, are you off to find herbs again?" Jun Gaiyong could hardly believe it. "Herbs?" Wano looked up and replied, "That is right." Sachi kindly offered, "The scattered group is nearby. It is dangerous. Why not come with us?" He was not panicked, since he planned to go back anyway. "Who is that person next to you?" Cheerfully introduced him. "This is Jun Gaiyong, a new mercenary spirit of Utgard and Wada, a mercenary spirit and a doctor." Jun Gaiyong suddenly smirked. Found it. Vaguely visible was a solid ancient castle enduring the wind and snow. And Chang walked out happily. "You are back." He was curious. "You seem happy." She said, "Today I achieved something, went hunting and was ambushed by Nas, but they fled when they saw me." Jun Gaiyong was displeased. "I am the complete opposite. Did not fight, but met the enemy commander, and he was very strong." She quickly grew worried. "You must be very tired. Oh, by the way, one of the scattered group attacked me." He was startled. "A human?" In Chang seriously explained, "Yes, he looked like a Chinese person and blocked my sword easily. He used a spear just like you, but had a strange face." Jun Gaiyong was anxious. A Chinese hunter strong enough to block in Chang's sword? Did not expect someone like that to exist. Then he said, "I also found the person I was looking for." She clapped her hands in delight. "That is good. But is there a problem? You do not look happy." He gradually calmed down. "I worry something bad will happen. I plan to talk to him. Do you want to come along?" And Chang did not care. Going with you would not solve anything. Jun Gaiyong held out the necklace. "Then can you help me with something?" He clearly explained this was Merlin's necklace. It helps understand different languages. "I think think you know how to use it. Snow-covered roof and hanging lanterns were quiet. A long line of people stood in front of the house. Uatu hurriedly called out in panic, Wada, please help. Wonho was drenched in sweat. Just give me a moment. Chen Gaiyong stood to the side paying attention. Everything will be fine. In China they say the most talented doctor is named Wada. Now I understand why. Suddenly he walked behind him. But why are there so many patients? He turned back with difficulty, huh? Chen Gaiyong handed over a bag of blood. He smiled warmly. I am busy, so I thought this might help. Wonho was stunned. That much, thank you. A long row of patients lay on beds. Thanks to Chen Gaiyong's medicine, Wonho could treat them. Afterwards he talked with Wonho. The house with its curved roof received a little sunlight today, and that was the end. He did not need to be polite. If it was no trouble, could he take his pulse? Chen Gaiyong was puzzled, not knowing why. Wonho said seriously, I had thought about it before. When I shook your hand, I felt a strange sensation. Chen Gaiyong had found him. Grabbed his wrist. Then he pondered for a moment. Wonho instructed, it might hurt a little. Let me check a few more things. Chen Gaiyong replied calmly. All right. His eyes suddenly lit up. He transferred his own energy into his hand. Suddenly recalled when In Chang had transmitted magic power to him. Even with permission, another person's mana inside the body was still a burden. That was the magic wound Xian In Chang had left behind. He was astonished to see that he could check his condition just by taking his pulse. There was no pain, it felt like his own mana. So then, could it be? Unexpectedly, he shook his hand off. He was stunned and confused. Why did you? Chen Gaiyong said seriously, I understand you also. Hyunmu was confused, learning inner energy. At the same time he exclaimed, learning mana flow. Both of them were stunned by these two unfamiliar terms. Under the cold roof tiles beneath the open sky, Chen Gaiyong sat opposite Wada. Where did you learn mana flow? He wondered. Mana flow. We call it inner energy. He seemed thoughtful. Mana flow, no, inner energy. Are there others who know it too? Wonho explained calmly, yes, the people from Lunas. He recalled their previous conversation. The people Xian and Chang met had a secret. Chen Gaiyong looked into the distance. First we must deal with the black stone orb. Did you notice anything unusual in my meridians? He was extremely attentive. The bloodline is not clear, the energy is abnormal. I only glanced briefly, so it might not be accurate. But have you had any health problems? He admitted. You are the one who treated the Demon King. I can trust you. Chen Gaiyong said sincerely, I encountered some problems while training my energy. Recalling the time he had violently exploded with energy. The demonic energy of the monster was released and flooded into my body. The shiny black stone appeared according to the story. The demonic energy in my body combined with other energies to form a stone orb. They emitted a strong source of energy, so it was very painful. Gaiyong tried hard to explain. I do not know what that stone orb is, and the energy did not change anything. Wonho slowly opened his mouth. Then, he said solemnly, may I take your pulse one more time? This time it is real. It might be dangerous. He replied calmly, it is fine. Chen Gaiyong lay neatly on the bed waiting. Wonho wiped the sweat from his forehead. It feels like your internal organs are being torn apart. You endured it very well. He looked up, is that so? Said carefully, Chen Gaiyong, your black stone orb is very special. Normally they devour life like an infectious disease. But your black stone orb is completely different. It stimulates inner force. Chen Gaiyong sat up. What does that mean? Wonho chose his words carefully. They do not cause excessive damage. The reason you feel pain is because it forces inner force to activate. He said worriedly, however, it is still very dangerous. When you become stronger, the black stone orb also becomes stronger. He was surprised. Stronger. His expression gradually worsened. That is right. If one day it becomes stronger than you will be overloaded. When he remembered the battle with the giant, he continued, leading to Kai deviation. But strangely, Chen Gaiyong, you managed to overcome it. Chen Gaiyong wondered, were all those who suffered Kai deviation abandoned by Lunas on the ice continent? He hesitated, then nodded. Thinking of the image he had seen, those with Kai deviation, their inner energy entered the other side of Naz. There was much new information not yet clear, but he could say he had gained quite a bit. A black sphere appeared as he muttered. The black stone orb was safe and was stimulating his energy. Chen Gaiyong thought deeply. When one becomes stronger, one must surely face danger. This is a good thing. Picking up his coat, he tossed and turned. Could the Demon King have researched mana flow from inner energy? Wonho felt that through inner energy, he could improve mana flow. He put on his coat. Wada, can we talk for a moment? He was not hesitant. Alright, I also have something I want to ask you. The room door was firmly shut. Chen Gaiyong was puzzled. Even though you do not fight, why are there patients? He said calmly, because energy is boundless. Wonho lifted his teacup. Hunters with sponsors would be very happy to come to this place. But ordinary people cannot withstand the large amount of energy and fall ill. The image of a desolate city flashed in his mind as he spoke. Is that why so many patients come? Portals appeared all over the world. This place became a land where ordinary people could not live. He set the teacup down again. Before China became a spatial gate, I was studying medicine in Europe. I returned and heard this news, hoping I could help. Images of giant monsters walking appeared as he recounted. The outside world calls this place the hellish domain, a kingdom of monsters. Wonho's eyes widened in surprise. So why did you come to a place like this? Is a rescue team coming soon? Chen Gaiyong choked up. There has never been a rescue team. Then he announced, no rescue team team will ever come. His face darkened. I understand, he said more clearly, because they are already here. Wonyo was startled. Huh? Suddenly he smiled faintly. Wonyo's face grew particularly dark. Do not joke, just the two of you? He interjected. Besides Fenrir, there are two others who make even giants tremble in fear. One of them is not human. It is not wrong to call him a skeleton. He stopped and lifted his head. Your team, is there any change? We must take everyone with us. Is that possible? Jun Gyeong was firm. No. Wonyo was confused. Are you? He cut him off again. I cannot do that alone. He grew even more surprised. Then, he confidently made his request. I need information about the nasty faction to ask for their help. Wonyo was angry. This was nonsense. He knew nothing about them. Jun Gyeong took a sip of tea, then explained, why are most hunters in Utgard aligned with the NASD? He suddenly became flustered. I do not know, I was just out looking for herbs, and when I returned, they had already left this place. He thought seriously, finding no other answer. Wonyo's gaze resembled that of someone wanting to save someone. Seeing Wonyo's gloomy expression, he gently explained, I want to help everyone escape from here. I need the help of those hunters, and we must become stronger. Suddenly he leaned slightly. I have a favor ask. I want to learn internal energy. Wonyo was stunned, almost dropping his teacup. He asserted, if I obtain the power of internal energy, I can get closer to the Demon King's strength. The wind and snow blew fiercely through the cold castle. The three of them worked together in the snow. A barrier was erected. Everything was done. Wonyo said triumphantly, I have created a protective barrier around here so that the internal energy cannot escape. Training within is safe. Jun Gyeong doubted, do I really need this to train? He confirmed, of course. Internal energy requires absorbing surrounding energy. The change in energy will be immense. The giants might notice. Wonho worried, gathering energy from the start was already difficult. We need the barrier to block the natural flow. What is it? Is something wrong? Jun Gyeong said calmly, no, I have always been able to sense and absorb natural energy before. He asked in surprise, do not tell me you learned to gather energy by yourself without proper technique. Who was your master? What internal energy did you learn? He was confused. That sounded so profound. Wonho hesitated. It seems he has the potential for internal energy like a mage. I had a feeling he was exceptional, but he exceeds my imagination. Suddenly he laughed, then that is good. Jun Gyeong wondered, good for what? Wonho confidently clenched his fist. Even if the technique is excellent, hearing him speak, I understand the issue. I think I can resolve the tainted internal force. Snowy white mountains shimmered faintly in the distance. Outside the tent, the three of them were discussing together. Zobi questioned, there are no hunters with skills. Jiang Bai confirmed with frustration, that is correct. He asked impatiently, have they sent reinforcements yet? Yuan Yu mused, I do not think so. If there were reinforcements, then the NAS would know. It might just be a small team of less than 10 people. Jobi muttered, what the hell is going on? He said irritably, I let that happen, but now I do not understand why it turned out this way either. Zobi asked, how long does a hunter need to become stronger? Yuan Yu smiled lightly, progress is very good. After stabilizing his mind, his foundation is also decent. He asked skeptically, what about the other two? Both said in unison, we are the same. Ruby said angrily, the two of you need to become even stronger. Suddenly he raised his sword high, for a common purpose. That man resolved to act for a common purpose. Jiang Bai also exerted himself for a common purpose. The weapons of the three clashed powerfully together. The snow-covered branches trembled slightly. Minho was pouring all his strength into transmitting internal energy to Jun Gyeong. He closed his eyes in concentration, not expecting the mana flow to be so warm. When creating it, it felt like a storm tearing his body apart. He still exerted his full strength. Focus on my pace. We are almost succeeding. It might hurt a bit. The emerald stone emitted dazzling rays of light. He struggled, pressing his lips tightly to endure. His sweat poured profusely, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly both of them widened their eyes in shock. Their pupils constricted, never expecting the sensation to be so wonderful. Dark stone emitted dark energy. The toxic source was stronger than imagined. It was absorbing both the mana and his body. Veins bulged all over Jun Gyeong's body. His eyes became serious. It could no longer be stopped. Wonyo ground his teeth. Since it has started, I have to take responsibility and end it. The barrier around suddenly shone brightly. Enrir was extremely alert, observing his surroundings. A source of power burst out from within the barrier. Sachi looked up in shock. What? I sense a dense source of energy from the ice peak. It is Yujio. He was astonished. No, the two of them could not be that strong. The only one releasing such a massive amount of energy was Stream. Calling the moment Stream acted before his eyes, Sachi ground his teeth in anger. He immediately turned around and yelled loudly. All Utgard warriors prepare for battle. Everyone stared at Sachi in disbelief, stunned. A young man hesitated. Captain, the king or the tribal chief would not agree. His lips quivered. How much longer must we endure this? Sachi asked resolutely. How much longer must we hide and fear the enemy on the patriarch's orders? Where has the pride of the giants gone? He beat his chest and declared, I will take responsibility for everything. Today we will restore the honor of the snow giants. Everyone bowed their heads as you command. On the city wall, a soldier quickly blew the alarm whistle. The soldiers all put on serious faces and began to march. On the other side of the mountain, Stream looked into the distance and wondered, is that Sachi? He pondered, no, Sachi could not have done that. Do not speak nonsense. Loki's ferocious face appeared in his mind. is the commander of Utgard him. He thought, that man is busy with other matters, this could very well be a trap. Suddenly he let out a cruel laugh. But this is the best opportunity, must seize it immediately. Frim raised his hand to command, gather all the soldiers. Today we will take Utgan. Source of green energy was still shining straight up into the sky. It connected from the barrier high up into the sky amidst the heavy snow. Enro suddenly sensed something unusual. Outside, two armies were facing each other. The soldiers on Sachi's side stood firm, forming their battle formation. Stream's side was no less imposing in their momentum. Sachi inquired, so this is because of you, Stream? What is the meaning of this? At the same time, Stream also spoke, so all of this is because of you? Is the king inside? Sachi was surprised. The king? Stream heard this and immediately realized the issue, stunned. Fenrir stood outside the mysterious barrier that emitted a formidable energy. The fierce cub stared at the group and let out a low warning growl. In Chang deduced that Fenrir was protecting something, meaning Jun Gyeong was inside. Film slowly walked over, saying he did not know what he was talking about. He began to channel energy in his hand. I can no longer trust you, nor will I reconcile with you. He inwardly regretted that the king was not here, while outwardly provoking that today it would end here. Sachi also stated firmly, if that is your decision, then I have no other choice. He spread his arms wide and commanded, O giants. Film grew angry and shouted, you country folk. The two commands rang out simultaneously, attack. Instantly, the giants charged forward swiftly with their axes. The country folk on the other side also quickly joined the fray. Sachi and Swim began their duel. They clashed. Inside the barrier, Jun Gyeong closed his eyes, circulating his energy. Finally, he opened his eyes and stared straight ahead. He turned around as if searching for something. He saw the person behind him and flinched. Manhwa, he said joyfully, you are awake. At that moment, his face was no longer youthful but looked like an 80-year-old's. This isn't over, this technique and energy flow. Before finishing his sentence, he collapsed from exhaustion, and Jun Gyeong frantically called his name. He immediately placed his hand on his neck to check for a pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief upon finding he was still alive. He etched it into his memory. Wada had sacrificed his youth trying to save him. An apple appeared in his hand, and he was determined not to let him die. Jun Gyeong explained, the Demon King saved Wada with a panacea, but I do not have one. The only way is to use the Eden Apple, also known as the Asgard Apple, which I requested from Odin for emergencies. He recalled the earlier instructions to absorb all the energy within the technique. I will do that. He placed the apple on Wanhua's chest, so you must eat it too. Jun Gyeong stood up and whispered, the mana flow. He spread his arms to receive the streams of energy surrounding his body. They all converged into a single point. Outside, the battle raged intensely. Hammers and axes swung. The enemy's blood sprayed like a waterfall. In Chang wielded his sword with lightning speed, felling many foes. She chopped off an opponent's head in the blink of an eye. In Chang thought to herself, that man is large, but his strength is nothing to fear. Then she glanced to her right. She managed to block an attack just in time. Her body was pushed backward by the momentum. Spear spun several times in the air. Afterwards, it returned to its owner's hand. That is Jiang Bai, the excited one. We meet again. You are still very formidable. In Chang thought to himself, he is definitely stronger than those giants. He shouted loudly, calling Gongju to help. It was still fighting enthusiastically. Lin heard the call. He immediately turned back to In Chang's side. Jiang Bai was also surprised by its immense size. He gritted his teeth viciously. What a monster. She instructed Gongdu, I have to fight him, you stop the giants. It excitedly shouted to assert itself. Gongdu. Immediately after, it shot off to carry out the order. In Chang smiled, alright then. Purple energy surrounded her, a declaration of war. Let's fight. He was elated. Ha, interesting. I like you. Frame used his strength to lift the axe, preparing to strike down. Sachi's gaze was as sharp as a knife, meeting the challenge head-on. Their weapons clashed violently, sending sparks flying. Praised, you have grown stronger, Sachi. Hung replied, but you are still the same stream. This attack's collision was even more ferocious. The sparks intertwined, creating a massive explosion. Sachi's entire body was covered in numerous wounds. He panted heavily. After the last battle, I have become stronger, but the gap in power is still too clear. Truly the strongest warrior. Sachi frowned and questioned, how could an honorable warrior like you betray your own kind? He charged forward with force, the ground where he had stood shattered. Each step was stronger than the last. He shouted from the depths of his heart, why did you betray us? Fim paid no heed, slashing fiercely in a counterattack. The sound of their terrible collision rang out repeatedly. He was annoyed. I can no longer stand the sight of him playing king. Stream voiced his discontent. Perhaps you don't know, but he has destroyed everything of ours. Hearing this, Sachi was stunned for a moment. He immediately regained his composure, attacking straight at Stream's face. He couldn't believe it, and in a moment of carelessness, took a punch right to the face. He immediately threw the axe from his hand. He retaliated against Sachi with a thunderous punch, sending him flying back dozens of meters. He spoke a terrible truth. The one who killed my friend and your father, old Vandy, was him. He struggled to stand, shocked. What? Bim said in a low voice, that bastard Loki killed old Bunny. The news hit Sachi like a thunderbolt, leaving him breathless. The scene shifted to the barrier that was still absorbing energy. The energy flow was so intense that the barrier exploded. This even caught Stream's attention. Everyone paused their fighting. A dazzling vortex appeared in the barrier. Within the mist stood the silhouette of a person. It was none other than Jun Gaiyong. He looked at the person on the ground and whispered, "Wenho." Wenho's face had regained some vitality, looking less aged than before. He thought to himself, his condition has improved. It should have been more effective, but the Eden apple is a treasure better than a panacea. It was only barely enough to keep him alive. I don't sense any increase in mana. He looked at his palm in doubt. Could it be because of me? It seems I absorbed its effects when I consumed mana earlier. He clenched his fist. That must be the reason for this powerful flow of mana. His gaze turned combative. I think I can even defeat Hercules now. Suddenly he sensed something strange. What is this source of energy? Dozens? No. Hundreds. Thousands. He was dazed, unable to find an answer. What is happening? At this moment, In Chang had already landed beside him. She spoke with concern. You're okay. What a relief. The system appeared. The collapse of heaven expresses its contempt for you. He was surprised. Contempt? Messages rang out consecutively. Unbelievable. A great achievement. The flow of mana has leveled up. Harmony. Purification and magic resistance had leveled up. Hyunmu also leveled up, and another layer of Fenrir's seal was unlocked. The rotten soldiers saw him and shouted loudly, "It's just a human, an opportunity has come." Charge. After saying that, they rushed in again and kept punching each other. He calmly summoned Hyunmu. Immediately appeared. "I will carry out your orders." It confirmed, "Leave everything to me. Do you need me to kill the giants?" He chuckled. "Hyunmu, you seem to have changed." Only now did he give the order. "Take Gunhua to a safe place." It seemed displeased. "I've gotten stronger too." Hyunmu grumbled, "I will carry out your orders." He began to pay attention to the battle. Alright, World War will be fine. And now, he took a running start and shot high into the sky. Speed was unbelievable. Only a blurred afterimage passing by was visible. He flew straight to where Sashi and Swim were fighting. Threw a powerful punch at that bastard Swim, even though his physique was not small. After that, he continuously flickered in and out of sight and threw punches. Seeing the opponent like this, Sashi could only mutter in pity. Swim. He could not help but be astonished by Jun Gaiyong's strength. Who is this person? He is many times stronger than before. In the snowy sky, a group of people were fiercely fighting. Jun Gaiyong radiated energy and commanded, "Fenrir, do as you wish." The boy immediately bared his sharp fangs. Finally, it turned back into a seal and stood behind him. Then it leaped up, causing a tremor across the white snowfield. Jun Gaiyong looked to the side. "So shall we talk?" The three-man group of Zobi also constantly radiated mana. He lowered his voice and spoke. "Who are you?" Jun Gaiyong's blood boiled. Cannot underestimate them. They are all heroes. The two behind have skills on par with In Chang. He replied sternly, "That is also what I want to ask. Who are you?" Zubi grumbled a little. "It is Zubi." Jun Gaiyong pondered. Recalling Jobi, I have never heard that name. Someone with this skill should be in the records. He tightened his spear. "I only ask one thing." His eyes were full of murderous intent. "Why did you betray humanity just because they are not hunters?" Zobi gritted his teeth and retorted, "I did not betray them." He used force from the ground to rush forward quickly. Along with his sword slash, he shouted loudly, "That is the path they must take, all for the greater cause." Jun Gaiyong swung his spear to cut, his voice heavy. "Nonsense." Jobi was knocked back far that easily. He shouted angrily, "What greater cause is worth betraying humanity?" Zobi hurriedly wiped his sweat. "I promised Swim, if King Utgard is defeated, he will help rebuild China." Jun Gaiyong thrust his spear at him. "You can promise that to King Utgard." Suddenly Juyi behind him screamed, "Hang Nim." Hearing that, he immediately propelled himself high into the air. At the same time, a sky-shattering strike came down from that man. As he slashed a line, that man ducked down and shouted loudly, "Weapon." Jun Gaiyong gritted his teeth, extremely annoyed. It turned out Jiang Bai had taken the opportunity to thrust a spear at him, caught him. Just as the tip was about to reach Jun Gaiyong, he easily caught it. Taking the chance while pushing it up, he spun around once. "Wanna play?" He struck once, causing that man to fall down. Thus, he slid a long distance on the snowy slope. Zobi glared and replied, "That is impossible with King Utgard." The blade flashed with his anger. He killed people in the dark because of an infectious disease. Cooperating with him is meaningless. And Gaiyong's eyes widened. This matter is related to the incident only hunters knew about when Wenho was absent. It explains why the survival rate in Utgard was low and why the hunters betrayed. Someone raised a flame, but the electric sparks burst out more violently. "You say it is for rebuilding China, but you abandoned them." Zobi opened his mouth to retort, I did not abandon them at all." Guan Yu and Jiang Bai focused right behind him. Jun Gaiyong decided, there is still too much unknown information. Let's overwhelm them first and then listen to the explanation. He challenged, "Come on." On the other side of the sky with heavy snowfall, Film stood there. His father Onvandi realized the chieftain was plotting something. Sachi wondered, a plot. He calmly opened his mouth. "Loki wants to turn this land into Jotunheima." He tensely realized something. What kind of plot? Trim seriously declared he would purify the world for the giant. He wanted to exterminate all other species. Old Vandy had died stopping him. Sachi gritted her teeth and asked why he had only told her this now. Truth made him explode and focus his selected power. Trim raised both hands into a defensive stance in front of his chest. Along with that skill, he punched his opponent in the face without hesitation. The shocking tremor was so violent that even the snow flurried away. He asked with tearful eyes why he had said nothing all this time. He calmly replied, I cannot lose to you. You are a loyal warrior of the giant. Would you betray your leader even if he killed your father? And he flung his hand, sending him flying. See, even knowing the truth, the will to betray was absent. Film raised his fist, selected power, and emphasized that it was still there. Punch came with immense energy. It caused Sashi to spit out fresh blood in pain, and she collapsed, letting him catch her. Swim gently reminded him to sleep until everything was over. Suddenly a voice rang out, wait. Chuyin turned his head to look behind. Zobi's group lay battered on the colds. Jun Guyong smiled confidently at him. Stream darkened his face and said through gritted teeth, how interesting. Film stood close to Jun Guyong in the mist, a special human. Looking at that confident expression, that man was now no less dangerous than Sachi. Film put on a serious face and said dangerously like Loki. He suddenly exclaimed, huh. The source of selected power swirled around his body. Stream's face was full of fighting spirit. I kept this to face the king, but I need to withstand this much. Jun Gaong suddenly raised his hand. He held both his arms and said, I surrender. It made him freeze in shock. And Chang on the other side also turned his head in panic. The other giants were startled and paid attention. Ruby flinched as she watched the bleeding person being brought over. Jun Gaong smiled warmly and told him to drink this now. He was puzzled, not understanding why. He looked away and said, I no longer have a reason to fight. Looking at Sachi lying unconscious, Commander Udgard had fainted, and looking at Jiangbai and Juan Yu clenching their fists, I understand why you humans chose the side of the broken man. Jun Gaiyong smiled and declared that this ordinary mercenary would not participate in the battle. It directly silenced Stream, who was erupting with power. He retracted his power and said fine. He said comfortably, I accept your withdrawal. Right after his words, the Nat soldiers raised their hands and cheered. The other team snapped back, being much weaker. Film turned around and ordered not to kill him. The blood of the ice giant was enough for this civil war. Jun Gaiyong shifted his gaze again. I will watch your ideals, show me. Zobi was stunned, unable to speak. Jiangbai and Juan Yu introduced themselves respectively. I am Juan Yu, I am Jiangbai. Suddenly Stream seriously declared, we will advance on Utgard. We will kill King Loki. Luna's soldiers responded in unison with loud cheers. Suddenly the system voice sounded. The fall of heaven looked at everyone with discomfort and sneered. Jun Gaiyong pondered the announcement. I am not sure why, but the fall of heaven is very discomforting. Was it after he heard the name Loki? Stream asked Jun Gaiyong, I am curious why you suddenly withdrew. He casually replied, because we're mercenaries. A bright smile bloomed on his face. If you pay adequately, I will gladly help. He smiled with interest and replied, that sounds good. Jun Gaiyong's group watched his straight back as he left. Chang worriedly spoke to Jun Gaiyong. Are you sure you will be fine? His face showed only cheerfulness. Is there a problem? She still worriedly said, but he put on his shirt, cutting her off. Didn't I say this from the start? We are neutral. Hyunmu was carrying the source as he heard him continue. We achieved our goal when we arrived in China. Jun Gaong stated that Zobi, Juan Yu and Jiangbai would help the people in Utgard. Isn't this the best result? In Chang smiled in agreement. He agreed. Castle Utgat was already billowing with smoke and fire, the advance proceeding smoothly. Because most people had already fallen to the first giant warriors. The citizens knelt before the enemy, the soldiers easily surged in to slaughter them. A worried voice rang out, One Huxi, are you okay? Jun Gaiyong sighed in relief when he saw him open his eyes. You are awake. He turned his head in a panic to look beside him. Before his eyes was a thick sea of fire. The Nats warriors were chatting about something. One Who clenched his teeth. He shouted angrily at Jun Gaiyong, were you a traitor from the very beginning? He asked back in confusion, what are you talking about? I already explained it to you. The face of Han Ho reminded, though late, the rescue team has arrived. Hun Ho was stunned in surprise. What? Then he noticed the group of three, Zobi, Juan Yu, and Zhang Bai, approaching. Jun Gaiyong entrusted Jobi, gather the people of Utgat. If there is a chance, I will let you leave the fortress. Turning his face back, Wonho, please go help them. With someone I trust like you, gathering them will be easier. He calmed down and thought, I feel like he wants to save people. Then spoke up, I do not know what is going on, but I understand. Jun Gaiyong smiled in satisfaction. Then I will go do my mercenary mission. Tran Winyer raised a question. Before you go, let me ask one thing. How do you feel? He flexed his arms, radiating power. His entire body burst into flames, his expression cheerful, amazing. The system sound rang. A mission to eliminate the imposter was created. Time limit 15 minutes. The cold landscape was covered in pure white snow. Flames bursting from the castle added a hue of red. The people in cloaks evacuated as the rescue team instructed. Wonho looked toward the fire and thought silently, Jun Gaiyong, be careful. The king is very strong. On this side, a group radiating crimson energy was confronting the Dark King on the throne. Loki growled angrily. How dare a filthy apostate set foot in the castle? Him narrowed his eyes looking at him. Utgat Loki, it is your turn. He showed no fear at all. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Jun Gaiyong quietly assessed. He is still calm even with hundreds of giants in front of him. The king's presence is truly strong. Does he have any more cards to play? Him sneered, do you regret not killing me the way you killed Wen? Loki's lips involuntarily formed a smile. He deliberately hit a nerve. I know the reason you rebelled is because of Wen Vanny. Immediately, Stream flew into a rage, grinding his teeth at that bastard. Then he braced himself to balance his level to prepare to send him to meet his ancestors. He still calmly praised impressive. His hand suddenly snapped his thumb up to cast a spell. The massive coffin nearby began to shake violently, the lid shattered, and a burning red hand reached up. One monster swung its arm, smashing the shelter to pieces as it lunged out. Another one jumped in through the window. They landed on the ground one after another, a powerful crash despite breaking the floor. Thus, a huge army of monsters assembled before their king. Jin frowned at that red creature. Are those the heartless giants I saw for the first time? Loki bared his teeth in delight, a savage laugh. Seeing that, Fim could not help but grind his teeth and ask, you bastard, what have you done? He reasoned, I heard most of the giants died from an infectious disease. Is that not right? They are too strong, heartless, completely different from before. Now they obey the king. Looking at the giants panting heavily, he blurted out his thought. Finally the pieces fit. The king sacrificed his own people to create a private army. Loki laughed widely in confirmation. He needed an army that only listened to him, and they became that glorious army. Suddenly, someone shot up, generating small lightning bolts. Fim clenched his fist and charged through the monsters toward him. He too quickly activated his level balance, his oppressive aura spreading around. Then he blasted a stream of dark purple power forward. One shot hit Stream right where he stood to receive it. The energy was so strong it pierced through the roof. After withdrawing his hand, Loki grandly called upon his loyal warriors. His gaze was manic. Tear that traitor apart. Subordinates all roared in unison in response. Then, one by one, they charged forward as ordered. The two rotten men were still in shock. Just one blow and the stream had returned. What should they do? Unlike what they thought, a hand suddenly reached up from the ground. Following it was the stream, though a bit battered, still brimming with momentum and strength. He shouted orders loudly. Take down the leader. He has lost all dignity. Charge forward. Hearing the big brother's words, they immediately rushed forward in a wave. The stream had returned. Charge. In Chang at this moment had yet to process the turn of events. Jun Gaiyong, what the hell is going on? He explained that the king needed a private army and it seemed he had been modifying the giants for that purpose. Hearing every word, she was deeply shocked. You mean he killed his own people and experimented on them? He glanced, repeating, he is a mad king. Seeing his people only as tools, he is a monster. The battle continued. One rotten man had just succeeded in slashing the monster's body twice. But afterward it was unharmed, its eyes even bulged wide, even more crazed. Suddenly it lowered its head and bit the rotten man's shoulder, making him scream, get away, you bastard. But the monster simply tore the flesh away as he cried out in pain. The remaining men also recklessly leaped forward, aiming at other targets. He assessed the situation. The modified giants had no consciousness. They charged in like madmen. With this situation, the rotten men would not win. The only way was to... His train of thought stopped, but something flickered in his eyes. Loki stood leisurely looking down from above. Do you all know what you are getting into? I will wipe out everyone. The system suddenly announced the gauntlet of Muspel had been fully charged with mana. He had already gripped the weapon tightly, and made the decision to defeat the king. Immediately after, he stomped hard on the ground and launched himself into the air. He leaped over the battle between Lunas and the monsters below. He put his spear behind him, building momentum for a powerful swing. Then immediately brought the spear down toward Loki, while he barely regarded him. And Gaong's fierce attack was easily blocked by Loki. He sneered with utter contempt. His entire body exuded black energy as he spoke. I have been observing for a while now. Now my fist is ready. You the one with the strongest mana here. He threw a powerful punch forward and shouted, die. Black energy radiated around. The technique was so strong and fast that Gaiyong was cornered. A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. He couldn't dodge this. Suddenly, Jun Gaong's eyes swept over as if seeing something. Someone's skill, similar to that old man's, was rushing fiercely straight at him. The two skills collided, creating a chaotic scene. Loki froze, thinking to himself, he neutralized my extreme release move? He looked over, who are you? Sachi appeared within a misty haze of smoke. He was sweating and breathing heavily, looking completely exhausted. Sachi paused for a moment. Seeing him, Jun Gaong shouted, Sachi! His entire body trembled violently. I'm leaving the giants to you. He dropped heavily to his knees. He collapsed to the ground, and seeing this, Stream yelled angrily, Sachi! Loki darkened his face sinisterly, then sneered, the weak bastard goes begging for help from a human. Fine, when this fight is over, I will turn you into a warrior first. Jun Gaiyong was annoyed and called out loudly to Fenrir. It immediately lunged at Loki, startling him. Fenrir moved through space, surrounding him so quickly it was a blur. Loki seemed to be provoked. You are weaker than before. His skill was like a bomb, exploding all the earth and stone and sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Fenrir was also blasted far away. The green system notified you have 5 minutes left to complete the mission. Red message updated. The Apocalypse game set is demanding you eliminate this shameful individual. Seeing this, and Chang asked worriedly, what a brutal bastard, what do we do? Lian replied, hold him off for 1 minute. She scratched her chin awkwardly, hold him off for 1 minute. That guy who defeated Fenrir with one vicious strike. At the same time, Swim charged straight at Loki with her fury. Ah, Loki! The two engaged in a fierce fight. Seeing this, Jun Gaiyong did not want to stay idle either. Swim alone won't be enough, I need you. Chang might not have heard clearly, but in her mind only one phrase remained, need you. She seemed to gain strength. Fine. I will try for 1 minute. A sound of a jump rang out. Jun Guyong gripped his spear tightly. The system warned that Muspel's spear had nearly reached its magic absorption limit. His whole body blazed with momentum, his eyes full of determination. This was still not enough. He needed more. At that moment, Loki had knocked Stream out of the battle circle. The system warned again that capacity had exceeded the permissible threshold. Suddenly, a slash cut off the steel gauntlet arm. Loki barely reacted in time, quickly blocking the incoming attack. He rebounded the attack toward In Chang, who was rushing in. A large explosion occurred, plunging the scene into chaos. The system announced that Muspel's spear had leveled up with extreme heat. Jun Guyong held the spear that radiated powerful magic. No, it was still not enough. His eyes seemed to ignite a little more. He had to end this with one strike. The system turned gray. The spear had reached its fire capacity limit and began to crack. Its body was already covered with crisscrossing fissures. Right at that moment, Jun Guyong, with utmost determination, grabbed the spear and lunged upward. He used all his strength, hurling it violently toward Loki. The spear shot forward like an arrow, piercing straight through a building. Then it soared up, opening a deep blue sky amidst the smoke. The system immediately announced that the mission was completed. Loki now stood frozen like a statue. The red system appeared. The apocalypse deck had been satisfied. Loki's whole body was riddled with holes, his eyes full of shocked disbelief. The system displayed praise. You performed very well. Faint rays of sunlight appeared. Zobi and Wonho along with everyone else discussed. Impossible. Was that sunlight from China in the lower realm? The system announced again, you have achieved the feat of the sun lifter. The sky was strangely blue, the sunlight stretched down, casting its rays. The system continuously reported, your compatibility with fire has increased sharply. You received the mission completion reward. Your stats are constantly increasing, you are recovering health. The city became eerily peaceful. Under that unbelievable sunlight, the giant named Loki had died, the king and the castle burned to ash. Loki's body blazed fiercely, leaving only an unrecognizable skeleton before vanishing without a trace. Finally came the purge. The giants enlarged by the king were taken down. Calling it granting them rest was more accurate than killing. The 4 leaders gathered at the site of the ruined castle. That was Sachi, Swim, Zubi, and finally Jun Guyong. The battle was not over yet. Film stepped forward to look at Zubi and said, Zubi, I will keep my promise. Hearing that, he smiled in satisfaction. Stream glanced slightly far from it, turned and said calmly, kill me. Having said that, Stream knelt down and confessed his sins. Whatever the reason, this traitor's hands were stained with the blood of his own kind. My revenge is complete. He looked up, his voice trembling. I ask that you spare the Lunas who followed me. Sachi had a stern face but remained silent. He conjured an axe and gripped it tightly in his hand. Sachi's entire body emanated magic power. He said very well. He still kept to his old ways. The snow fell thicker and thicker, blanketing the mountain peak in white. Sachi and Jun Guyong stood on the castle, quietly watching. He wondered, do you not look down on me? Sachi glanced at him lightly. He turned and praised with a smile, of course not. In truth, I am very grateful to you. You made the right decision regarding many people. You are like a warrior of ours. Jun Guyong's doubt was dispelled. His heart felt happy and at ease. Snow still fell heavily around the palace. Jiang Bei carried a large log, receiving admiring glances from everyone. Juan Yu was loudly directing the work. Jun Guyong and Joby looked down from above. He said the reconstruction is progressing well. He replied with satisfaction, it is all thanks to you. Jun Guyong turned and asked, do you still need my help with anything? Zubi's expression became serious. We have done our best, but everyone cannot stay long on this dead land with such scarcity. He made a request, we plan to leave these walls, can you help me with that? Jun Guyong readily replied, of course I can. But I do not think that is a good choice, because many things are about to change. Zubi was perplexed, what do you mean? He quietly reminded me that he did not think it was necessary to leave these city walls. In fact, it was a bad idea. He thought everyone should settle here because the whole world was about to become a gate. Zobi sighed worriedly, oh, he understood, but what about supplies in the cold? Jun Guyong brought out Su Hao Yam and said this was the Puramora monster. It could be used as a food source. It was not tasty but could grow in any environment. Jun Guyong pointed at the pile of rolling Puramora and said they could be fed with monster bones, so there would be no fear of starving. Zubi was suddenly puzzled and asked how did he know all those things. He smiled softly and said he thought he could also solve the cold problem. Joby was overjoyed and thanked him. Next time they would surely repay the favor. Mobile tents were set up, snow covering everything in white. Stream stepped out from somewhere, grinning sinisterly. Interesting human, there you are. The new giant tribe chieftain did well. Small Jun Guyong standing next to Stream replied, if he was curious he should meet in person. He was worried, would he be happy when an enemy came to him? He smiled faintly and asked, maybe you are an enemy, but aren't you also not one? What is it? Trim recalled his conversation with Sachi, explaining that one who took blood from kin could not be chieftain. So he refused Sachi and decided to lead the broken ones, because the fierce frost giants only grew when they had enemies. He continued, monsters were just prey, the only thing that could be our enemy. Trim darkened his face and stared straight at Jun Guyong. It was you humans. He heard that and was startled with a bit of fear. Jun Guyong spoke up. That was why he considered them, because neither side gained anything by becoming enemies. Frim replied, indeed, this was how they showed respect to the humans who helped them. He answered, he understood. Actually, he came here to learn from. He chuckled softly, if Lord Loki wished, I will grant it to you, since you saved the giant race. Jun Guyong was puzzled who was Lord Loki. Stream explained in the ancient language of the giants. It meant the one who killed Loki. Red System announced the Apocalypse playset piece. He thought to himself the name Loki always caused a strange reaction, then spoke up he wanted to learn the extreme release technique. Trim slowly stroked his chin, I can grant it to you, but not sure if it is feasible. He recalled when he used extreme release, analyzing that the technique pushed the latent mana power in the body to its limit. It required a large amount of mana. Without a giant's physical strength, no one could learn it. The energy mass from the red force flared up violently. Juan saw that and was a bit stunned. Sachi was also startled and confused, turning to think to herself, what is this terrifying mana? Could it be Jun Guyong? In Chang also sensed it, smiling to herself, thinking that he made her wonder if he was even human. Jun Guyong emitted a powerful aura that enveloped the entire wide space. His eyes shone brightly. He asserted firmly that he could confidently say he had more mana than him. Trim grinned and said, excellent. Jun Guyong stood alone on the cliff looking back at the Orion castle under the white snow sky. His face was tense as he whispered the name Loki. Remembering the giants and Loki's sinister smile, he continued. The foolish king used his own kin as test subjects to build an army. He turned giants with extreme release into killing machines using the inner energy of Chinese hunters. Jun Guyong's eyes were full of doubt. How could he make the giants only listen and obey him completely? According to Swim and Sashi, the king was a powerful warrior, but not the one who did that. He glanced lightly. If so, then it meant there was someone helping him. Jun Guyong remembered when he asked the villagers about the fortress intruders. Everyone said they left without doing anything. He once thought if there were outsiders at this time, it would be the Demon King. But if it was not him, then who was it? He looked up at the sky, thinking of the mysterious pitch-black figure mimicking a bewitching black smoke. He suspected whether it was due to the figure in the black robe. That man made Jun Guyong confused. Who the hell was he? What was he planning? The entire hills were covered in white, snowflakes flying gently across the sky. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Mr. Jun Guyong. He paid attention, gently glancing to the side. In Chang walked over with a cheerful mood. She invited him. There is a festival. Let us go together. He hesitated and thought, seeming not too keen, a festival. But not letting Jun Guyong hesitate, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. He was still stunned, not yet reacting. She urged him, hurry up, everyone is waiting. Over here the atmosphere was lively. Everyone gathered chatting noisily, looking at the peaceful scene full of life. Someone sighed, right? This is what living is. Though difficult, that is life. The young man chewed on meat noisily as he spoke. Be grateful that we are still alive. In Chang looked around, then praised. What a beautiful landscape. A festival right where the gate assimilated him. Jun Guyong agreed. It made him feel full of hope. Suddenly, he thought of a great idea and asked if they should make a finale for the festival. Hearing this, she was puzzled. He slowly walked over. Jun Guyong stood on a high platform looking prominent, attracting everyone's gaze. The crowd buzzed with discussion. That person is Lord Loki, the one who defeated the giant king, Lord Loki. He also did not know the name, but it seemed the giants called him that. He responded enthusiastically, Lord Loki will show us something. Lord Loki. A hot energy source twisted in midair, the mana flow being strongly consolidated. It grew larger, coiling around Jun Guyong's body, the mana becoming richer and richer. With him as the center, the energy erupted, a red light flashing in his eyes. Yang Bai and Zobi were startled in amazement at this sight. In Chang smiled calmly, waiting in silence. The warm sunlight slowly dispelled the mist, shining down on the rooftops. The film spared no praise. Lord Loki was truly outstanding. The others gaped in astonishment. Impossible, a sun had appeared. The sky was clear blue without a single cloud, the sunlight gently spreading everywhere. Then Guyong calmly raised his hand to control the mana. The system announced. Mana was forming a core under the influence of the dragon vein stone. A small dragon heart was being created. After a while, the lively festival ended, the train car returning to Bander's usual tranquility. Two figures stood on the city wall talking. Joby took the initiative to ask, are you leaving now? Jun Guyong confirmed, that is right. He smiled and recounted what he had just done. I injected heat into the metal structures outside the settlement. The distant metal block was radiating heat. I learned how to inject mana from observing Park Jahan. I used Merlin's necklace to retain the heat. As long as the structure remains intact, the heat will always be there. Zobi's expression turned serious. Are you really leaving? I really want to repay this debt. Jun Guyong gently promised, we will meet again. He jumped down and landed softly. 4 people were waiting below. In Chang teased, the one who lifted the sun has arrived. He felt embarrassed. Are you joking? She recalled the scene just now. No, really. You really did lift the sun when we went out there. Jun Guyong scratched his head shyly, not expecting his image in others' eyes to be like that. In Chang changed the subject. But are we really leaving? He knew she was worried and reassured her. Do not worry about them. I have made the heat stay. He secretly thought she was very kind. He turned and called the boy Fenrir. A stream of blue mana suddenly flashed. The boy transformed into a giant wolf, its glossy fur shimmering. Zhengyang gently stepped back, saying goodbye, I am off. Hope you will have made progress when we meet again. Zobi began awaiting the next reunion. I hope we will meet again. The scene was barren hills and mountains. Wind and snow covered everything, nature hazy behind the mist. Time passed, night fell bringing a bone-chilling cold. Zhengyang's group stopped to rest after the tiring journey. Only he and Chang sat by the fire, the others had already slept. She shared her feelings, this trip was chaotic but not too bad. Contrary to her, he sighed warily, if traveling like this wears me out, I do not want to try it again. He exclaimed, then looked beside her. It has been a while since I saw you joke. You are enjoying it too, are not you, Gongju? She raised her fists in enthusiastic agreement. Zhen Gaiyong's expression grew serious. In Chang, how is your training going? He thought to himself, internal energy was truly hard to learn. In Chang reported her progress. I have understood a bit about internal energy and mana flow. He urged impatiently, you need to hurry up. His expression became grave. There is not much time left. Zhen Gaiyong quietly sensed the glowing spot in his chest. The dragon heart near my own heart is still charging energy even as we speak. Mana increases and develops, everyone grows stronger. This signals a major change is about to happen. He felt confused and worried about the future. Even the monsters were becoming stronger. The world was changing, the mana saturation in China was just the beginning. When In Chang looked up towards one side, she startled and called out to Li Zhengaong. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the call, responding confusedly, yeah. She pointed in the direction ahead, hesitantly saying that. They both stood up simultaneously, his pupils contracting in shock. The tallest mountain in the distance blazed brightly in the dead of night, emitting thick smoke, looking extremely conspicuous. They stood still watching. In Chang stated Mount Bagdu is burning. The village burned fiercely. Thick black smoke obscured the view, the high temperature melting the ice. Countless monsters came in succession. The orc army charged in recklessly despite the fire's heat, their piercing cries signaling the battle. All the villagers fled in panic, screams echoed everywhere. Cool Head loudly directed, this way, everyone. Two people stood waiting and protecting the villagers to escape safely. A ferocious orc holding a sword chased after them. A stab pierced its body, and he disgustedly shooed it away. Get lost. The person beside him cooperated and cleaved another orc in half, blood splattering. They both retreated behind, maintaining a defensive stance. Boni worriedly asked, has everyone evacuated? Kun guessed uncertainly, I think so. Felt slightly relieved. Alright, now if we can get down the mountain. Before he could finish, a giant foot stomped heavily, shaking the ground, causing a resounding boom. They were startled and simultaneously looked in that direction. Silhouette of a muscular giant appeared, its body bulging with veins, a ferocious look in its eyes, mana swirling around. The two gripped their weapons defensively. Kua fearfully cursed, damn it, what is that giant doing here? Boni trembled, I sense a terrifying amount of mana from him. His face turned pale, prepare to sacrifice yourselves. We might have to risk our lives for this. Suddenly, a powerful source of mana shot over from afar. Giant sensed the danger, turning around on guard. Fenrir dove straight down from the sky, targeting him at lightning speed. Before he could even act, his head was severed from his body. Kua was stunned witnessing the scene. That wolf, could it be Zhengaong? And In Chang's group came to ask, was he okay? He was still dazed, thanked him, then let out a soft sigh of relief. Juan looked around and wondered, where were Sangun and Ung Neil? He could no longer sense them. Yun's expression turned heavy, his voice hesitant. Master has descended into the celestial pool to seal Sangun. Zhen Gaiyong's pupils constricted, inwardly feeling something was wrong. He quickly turned and instructed, In Chang, handle things here with brother Quan Ho. She immediately nodded in agreement. After that, he dashed off at top speed, the scenery blurring past his eyes. At an empty clearing, Sangun and Ung Neil stood facing each other. Both of their mana swirled around their bodies. The air tensed to the point of suffocation. His eyes were fierce, blazing red, his sharp fangs bared as he snarled viciously. The little girl gripped her sword tightly, standing still in hesitation, her face sorrowful as she called out, Sangun. He seemed to have lost all reason, swinging his claws as if to seize the little girl. The little girl promptly created a defensive shield. He did not give up, instead becoming even more frenzied. Ung Neil tried to awaken him. Sangun, stop. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes, her heart torn. I cannot continue like this anymore. Sangun's eyes flashed and the little girl's figure vanished. Ung Ni othered all her resolve and lunged forward. The little girl raised her sword high and slashed down hard at Sangun's head. He directly focused his mana to counterattack. The little girl looked at that familiar face, her heart heavy. In that moment of distraction, Yuniel was sent flying by him. Her body slammed into the ground, skidding a long way, kicking up a cloud of dust. Threads of mana flickered in and out of sight. Shards of earth and rock scattered everywhere. Ung Neil crashed into a large rock behind her and stopped. She struggled to stand up. Then she painfully caught up blood, appearing to be severely injured. She straightened her back and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sangun, you are like the father who raised me, an orphan. How could I kill you? you. Right now, he no longer recognized his loved ones. Only the instincts of a wild beast remained, staring fixedly at Neil. The little girl spread her arms wide, waiting for the end. Instead, just kill me. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks, her voice trembling but firm. Kill me, Sangun. Let it end here. I am so tired. With those words, Sangun raised his claws to strike, the surrounding mana rippling in response. His massive foot stomped hard, making the ground tremble violently. Neil squeezed her eyes shut, filled with sorrow. After a moment, finding herself still intact, she cracked her eyes open in surprise. Geong had appeared from somewhere, standing in front of her, blocking the attack. He remained calm in this situation, quietly asking, "Are you okay, kid?" Neil was stunned by the scene before her. Sangun gave them no time to chat, continuing to lunge with his claws. Geong quickly scooped up the little girl and escaped the blast zone, towering flames carrying immense power. He landed safely and gently on the ground. Juan looked at Neil's ragged and disheveled state. "Your appearance, what exactly happened?" She recounted the story of the man in black. She briefly explained the situation, about encountering Sangun and everything that followed. Geong's pupils contracted, an image of a person with a dark aura flashing in his mind. The man in black, could it be? Geong hastily asked for his whereabouts. "Where is that man?" Neil speculated with basis. "It's been a few days since he disappeared. I think Sangun changed because of him." He fell into thought. A man in black. Right. Setting that aside for now, he had a more important matter to handle. First, let's deal with Sangun. The little girl clenched her fists to warn him, "You cannot." Hearing that, he paused. Neil felt helpless. "We tried everything, Seals, even using Bagma's energy to permanently remove his demonic energy. But Sangun's power is too great, it is impossible." Geong wondered, "So we have to kill him?" Reluctantly, she affirmed, "Yes." A staff gradually materialized in his hand. From Bander's silhouette, it formed into a long rod. He channeled his mana and instructed, "Rest, Neil. Perhaps I have a way." With that said, he pushed off powerfully, leaving only a speck of light on the ground. Geong attacked Sangun relentlessly at blinding speed from all directions. He decisively slashed a sharp arc, the sound of tearing air ringing out. The two sides clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The area in front of Sangun was completely destroyed, debris flying everywhere, thick smoke and dust obscuring vision. Witnessing this, Neil was amazed. "No way. He got that strong so quickly? It looks like years have passed, but it has only been a few days." The battle continued fiercely. Geong charged forward again like an arrow leaving the bow. The stream of mana coiled tightly around the entire rod. Blood splattered, Sangun's eyes lost focus, his body going stiff. His sharp spear had pierced the man's abdomen, and he could not even take a single step. Unjil, tears streaming down her face, shouted loudly, "Sangun." Geong calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, I don't plan to kill him." A strong surge of mana gathered on the spear, the dragon heart from the dragon blood stone at its peak power. He could sense it thanks to the stone. His hand tightened, a blood-red thread flowing in. He intended to absorb the tainted part that drove Sangun mad into his own body, but things did not go as planned. Geong gritted his teeth, his expression turning serious. Moosebell's spear was transforming into a demonic spear, draining Sunsongu's life force. His pupils constricted, and he focused with determination. "I need to return his life force to him." The system suddenly announced, "Purification has been activated." He was overjoyed. "Perfect, I cannot miss this opportunity." Sangun's pupils lit up under the influence of Geong's skill. After a moment, his eyes gradually returned to normal, his consciousness returning. He was stunned, still not fully lucid. What is this?" He flinched, freezing in place. "I did it." Seeing the situation was safe, Geong withdrew his spear. Sangun, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. A flash of light erupted, the ground cracking from the impact. Jil hurried over, calling out loudly, "Sangun." She raised both hands and mana began to gather. She reminded him anxiously, "I will heal you now. Just stay still." A golden light enveloped his entire body. His eyes remained closed with no reaction. Unjil wailed in despair, begging, "Please open your eyes, Sangun." Finally, she gave up, retracting her mana, and hung her head. She fell into self-blame and regret. "Sangun, I'm sorry." At that moment, there was a sound and Unjil turned her head to look. Not far away, Winnow and Fenrir appeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I made it in time." Time passed, and Sangun regained some strength, lying opposite Geong. He asked with concern, "Are your senses stable now?" He hesitated a little, then confirmed, "Yes." He assessed silently. Even though he had removed the tainted part, the man was still dying. Geong wondered, "Sangun, who is the man in black, and why did you meet him?" "There are many questions that need answers. Why did a mythical entity like you meet that suspicious man and take that power?" He recalled, then spoke slowly and cared about another matter. "Is Unjil alright?" Geong was honest. "She is fine, she just exhausted herself worrying about you. A few minutes ago, Jungwa reported her condition. I healed Sangun's external wounds, but his internal injuries are too severe, healing is useless." Hearing this, she was startled, her pupils constricting, tears welling up, as if her world was collapsing. Returning to the present, Sangan gave his final words. I will die soon. Do you still keep your promise to take care of Unjil? Ungaong nodded seriously. He instructed, good, I entrust Unjil to you. His eyes flickered with recollection. The man in black was very suspicious, but had a familiar power. Memory surfaced, and he corrected himself. He did not come to me, I went to him. He gave me something. He was suspicious. Gave you what? The mysterious man, his face unclear, stood staring intently at, gave me something. Sangun slowly approached from behind. Ungaong eagerly waited to hear more. And then? Sangun was silent for a long time, then answered, I cannot remember. He was startled, not expecting this outcome. How can that be? He closed his eyes to recall. I must have met him in Chanji, but I still cannot remember clearly. He mused, he cannot remember the important part. So I don't know how the gull hunting method changed, or who he is, or where he was. A little later, at the ruined village, traces of a fierce battle remained. Chang stood on a bridge observing, with the survivors below. She said, I give you two choices. Her attitude was calm. Choose whichever you prefer. She began, it will be very difficult, but that is the choice, to stay here. Everyone listened seriously. The second choice is to go to South Korea. We need the government's permission, but we will arrange accommodation. In Chang reminded them, the travel time is 3 days, so decide beforehand. On the other side, as Junkyong was sitting alone, Unjil came over and called out, Uncle. Her face was anxious. I am so worried about Sangun. He trusts you. Let's go visit him together. He immediately agreed, sure. They moved into the underground passage, the sound echoing in the empty space. Grandpa Sangun. He lay motionless all day without a trace of vitality, and Neil sat beside him, asking worriedly, Grandfather Sangun, what is wrong with you? The little girl tried to shake him awake. Grandfather, please wake up. The little girl attempted to transfer mana into his body. The mana gradually faded away and Sangun still showed no reaction. Neil, her eyes brimming with tears, stroked his fur and confessed, you were once an important member of our family, once a close friend. The little girl could not suppress her grief over losing a beloved one, and her father too. Sangun's body suddenly began to glow, and she whispered her thanks to him for everything, saying she would never forget him. Ungaong stood quietly nearby, leaving them their final moment of privacy. His figure gradually faded away. Neil knelt, bowed her head in respect, and spoke her final words of gratitude to Grandfather Sangun. He completely transformed into a stream of mana, flowing out through the passage. All the villagers knelt down together, seeing Sangun off on his final journey. The stream of mana gradually merged with the earth and sky. After a moment, everyone stood in place, turning their gazes toward the ruined village. Someone worried about leaving this wreckage behind, but Kwon smiled reassuringly, saying, we will come back. In Chang stood before the reindeer, which were lined up neatly, and she shouted out instructions. The elderly and children go first. She raised her hand to direct them. Once we leave the mountain, it will be very cold, so dress warmly and then climb onto the reindeer. Suddenly, she noticed something. Jungaong, holding Neil, gently landed on the ground. He set her down softly, and in her arms, she was still holding a small tiger cub, her mood seeming much better. In Chang was stunned. Huh, a tiger cub, how is that possible? The little girl cheerfully raised him up. Grandfather Sangun. Bing then explained, oh, it is a phenomenon similar to a phoenix's rebirth. He now looks very weak and harmless. A guardian named Big Malay had placed Sangun into Neil's family, but he was reborn with almost all his memories intact, having lost his power. Jun Jaeong looked forward. We will return to Korea soon. In Chang responded, just thinking about it is exciting. She was a bit curious. What are you planning to do when we arrive? He mused, there are many things to do. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It radiated a dazzling golden light, its aura far from ordinary. In Chang examined it curiously. What kind of weapon is this? A magic tool? The amount of mana is terrifying. Jun Gyeong held it up, silently praising Neil for doing well, and replied, it is a gift. As if a heavy stone had dropped on her head, Gongju was startled and gritted her teeth. A gift? Her face darkened and her mood soured. I see. What do you plan to do when you set foot in Korea? Chang said with a voice full of envy, giving a gift to your secret woman, right? He looked bewildered. Huh? After snapping out of it, Jun Gyeong awkwardly scratched his cheek, avoiding her gaze. Ah, yes, I will give it to her. In Chang fumed. He was flustered when she silently turned and walked away. What is with that reaction? The group marched through the cold, snowy landscape. They stopped at their destination, and the crab was astonished. This is the wall? The sound of footsteps echoed. Jun Gyeong stepped forward to the wall. He recalled the past. I once said I would open this wall once a month. It has probably been over a month. Placed his hand on its surface, mana spreading around him, and thought to himself that waiting was a waste of time, as he had improved much more than anticipated. His expression changed. I can open it without help. As he exerted his power, he warned in a low voice, step back. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Gyeong focused all his strength, and the wall began to tremble. Two sources of energy tangled with each other. The entire wall lit up brightly. He gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. Not enough mana. If I use the dragon heart, it will drain Sangun's energy. Dragonheart seemed to develop a crack, and the mana became chaotic. At the northern front, covered by cold wind and snow like a thick mist, a figure could be dimly seen standing guard in the sky. COG commented seriously, it has been rare lately. The young man next to him was puzzled. Rare what? He explained, those monsters, who are they? Ever since that person came to the front, incidents like this have been rare. The man suddenly understood. Ah, that underdog guy. It is probably just a coincidence. Seojin said nothing more and sank into thought. The cold, pitch-black figure of Jun Gyeong appeared in his mind. He smiled, pretending to be relaxed. Who knows, maybe he escaped from the monsters of North Korea Moon. The man heard this and denied it without hesitation. No way, no one could. So many heroes have been there for a long time. He was stunned, huh? Pratseok Jin shouted in shock. Hey, look over there. The man asked, what is it? Both of them widened their eyes in astonishment at the same time. The border is changing. A red stream of mana set the entire wall ablaze. It spread further and further, and the wall gradually vanished before their very eyes. Inside the garrison area, the modern building stood sturdy and strong. Steam rose from a fragrant cup of coffee, and a voice remarked, coffee is warm. In Chang picked it up, took a sip, and praised, my god, is coffee always this good? Gang agreed, exactly. Suddenly, someone approached. Seok Jin asked curiously, the group accompanying you is in the audience hall. May I know who they are? He replied calmly, introducing them as the remaining survivors from North Korea. Very trustworthy. He was startled. North Korea, so that means... As if knowing what he was thinking, he confirmed, yeah, they are all hunters. Seok Jin was astonished. All of them are hunters? At the same time in the audience hall, all the people gathered inside, directing their gazes toward Neil and Kun, who were standing on the stage. The little girl began to speak, everyone, please be patient. From now on, it will be very comfortable. They replied cheerfully, yes. Jun Gyeong observed, that little girl, her curse must have been nullified. The power of the curse that granted her abilities but trapped her in a childlike form is gone. The little girl naturally stood before them, giving a speech. He walked over and asked, Neil, are you free? The little girl, drawn by the call, turned around, and both cheeks flushed red with shyness. Jun Gyeong took the little girl's hand and politely excused himself. I'll borrow your leader for a moment. They responded enthusiastically. Do whatever you want, no need to come back. Only Kun looked on worriedly, feeling uneasy. The two walked to a secluded place. Seeing no one was around to disturb them, he inquired about her appearance. Neil explained the curse is gone. Jun Gyeong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then he grabbed her wrist. Wait. He gently reminded, it will hurt a little. The little girl startled, huh? His pupils lit up as he focused his senses. He had to use mana flow to examine her physical condition. The surrounding air fluctuated as a source of mana connected the two. Neil warily pushed Jun Gyeong's hand away and demanded, what are you doing? He commented seriously, you've grown weaker. Little girl was stunned. What? Then she decided to confirm it herself, activating mana to surround her body. A moment later, she looked at her sensitive hands worriedly. I really am weaker. Why? Jun Gyeong analyzed. You were only strong near Cheonji village because you controlled the energy there. That's why up there, you had the appearance of a child. Her face darkened, feeling deeply sad. Seeing this, he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm a hunter. Let me help. Neil was moved by these words. She hesitated, dropping her hostile attitude. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? He spoke up. Jun Gyeong informed them to prepare mentally. People from the government and the association will soon seek you out. They will ask many questions about you and the people of Cheonji. The image of the military dealing with the monsters appeared. Their abilities were far stronger than expected if they all joined the association at once. And also the bravery of your father, cleaving enemies in two. His voice was steady. Everyone will be very excited. But the problem is, Neil knew what was troubling Jun Gyeong. Are they trustworthy? He nodded affirmatively. Yes, there's a possibility of being deported from South Korea or being forced into an unjust contract with the government and association. Or, he thought of the man with a dark aura. Asga Association Chairman Kang Hoo-jin might come. That man will crave the power you all hold. Jun Gyeong proposed, without forgetting to consider their feelings. I will provide everyone with something useful. Of course, the right to refuse or accept will be up to the people of Cheonji village. Neil questioned, what is it? Outside, warm sunlight shone upon the buildings. A car drove up. It stopped beside the building. A muscular man in a vest and sunglasses stepped out, looking very dignified. Sang-soo suddenly noticed something. He opened his arms in greeting. Long time no see, Hunter Lee Jun Gyeong. Welcome back from China, he replied politely. It's been a while since the training session, hasn't it? He chuckled in praise. Your impression is hard to forget. A hunter who perfectly completed a dangerous mission and returned, even bringing back survivors from North Korea. And they are hunters at that. Jun Gyeong deduced their plan. The association is taking the initiative. But then Sang-soo's expression turned grave. But there's one problem. Can we trust them? So the association chairman has a proposal. He heightened his vigilance. Asgard is approaching. Sang-soo turned his head and relayed Asga's opinion. We heard that all the survivors from North Korea are hunters. That's why the association chairman wants to sign a contract with them. Jun Gyeong questioned, is it a mana contract? He hesitated. Yes. A mana contract is a contract that allows using people like slaves by enforcing the penalties written in it. He recalled its contents. And he smiled politely. Sorry, but they have already signed a contract with me. Sangsu was startled. I see. Zhen Gyang calmly explained. I always keep them with me to minimize risks as much as possible. That's also why I signed a mana contract with them. You know, each person can only make a contract once. He heard this and rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Then he made a decision. I will report back to the chairman. Please wait a moment. He was curious, wondering how Odin would react. He would find out soon enough. In the auditorium, the Chanji villagers gathered together, having already changed into sportswear. He found these outfits comfortable, and someone nodded. Yes, they're easy to move in. Trays of food with a rich variety of dishes were laid out on the table, looking incredibly appetizing. Everyone chatted excitedly and emotionally, reminiscing that back in Chanji village, they only ate potatoes. This was truly paradise. Even In Chang had to compliment. The food here is really delicious. Zhen Gong agreed. She thought to herself that back when they lived together, they never got to eat anything good. Her mood was very relaxed. Relaxing like this was also nice. But every time I move, I feel embarrassed, he chuckled. Nyung wanted to go hunting very much. He assessed In Chang's ability. You really are a good hunter. Zhen Gaiyong picked up her tray and stood up. It's going to be very busy once we return, just like when we prepared for the Hercules exam. She immediately became flustered. Forget it. A moment later, he stood on a rock near the building, observing the situation. He predicted, this place, and then the whole world, will turn to ruin soon enough. It is unavoidable. So, Zhen Gyong turned away, determined in her heart to enjoy herself. Suddenly, he stiffened, his face turning pale, cold sweat trickling down his cheek as he sensed an unprecedented danger. Before him stood Ung Neil, who had been there for who knows how long. She spoke calmly. Choi Iosu. Gaiyong was bewildered. Huh? She explained. That is my name. His expression was serious, unable to hide his suspicion. Choi Iosu. I see. How did you manage to hide it? He was still shaken. I didn't notice until she got close, even though I can sense most mana and its flow. A sense of crisis rose in his heart. If she were an enemy, I could die. Ung Neil introduced. That is my skill. Zhen Gaiyong was puzzled. A skill? Anyway, why did you come to find me? She stated her purpose. I am still curious about your next plan. We don't know what you want according to the mana contract. Many people are worried. Zhen Gaiyong replied calmly. We will go to Seoul first. He thought of Heojin's calculating expression. Odin must already know the Chanji villagers signed a mana contract with me. As long as I remain allied with Asgard, they will be an alliance too, and cannot stop me. This was not what she wanted. Ung Neil demanded. No, I want to know what happens after that. Zhen Gaiyong did not hide it. I want the Chanji villagers to fulfill their duty. Hearing this word, she was startled and became wary. Duty? He knew she was concerned, so he reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not going to make everyone do anything. But power must come with responsibility. I only want them to fulfill their responsibility. Only then did Ung Neil breathe a sigh of relief, temporarily trusting him. All right. After she had no more questions, she left. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Dragonheart has stabilized. Zhen Gaiyong exhaled a puff of smoke. His newly absorbed power had stabilized. He clenched his fist, curious about how strong he was now. He remembered Demetrius with his strong physique and terrifying power. He was not sure, but he was confident he could defeat Hercules when that man was enhanced. Zhen Gaiyong smiled, brimming with confidence. He was definitely stronger. At that moment, Seok Jin ran over and called out, Sir. He said someone from the association had come to meet him. What he had been waiting for had appeared. Back in the auditorium area, there was a bald man whose head shone brightly when the light hit it. Zhen Gaiyong greeted his acquaintance. How are you? Songgu replied with a familiar tone. Better than you. He had not yet hit a nerve. Songgu asked. I was stunned then. Zhen Gaiyong rubbed the back of his neck jokingly. I have always wanted to say that. I work hard and diligently, so let it slide. He was angry but still let it go for now. Fine, just this once. He felt he had joked enough and shifted to the main issue. But you are this late. What did the association say? Songgu took a deep breath. Then he exhaled heavily, looking annoyed. It is troublesome. Most of the ASGA members have returned to South Korea. This news startled Zhen Gaiyong, huh? He slowly recounted. What I heard afterwards was even more shocking. Those special gates were a sign of violent upheaval. Images of vicious monsters surfaced. Special gates produced monsters stronger than normal. The consequences were severe upon activation, and this type of gate was appearing all over the world. Helicopters flew across the sky. Many global hunters had returned home after the raid. Though the meaning was unclear, even Odin saw its severity and summoned the heroes. Songgu reminded him, there is a meeting scheduled in a few days. Of course, we will discuss you. He looked down below. We hope you come back. The Chanji people were gathering, and his voice carried a tone of admiration. Never expected it to come with a gold mine. Zhen Gaiyong also looked. The hunters of Chanji village were called a precious gold mine. The number of hunters he possessed was very formidable. Songgu stressed seriously. But the problem is that the owner of them is you. Songgu's expression was grave. The mana contract had the purpose of forcing loyalty and obedience to its master. You brought back hunters from a remote area, and now they have become your subordinates. He clenched his fist and warned, "That will make you attract many enemies. Every force will see you as a rival or an enemy. After all, a mana contract and a guild are two different things." Jungaong listened in silence, and he smiled calmly. "I am still a member of Asura, right?" Songu helplessly sighed and confirmed, "Yeah, that is right. It is what it is anyway." The two happily embraced each other. He patted his back in welcome, congratulating him on returning safely. The sky was clear, clouds drifted lazily along with the warm sunlight shining down. Outside the building, a few buses parked next to each other with someone keeping watch. Inside, Jungaong and Songu stood on the stage. He loudly announced that this was the final trip. The people of Chanji expressed their feelings. "So sad, I could go on 100 trips like this, just eating and sleeping then detoxing. But it is a bit tiring." He graciously reminded them, "Everyone will be busy soon. Rest while you have time." Suddenly, Songu noticed something in one direction. They enthusiastically showed their trust. "I believe you." He pointed down and asked, "Jungaong, who is that woman?" The person he mentioned was Neil. "The hunters call her a saint. I bet you are not going with her." He chuckled comfortably and affirmed, "Yeah, but I think it is not wrong." Songu froze like a statue upon hearing that. Jungaong saw his misunderstanding and corrected him, "Hey, just joking." Chang suddenly cut in to confirm, "Really just joking, Jungaong is not here because of Neil." Her words caught everyone's attention. She frowned with an annoyed expression. "There is no shortage of women here if Neil is the woman he is hiding." Mid-sentence she stopped because she thought of something. A bad mood means he has women abroad too. How many rivals do I have? He suddenly shivered, feeling a chill on his neck. Songu was flustered. "Seems like I heard her thoughts." Tranquil natural scenery, the blue of sky and earth merged with grass and trees. A gust of wind blew, making the windmill turn. The buses lined up one after another smoothly on the road, and they gradually entered the city center with its modern architecture. The further they went, the more people appeared. The lively atmosphere of daily life heightened. All the people of Chanji were astonished by this unfamiliar sight. The gentle sunlight shined down on the luxurious skyscrapers. The crowded flow of people, the breath of life filled every place. All kinds of vehicles moved about, the sound of horns noisy. Everyone was stunned, having never seen these things. Everything was beyond their understanding. Jungaong stood beside thinking, everyone must be completely speechless. He was uneasy, turned to instruct in Chang, "Take care of everyone." But he was startled because her reaction was even more intense. Her eyes sparkled, her mouth wide open in amazement. He was helpless, understanding their situation. "You too, huh? Living on the mountain your whole life, so this must be your first time in a modern civilization." Yun Gaiyong had to entrust the responsibility to someone else. "Miss In Chang, please guide the people of Chanji. Just follow the association members." She immediately agreed. He remembered the one he needed to worry about most. "Fenrir, you must listen to In Chang, got it?" Boy looked up, then gritted his teeth and growled irritably. Jun Gaiyong gently patted the boy's head. "Jen, and you can feel it too, right?" On the rooftop of the building emanated a dangerous kind of aura. In the room with a wide view, Hyojin was clasping his hands behind his back, silently observing them. He looked up, meeting that man's eyes. Seeing that man smiled with great interest, his face sinister. Jun Gaiyong did not know what Hyojin intended, so he heightened his alertness. He knelt down on one knee before the boy. "Fenrir, there is something you must understand from now on." He seriously instructed him on how to use his fangs when necessary. The boy listened intently to every word from Jun Gaiyong. "You must also always hide it." Fenrir agreed without hesitation, full of trust. "Okay, Jun Gaiyong." This modern city was completely different from the small village the Chanji people lived in before. Hyojin had been waiting for a long time. When he appeared, that man showed a friendly attitude. "Welcome." That man exclaimed that he really brought many interesting things. Jun Gaiyong was slightly puzzled. "Yes, sir." That man calmly listed hundreds of hunters, 2 hero-rank individuals, and 3 strange things. He speculated in his mind, his expression unchanged. That man must be talking about Neil. Gunhu is a hero hunter. The strange things are Fenrir and Gunsao. But what is the third? As if knowing he was puzzled, Hyojin stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and explained that he himself was the third thing. That man was very curious about his trip. "I want to talk about China, but there are a few things to do first." As he finished speaking, a mystical golden mana emanated outward with them as the center. In the blink of an eye, they had moved to another space. Hyojin led the way ahead. Jun Gaiyong and Songu slowly followed behind. He felt anticipation for the upcoming situation. "Today we will introduce you to Asgard and hold a conference. They must be very curious about you. All the Asgard heroes are present." He also felt his interest piqued. Understood. On the other side, at a luxurious, glittering golden building, all the association members gathered. One man said in a mocking tone, "Heard they are introducing some idiot." The person beside complained, "Who knows what Odin is thinking, approving an idiot into Asgard." They gathered in small groups, chattering noisily. Seems he progressed really fast. Even went to China. Truly a foolish madman. Suddenly one man noticed, "Over there, I sense an energy source entering." The others simultaneously turned their attention that way, their eyes full of arrogance and judgment. At that moment, one person was startled and panicked, as if he could not believe his eyes. "Wait, what?" Everyone realized something was wrong. They became chaotic. The energy of Odin Himdor and the others was also terrifying. "Impossible, I thought he was a newbie." Face turned pale, feeling a chill down his spine, sweating profusely. Is a newbie supposed to be this strong? Just as they were doubting, the door suddenly opened. Footsteps sounded along with a powerful surge of mana. Nice to meet everyone, Jun Gaiyong appeared. His crimson pupils showed ruthlessness, his entire body enveloped by a surging, dangerous mana. He politely introduced himself, I am underdog Li Jun Gaiyong. In the center of the city, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, looking extremely conspicuous. A person stood guard before the spatial gate. This might be the time they would come out. The first to appear was Kun. Following after were the people of Chanji. Intense mana gradually enveloped the gate. It grew smaller and smaller before completely disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Sujong spoke words of praise, good job everyone. Kun replied politely, thank you for waiting for us, members of the association. He smiled and explained, since everyone protected the gate, the people will feel relieved. He secretly marveled, the White Tiger group was completely different, good-natured and with top-notch skills. Neil held Sangan against his chest and reminded, there are many more places with gates. Right, let's go to the next location. Sujong was astonished, thinking it was fine if they didn't understand the procedure, but didn't everyone want to rest a bit? She smiled happily and refused. No need, we are fine. Take us to the next place. He was flustered by this smile and stammered a reply, okay. At the location of the special gate, the gloomy sky was covered with an eerie blood-red color, sharp rock formations pointing high. In Chang was charging forward to confront the monsters. She used a sword larger than her own body to slice them into many pieces. The system announced, Prince's magic power supporting statistics. A monster took the chance while she wasn't paying attention, advanced behind her, and brought its sharp claws down on her. At that moment, a giant hand tightly grasped its head. Gongju tightened his fist, gathering strength. A single punch pierced through its head. Hyunwoo simultaneously summoned a manosphere, precisely fired it at another monster. Thin threads made of flexible mana wrapped around its body. The fire source slashed its hand, cutting it into pieces. The system appeared, Eastern Grand Doctor supporting ability evolution. One person took a powerful leap. Jun Gaiyong gripped his sword tightly and charged into the middle of 7 monsters. Descending from the sky, he struck a blow right in the center, the mana dispersing, annihilating all the surrounding monsters. The system sound continued again, Apocalypse player report score. He landed with a speechless expression, why is there only me? Cut off his train of thought, you have leveled up. Jun Gaiyong sighed in acceptance, can't hate it. A moment later, the monster horde had been slaughtered without a trace. All 5 members gathered together. In Chang stated, maybe it is because we are hunting in a high-level gate, but the sponsors are definitely more interested in us. He was also confident in his group's strength, a special gate containing S-rank monsters, but with their numbers it was more than enough. Then he replied, I am sure everyone saw that. She and the fire user simultaneously nodded in agreement. Jun Gaiyong did not want them to become arrogant over a small victory, so he warned, when we grow stronger, many special gates will appear. The world is now filled with magic. His expression became serious. Soon, the Great Flood will begin. He was startled upon hearing this. In Chang also had a similar expression. He turned around to praise and remind, both of you are strong but need to work even harder. Suddenly, she chased after him to stop him. Jun Gaiyong, wait a moment. She asked curiously, where are you going? It looks like you are planning to leave. He calmly stated his plan, I am thinking of a short trip around the world. And Chang was a bit surprised. She hesitated. A short trip around the world. He stared intently at Jun Gaiyong's face to check if he was lying. He seriously warned about the Great Flood, but now wants to travel the world. Of course he has the right to rest. After confirming nothing was unusual, and Chang finally accepted this answer. Right, resting is best, she smiled back at him, okay. Jun Gaiyong, seeing her reaction, softly laughed. Surely if he explained in more detail, she would misunderstand him and think he was going to meet other girls. Her mood had made him feel more relaxed. He instructed, from now on, everyone can accompany the White Tiger group. I will also leave Fenrir there. The boy looked puzzled. Huh? Jun Gaiyong entrusted a heavy responsibility to the boy Fenrir. Take care of the White Tiger group. They are the most important upcoming relief force. The boy nodded in agreement. He clenched his fist in silent determination. I told everyone it was a trip, but this is my responsibility and duty. He looked into the distance and said to himself, for me, one who knows and comes from the future, I must bear that responsibility. Beneath the romantic crimson sky of dusk, Jun Gaiyong's voice carried on the wind, I need to go meet Odin. A few days later, he borrowed the right to use the Bifrost from Songu for a short time. That man considerately said, be careful. I didn't expect Odin to agree. He explained the reason was that he had made a deal with Odin. That man was startled. A deal? He affirmed, that's right. I gave him what he liked most. Songu stared him intently. A stern image of Hyojin surfaced in his mind. Announcement, Odin does not easily allow others to borrow the Bifrost. But because of the deal, Jun Gaiyong was granted permission. And the deal was, the man in black was shrouded in dark magic, his appearance unclear. After returning from China, he reported to Odin information that was completely different from the accounts of the survivors. Turning back time, Jun Gaiyong reported the discoveries from this trip. There was someone called the Man in Black moving about. He had destroyed China and ravaged Changji village. That information was enough to stimulate Odin's desire to recruit strong individuals. His eyes lit up, find out the identity of the man in black. Asgard will support you fully, meaning maximum cooperation with underdog. A shimmering 7-colored speck like a star suddenly appeared in the peaceful blue sky. A majestic rainbow bridge stretched across the sky. Jun Gyeong landed gently, his demeanor calm. At that moment, a man approached him and spoke. I have been waiting for you. Though a little surprised, he maintained a composed expression on the outside. An honor to meet you, the first sword knight. He secretly lamented inwardly, unexpected. I thought they would only send a manager from the council. He politely returned the greeting. Likewise, underdog, an honor to meet you. Jun Gyeong thought to himself, Lancelot, a knight of the council. I will be meeting that person. Before them, a shield crossed with 2 swords appeared. That emblem represented the Round Table Assembly, the secret organization of England, which held its own views on the other world. Unlike organizations that often manipulated humanity under the guise of saving people, like Asgard led by Hyojin, the Round Table Assembly stayed completely out of the fray. They were those who held power but only watched in silence, neither good nor evil. The power of the Round Table Assembly relied on Merlin, the center of the entire group. She was a maiden with golden hair and emerald eyes. On the other hand, Arthur, in the form of a child, was also a pillar. But even without her, the assembly remained strong thanks to a special bloodline of knights. The few individuals within this bloodline were all stronger than ordinary heroes. Their knight squad took Juan as its commander, who was also the strongest. They always played a crucial role in every crisis within the Kingdom of England. Returning to the present, the city was immersed in silence under the warm sunlight. Lancelot smiled amiably and expressed, Merlin is interested in you, so everyone is curious about you, underdog. Me too. But that attitude did not escape Jun Gyeong's notice. That man's eyes were full of hostility towards him. Perhaps it was because of Merlin. Lancelot was famous for his passionate love for the head of the Round Table Assembly, Merlin, but she did not reciprocate, and their relationship broke down. That man became frantic, losing all reason, not because of betrayal, but because of an obsession beyond control. He recalled the rumors. Most of the problems the Round Table Assembly came from Lancelot. He felt unlucky inwardly. It seemed like he had stepped in something foul. Jun Gyeong tried to explain to salvage the impression. I only want to keep my promise to Merlin. Before he could finish, that man rudely interrupted. Promise? Did you just say a promise? He sighed helplessly, not expecting this to also provoke Lancelot. What do you mean by that? His expression turned serious as he warned, I came here to meet Merlin for official business. I know you are a guide, but you are being quite rude to me. That man remained nonchalant, not admitting fault but shamelessly retorting, when was I rude? Jun Gyeong thought to himself with heavy implication, if a knight could not recognize his own rudeness, was he even worthy of the title? Lancelot angrily slammed his hand on the table, making the cup rattle and leap up. That man's expression was dark, his eyes vicious and threatening. Do you dare insult me? Gyeong leisurely crossed his arms and affirmed firmly, Merlin is surely watching everything, right? Within the Round Table Assembly, the only place she cannot see is the private rest chambers. That man gritted his teeth, restraining his fury as he declared, underdog, I do not know how great your reputation is, but as a knight, I cannot let your insulting actions go unpunished. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, Galahad, stop right there. Lancelot flinched and turned his head. He was not surprised. Everything was as predicted. She has appeared. Specks of light floated in the air. Merlin gradually materialized before the two, sitting upright behind her desk. That man respectfully bowed his head and addressed her, Your Highness Merlin. Jun Gyeong also stood up to look at her. She coldly reminded him, Lancelot, you are disrespecting my guest. That man was stunned, even Merlin. This stirred up jealousy within him. Letting his emotions take over, he shouted out a challenge, underdog, I challenge you to a duel. Merlin frowned and stood up abruptly to stop him, Lancelot, what do you think you are doing? But Jun Gyeong calmly replied, fine. He showed an expression of surprise mixed with confusion. Not giving them a chance to change their minds, he quickly decided, then let's go to the arena. All three moved to the arena. Murmurs and chatter rose up. Lancelot again. What is he causing trouble for this time? Someone was interested. It has been a while since there was a match worth watching. Another person nearby was indifferent. Anyway, Lancelot will win. Who is fighting him? He answered accurately, underdog. Hearing this, everyone changed their attitude. Underdog? Asuka? Oh, then this is a big match. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Guan appeared. All the knights were stunned. Lord Juan and Lord Galahad have arrived. The leaders of the Round Table Assembly Nightline had come. They raised their hands in a military salute, respectfully greeting Mr. Juan. He smiled warmly and patted the kid on the shoulder, praising him. Well done. Juan watched the scene and sighed. How cool is that? Then he replied, yeah, he's a knight of the Round Table. Over on the other side, the match between Jun Gyeong and Lancelot was about to begin. The two stood opposite each other holding their weapons, the atmosphere growing tense. He was confident in his own strength and thought to himself, he uses a spear too, but it will probably be different. Juan also watched closely. A spear duel between Eastern and Western Europe. This should be interesting. Lancelot made a show of placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head. Thank you all for coming to watch my match. The audience also showed respect, responding enthusiastically. He smiled contentedly, his vanity satisfied. Dun Gaiong showed no deference and mocked him. Dear Sir Lancelot, I don't know if I should call you a knight or an entertainment senator. Your actions look more like an entertainment senator. I doubt calling you my lord is even appropriate anymore. Lancelot frowned, looking annoyed. The kid's aura changed as he activated his mana. I heard that in a duel here, we can take our opponent's life, is that right? His pupils constricted, revealing a savage excitement. That's right. He assumed a fighting stance and arrogantly declared, this is a match where your life could be in danger. I was originally planning to hold back, but now there is no need. Dun Gaiong was not provoked and remained calm. Listen to you. You really are a selfish and arrogant nobleman. He added another insult. Good Sir Lancelot. Provoked, he charged forward with lightning speed. You bastard. Dun Gaiong stood his ground calmly, waiting. His eyes lit up as he assessed in his mind. Lancelot is famous as the one-strike knight, the one who can pierce through anything with a single blow. Just as the rumors said, his attack was very fierce. Regardless of his personality, he truly was a hero. The mana-coated spear tip thrust straight forward. Dun Gaiong precisely touched the tip of his own spear to that spear tip. Lancelot's one strike was blocked, and he could not move an inch further. The audience was astonished. Did he just stop the one strike simply by touching spear tips? Lancelot's spear has been completely halted. Even Lancelot himself was deeply shocked, now feeling the danger, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He tried to increase his strength, but it remained the same. No way, I can't move. Meanwhile, Dun Gaiong remained steady, as if this were very easy. The situation spiraled out of control, and someone spoke up to stop it. Enough. He was startled and turned his head toward the voice. The man introduced himself solemnly. I am a knight of the Round Table, Juan. Dun Gaiong, while dealing with Lancelot, paid attention to the speaker. That polite speech and manner, he's the Green Knight. After awakening as a hunter, the Green Knight slaughtered monsters like a madman, their bodies lying strewn everywhere. Yet he maintained a powerful demeanor, his whole body covered in monster blood, and from then on people called him the Green Knight. The two spear tips separated. Dun Gaiong calmly withdrew his hand. I have no reason to oppose him either. Lancelot's knees struck the ground weakly. His face darkened as he knelt pathetically. Juan stepped before him, awakening him. Lancelot, learn to judge the level of yourself and your opponent. Lancelot protested discontentedly. He insulted me. He ignored it and turned with anger. Galahad, please help clean up this place for Lancelot. He complied seriously, understood. He stood up, and though unwilling, he bowed his head and admitted, I lost. Dun Gaiong heightened his wariness of Juan. He is not someone I can take lightly. He was analyzing my strength from the very beginning. He turned and left, but his gaze swept backward. That kid is strong indeed. Perhaps another bright face of Asgard is emerging. The rumor of him defeating Hercules is no lie. A moment later, as things settled down, he now stood opposite Merlin alone. Dun Gaiong promised sincerely, I agreed to join the battle this time because I wanted to. There will be no second time. He thought silently. Merlin completely controls the Round Table, including the leader of the knights. They have to follow her orders. So if Merlin wanted, she could have ensured I never clashed with Lancelot. Recalling the earlier battle, he continued, however, because Merlin wanted us to fight, I agreed because there were some things I needed here. He pointed at her and explained, that was to pay off my debt to you. Merlin frowned in confusion. You're quite straightforward. Didn't you agree to join the battle because you wanted to? Dun Gaiong scratched his face awkwardly. Actually, I only agreed because I'm someone who doesn't want to lose. He remembered the moment their spear tips clashed. That was to see how much stronger I've become since China, and to repay my debt to Merlin. He chuckled lightly. Anyway, you've got what you want. So, let's consider my debt settled. This incident was enough to teach Lancelot a lesson, right? Dun Gaiong speculated. Merlin must have noticed my increased strength. So even knowing Lancelot would lose, she still let us fight. That means she wanted Lancelot to lose. She directly admitted, you're smarter than I thought. Yes, I wanted you to defeat Lancelot. Dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude, she planned, Lancelot has good potential, but his pride and obsession with me need an opportunity to mature. I needed to use you as a stepping stone for him. Merlin's eyes lit up as she reluctantly agreed. Well then, as you say, I will consider this as partial repayment of your debt to me. Her figure vanished, but in an instant it shifted to Arthur. Arthur reminded him seriously, the debt from that time you promised me is still owed. Dun Gaiong called out softly, Arthur. He wants to confirm whether you will keep your promise. He raised his hand to summon the gleaming golden sword, but first, Gong looked back at him in surprise. Arthur was furious. His mana and chaos. Is that Excalibur? Are you mocking me? Jun Gaong tossed the sword to him. Take it. Do whatever you want. He caught the sword, gripping the hilt tightly. Arthur observed, then sneered in anger. The sword was like a decoration filled with magic. Are you insulting me? He felt insulted and roared, with such a cheap trick, you think you can fool me? Suddenly Merlin spoke hesitantly. Arthur. He paused at the sound, his gaze drifting behind him. Arthur was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Merlin? He stared blankly at the sword. Is it really Excalibur? Currently, he still doubted the curse had been lifted. Merlin was still recovering. We have already separated. Jun Gaong smiled and corrected. I kept my promise. He remembered the image from the Demon King's memoir. I once saw Excalibur. That sword was his. Arthur examined it closely. Is this really the real one? He showed regret. Unfortunately, that is a fake. Both of them were startled and turned around simultaneously. He turned to face Jun Gaong. Explained the effect. It was forged to deceive your patron, the Lady of the Lake. They only see what they want to see. Just the two of you need to follow along. Merlin realized. I understand. Arthur was confused. What are you talking about? She explained simply, the Lady of the Lake wants us to retrieve Excalibur, but we don't know what it looks like. Its true form is an unknown. She looked at Jun Gaong. He knows Excalibur's appearance, so he created a replica to deceive the patron. He affirmed exactly. He imagined the image of Excalibur beneath the lake, absorbing magic for centuries. I reproduced a part of it. Arthur was still doubtful, but it's a fake, so are we still separating? Merlin replied, only temporarily. She knew the outcome. The Lady of the Lake will soon realize it's a fake. The curse will return to its original state. He furiously attacked Jun Gaong without thinking. Is that so? Luckily, Merlin managed to stop him. Wait. She was more cunning, guessing that even a fake would still work for a while, right? He calmly instructed, it's not a matter of time, I created it to fool them. Even if they realize, they still have to check carefully. As long as the two of you don't leave the round table, the curse is temporarily lifted. Jun Gaong analyzed, the patron placed the curse but truly wanted you two to find the real Excalibur. Then he reminded, anyway, my task is done. Arthur held his face, falling into deep thought, then dropped his hands and asserted, it's not over yet. His expression turned serious. Arthur suffered the curse more than Merlin, causing him to be in a child's body. Merlin remained normal, so he should understand why he acts this way. Finally, Jun Gaong decided, well then. He smiled and clenched his fist. I'll tell you two one more thing. The location of the real Excalibur. The forest was covered in a hazy mist. A bright flash of light stood out. Immediately after was a colossal pillar of fire scorching everything, tearing through space. Demetrius clenched his fist. Flames raged violently. His appearance was extremely ferocious. He attacked very ruthlessly, but he merely tilted his body to dodge the punch. The punch flew past him, hitting a rock behind, exploding, sending fragments flying. Demetrius did not stop, his eyes bloodshot as he charged, falling into a berserk state. The entire area in front of him was destroyed, thick smoke and dust obscuring his vision. He calmly swung his sword, while assessing too slow. He slashed horizontally. Demetrius leaped high to avoid it, the sword line grazing his heels. Then he gathered his strength, intending counterattack. Demetrius noticed something strange. His mana had already circled behind him at some point. A sharp blade whistled through. The sound of tearing air rang out. Before he could move, he was stabbed hard in the middle of his back, his body stiffening. Veins bulged. Demetrius's expression twisted in pain. In his blood-red eyes, a white dot suddenly appeared. It gradually expanded, swallowing the red. Demetrius broke free from his berserk state. His face darkened, and he knelt to the ground. He calmly stood holding his sword, observing, showing no sign of exertion. He regained his senses, lost all dignity, sitting flat on the dirty ground, pointed and asked, what the hell is that sword? He sheathed his weapon and replied, I found it not long ago. Demetrius's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe. You found something like that. He recalled the moment of his crushing defeat. The sword touching him made him lose control of his magic. He did not explain further, changing the subject. Anyway, you are strong enough for me to forgive your unauthorized actions. Before confirming, he asked if I would face discipline. He crushed the hope, coldly saying only he could forgive, while Athena very much wanted to discipline you. Demetrius turned in surprise, saw her standing with arms crossed like a ghost. He panicked, not knowing how long she had been there. Athena looked at them emotionlessly, as if unconcerned with the conversation. He asked suspiciously what was the matter. Athena. Only then did she speak, saying there were a few things to report. She revisited the previous topic about what he had said a few days ago, related to Underdog. Demetrius was surprised. The name Underdog was extremely familiar to him. He appeared thoughtful, as if pondering something. Athena continued to say that after returning from China, he was currently in the United Kingdom. How puzzling. She seriously confirmed that was correct. We do not know the reason yet, then added that he had gone to the Round Table Council. He frowned, sinking into thought. After a while, he decided to continue monitoring him and Hercules. Do not neglect your training. Athena placed her hand on her chest, respectfully obeyed and said, I understand. Demetrius also solemnly agreed, saying, I understand. They spoke in unison, saying fall, his gaze fixed on the distance, planning for the future. The sky was clear blue, white clouds drifted gently by. At the same time, at the Round Table Council, a voice rang out. The keeper of Excalibur confirmed he already had the Olympus lightning. Why did he need the sword? Jun Gaong gave an awkward smile, thinking many people had an impression version of him like that, then honestly answered he did not know. But Arthur squinted in displeasure, asked why you spoke without honorifics. He replied indifferently that you did the same. Jun Gyeong looked innocent, questioning was that so? Is there a problem? He fell silent, trying to think of a way to retort. Finally, he gave up and sighed helplessly. Arthur shifted the focus, asking what we should do with Excalibur. His face looked naive as he guided. Why ask me? I have already shown you where it is hidden. Arthur was startled, not having anticipated that. Jun Gyeong calmly reminded him, you asked me to find Excalibur to break the curse. I think my task is done, and you still owe me payment twice over. He looked down thoughtfully. This matter is quite difficult. He did not think acquiring Excalibur would be easy. He maintained a calm demeanor to reassure. I think the wise Merlin will have a way to solve it. Hearing that, Arthur broke into a smile and agreed, saying that was true. Stopped being stubborn, asked Jun Gyeong how he wanted us to repay the favor. He silently calculated, decided to bring it up when Merlin returned, then put on a mysterious air. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps rang out. Merlin slowly approached. Arthur looked over attentively. She knew they were waiting. Jun Gyeong was delighted, stopped beating around the bush, said, great, what I want. His face turned serious as he declared the impossible. You two must survive. Arthur widened his eyes in surprise, dumbfounded, said, huh? Merlin also had a similar expression. Jun Gyeong spread his hands to add to the request. I want you two to trust and listen to me. If you agree, I will forgive the debt. Arthur wondered why two conditions for one debt. Jun Gyeong questioned back, are you preparing to die? I want you to live. He swallowed uneasily. Merlin spoke to agree, we understand, but need a clearer explanation. He announced softly, it will be soon, something important is about to happen. Arthur questioned with suspicion, what is important? Jun Gyeong recounted the special gate and the strange mana source, said I know you can sense it too. Merlin frowned in admission, so my intuition was not wrong. The magical density in England has increased oddly. I gathered them because of that. He seriously affirmed that was correct, and there will be many more special gates appearing in the future. She was interested in the big event he spoke of. What did he mean by wanting us to survive? Jun Gyeong immediately denied it, said no. His expression turned grave. That is when all gates disappear. We must prepare for that moment. Two fell silent at these words. On the calm lake surface, two figures faced each other, their slashing paths crossed to form a cross shape. Arthur held his sword, introducing this was a private training ground, because not everyone in the council knew of my existence. He proposed a sparring match, seeing that he looked stronger than last time, then began channeling mana. Jun Gyeong readily agreed, grabbed the spear and declared with confidence, I am different from before. He had a question to ask, but first asked if he had ever fought that lightning guy. Arthur appeared stunned. Arthur kindly warned, you will die if you say things like that. Jun Gyeong did not care, still stubbornly demanding an answer. He finally smiled in response, said of course he had. Finally satisfied, he said, all right then. Jun Gyeong's attitude turned serious, his pupils blazing red like blood, ready for a preemptive strike. He pushed off forcefully, the water surface impacted and splashed high. He thrust the spear straight towards Arthur. Arthur parried the blow while taunting, have you really gotten serious yet? You are still too slow. The water was affected by the skirmishes between the two, and Gyeong quickly retreated a long distance. He was on guard, finding a suitable way to duel Arthur, testing his skills while using everything he had. A fierce flame enveloped the entire spear. The system continuously notified that the fire magic of the Muspel spear had been converted into stats. Under the influence of the Fire King, fire would bring benefits to the user. A red-hot stream of mana twisted around Jun Gyeong's body. Arthur began to feel intrigued and exclaimed, oh, impressive. The two fought fiercely, moving from one place to another. Fire and water clashed, neither willing to yield. After a while, the two separated. Jun Gyeong was sent flying by Arthur. He raised his hand to condense mana, then decisively shot it straight into the opponent's midsection. Jun Gyeong still had the strength to fight back, sending lake water splashing. Arthur's eyes lit up as he looked down contemptuously. Is that all you have? Blood clung to the corner of his lips. He had to admit that man was strong, but he could not give up. Jun Gyeong was determined. He had to land at least one hit on this man. Sharp slashes cut through the air, the hot mana stream growing increasingly intense. A powerful flame covered the entire spear. Arthur was astonished. What, he is absorbing magic? The system notified that the dragon heart was releasing magic. A huge explosion suddenly occurred, the sound shaking the entire area. Smoke billowed, obscuring the view, with drops of water falling densely like rain. Arthur's figure gradually became clear. Arthur's expression was terrifying, with a scratch on his cheek bleeding. He wondered, what was that just now? Jun Gyeong remained silent. After a long while he spoke a name, Sunfire. Arthur smiled in admiration. Sunfire, a top-tier skill. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of mana coiled tightly around Jun Gyeong's body. He lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Arthur looked slightly apologetic. Sorry, it has been a long time since I felt such excitement. I could not control my power. Arthur withdrew his mana and continued his monologue. Earlier you asked me about the white annihilation. Correct. You cannot perform it yet, however. Guyong could no longer hear the answer. Who knows, maybe you will defeat them. Time passed, a flock of birds soared across the city sky. In the room, Jun Gaong sank into silence. From the bracelet came Hunmu's concerned voice, "Are you alright?" He raised both hands to look at them. Luckily I'd restored the Gummerlin skill fee, then replied, "Yeah, I am fine." Closed his eyes to recollect. I lost, but at least I managed to land a hit on him. Jun Gaong happily boasted to it, "My spear touched the leader of the major organization. I have grown stronger." Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside. Juan, with his ever-cold expression, "Are you in there?" "Underdog, I am Juan." Pigeons spread their wings and soared across the city sky. Jun Gaong and Juan stood facing each other. The man initiated the conversation. "I heard from Merlin that you warned us about the crisis in England." He politely bowed his head. "I sincerely apologize to you for the knight's rudeness, and thank you for your straightforward attitude." He replied courteously, "It is nothing," then made a conjecture, "But I think you did not come just to thank me, right?" One was silent for a moment, finally whispering, "Ar." Jun Gaong was startled as he looked at the man. He stated his purpose. "I know you had a duel with Arthur yesterday. I also want to try but have not had the chance." Juan gripped his sword hilt tightly and activated his mana. Though it was a request, he had already assumed a ready stance. "So would you like to try a duel with me?" He sighed helplessly. "I knew it." Having no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I am also curious about your skills." His eyes blazed red as mana enveloped his body. The blue sky with drifting clouds, Jun Gaong thought to himself. This must be a common trait among British knights. He recalled Galahad back at the Round Table. Juan, Galahad, and surprisingly even Lancelot also wanted to fight him. Next came Lancelot's serious face appearing. He had realized something, apologized, and requested an unofficial duel. Jun Gaong felt bored and tired. "I came to the Round Table to return Excalibur. But why is it only duels?" The red necklace lay in the palm of Jun Gaong's hand. Looking back to the past, Merlin had given it to him. "This necklace will increase your stats. One day it will be of great help to you." He smiled sincerely. "When I was in China, I also received a lot of help, thank you." She kindly suggested that if he had time, he should visit the Nile River. Jun Gaong hesitated. The Nile River. Merlin recalled a previous event. "Do you remember Inep, the hunter from the Nile who caused a commotion?" He wondered why he suddenly brought him up. Jun Gaong remembered their meeting on the tree branch. "Last time he told me to come to the Nile, and I heard he was punished afterward." Merlin explained his intention. "So you do remember Inep? He asked me to urge you to visit the Nile once. His punishment is over." Jun Gaong did not decide immediately. The Round Table was a neutral force and needed to warn groups about the disaster. His business there was done, but there was still one last task in England. Finally, he answered firmly, "I will think about it." Merlin replied, "Thank you." This city was built from ancient buildings, the architecture completely different from Korea. Whisper sounded in his ear, "Goodbye." Jun Gaong noticed and glanced at it. He cast his gaze to the top of the clock tower. Arthur was standing there, silently seeing him off like a flame. Jun Gaong sighed. Sometimes he gives nicknames for Rays, now he has a nickname too. "Arthur, I hope you give your all when the disaster strikes." He moved to another location. The door opened, a chime announced his arrival, followed by a voice, "Park Zujin." There was no response. Jun Gaong wondered and called out again. But he only saw a strange girl with short hair. She asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" He was sure he was not mistaken. "Is Park Zujin not here?" Minji crossed her arms in front of her chest. She rubbed her chin, observing Jun Gaong, deducing he was neither a debt collector nor a hunter buying faulty medicine. Finally she asserted, "You must be here to buy something." He immediately denied it, his face flustered. "No, where is Park Zujin? Who are you?" Minji leaned on the counter explaining, "I am just the shopkeeper. Park Zujin is not here." Jun Gaong asked further, "I am looking for her at her brother's request. When can I meet her?" Minji suddenly realized, "Ah, so you are the person she mentioned. She told me to tell you Park Zujin has already joined Olympus." Hearing that, he was startled, clenched his fist, worried the past has changed again. Jun Gaong was confused. It was not yet time for her to join Olympus. What made her go there so quickly? He felt uneasy. Could it be because of him? He fell into silence, a new concern. History was still continuing to change. Dusk fell over the entire city. Jun Gaong walked while listening to the phone. "Hello." At the same time on the beach, waves gently lapped the sand, the wind calming the soul. In Chang was sunbathing, disturbed by the ringtone. "What is it?" The person on the other end told her to prepare to leave. She jolted up in shock, extremely surprised. "Right now," Jun Gaong urged. "Please come, ask Songgu for details later. Besides the White Tiger group who is going to Egypt with you." Chang pondered. "Alright, Egypt sounds good. Just in time for me to find something new to do." Somewhere else, car horns blared mixed into the traffic flow. Songgu was driving, heard the call. "Songgu, I am in Egypt." He remained focused. "I thought you used Bifrost to go back to Korea." Jun Gaong explained, "I have something to do." He asked if it was related to the great disaster. His voice was serious. It might be bigger than the disaster. Songgu talked for a while. "Even so, arriving suddenly causes many problems. Egypt is already unstable." He cut him off. "I think the problem has already been solved." He was confused, not understanding. But he only left one sentence behind. "Trust Asha." On the other side, Jun Gaong was facing 4 sword-wielding men alone. His entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura. He raised both hands in surrender. At a magnificent and splendid palace, the soldiers surrounding Jun Gaiyong gossiped. Why is the underdog in Egypt? Do you know anything I do not? That man spoke up. Perhaps we should call a translator. The jackal stepped forward proactively. Hand the underdog over to us. After that, they advanced towards Jun Gaiyong. The soldiers showed clear surprise, fast communication. The person next to him judged, Ning is up to something. The jackal looked down coldly and asked, you are the underdog, right? He was vigilant. They are fast, sending members from the Korean branch immediately. I did not think of that. Ji Tai smiled warmly. I have been contacted by the headquarters. The agency said the others would arrive today. He guessed it must be in Chang and the rest. They are fast. He asked, what is the situation in Egypt? Ji Tai recounted, Egypt is now completely under the rule of Ning. Ning is divided into 3 branches. He continued speaking at length. Memphis controls politics. Hermopolis controls the business district. Heliopolis controls all hunters and the association. Ji Tai became serious. They quarrel over power, trying to control the other branches. The current situation is very chaotic. Jun Gaiyong quickly followed it as complete chaos. He agreed as well. Ji Tai told him previously Heliopolis was the strongest, but after the Horus incident, trouble arose within the branch. He remembered Inep once said he was in Heliopolis, so he asked, what is the Horus incident? He replied, we do not know the details, not even the informants. They only know a raid on a gate caused a big argument. In Jun Gaiyong's mind, the memory of Inep suddenly flashed, and he tensely said it was a matter of blood ore, and hoped she would come to Nindi. He frowned and thought, blood ore, what a crazy thing. Jun Gaiyong stood up and stated his request. Now I have a hunter I need to meet. Gi Tai asked in surprise who it was. He smiled softly and uttered the name he had been longing for, Inep, the captain of the Egyptian squad, a hero hunter. In a vast and bustling airport, In Chang stepped out of the airport doors with a cold expression on her face. Suddenly she saw someone and broke into a smile. And Gaiyong stepped forward to greet her. Long time no see, Miss In Chang. She enthusiastically replied, you are right. I have brought everyone here. Behind her were Henmu, Fenrir and Gongju. He happily welcomed them. Wono, Fenrir and even Gongju. Thank you all for coming here. Bander squinted his eyes and smiled slyly. Aren't you happy to see me? Seeing him, Tazan looked surprised and thought to himself, Bander, one of the strongest heroes of Asuka. Bander fanned himself with his hand. It's been a long time since I've been back to a place this hot. As for you, you are still lost in thought and are Odin's right-hand man. Jun Gaong's face darkened as he asked, why did you follow? Changed his demeanor, looking at him with sharp eyes. Are you showing your true colors from the start? You make me sad. Fenrir saw this and gritted his teeth in irritation. In Chang and Wonyu also froze when they saw the tension between the two. Atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. At this moment, Bander suddenly laughed it off. Just kidding. The association chairman told me to come so Underdog could complete the expedition. All special gates in Korea have been dealt with faster than expected, rest assured. He squinted meaningfully at him, looking forward to working with you until you return to Korea. Next, Bander turned to talk with Ji-tae. He darkened his face, not saying a word. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself that this trip was certainly not going to be pleasant. A long night passed before the palace gate in the early morning. Ji-tae sat and talked. The request to meet Inep from Nindi had been rejected. According to sources, it seems something happened inside. He wondered, really? He explained other nations are calling their heroes back home. Ji-tae continued, the second-ranked person in Heliopolis, Seth, has returned. If Horus doesn't quickly consolidate his position, he will take over. Jun Gaiyong reacted quickly. Then the person in power would become Seth. He nodded in confirmation. That is correct. Currently he is the strongest hunter in Ning. Hearing this, cold ran down his forehead. Jun Gaiyong calculated in his heart, Ning, the organization behind Egypt, their strongest hunter. I used all my strength to deal with Arthur, but image of Arthur appeared. He only managed to scratch his cheek. Is Seth comparable to or even stronger than Arthur? Suddenly Jun Gaiyong jumped up. He said seriously, Brother Ji-tae, keep requesting a meeting with Inep from Nin. Ji-tae wondered, and what do you plan to do? Jun Gaiyong looked straight ahead with a determined gaze. I will find a way on my own to meet him. The sky was clear blue. The city looked unusually bustling from above. On the rooftop, Hyojin and Songgu were talking. He spoke up, until now I haven't asked anything. I don't know what the relationship between you and Underdog is, or what secrets you know. He remained silent, waiting for him to continue. A dangerous glint flashed in Hyojin's eyes, but now I need to know. He stimulates my curiosity but never answers. Hyojin looked puzzled. I don't understand your kindness towards him. You are not someone who trusts others easily. He was surprised. I find it strange that you trust him so much. It's as if you have known him for a very long time. Hyojin asked directly, what is Underdog's goal? I cannot understand what he wants. Songgu explained, Underdog, I mean Lee Jun Gaiyong. He is a man whose purpose is the same as yours. He mused. The hunter Sang-soo said the same thing. He will help me achieve my goal when he grows up. Hyojin pondered, let's see. Songgu thought to himself, Jun Gaiyong told me to say this to Odin in this situation. He revealed your purpose and his are the same, and that is to kill the patrons. His expression immediately turned stunned. Songgu continued, the hunters who were patronized by the rulers have lost all their power. This is the first time a hunter has lost power for a reason other than death. He added, it happened when Underdog killed about an hour ago. Hyojin suddenly chuckled, this is wonderful. At the Wuna Palace, Jun Gaeong and Bander sat facing each other. Bander was straightforward, so what do you want to talk about? Jun Gaeong cut to the chase. Bander, which hero in 9 is linked to Asa? He was a little taken aback by his directness. Bander brought the coffee cup to his lips. I don't understand what you are asking by suddenly calling me out like this. Jun Gaeong leaned forward. When the association chairman sent you here, what did he say about cooperating with me? He slammed the cup dart on the table. Bander's eyes turned cold. He said to cooperate with you at any cost within my ability. He crossed his arms and asked, well, tell me then, which hero in Egypt has a connection to Asuka? Bander suddenly stood up. He looked dangerous, saying he would come back and talk about it later. That was also a secret. Jun Gaeong made a gesture of invitation. Alright, he replied, then I am going. He remembered Ji Tai's words. They were not clear on the details. It was something even their intel did not know. But they knew there was an argument during a gate raid. Jun Gaeong analyzed, based on what the Korean Association manager said, they are really here, one hunter at the hero rank, that is enough. A moment later, he, along with In Chang, Wonho, and Fenrir took a stroll. Chang waved his hand. Phew, it is really hot. Wonho smiled, but is heat not better than cold? She tilted her head. That is true. He asked curiously, by the way, Jun Gaeong, what is your ultimate goal? In Chang was also confused. Now that you mention it, I do not know your ultimate goal either. He explained, you always strive for a purpose. Even if I know the temporary ones, I still do not know the final goal. Do not tell me it is world domination. Jun Gaeong stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. He pondered for a moment, looking dangerous. Then he turned his head and said, I think it really is world domination. Chang was speechless. When you say that, I cannot tell if it is a joke or not. Fenrir flinched as if suddenly realizing something. A group of people approached from afar with a massive stream of black mana floating in the air. Jun Gaeong warned, fall back. It is that pack of jackals coming. A figure appeared with strange hand seals. He revealed himself sideways. He murmured, Seth, he is truly strong. He can rival Arthur. Seth stood before him, so you are the underdog. He answered without hesitation, that is right. He said, frankly, I came to have a brief discussion with you. And Gaeong nodded in agreement. On the palace rooftop, Shu turned his back to him. After Egypt's independence, it was called the Arab Republic. But do you know? I looked into the distance. Egypt is still a kingdom under their dynasty. In truth, everything in Egypt is controlled by them. And Gaeong said calmly, the one trying to succeed Osiris. Set was intrigued. Exactly, what a clever. He said enthusiastically, so then, clever boy, would you like to take a guess? He said calmly, guess what? Set pointed at himself, why I want to inherit Osiris as the head of them and what I need to do after becoming the ruler. His face lost its playful expression. Try to guess. Jun Gaeong was confused. Before meeting him, he thought Set caused the accident to take the throne. But if Set did not do it just for power, then what was it? Why did Set do that? He speculated if Set was trying to become a king. In the vast Arab kingdom, a place with castles built with unique architectural patterns. Their team walked along the main road, which was elegant but deserted. In Chang asked about the situation. How did your talk with Seth go? He looked at her and said he told me to guess his purpose. She asked curiously what he said. He said awkwardly, I could not even guess his purpose. I thought he wanted to be king for power, but that was not it. Seth changed his thoughts about him. Seth was dangerous but evil. In other words, Seth was neither white nor black. His train of thought was interrupted. Bander asked suspiciously, where have you been? Without letting him answer, she was annoyed by his noseness. Do you have nothing else to do? He was not angered by the dismissal. Haha, it seems like you are done. I quickly finished everything I needed to do, but his eyes darkened. Thinking about it is really strange. That underdog of yours is quite vicious. Seeing the signal from him, they were worried. The whole group were hero rank hunters, so why did no one join Asgard? They looked wearily at his gaze. Yes, his gaze. The questions kept coming. Hunters not in Asgard knew the organization's secrets. It intrigued him. Is there anything more dangerous than that? And Chang had no good thoughts about Bander. Is he trying to test us? Jun Gaeong promptly stopped him. Stop messing around. He turned the question back on him. What was the answer to the question I asked you before? He explained calmly. Odin told me to cooperate with you by any means within my power, so... Loud noise interrupted the conversation. The two turned their heads towards the source of the sound. The tremor was so great that the explosion could be seen from afar. Electric current ran through the air, striking straight down and piercing multiple layers of clouds. The vortex swirled like a cyclone, converging into a beam of light, opening a space filled with energy. The people around witnessed the entire event, a special gate appearing right in the city center. The more the gate opened, the more energy surged out, causing the lightning to gradually turn red. Chang worried about the possible situation. The newly appeared gate was already expanding its magical power. It would collapse in the middle of the city. Many people would be in danger. She immediately shouted to call Jun Gaeong, we have to stop it. It's about to collapse. He gently calmed her. Calm down. In Chang. Seeing his calm expression and words, she got angry and brushed it off. How can I be calm? Many people will die. We have to act. He patiently analyzed, it's okay, this isn't Korea. She didn't care, even if I'm alone, I'll still go. A source of purple energy appeared. It strongly enveloped her entire body. She drew her sword. I don't know why you hesitated, but every second is precious. As she was about to leave, her eyes suddenly stopped. Those burly jackal men with bulging muscles shot across the sky. Sharp eyes were visible on their expressionless faces. They stared straight ahead. Among them, Seth with his superior abilities led the way past. He pointed out what they could do. This is Ning. They have their own way of handling it. Understanding that, her emotions gradually returned to normal. I understand. Even though he reassured In Chang like that, he couldn't help but be amazed at his way of handling it, but he didn't expect Seth to go up there himself. The scene slowly returned to its usual calm. System notification sounded. The special gate had been cleared. He wasn't surprised by their control speed. Just as he thought, they cleared the gate so fast. The leader himself acted. Even a special gate couldn't cause harm. Withdrawing his thoughts, Jun Gaiyong called her over. In Chang. Hearing her name, she shyly lowered her head. If you're gonna tease me, please don't. I'm embarrassed enough already. Contrary to her shyness, he smiled in praise. No, you did very well. You acted because you wanted to save people. Right. She stammered, that's true, but another sound interrupted their conversation. In Chang was still the first to dash off. It seems something happened. He helplessly gave up. She always sets off first. She went deeper into the city. Lian saw a group of people bullying a weak man. Her angry gaze pierced straight at them. What are you doing? Apparently due to a language barrier, they looked at her blankly, asking each other, a hunter. What is she saying? Just then he walked over. What's the problem? This time they understood, huh? Is that the underdog? He's speaking Arabic. With the language barrier gone, he easily communicated. Merlin's necklace is quite useful. What happened that made you capture someone so violently? The leader sneered contemptuously and shooed them away. This has nothing to do with you foreign hunters. He looked at the situation and decided to intervene. After seeing you beat someone, I can't just stand by. You need to tell me what happened, or else. His voice lowered, sending a warning signal. I will contact the association, hunters attacking ordinary people. Hearing this, they chuckled as if seeing the joke of a millennium. It seems you don't know, in Egypt, the power dynamic between hunters and regular people is vastly different. He stated the rules here clearly. Hunters can attack ordinary people whenever they want. It's an unwritten rule everyone follows, that's what we can do. He smirked cruelly, raising the sword in his hand high, preparing to swing it down. Blood splattered everywhere. The two of them were stunned watching the scene unfold. But contrary to expectations, what fell was the leading man's sword arm. A piercing scream rang out. He panicked, clutching his partially severed arm. Over there. Set was sitting boldly on the rooftop. The slash came from him. But Egypt has its own forces, right? The people below trembled as they looked up. He gently landed on the ground. Crushing force field radiated from him. Hunters from Ning have the right to attack other hunters. The scene before them terrified Jun Gaiyong and In Chang. Dark red blood slowly spread, seeping into the ground. The bodies of the several hunters who were just aggressive now lay dead with eyes wide open. Feeling remorseful, In Chang turned to ask, is Hunter Zed a good person? Having witnessed it firsthand, Jun Gaiyong didn't know how to answer. She hesitated before speaking. It's true he saved that man, but it was a bit excessive. He lowered his head, feeling a bit conflicted. I meant to save people without caring about Ning's influence. The book probably knew that too, but... His eyes glanced at the two cold corpses next to each other by the wall. Jun Gaiyong felt sorrowful. He still killed hunters that didn't need to die. Because he was silent, In Chang continued asking, do you think he's a good person? Jun Gaiyong hesitated for a moment before answering, I don't know either. The Egyptian sky was already dyed with the colors of dusk, pink clouds floating with the wind. Soon after, bright specks of stars began to appear in the darkening sky. A magnificent palace shone brilliantly under the sun, signaling the arrival of a new day. According to plan, Jun Jiang and Bander were present at the palace. Facing the two of them, Inep was already seated on a chair, with Bastet behind him. Politely asked, it's been a while hasn't it, but who's the person behind you? The woman with platinum hair immediately introduced herself. My name is Lamia, my alias is Bastet. His sharp eyes recognized the problem. He only wanted to meet Inep alone, but as expected, Nin and Asuka were watching them. Inep got straight to the point. It had been a while. What was the reason he wanted to see him? He smiled naturally, he just wanted to see him. But right after, Bastet suddenly sensed something unusual was happening. Bander also encountered a similar phenomenon, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. To investigate discreetly, Jun Gaiyong used telepathy to talk to Inep. Can you hear me? If you want to confirm, answer positively. If otherwise, answer negatively. He quietly admired. He could even use magic. Amazing. Then immediately cooperated. He also wanted to meet him. He started a disguised conversation. You look thinner than before. Are they not feeding you enough? But his mind said, I came because of the blood ore. Is it related to the power of Hercules? Inep immediately answered positively. They feed me a lot. Jun Gaiyong was satisfied. So do you get to eat what you want? His mind shifted. Last time you wanted me to save Horus. Was that related to the blood ore? He nodded. Yes, I am quite a picky eater. He dug deeper into the surface conversation. The hunter Numek helped me in the match. Are they well? But what he really asked was whether Horus was affected by the blood or like Hercules once was. This time he affirmed firmly they are very well. He nodded in reply, I understand. Bander heard the clunky conversation and frowned in confusion. What the hell were they doing? Jun Gyeong got to the core. Do you like Numek, which was synonymous with the question, is the culprit Seth? Hearing that name, Inep's eyes widened in shock. He pondered and replied, you are quite bold, that is my feeling, but I do not know how Numek feels. In his heart he interpreted, meaning he does not know if Seth is the culprit. On the surface he continued, it would be great if you two could get together. Is there anything I can help with? There was no unspoken question. Inep answered casually but with hidden meaning. If you helped me, that would be very good. Jun Gyeong did not hesitate to say, I understand. Then let us arrange a time for all of us to meet. He was grateful, thank you. Not long after, in another room within the luxurious palace, a hand curled into a fist slammed hard on the table, making a pained sound. Bander shouted angrily, you asked me to arrange a time to meet Inep just to say those things. Feeling cheated, he fumed, if you use Asgard for this matter, Odin will not be pleased. Ignoring Bander's attitude, Jun Gyeong remained calm. Isn't it reasonable? The unclear statement made him confused. What are you trying to say? He continued to be cryptic. He will be satisfied soon. Bander frowned slightly in reminder. You must be sure the result is truly like that. Hearing that, the corner of his mouth curled up confidently. Jun Gyeong changed the subject. I am almost done with my business in Egypt. Let us return in 3 days. He asked vaguely. 3 days. He calmly explained, I still haven't seen the sights in Egypt yet. His attitude and actions made Bander annoyed with this guy. Suddenly remembering something, Jun Gyeong asked curiously, let me ask, which hero infiltrated Nin Long? Bander was secretly pleased. He took the bait. I forgot I was baiting my superior. Bander quickly put on a smiling face. You have already met them. He rolled his eyes trying to recall his memory. I have already met them. Who was it? Time passed. Another night in Egypt. On a sandbank by the long river, Jun Gyeong stood alone, small and solitary. Suddenly hearing a noise, he immediately turned to look. Inep wore a face veil, softly announced, I am late. Many people were following me. I am sorry. He even warned, many might be watching us. You have already caught the attention of all of Ning. Even so, he calmly reassured, don't worry. Instantly, a protective film formed around the two of them. Explained they would not be able to observe them from outside. He was given the chance to broaden his horizons and was amazed, distorting space. You can also use magic. I thought you could only use it like this morning, but you are truly impressive. Inep worriedly looked up, but perhaps it is still not enough. There is no place Osiris cannot see. Jun Gyeong mused, is that so? Even with Merlin's power? I wonder if he can still see inside. I am not sure. To avoid long nights breeding trouble, he asked directly, let us get to the main point. Why did you call me to Nin? Inep hesitated briefly, that matter. But then behind his back he said firmly, because of the blood ore, Horus is still unconscious right now. He recalled past events and explained, the blood ore is a type of mineral that grants the user an incredibly formidable power, similar to what Hercules showed us in your previous match. Nep returned to the current issue. It all started when Seth brought the blood ore here. Jun Gyeong felt uneasy inside. They have already found the blood ore. Just as I thought, the past has changed. Voices discussed the redstone, a mysterious object that boosted monster power at an astonishing rate. Everyone began researching the blood ore. Many experiments took place. Inep explained, the research was successful. They even developed the power several times over. Inep stood opposite and discussed with Jun Gyeong. But the problem is, he continued, we cannot control that power. Inep nodded in agreement. That is right, and so the research was delayed. In his heart, he judged that insane part is indeed a poison, impossible to understand through research. One hunter controlled it. Throughout history, only Hercules was unique. Inep emphasized, however, Horus volunteered himself as a test subject for the blood ore. He kept an expression of disbelief at what he just heard. Jun Gyeong was not sure of his inner guesses. The heir of a huge organization volunteered as a test subject. Was that incident this one? He confirmed that is right. Despite everyone's advice back then, Horus was determined to be a test subject. He asked again, so why did Horus try so hard to possess the power of the blood ore? Inep hesitated. That was the case. He frankly admitted the cause was Seth. Although Horus was the legitimate heir of Nin, Seth still wanted to control it himself. Recalling the time Seth yelled at someone, he told that Osiris and Seth often argued. That man was too strong to negotiate, so Horus needed more power to stop him. Jun Gyeong rested his chin and thought about Seth. The image of Seth appeared with all his power released. He ran so fast he smoked. His body was huge, his imposing aura standing somewhere. He wondered if the book controlling Nin was really dangerous. From what he saw, the book was not exactly a bad person. He found this hard to believe. Was the boss really ostracized just for wanting the throne? If it was just a civil war for the throne of Nin, then Nep cut him off. It was not just that. Horus was a very upright person. Back then he intended to yield the throne to Seth. However, Voice rang out from somewhere, cutting in, so the two of you have met? Both of them turned around at the same time. Seth slowly walked over. Inep called softly Seth. His appearance made him question constantly. Was he following Inep? No, Merlin's shield was still active, so that meant— He turned to look at him. So you were here from the start? That man answered. I apologize for eavesdropping, but I have something to ask you. He ordered Inep to answer. I know Horus tried to give me the throne, but why did he still insist on meddling with that dangerous power to control me? He frowned. Horus said. His expression became serious. Someone is controlling him. He was astonished. Jack was no less surprised hearing this. He asked with a blank expression, how many people know about this? Inep placed his hand on his chest and affirmed, only me. He asked back, do you think I believe that? Inep recounted sincerely. Right before Horus participated in the blood mineral experiment, he told me. He might have told someone before, but as far as I know, I am the only one who was told. Jun Gaong observed his state. Earlier he was relaxed, now he was worried. It seemed Horus was right. He spoke up to advise Inep, I think you should go back. Jun Gaong promised, I will think of a way to treat Horus, but I am not sure and I cannot guarantee anything, so do not hope too much. He was grateful. Thank you. The conversation ended. He ordered, go back. He nodded in obedience. Inep quickly left, disappearing from the sight of the two. Seth turned to look at the remaining person. Jun Gaong spoke up, stop. In his heart he knew that if he had decided, he could not stop him. But, he sighed, I understand. A calm face appeared. We also have things to discuss. The dreamy blue sky and leaves created a beautiful scene. The book sat on a rock to the side. I have been watching you. He was not very surprised, I know. But I did not think you were so close. He wanted to clarify, is the one behind you Asgard? He remembered Bander smiling with squinted eyes. Bander said he had met a spy, recalling when he stood behind him, and Seth wanted the throne, so it was possible Seth was working for Asgard. He did not evade, you are not wrong, but you are not entirely right either. He explained, I am not a spy. To be precise, we just help each other. He was somewhat surprised. That is quite shocking to hear. He looked at him with an amused, provocative smile. You can think that. Jun Gaong repeated the question with determination. So who is behind you? What fiend is controlling you in the shadows? The book was not surprised after hearing this. He suddenly released the power around him, his hand gripping a sword tightly. As if you dared to do that. Because I already let Inep go. The sword in his hand shone like the power around its owner. With a provocative look, he said, instead, I will kill you. The blade of grass revealed itself glowing. He unleashed his power at the same time. He worked for Asgard. He was sure from the way he pointed his sword at him. The problem was the one behind him. Was there someone capable of controlling the master of an entire large organization? He hesitated a bit. I have no chance of winning. Maybe I have to risk my life right now. The book grinned maliciously as he looked at him. Great. But you know what? He said something else. Immediately after, he vanished instantly. Jun Gaong opened his eyes wide in surprise. He disappeared. Suddenly, Seth appeared behind him, the blade already against his neck. Gaong managed to spin around to dodge Seth's blade. He was quite surprised by his ability. He immediately jumped back 2 steps to widen the distance with Seth. Jun Gaong thought to himself, in just a brief moment, but I saw it. He felt lucky. If not for those duels with them, I would not have been able to dodge. It was all thanks to Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Seth was excited. Just as I thought, my eyes were not wrong. He said with pride, you really are unbelievable. Yes, I did not get the red light by chance. That person gave it exclusively to me alone. The words of the book startled him. That man, he said calmly, you asked me before what I wanted to do when I became king. Now you know the answer. He was shocked. He suddenly shouted, you are an imposter. That scoundrel was bewildered. An imposter. Jun Gaong said calmly, I truly am pathetic for thinking you resembled him even for a second. He recalled his impression of Seth, a notorious hunter who made people tremble, someone who tried to change everything with his infamy. He concluded, a demon king. When I saw Seth, I thought of a demon king. Jun Gaong looked straight at Seth. The reason you want to control Songnin is because you want to become king. A king who can do anything. In other words, a monopolizer. Darkness covered every expression on his face. Then he slightly curled the corner of his lips. Seth burst into a crazed laughter. He kept laughing with delight, not caring about him. He affirmed, that is correct. The night gradually dissolved with the truth. The next day at the Ultimate Palace, Jun Gaong sat in deep thought. Does that man, Asuka, know if there is anyone else behind this incident? He worried, if Asuka does not know, he will not let me go, or does he think I will not tell Asuka about Seth? At that moment, In Chang tiredly walked out. You have not slept? Jun Gaong explained. I was thinking about some things. She hesitated. Well, about Seth, something is not right. I do not think he is a good person. He wondered, why do you think that? In Chang was unsure. Should I say it is a gut feeling? What he shows differs from his true self. It feels like he is just acting. Jun Gaong forced a smile. I only realized that after meeting him last night. She really has great intuition. The door suddenly burst open. Bander stormed in and yelled, "Underdog, what the hell are you doing?" He was confused. "I do not understand what you are saying." He replied, "The informant to Asgard I once told you about is Seth." Bander continued, "This morning he declared he would stop exchanging information with Asuka. The reason is definitely because of you, Underdog." His usually narrowed eyes now looked at Jun Gyeong with annoyance. "So what the hell are you doing?" He muttered, "What did I do?" Jun Gyeong said seriously, "That is what I have to do now. We will join the discussion about the Nile River." In Chang was stunned. "What?" As for Bander, he only coldly looked at him. Outside the temple, the pack of jackals was standing in a straight line. Bastet was excited. "It was truly an honor to meet everyone. I greatly anticipate the Asgard heroes arriving at the Nile." Jun Gyeong replied solemnly, "We are also very honored. Today I come as a representative of Asuka." She pointed the way. "We have been informed by Asuka. Please follow this direction." Jun Gyeong thought to himself, using Odin was truly a good idea. Everything was going according to plan. He was confident we can easily enter the central part of the Nile. The group walked along the path. Bastet looked ahead in surprise. They came face to face with Seth standing there. She asked in confusion, "Seth?" The only response to Bastet was his suspicious smile. Jun Gyeong wondered, what was that expression? It was truly worrisome. "I need to execute the plan before it is too late." He suddenly called out Bastet. She tilted her head. "Is something the matter, sir?" Jun Gyeong asked curiously, "Where is Horus?" Bastet appeared guarded. Jun Gyeong spoke up, "I will try to treat Horus." She pretended not to understand. "What are you talking about, sir?" Someone interrupted. "Bastet, they are Inep and Numek." Bastet turned her head. "Inep, what does this mean?" Inep suddenly knelt on one knee. "The leader of Egypt, Horus, is your beloved guard. I beg you, please allow Underdog to treat Horus." It had been a while since they arrived at the Nile. Bastet and Inep were rushing along the road. Inep suddenly said gratefully, "Thank you, Bastet." She replied coldly while running, "Inep, I hope your decision is not wrong." At the same time, Jun Gyeong and Bander were also rushing without delay. Bander silently worried, "If they could not save Horus, everyone would die. And of course, we would too." He looked at Jun Gyeong's back. "If necessary, I will use him to restore the relationship between Asgard and the Nile." Chang inquired Bastet, "What is the chance of discovery?" Bastet replied, "We have discovered it, but more importantly, Underdog, can you truly save him?" Jun Gyeong looked at her gently. "I think it is a little late to ask that. I cannot say for sure, but I will do my best." His face was tense. "I cannot guarantee anything, but if it is not successful, we will not be able to stop Seth." The scene shifted to the location inside. The ferocious jackals were blocking them. "Stop, you are truly reckless for daring to advance into the center of the Nile." Bastet stepped forward. Inep and Jun Gyeong stood on either side. She spoke up, requesting them to make way because she did not want to harm anyone. This hunter was from the same organization as her. A pack of jackals howled, telling her to turn back, but she merely swept past like a gust of wind. In an instant, Bastet used a single sword stroke to pierce through 3 of the jackals. Following the exact trajectory of that cut, each one fell to the ground one by one. When Chang witnessed everything, he asked in disbelief what she was doing. "They all trusted her. They could help us." Bastet replied seriously, "That was precisely the reason." A hand was placed on In Chang's shoulder from behind. He still asked dazedly what she meant. Jun Gyeong slowly explained. Bastet had been extremely concerned about them. If we could not save Horus, they would also be in danger. In Chang awkwardly admitted his mistake. He apologized for being short-sighted, and suddenly realized Merlin's necklace was truly astonishing for being able to translate even for his teammates. Immediately, everyone gathered before the grand gate at the center. Bastet looked ahead. Horus was right outside these doors. She turned her back, calling out Numek's name. Bastet asked frankly if she would help protect this place alongside her. Upon hearing this, Numek could not help but be stunned. Nep walked over, thanking Numek for her trust, but if she did not wish to go further, she could turn back right now. Numek visibly grew annoyed. She boldly declared it was an honor to fight alongside Bastet, and it seemed she had made up her mind. The gate slowly opened. Bastet and Numek stayed to witness it. Then she called out loudly to Inep. He quickly turned his face to look back. Numek blushed, averted her eyes elsewhere, and said if he succeeded, "Please stay by my side." Inep reassured her, "Do not worry, we will definitely succeed." Numek's heart raced, her face flushed red. On this side, In Chang declared boldly that we cannot fail. Jun Gyeong following behind did not deny it, he supposed so. They continued on their journey. The whole team hurriedly crossed through each territory. The light from the exit appeared ahead. What met everyone's eyes was the glowing coffin at the very center of the hall. The woman standing before it spoke up, saying she knew they would come to find her son. Seeing her, Inep softly uttered Lady Isis. Jun Gyeong beside him suddenly remembered hearing that name before. He grasped that her identity was Isis, wife of Osiris and mother of Horus, the one who needed treatment, and she was also one of the strongest people of the Nile. Isis glared at them harshly, "Do not come any closer." Suddenly, a reflective circular barrier formed. It enclosed the central space around the coffin, splitting it into inner and outer pathways. Jun Gyeong thought to himself in awe, a barrier? They could not approach it through normal means, and within it lurked a monster. Nip raised his gaze upwards, pleading with Lady Isis. Above, Isis said she knew Horus thought highly of Inep and had heard many times that he would find someone to heal him. She sternly questioned Inep. Did he truly believe that man could save her son? Inep faced her and affirmed, I am certain of it. Isis glanced over to confirm once more. Then let me ask you, can you truly save my son? Guyong was dazed for a moment. Then he immediately replied, startling In Chang and Bander. No. Isis was shocked, her face darkened. He faced her. I am not confident that I can save him. Jun Guyong honestly confessed, I simply will try my best to heal him. Hearing those words, her hand loosened weakly. The group stood before an ancient structure with the coffin at its center. Chang observed thoughtfully. The barrier had disappeared. Lady Isis announced that when the coffin opened, the seal would vanish. It would only last for 30 minutes once the seal was gone. Suddenly her eyes blazed with menace. There would be no way to reseal it. No one would survive leaving this place. He asserted firmly, I have no plan to die. A pair of feet stepped forward softly. Weno had long since held acupuncture needles floating above his palm. Both young men wore confident smiles. A dim lamp hung upside down from the ceiling lit the space. Seth sat cross-legged on the carpet. Surely Underdog had begun treating Horus, and Isis was also there. His gaze grew heavy. His first love still had a long road ahead. He could not believe he was hesitating over his rebellion because of love. Steeling his resolve, he stood up and declared loudly, Jackals, today we will carry out the rebellion. The group of jackals replied in unison with a loud roar. Seth spoke with increasing fervor, today I will sit on the throne of the Nile. Their morale also rose significantly. Suddenly his eyes flicked to the side, calling out to Anubis. As a show of respect, Anubis placed his hand on his chest, answering Lord Seth. Seth gave the order, go gather the jackals and lead them to where Horus is. Anubis asked in confusion what he planned to do. Seth revealed firmly, I will cut the pharaoh's throat. He continued, Osiris, I am sure he is trembling in fear. It is time to end this wicked relationship. Purple smoke enveloped his palm, causing its shape to begin to transform. Anubis declared grandly, this body will harvest death. On the other side, Jun Guyong instructed Wenho to control this person's power as much as possible. Though his face was drenched in sweat from worry, he assured them he understood. His hand gently inserted the needle wrapped in magical power downward. When all the needles were embedded into Horus's body in the coffin, Wenho began to channel his power. The air was dead silent. Everyone watched the proceedings. Inep fidgeted anxiously, muttering the two names Numek and Bastet. Jun Guyong suddenly called out Bander. The other asked back, are you sure you can save him? He confidently replied that he could do it. Bander had no further comment, only said excellent. Then he turned and ran towards another direction. He adjusted his tie, telling Zhang and Chang, Fenrir and Hyunmu that he trusted them. Hyunmu obediently replied, I will watch for your orders. Fenrir growled a few times instinctively, while In Chang quickly reassured everyone not to worry. Wenho tiredly wiped his sweaty forehead, announcing that all preparations were complete. Jun Guyong took off his coat, saying he would leave the rest to Bander. While treating Horus, he was completely incapable of self-defense. He skipped the steps, jumping straight down to the ground before the cold coffin. He thought to himself that the team had to handle the rest, but his eyes still glanced backward. Looking at Isis while calculating, now they had a powerful ally matching Seth. They could oppose Seth with Isis on their side. He quickly summoned the giant trident. Using its sharp tip, he struck a blow straight down. The weapon plunged into the mummified body lying in the coffin. Isis wore a very shocked expression at this sight, exclaiming, what? In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving only a deep footprint on the ground. Accumulating enormous energy spheres in both hands, she charged forward, shouting, you bastard. Fortunately, Inep timely spread his arms to stop her. Please stop, Lady Isis. She could no longer maintain her composure, shouting, get out of my way, you warrior. Wenho quickly tried to calm the tense atmosphere, asking her to be calm and look. Strange red energy suddenly rose over Horus's entire. Isis opened her eyes in disbelief, saying the boy was absorbing the red magical power. Notifications kept appearing. The dragon bloodstone was absorbing the madness and flowing back into the human's blood. Red veins also appeared on Zhang Yong's nape, the madness flowing into his body, just like the battle in England before. Violent memories flashed by, that day because of the dragon bloodstone. He had been driven into a frenzied state and ran amok. His body transformed rapidly, his hand still holding the weapon. But now he was different, absorbing the power of madness with the dragon heart. Another new notification. The weak dragon heart was housing the dragon bloodstone. In Chang now felt bewildered, wondering if this was alright. The red force spread throughout the mummy. Horus's eyes dyed red by the madness that would return to their Bander. Looking at Jun Guyong, his eyes had turned bright red, his breathing heavy. White smoke billowed fiercely from Jun Guyong's mouth, but his mind remained clear. He thought simply treating Horus was not enough to defeat Seth. He needed to advance to another stage. By reversing the flow of the dragon bloodstone, the violent power surrounding the trident's head, he could devour the mad energy. Name echoed in his head, Gorilla. To develop the dragon heart, his entire body erupted with energy, red magical lines running along his form. His eyes blazed with an eerie red light, his teeth clenched in resignation. Wenho worriedly looked at the scene before before him, seeing him absorb all the red power. Chang also stood helplessly watching, calling out to Jun Gyeong. Lady Isis smiled contentedly. The red power that devoured Horus was now returning to the underdog, meaning Horus was about to wake up. Suddenly, Numek was blasted far away, along with flying concrete debris. She slid a long distance across the ground and then lay motionless. Inep hurriedly ran over, loudly calling her name Numek. One hand quickly summoned a potion bottle, the other lifted her up, pouring water into her mouth. Her condition gradually recovered. Inep anxiously asked if she was all right. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Her face darkened. She replied she was fine and asked about Bastet. The rain of smoke faded, revealing the vast jackal force led by Anubis. Lumia was lifted up by his muscular arm. Isis was agitated, her golden pupils blazing brightly, ready to face Anubis in battle. In response, she received his cold gaze radiating murderous intent, just like before. Without a word, he delivered a powerful blow to defenseless Lamia. The tremendous impact made her spit out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was blasted out of the thick smoke, sharing the same fate as Numek earlier. She lay sprawled on the floor, her face distorted, dark as if separate from her head. Anubis spoke in a hoarse voice. Jackals, as if understanding their master's command, they shouted in unison, "Ha!" He ordered them to advance and harvest death. The pack of jackals turned into black shadows, simultaneously moving forward at a terrifying speed. Isis immediately ordered for Horus and Underdog to be protected at once. Inep and Numek quickly followed suit. When Hua and Chang divided the tasks, he hurriedly treated Bastet, while she agreed to keep an eye on him. Outside the building, the scene remained peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Inside, it was as chaotic as a battlefield, the jackals howling while wielding their swords. Facing the sudden attack, Seth simply stood still. He activated his golden eyes and sneered, "How foolish." Instantly, a glowing slash pierced through one of them. The attack continued, striking down another. In just an instant, he had taken down all the jackals. Their bodies slowly turned to dust and vanished into nothingness. The system notification sounded, supporting the player amidst the desolate desert. Seth looked at the floating sand, muttering pity for those who did not recognize the new ruler. His eyes widened with arrogance. "Wait for me, brother, the most suitable one is coming." With that, he turned his back, leaving the jackal corpses strewn across the floor. The scene shifted to a magnificent white building with gold tones bearing the Asgard style of Odin. A group of people dressed in black sat upright. The chairperson announced the start of the meeting. Hyojin clasped his hands, his expression serious. "Seth has rebelled. Even if the Nile collapses, everything is fine." He mused, "Today's topic concerns the Nile." On the screen was an image of Bander, Lord Odin. He said in a low voice, "Soon Seth and I will fight." Odin immediately agreed, "I allow it." Next, he turned to face the one they were discussing. Surprise was evident on his face. "Truly unexpected. I did not think you would stop me." Banderson summoned 2 swords. "I did not expect we would face off like this either." He chuckled lightly. "So this is Asgard's intention. Good, I will get some exercise before the main course." In a flash, he had vanished, leaving a powerful footprint on the ground. Seth boldly charged forward with a short sword slash, but a sharp clang rang out as the 2 weapons crossed, blocking the strike. Bander knelt down, using all his arm strength to withstand the tremendous weight. He praised with delight, "You are strong." Seth only now opened one eye, fully focused. "You are quite sturdy too." Both warriors strained into their stances. They were ready to launch into a merciless death match. From a view looking down from the pyramid, jackals charged in, their eyes sharp and their fighting spirit blazing. Chang, with energy swirling around her sword, stared them down. 3 of them clashed in the air, creating earth-shattering explosions. One jackal was panicked by Chang's attack. She gripped the purple sword and lunged at him. Chang smiled softly. "You are the first to go." Suddenly, he charged towards her. At the same time, another jackals also advanced. Both dove at Chang like 2 red needles. She frowned, sweeping a horizontal wave of energy with her sword. "Damn it." Large explosions appeared one after another. Chang gritted her teeth and retreated amidst the thick smoke and dust. She shifted her gaze to Wonyo. He admired in awe. "Unbelievable, each one is a hero-grade hunter. I cannot imagine what skill has empowered them." She turned back to look at them. "I do not think this is the time to be surprised." 4 jackals charged at Isis but were all blocked by her. Isis frowned, raising her hand to reinforce the barrier. Suddenly, mysterious footsteps rapidly approached. Anubis appeared with an overwhelming pressure. "Step aside." He shot forward like a lightning bolt. Isis assumed a defensive stance while Anubis leapt forward with sharp, black claws. He focused his strength into his hand and pounced towards her. The 2 clashed, creating a resounding explosion. Anubis sneered mockingly. "You think you can maintain the barrier while fighting me?" A black aura coiled around the energy source of Isis. "No, I cannot keep this barrier up forever." Those mongrels seized the chance to charge in. "The barrier is broken. That is our chance." Everyone advanced. Chang sneered, "You have made a mistake. The place you are heading to." Before charging at Fenrir is hell itself. A burst of blue energy exploded from behind, transformed back to his original form. Fenrir vanished right before the attack of the mongrels. Inep led the way alongside Numek and Bastet. "This is our chance. Let us destroy them all." Inside the pyramid at this moment, Bander bared his teeth in a light grin, dodging the golden sword that slashed at him. Zet immediately counterattacked. Narrowed his eyes tauntingly. Even now you are still hiding your power. Impressive. Bander grimaced. You are quite strong too. Set's hand wielding the sword emanated a strange black light, replacing the yellow energy source. He closed his eyes tightly to gather energy. This is a waste of time. I reserved this for my brother, but still. Set opened his blood-red eyes wide, unable to pull anything out. His face darkened, his entire body radiating a terrifying black aura. Bander frowned in discomfort. This is truly dangerous. My target is you, but... He glanced at his opponent. If I make a mistake, I will die, Odin. Then a voice sounded in his head. Fight him. Bander stopped short. The command of Asgard is absolute, that is why. He hesitated no more, began to take a stance. Let us fight then. Sid answered with a laugh. Fine. Suddenly his figure flickered and vanished. Set rushed towards Bander at a terrifying speed, to the point of startling him. He is too fast. Bander held his two blades and charged his technique. Your weakness is the lack of territorial rule. Let me show you the difference. He shouted the name of his technique, Greta Blitz. The two clashed, a close-quarters brawl. In an instant, Set and Bander vanished, leaving only purple streaks. Anubis startled to realize Seth's energy had disappeared. Isis sneered mockingly. It seems something has happened to Seth. He looked at him. The balance of power is broken now. Take this, Anubis. He faced her directly. Nothing could have happened to him. Isis. She is excited. Now I can use it on her. A black aura slowly formed beneath Isis' feet. Anubis spoke loudly. Be aware that my intention is not merely to kill. He changed his tone and activated his technique, Veil of Truth. She was locked in a square black cage that bound her limbs, unable to move. Nip stared in shock at Isis and shouted loudly, Lady Isis. Anubis threw his head back and laughed with delight. You let your guard down, Isis. The immense pressure inside forced her to kneel. My body is so heavy, I cannot do anything. He said smugly, Isis, stay inside there and become my power. Bastet and Inep ran over. She shouted loudly, break that barrier. He replied while running, yes. Inep curled his hand and took a stance, thinking he would put all his strength into a single blow. Maybe it would be enough to pierce through it. He focused his power into his fist. Inep punched the purple cube with all his might, but the cube was not even chipped, making him realize in surprise, it is like punching a lump of sponge. I cannot punch through it. Inep immediately clenched his teeth and focused all his power. Then I have to break through it by punching continuously. Inep truly could not believe his eyes. What the barrier? The cube before him had grown several times larger. He realized in shock that it was getting bigger and bigger. A streak of black aura cut across. Anubis slowly emerged from the black aura. Bastet was truly shocked. Impossible. That man, I can feel the power of Lady Isis and Inep from him. Anubis laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, a vast amount of power is flowing into me. A voice directly cut him off. Hey you damned cur. And Chang taunted. What will you do about this now? All your men. All around were images of Fenrir walking past and the corpses of the mongrels lying scattered. In Chang reminded him, all defeated by our white dog. Only you are left. Anubis opened his hand revealing sharp iron claws. He raised one arm high and commanded, death and souls, I will harvest all of you. Black auras dispersed around the corpses of the mongrels. Those black auras penetrated their bodies. The black energy had taken control, forcing them to stand up. Chang was startled to see the dead resurrected. Anubis coldly ordered the complete annihilation of all enemies. Bastet shouted a warning to everyone about the forbidden technique that turns people into weapons. Chang stood seriously beside Wuno, silently realizing she had seen this before. She associated it with the transformed giants in China caused by greed. Chang asserted she would not forgive Seth and Anubis, having fought something similar before. Bander was dissatisfied because Radabdik had been completely destroyed. The system announced that the territorial rule granted absolute power within that space. Seth escaped, tearing through the wall and destroying the territorial rule. Black smoke surrounded Seth. He was breathing heavily. Bander was terrified because his territorial rule was useless. Bander asked Odin for permission to use that thing. A voice told him to abandon the Nendi River to avoid the loss. Finally, he was ordered to use Linderdog and return. Bander reluctantly obeyed the order. The weapon in his hand transformed into a flash of white light and then vanished. The boss smiled and asked if that was Asgard's intention to send him back. Bander was annoyed but could not defy the order. Boss said there was nothing humiliating about it. Asgard had chosen correctly. He smiled as he watched Bander disappear. Inside the Yuanga palace, Seth stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Osiris, who spoke to call his younger brother. Seth calmly remarked that his brother looked unwell, assuming this was his decision. He suddenly grew angry, asking why it had come to this. Osiris calmly affirmed he did not regret his decision. Seth asked if it was because he had aimed for the throne, causing Horus to nearly die. Osiris replied that there were many hidden powerful beings, but none for humanity's benefit. Seth was startled and asked if he had met that person. Osiris questioned about the man in the black suit. Seth laughed loudly, realizing that he had felt defeated after encountering him. Therefore, he craved an impossible power to defeat him. He recalled that man holding the red stone, even as his son was absorbed by the blood mineral to the brink of death. Osiris was stronger than Horus, so he did not lose everything, but the blood mineral took his youth. Seth pointed and mocked, declaring he was different from him and that man. Osiris was stunned. Seth crossed his arms, channeling his power to show him. Power surged, and a wave of black energy enveloped him. Osiris could not believe it. That power belonged to the blood mineral. The black dog's head with sharp iron teeth appeared at Seth's side. He laughed, saying he had chosen the wrong side. The ferocious dog head with bloodshot eyes lunged to attack Osiris. Osiris calmly called out to Horus. Seth declared he would follow that man to rule the world, not just the Nile or Egypt. And Chang slashed a purple sword strike into the resurrected jackal. In the air, she took down each one in turn. Her gaze was sharp, her sword blade annihilating the enemies. Gongju, bloodthirsty, punched a jackal's body into pieces. Groundwater bullets were formed by magic. Hyunwoo fired them, attacking the three in front. Jackal corpses lay scattered on the ground. Quickly, a purple smoke spread. It seeped into Jackal, causing its eyes to widen as it revived. The other enemies were also resurrected, their missing parts restored. The source was severe. They kept coming back endlessly. She broke into a sweat. As expected, there was only one way to stop them. Her eyes glowed purple, looking in one direction. Anubis launched a deadly dark light at Fenrir, who quickly blocked it. Fenrir's eyes rippled with blue electric sparks, and it roared as it stared at him. Fenrir leaped at Anubis, but he managed to dodge upward. Dark light rays flew about, and a massive mass of power gathered in his hand. He blasted the energy beam directly into Fenrir's face. Thick dust and flickering dark rays flashed like lightning around. Seeing this, Chang worriedly blurted out Fenrir's name. The dust had settled somewhat, but the situation inside was still unclear. Soon Fenrir was revealed to have returned to human form, lying motionless from his injuries. Anubis looked at his constantly energy-emitting fist, praising this endless source of power that made him feel he could defeat anyone, even Osiris. He smiled, revealing sharp fangs, and declared he would end everything forever. A hand wrapped in white bandages gripped the wall. Jun Gyeong, his face covered in sweat, softly exclaimed that it was done. Anubis was startled as he sensed a certain energy and grew suspicious. A young man completely wrapped in white cloth appeared, shocking him as he blurted out the name Horus. He furiously shouted Anubis. He immediately activated the white bandages wrapped around his arm. The energy-infused bandage layer tightly bound the purple rectangular block. In an instant, it was blasted into countless fragments. Anubis was inwardly stunned that he had so easily broken the curtain of truth. Lady Isis walked over to Horus and asked if he was awake. Her eyes welled with tears as she called him her son. He smiled gently, replied to his mother, and told her to rest. Then he turned away, emitting streams of black electricity tinged with orange, and called out that he would return. Purple spots appeared on the bodies of the jackal men as they clutched their heads and screamed incessantly. Before Anubis' eyes, they all turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Inep thought to himself that since the curtain of truth had vanished, he could no longer control death. Anubis was consumed by rage and called out Horus's name. He lunged straight at him in an instant. The energy-wrapped bandages left his hand. He moved in an arc, his sharp black claws aimed directly at his face. He immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. The flexible cloth strands wrapped around and tightly bound his arm. It continued to bind Anubis' body, leaving him only able to growl. Horus solemnly chanted, "Great divine family." The bandages binding him, obeying his command, simultaneously exploded into a spreading inferno. Anubis' energy vanished, his mask shattered, revealing his face. He opened his eyes, unable to help but ask in astonishment why he was still alive. Horus looked down at him, replying that he was not the one to decide his fate, as Jun Gyeong quickly stepped forward. He looked at him and asked with a smile if this was to his liking, and he replied, "Yes, thanking you." Hyunwoo wondered why you showed him mercy, and he replied, because he looked quite lonely. Jun Gyeong looked at it and continued, "So I wanted to give you a younger brother." It looked at him with moved eyes and thanked you. Anubis lay still, then felt a chill down his spine and wondered why he kept trembling. Massive pressure descended upon the magnificent pyramid. Both Chang and his attendant felt it. Others also reacted very quickly. Jun Gyeong was no exception, quickly sensing it. Horus suddenly clenched his fist. He could not help but shudder, his face showing pain as he said father had passed away. In another area of the Nile, a group of people had gathered. Nep suddenly fell to his knees and cried out, "Lord Osiris." The others all wept, believing this was our defeat. Another spoke up, saying it was not over yet. Lord Horus had awakened. He insisted it was still not too late. They had to go help Lord Horus. With that, everyone immediately pulled each other along and left. Inside a certain tower, Memphis clan leader Thoth affirmed that the Memphis clan would not participate and asked what the Himopo clan planned to do. Hermopolis clan leader Sekhmet insisted they would defeat Seth, for they were not cowards. With that, he left, declaring he would not watch the Nile be destroyed. Memphis Thoth stopped him. He explained that in that case, they would go together to the Vine family temple, not to side with Horus or Seth, but Thoth spoke gravely, saying to witness the birth of the new Nile king and told him to go. Sekhmet judged him to be a true old fox, surely scheming to side with whichever side won. At the palace, Seth and Horus stood facing each other outside the hall courtyard. Seth taunted, saying he looked like a walking chaos. Horus retorted that he seemed to be enjoying himself. He declared it was time to decide who would be the new Nile king, for the greatness of the divine family. Sekhmet's group responded, cheering solely for the Nile. The Thoth group cheered again, all for the river Ning. The Isis side also shouted loudly, all for the river Ning, all for the river Ning. Set laughed smugly. You all gathered just in time to witness the birth of a new king. He said excitedly, underdog, you are truly amazing. I never expected you could awaken Horus, but that was also within that man's prediction. Jun Gyeong thought to himself he himself was not even sure he could heal Horus. Could that man behind the book really have the ability to predict this? He questioned. You mean you let me save Horus on purpose? Seat calmly replied, that is correct. Power radiated from his body. Sit rejoiced because a true king was about to appear. He continued, you must be recognized by everyone, but more importantly at this stage that will decide the throne, I think you should come up here too. Horus was startled. Sekhmet asked in confusion, what is he talking about? Thoth was surprised. He wants an outsider to participate in the king's selection battle. Set spread his arms provocatively. You can feel it too, can't you, Horus? He looked at Jun Gyeong, your patron. The son of the desert is also watching it. The system notified that the son of the desert was paying attention to you. He recalled from the moment Horus woke up that message had appeared, but the apocalypse sky did not dislike this. Could it be related to who becomes the king of River Ning? Jun Gyeong turned towards Horus. Even though he himself had absorbed the madness, he had just broken the seal. Regardless, Horus could not defeat Seth. So then, he jumped down and landed opposite Seth. Jun Gyeong said to Horus with determination, I will help you. Horus smiled and looked at him with trust, truly reliable. Seth's body gradually floated in the air. He said with interest, to decide who has the more suitable patron, the broken wolf of the desert or the son of the desert. Let's see. Bandages wrapped around Horus' hands began to come undone. Jun Gyeong also summoned his weapon. Both of them were in a combat-ready stance. The Golden Palace, Hyojin was currently sitting at his desk. He sighed and thought to himself, the river Ning truly is the perfect thing to absorb. Hyojin pondered. Remembering Seth, his dark red magical power could destroy territorial laws. He slammed his hand on the table. He concluded seriously in his heart. A fear he thought long forgotten was now resurfacing. Violet mana surrounded Hyojin and he smiled with a hint of admiration mixed with interest. Hyojin calculated with the nameless power he was about to possess. Would killing a patron be feasible? The violet mana receded. He propped his hand on the table and thought. He had given up the River Ning. But this was different. When the civil war ends, he will show up. Hyojin suddenly sensed something. A man in a black robe appeared, surprising him. Impossible in his territory. No one could enter without permission. He shouted, who are you? How did you get into my territory? That man muttered, Odin. Black Robe extended his hand and said, I will. He continued, grant you power. Horus was currently controlling the cloth on his body. They attacked Seth relentlessly but were all blocked. He began to chant a spell under the witness of the divine family burn. Instantly blazing fire energy surged towards the opponent. Seth stood still waiting for those fire spears to come. He praised Horus, you have become stronger, but you are still not used to your new power, nephew. Then he raised his hand to cast a spell sandstorm. Immediately, 3 or 4 whirlwinds enveloped him. They all simultaneously attacked Horus, blasting him far away. Seth gained momentum, preparing to continue his attack. Then he leaped high into the air. From above, he prepared to deliver a heavy blow down onto Horus. At that moment, a powerful punch hit Seth's chest. Horus fell straight down from the height, hitting the ground extremely hard, with dust and sand flying everywhere. Suddenly, a flaming trident shot towards Seth as he was running. He noticed it and grabbed it. Turned out to be Jun Gyeong attacking Seth. He had blocked it. Seth was surprised. What's this? You've become much stronger than before too. Jun Gyeong tried to break free but couldn't withdraw his weapon, so he could only think to himself, against someone who blocks strikes so easily, the only way is to use the madness he just absorbed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, ha! Seth looked at him and thought in astonishment, he understands now when he healed Horus. He must have absorbed the power of blood ore. After that, he released his hand that was holding his weapon. The book also smiled with amusement, marveling at how interesting it all was. He immediately launched a flurry of attacks at him, and he quickly blocked every blow. Glared with bloodshot eyes in a threat, asking if he intended to reveal that man's identity or not. The boss still threw a barrage of punches, looking down on him, saying even if he spoke it would be useless. Today he must die. He unleashed an extremely powerful final blow on Jun Gyeong, sending him flying backward. Suddenly he flew up, sweeping away everything around him. Then he turned around to flee from his attacks. Afterward, they quickly gathered at one point to break through his defenses. Horus below shouted loudly in reproach, asking if he really had to kill his grandchild's father. Right there, an explosion occurred. Seth was unharmed thanks to his protective barrier. He uttered a word of praise, then slowly stepped forward. Jun Gyeong and Horus stood proudly opposite him, holding their weapons in provocation. He asked, what about this then? Leaving the other party speechless. He made a condition with fierce red eyes. If we win, then answer the question. He stepped forward confidently, asserting that would never happen. He assumed a combat stance, proudly saying one could never know. He took a deep breath and used his ultimate skill despite the risk. Mana overloaded but still executed Heaven Flame. The tip of his spear was gradually channeled with mana, enveloping his body. Without hesitation, he shouted and charged straight forward, piercing multi-armor. In an instant, the force pierced into him like an arrow, blasting everything away. He stood before that might and had to marvel, understanding why he was confident, but said it was still not enough. Not letting him gain the upper hand, he immediately used his own ultimate skill, Sandstorm. The two powerful forces clashed, sending everything around them flying. Everyone below couldn't help but be stunned, shouting out a warning to watch out. Chang leaped up with his sword to assist, while the others were still panicked, unable to react in time. She sliced cleanly through several boulders that were about to fall. She dashed over while warning everyone to fall back. "I will protect you." They turned and ran away, grateful, thanking her, for that was not a battle for ordinary people. Horus, standing nearby, asked if he had defeated him yet. Jun Gyeong wiped his sweat and said still not enough. His mana was not depleting. The dust and smoke gradually cleared to reveal Seth's figure still standing completely unharmed. Immediately he charged straight through the dust and smoke. Horus was attacked suddenly, though Jun Gyeong had warned him, but it was too late. Horus. Afterward he was severely wounded, coughing up blood. Unable to stand still, Jun Gyeong quickly slashed Seth in two. Seth, with torn clothes and a missing arm, his face darkened, praised Heaven Flame and piercing multi-armor as beyond imagination. Looking at him, he finally understood why Bander had lost. His gaze focused on the hand choking Seth. He stood opposite in surprise, not expecting to have to use this power. He truly doubted in his mind there was no chance of winning. Dust and smoke at the palace also gradually cleared. Sekhmet stood watching worriedly, thinking to himself, he has no chance. What is this terrifying amount of mana? The others were also restless. That power was greater than Horus and Underdog combined. Chang stood behind, seeing him like that couldn't help but be terrified. Li Yong. All three, with surging power blazing, faced off against each other. Horus tried to brace himself and fight, but coughed up blood from his mouth. Seth smiled provokingly, saying, "Look how exhausted you are. It seems the wolf cub is truly you." Jun Gyeong propped his hands on his thighs and stood up. He was nearly exhausted, panting heavily, understanding why Bander ran away upon seeing that dark red aura. His hand holding his weapon trembled in terror, wanting only to escape this place immediately. Then he flung his weapon away to show his unbowed might. That action surprised Seth, praising his fighting spirit, not expecting him not to flee like Bander. He stepped forward indifferently, saying even Odin could not defeat that man, and now he will take his life. He, in a sorry state, thought to himself this was a battle he could not win, but could not retreat from. That was his duty. Suddenly the system displayed two words, the sun. Gloomy sky suddenly had its dark clouds disperse, revealing sunlight. Finally, the brilliant rays of the sun shone straight down. The system sound echoed again, "The son of the desert is watching you." Those below were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. That was... Lady Isis was extremely shocked. How could the light of the divine family be like this? The system appeared again, "The son of the desert blesses you." Suddenly a surge of violent power erupted within Horus's body, continuously bursting forth. Jun Gyeong also received that power, leaving him bewildered, his wounds healed, and a large amount of mana was enveloping him. The system kept announcing that the son of the desert had bestowed its blessing upon the two hunters. Thanks to this blessing, the two hunters could now use their greatly enhanced abilities. He stood frozen in place, still unable to believe what had just happened. He possessed multiple patrons. Even the apocalypse sky could not oppose this desert sun. The system sounded again, confirming that the son of the desert held a rank equal to the apocalypse sky, had exceeded the patron limit, but would return to normal after a period of time. The people below stood still, confused by the god's light shining down on two individuals. Seeing that scene, Seth also wondered if it was the last struggle of that god. Horus continued to emit a powerful divine energy. Right after, he quickly assumed a battle-ready stance with high determination. The book also went berserk, launching its wolf head hand to attack. Horus jumped, twisting his body agilely to evade all attacks from the opponent. Then he charged straight forward as the opponent unleashed a series of strikes, but they were all blocked by his barrier. The system announced again, the small dragon heart would temporarily grow stronger under the influence of the Samarkand sun. Jun Gyeong stood silently, observing the ongoing battle. Black wings began to sprout from behind him. Without hesitation, he launched himself flying high into the sky. Flying up as high as possible, he observed the battle to find the enemy's weak point. Hovering in the air with his wings, he wondered if the desert sun had lent him its power, for now he could see the mana in the air. Analyzing the flow of mana, he suddenly understood that he could use the air's mana to create the Demon King's signature killing blow and secure victory. The system panel constantly appeared, and the mana flow activated at an unbelievable speed. The small heart absorbed mana from the air, and Gorilda was being activated. Assuming a combat stance, surging mana flowing, he realized that although powerful, it was still incomparable to the air's mana, and he needed to gather more. The system chimed again. The desert sun was paying attention to him. The apocalyptic sky smiled, as if it already knew his intentions. Jun Gyeong channeled the elemental mana flow directly into his hand. His entire body was bathed in an infinite source of mana. Finally, he used his own skill, Fire King. The system announced that he had obtained the skill Fire King. An astonishing achievement. You have carved your own path and developed without a patron. Mana turned into a fiery vortex, and all his attributes increased drastically. The people below were utterly amazed, looking up to see the sun blazing fiercely. They saw Jungyang's mana gather beside the sun and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are two suns." Zet looked at their power but remained confident and contemptuous. "Just as I thought. The patron suited for the god of skin is not the desert sun. It is the wolf of the ruined desert." On Horus's side, he was already showing signs of being unable to withstand the relentless attacks. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Horus, dodge now." He widened his eyes and replied, "Underdog." Ignoring Seth's attacks, he immediately jumped out of the way. Seth scoffed, "You run no differently than a frightened mouse." Suddenly, Sit detected something, but it was too late. Jungyang's manosphere was approaching, and Set panicked. "What is that?" Immediately, an explosion erupted right at his location. The sphere did not stop, growing larger and larger. Everything around was blown away in an instant. It crashed straight into the people below, and they fled in all directions to save their lives. Run. Sit's situation was not better. He struggled desperately to withstand Jungyang's sphere. Suddenly, his head emerged, struggling to break free. Finally seizing the opportunity, he managed to get out. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens I escaped that uncontrollable body." "Zet, this is your end." The system's sound rang out. The desert sun showed anger. A dark sun appeared on the battlefield. A stream of dark power from Set slowly enveloped the sphere. It grew indescribably large. I was being sucked in. I am being pulled in. Damn it, I exhausted all my power on Fire King. He struggled with all his might against the pull. I have no strength left to escape. His whole body was slowly being drawn inside. Jungyang woke up in a floating state. Where is this? There was no exit, no sky, no sun, only an empty abyss. Suddenly his body fell. "I am falling. Is this how I die?" A voice rang out to awaken him. "Keep your spirit strong." Bander appeared, holding him and running straight ahead. Jungyang exclaimed, "Bander, quickly fly out of that dark energy." He finally managed to get him out. He urged, "Urgently use Bifrost. It is about to explode." He darkened his face. There is an explosion. The dark energy formed a large round sphere, then vanished in a flash. It appeared elsewhere, creating a thick haze of dust. Jungyang shouted the technique Bifrost. It created a rainbow barrier enveloping the temple. Bander angrily grabbed his collar. "What are you doing? We need Bifrost to escape." He roared into Jungyang's face. "Do you want to die along with them?" He explained, "If I did not do this, everyone would die. You bastard." As the two argued, explosions continued behind them. Ray landed. After Bander spoke the technique's name, both of them immediately vanished. The explosion grew larger and larger, but the barrier prevented it from affecting the outside. But others did not know. Hyunmoo was impatient and Li Jung noted him down. Onwoo was silent. He had set up a barrier around us to protect us from the explosion. But with such a big blast, no one could have survived. He immediately teleported away from his old position. Jungyang rushed forward, worry clear on his face. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him from behind. Wonyo turned his head in annoyance. "Why are you stopping me, In Chang? Jungyang is out there." He said, "Urgently, we have to go save him." In Chang was calm. "No, it is not needed. We do not need to save him." She explained calmly, "You just have to get used to this. It will not be long before he returns," as if nothing happened. He thought that was the reason. Looking at the remaining members, they were all part of his team, except for me who joined last. They just waited calmly. Chang said proudly, "That is just who he is." She took her time to make him understand, and the barrier was still intact, meaning he was still alive. The hero nodded, "I understand." Inside the barrier, smoke and dust were still thick, the situation unclear. Horus mused, "Underdog." The other tribe leaders were also watching the situation closely. The tome laughed smugly. "The next king will be decided on this stage. I think you should come up here too." Thoth thought to himself, "One who receives the light of the gods, another candidate for the throne." The system appeared, the gloomy sun briefly flashing across the battlefield. The force of the explosion collided with the barrier and intruded into the territorial rules of Bander. He shouted bitterly, "Damn it, it turned the beautiful land in Bander's territory into ruins." Jungyang smiled. "At least it stopped it well," feeling secretly pleased. "Using Bander's territory was not my idea. He was the one blindly loyal to Odin who did it." He looked at the terrified Bander. This will be a chance to weaken his power. Meanwhile, Bander seethed, "I saved you because it was an order, but I will never forget this. I will remember it." He called to him, "Let us go back." At that moment, on the land reduced to barren dirt, only the figures of Jungyang and Bander remained. He looked at the surrounding scene. "Did this place become like this because of me and the gloomy sun? It looks like a meteorite fell." Bander said with a glance, "Render a verdict." While he had already started moving, he was lost in thought, but there was no reason to look for him. As if anything could have survived here, knowing that, he still did not understand. The system announced the activation of mana flow. Jungyang said to himself, "I will use mana flow to find his mana current." Suddenly he sensed something. Looked at a piece of cloth trapped under a rock. There was nothing there but rock and dust. So why was there a piece of cloth there? Why was it not damaged? I should store it away. Bander returned after searching. There really is nothing left after the explosion. "Did you find anything?" He answered calmly, "No, I found nothing." He decided, it is time for me to lower the barrier. The soldiers outside were surprised. Look over there, the barrier. Right now, the rainbow barrier was gradually disappearing. A pair of legs walked out step by step from within the smoke. Were Jun, Gillam, and Bander. Wenyo was delighted, just as you said. Zhang and Chang, I did not trust him enough. She looked up with a tear-streaked face. See, do you believe me now? I told you he would come back. He replied awkwardly, I think you were the most worried one. After that, In Chang ran straight towards Jun Gaiyong. She immediately threw her arms around him. The disaster in Egypt, is everything really okay? The number of hunters is gradually increasing. People fear being replaced by hunters, but who should be stopped? Korea's underdog, he has appeared again. Outside the Cairo hotel, the scene was very peaceful. The hero asked, how do you feel? Jun Gaiyong hesitated, I feel fine, but can you check for me again? He speculated there is no way he is fine, suddenly gaining power, and even healing Horus himself. And the patronage of the desert sun, his body must be overloaded. He asked him to hold out his hand, I will check your pulse. Wonho grasped Jun Gaiyong's wrist. He concluded in confusion, he really is fine, even much healthier than before. It is a miracle. Jun Gaiyong felt much more at ease. I am not sure, but I guess so. I am very happy to hear you say that, Wonho. At that moment, the room door opened with a call for him. Jun Gaiyong. In Chang ran in holding a piece of translucent paper. There is big news. She pointed at the newspaper with pictures. People were chattering excitedly about the underdog. He placed his hand on the newspaper thoughtfully. A few days ago, the papers were full of news about hunters. Now there is not a single line about them. He was puzzled. Instead, they wrote about me. Is someone trying to divert attention? The system displayed, the Apocalypse player is very satisfied with your resounding reputation. He told him, ordinary people must be very surprised by this event. He agreed, I think so too. It must be their first time witnessing a hunter's power. In Chang stated the truth bluntly, but not the power that just any hunter possesses. Jun Gaiyong thought about the result. This is still quite effective after all. Now people will be wary of hunters. He leaned back like this. Hunters will rule over ordinary people, and ordinary people will be nothing more than livestock. A knock came from outside the door. Inep stepped in with a waddle to greet. Right away, underdog. Jun Gaiyong quickly stood up. Lord Inep. He extended the invitation. I received orders from Horus to lead you to him. Will you come with me? Jun Gaiyong nodded without a moment of hesitation. Alright. After the battle with Seth, Jun Gaiyong could not meet Horus because he had been sealed for a long time and carried many injuries needing treatment. Over the past few days, the new king of the Nile had spent time on that medical treatment. As they walked, Inep thanked him. I am very grateful for your help, Lord Underdog. He began to explain, even though you are an outsider, you have received the blessing from the divine family's light. Therefore, the next king. Before he could finish, Jun Gaiyong cut him off. I have no interest in the throne. I do not want to cause more trouble. He looked at his palm. The divine light on the skin will soon leave me, even though it still says I am protected by the desert sun. The system appeared continuously, the apocalypse sky with the sun. The desert sun looked confused. Seeing that, he mused, the apocalypse sky was complaining because the desert sun could not protect two people at once. They would choose Horus. Inep bowed his head. Then there is nothing to worry about. Thank you, my lord. By now they had arrived at the main palace hall. Everyone was present in full force. Horus spoke first. Sorry for making you wait. You saved me and freed Sony from his fate. He emphasized, you are the savior of Egypt. We have decided to repay you. Anything you want is yours. Horus asked the question, feel free to speak. What do you desire? He quickly stated his wish. I want all of you to change. The answer made Horus freeze. He continued, I heard the Nile once respected the human rights of commoners, but in Egypt I experienced otherwise. He recalled the scenes he had witnessed, hunters killing commoners just because they felt like it. So I hope Egypt will once again respect human rights. Horus affirmed that was something that happened when my father overstepped his limits while I was sealed. We guarantee everything will return to how it was in Bander's time. He gave a friendly smile. Because you are another king of the Nile. Two clan leaders were surprised. Lord Horus. Isis could not believe it, calling out Horus' name loudly. He stated firmly, even though he is an outsider, Underdog has received the blessing from the divine family's light. Who dares deny that? The two clan leaders, upon hearing this, bowed their heads in silence. Isis also fell silent. Jun Gaiyong calmly spoke up, but the divine light on my skin is about to disappear. Horus was not surprised, I know, but that does not change the fact that you once received the blessing. Even if it leaves, a small part remains. He thought to himself, isn't that how we connect with each other? Horus declared grandly, Jun Gaiyong was once an outsider. Now he is the under king of the Nile. I want you to accept the title of Amun. I hold the title of the family. We will lead the Nile into the new Amun era. He decided resolutely, as Amun requires, I will change the Nile. I will not accept discrimination between hunters and commoners. I will abolish the law that allows hunters to kill civilians. Everyone bowed their heads. We servants obey the divine family's command. At the top of the castle, Jun Gaiyong and Horus stood side by side. He pondered the situation just now. Kings, those who call themselves kings, none of them are normal. The image of Loki flashed through his mind. The king of the giants was one example, and Seth as well. Horus comforted him. Now we are at ease, just the two of us, do not worry. I do not like this king position either. He raised his hand to touch the ice bandage on his face. Are you angry with me for saying I understand your feelings? He smiled. It is fine. The ice bandages slowly fell to the ground. His handsome face appeared so gently. I am thinking about abolishing the position of the Nile King. He was surprised. Abolish the king position. Horus spoke the conclusion he had reached. Times change. Is a hunter's lifespan truly endless? It is very dangerous if they want to hold absolute power. He began to joke. I cannot say whether one day I too will change. A train of thought appeared in him. Right now he is a good person holding power, but if he changes, things could be worse than Seth. Out loud, he agreed that is a good idea. Horus asked, and Uncle Seth, is he still alive? He confirmed yes. He spoke about the situation. Did you chase after Uncle? For now I cannot leave Egypt. I am ashamed to ask, but can I ask you this? Jun Gyeong nodded. Anyway, I am curious about the one behind Seth. When I meet him, I will contact you. Horus said sincerely, thank you. In the city center, the plane was gradually landing. A wave of eager reporters rushed over. He is about to land. Everyone prepare. The clicking of cameras mixed with rapid-fire questions. What are your plans for the future? How much aid are you planning to give Egypt? Please answer. Demetrius said nothing, only silently stared at the reporters. Then a series of bodyguards were dispatched. They gave up in despair. He did not say a word. Yes, he is a hunter. We are used to it. While hesitating, someone suddenly shouted, South Korea, the South Korean Association. Underdog is their member, making them excitedly turn around. From the exit, Songgu was greeted by a wave of people. The man called the next president of the South Korean Association, John Songgu of the Federation. Before the surprise was over, another shout rang out, oh, over there. They immediately swung their cameras over. Where? What is it? The dazzling camera lights glittered and merged together. The main character appeared with a radiant halo, making the reporters exclaim in shock, the hero of Egypt, Underdog. Jun Gyeong, upon seeing Songgu, smiled and asked, you are here? He replied yes. Afterwards, a news article quickly reported Underdog, hero of Egypt, met Jeon Songgu. The man called the next president of the South Korean Association at the airport to discuss support. Clouds covered the sky. Noon had arrived. Suddenly a few voices burst out. Really? It must be real. Jun Gyeong tried to remain calm as he voiced his long-held suspicion. Bander or Hyung-seok. I found it strange that he returned to Korea so quickly. Now everything is clear. Songgu agreed. That was right, because Odin had gone missing. He lowered his head, his voice full of seriousness. Asgard was in a state of emergency because Odin's influence was too great, and his absence could not be easily compensated for. A series of questions rushed into Jun Gyeong's mind. Why now? Why did he go missing when the disaster was imminent? If this had happened after the disaster, he would have accepted it gladly. He just wondered why this had to be so bad, and where exactly had he gone? Songgu crossed his arms in thought. That man was not the type to be easily attacked or kidnapped. Moreover, the last place he was seen was on his own territory, Asga. No matter where he disappeared to, he must have gone alone. He expressed his thoughts while driving. That man disappeared on his own. What exactly was he planning? The fact was he was doing it right now, just before the disaster struck. Songgu tried to calm him down, telling him not to worry too much. As he said, that man was preparing himself for this disaster. Even though he was missing, it was not a big problem, though certainly not easy either. Jun Gyeong breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. He replied with reassurance, after all, we have lost an important source of power. Let us quickly finish what we have to do here and go home. However, there was still a bit of anxiety in his heart. Odin suddenly disappearing was truly unusual, and it was definitely because of him. If he had not appeared, things would probably have gone as they had in the past. This made him feel uneasy. At a distant tower, an important meeting was taking place in the hall. Demetrius stood up to speak, expressing great regret over the incident in Egypt. Takamagaharas would deploy most of its heroes to assist in Egypt's recovery. Jun Gyeong, sitting at the top, pondered. They were trying to gain control of Egypt by sending their heroes there. His gaze briefly shifted elsewhere. Yashin was a member of the organization behind Japan, Takamagaharas. This was the first time he had heard of him, but the people here were all top 5 heroes. At that moment, the people in the dissatisfied row spoke up, saying the incident in Egypt was lowering the status of hunters worldwide. Therefore, compensation was necessary. Hearing this, Jun Gyeong's expression became thoughtful. The associations here were all like Japan's. Now that Egypt was weakened, they all wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. So he spoke up and asked, Asga would not be participating, right? Songgu affirmed firmly after discussion, we have decided not to get involved with the Nile. Then, he calmly continued, we already have enough influence over the Nile. There was one person who made it easier. Many of Egypt's heroes, Underdog. Seeing Songgu's haste, he tried hard to persuade him. You should not think that way. Songgu's gaze was fixed ahead again. It was the truth, look over there. Horus clearly stood on the podium and said, Egypt was saved by one person. Therefore, we have decided to continue expressing our deep gratitude to them. He instinctively flinched slightly. Do not tell me. Horus declared clearly, Egypt is now ready to merge with Korea's Asgard. More specifically, Egypt will work with Underdog. Demetrius immediately glared over. More and more people were paying attention to him. Facing those stares, the two of them could only choose to remain seated in place. Everyone was looking at us. Songu's face instantly darkened. I expected this, but what do we do now? The disaster is approaching, Odin is still missing. We lack the strength to defend Korea on our own. There is no other way, I do not want to say it. Not long after, he took the lead and stood up to present, currently Asga is. But Jun Gyeong cut him off with a slide. Before discussing future support and cooperation with Egypt, there is something I need to say first. He suddenly fell silent, deciding to listen attentively. Jun Gyeong jumped down from above, startling Horus slightly. He declared powerfully, Seth is the one we fought against. At that moment, all the hunters were bewildered, and someone thought in surprise. Some others were also concerned. Was he going to tell us valuable information about a strong hunter like that man? He was truly an upright person. Please speak quickly. He began to explain. He told me that something was coming, something truly important was about to happen. Then he shared his own feelings. It was related to the special gates appearing recently. I am sure everyone here feels it. The concentration of magical power is getting denser by the day. The listeners breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I thought, that man knows something. Directing his gaze downward, he could only reveal, let us say that is just one of the signs of an approaching disaster. Jun Gyeong frankly stated his own viewpoint. Some time has passed since the gates and hunters appeared. Does everyone truly think no terrible event will ever happen again? Seth told me about it. He said the disaster is coming. He placed his hand on his chest and assured. Seth tried to recruit me to his side. That is why he told me this secret. Horus's expression was so shocked he could not speak. Jun Gyeong continued to recount. Seth told me that there is someone with unimaginable power acting to conquer and dominate this world, and that if I worked for Demetrius, I would get to cooperate with them. That is what he said. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Someone could not stand it and immediately bent forward to stand up. Demetrius spoke in a deep voice. How ridiculous. He directly refuted his words. Underdog, I admit you are strong, but I do not think you are strong enough to need someone. Talking about conquering and dominating the world, you watch too many movies, he said with a contemptuous laugh. Jun Gyeong did not back down and retorted, then let me ask you one thing, what is your purpose? All of you are members of the organization, what is the ultimate goal? Demetrius shot back without hesitation, of course it is to save and protect humanity. Everything we do, even sacrificing ourselves, is for the benefit of humanity. Without a moment's hesitation, he exposed him. Personal gain and the right to rule territory are truly your purpose, right? As if struck in the heart, he glared angrily, you bastard. Jun Gyeong did not care about Demetrius' answer, he simply stated, whatever your purposes does not matter. The one behind Seth is acting to seize control of everything. Did he not warn us about a serious disaster? His face hardened. Extremely serious. Of course the issue of Egypt is very important. But since his goal is to dominate the world, that means no place in your territory is safe. Everyone who heard was stunned, unable to believe their ears. So the meeting ended, and they returned to the high-rise apartment building. Songu questioned him, telling them about the disaster. What exactly are you thinking? No one knows what will happen if you say that. He calmly explained, those men are capable of shaking the world, they have the power to completely change everything. He affirmed firmly, one thing I am sure of, by telling them about the disaster, many people will be saved. Songu was very surprised to hear that. He continued to voice his thoughts. They will definitely try to do something after hearing about the disaster. Only that way can they protect their country. Compared to the past, many people might survive this disaster. He recounted what he had done and praised him repeatedly. With Odin missing, you gathered new people to fight against the disaster. You bastard, you are really good. Their viewpoints were clear, he said confidently. Let us pray that everything goes smoothly. Clouds gradually dispersed, leaving only the building standing silently. Demetrius stood on the rooftop gazing into the distance. After a moment he whispered two words, disaster. His mind was full of thoughts. I came here to help Egypt, to seize their power. But upon hearing about the disaster, I thought it was all a lie. Recalling the time on the podium, Jun Gyeong declared clearly, Seth tried to recruit me to his side. That is why he told me this secret. It made him ponder with worry. He did not look like he was lying. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, what do you think? The girl appeared in a red ancient costume with a blindfold, standing silently without saying anything. Demetria wondered one thing, can you predict the coming danger? The girl hesitated. A disaster is approaching. He became anxious and thoughtful after hearing that. Over the past few weeks, she kept saying a disaster was coming. In Demetrius's mind, only the word disaster echoed. He thought he needed to see Underdog immediately. He announced his intent and hurriedly left the room. Returning to the apartment building, Demetrius rushed in with a face full of anxiety. The four guards all turned their heads to look at the newcomer. Seeing that, Demetria asked, are you all here because of disaster too? Lou answered resolutely, that is correct. He immediately realized the organization behind the United States was the Freemasons. He argued that if Underdog was telling the truth, they needed to discuss the next steps. The disaster was more terrifying than the gate, and it was more dangerous for them because their territory was larger than the hunters. Demetrius asked about his whereabouts. Where is Underdog? The other responded, he is meeting with Horus. In the meeting room at that moment, the system displayed the desert sun monitoring his two avatars. Horus asked to confirm a disaster. Are you telling the truth? I cannot hear anything, so can you tell me the truth? Jin Gaong thought quietly. The desert sun was watching. It was hard to lie to Horus right now. That was not the truth. As Horus began saying, then why did you? He interrupted, but it was not exactly a lie either. Do you know if there's someone behind him? He guaranteed the coming disaster was no lie. He asked in confusion, so Underdog, how do you know about this? He lowered his head and wondered, could the apocalypse set deceive the desert sun? The system announced, the apocalypse set looks at you and winks. Jin Gaong clenched his fist decisively. He is a trustworthy ally. I have no choice but to trust him. He decided to answer Horus. I will tell the truth if you keep it a secret. He responded sympathetically, I understand. Suddenly he lowered his head and then said calmly, I come from the future. Unexpected information made Horus exclaim, what? Yes, the future. Outside the apartment building, the two went down to the lobby and met everyone. He asked in confusion, why is everyone here? Thu eagerly proposed, Underdog, come with me to the United States. We will provide everything you want. Jin Gaong was surprised. He did not expect that man to try to recruit him. He explained in detail, the United States has too few hunters compared to its territory. If what you said is true, we are in great danger. Please come to the United States. The conversation made others concerned. The United States was recruiting Underdog. Is he that valuable? Two people took the opportunity to speak. The Philippines also welcomes you. Australia wants you too. Suddenly a noise attracted attention. Michia suddenly used his ability, please come to Japan. A complex glint shone in Jin Gaong's eyes. Japan's Yishin had pressured everyone with strong spiritual power. Michia continued to entis, anything you want. Suddenly the building shook violently. Before anyone could understand what happened, an earthquake. No, this is... They quickly discovered the anomaly. A gate collapse. Soldiers ran over to warn, over there, hurry, save them. The situation became chaotic due to a series of events. Hound-faced monsters attacked civilians, causing them to scream in pain. They held their swords to resist the intense raid. Back at the towering skyscraper, the two young men sensed something was wrong. The gate collapsed abnormally without any prior signs. Horus could not stay put, nor was any gate appearing nearby. Though understood the abnormality, the gate collapsed the moment it appeared. Jin Gaong advised everyone that there was not enough time to evacuate. They had to handle this now and talk later. After a while, at the apartment building, In Chang reported over 100 dead. Thankfully, hunters and ninjas acted in time, but the gate collapsed right in a residential area. She calmed down and said, the gate collapsed as soon as it appeared, leaving us unprepared. Is this the disaster you spoke of? He comforted her. No, this is only the beginning. Miss In Chang, take everyone back to South Korea and cooperate with the White Fox Society. He still stood back without acting, making her wonder, what about you? He explained, this place is changing. He argued, the world's heroes are gathering here. Seeing the beginning of the disaster will strengthen their defenses, saving many lives. After hearing that, she still hesitated, but Jin Gaong revealed the difficult situation. The event in China will happen in South Korea. South Korea needs every hunter, but the association chairman is missing. In Chang suddenly panicked. What? The association chairman is missing? His expression grew serious. Odin has disappeared. You, the princess, Gunher, Fenrir, and Himu. I will send you all back via Bifrost. South Korea needs everyone's help. Suddenly a strange light flashed from the window, shooting straight up and forming 7 colors in the sky. He quietly looked into the distance, watching the sky change, his heart full of contemplation. Time was running out. He did not know how things would turn out. He had to try his best to persuade everyone, and so he returned to the place where they had previously discussed. Jin Gaong stood on the podium. Seth told me there would be 3 signs of the disaster. He began to explain his understanding. First, about the collapse gates as everyone had seen yesterday, which was the first sign. The listeners remained attentive. The second sign was the enhanced monsters. C-rank monsters now only B or A-rank hunters could handle. Jin Gaong's expression gradually shifted. And finally, the illusion gates. Demetrius found the term illusion gate puzzling. However, he had no information at all and could only answer honestly. I do not know the details, but I guess there will be a major change similar to what happened in China. I stood up in surprise, though also could not believe his ears, and exclaimed, is that so? He analyzed thoroughly. A regular gate would have its entrance locked and be filled with dense mana, leading to many deaths, and the monsters inside would also be enhanced. Their concern was only one: was there any way to stop the disaster? With the current situation, Jin Gaong's information was very vague. He admitted he did not know anything that could prevent the disaster. Demetrius decided to press further. Tell me one more thing, after all the signs and the disaster, what will happen to the world? He hesitated, his heart in turmoil. turmoil. Everything will change, it really is a disaster. Chaotic energy appeared in Jun Gyeong's mind. The gates would be filled with dense mana. A wave of monsters with terrifying power emerged. They became stronger and more people would die. Humanity would reach the peak of its power. The number of new hunters born would equal or exceed the current number. Just like the monsters received power, hunters would also become stronger. However, the way they recklessly used power in the future was what worried Jun Gyeong. Thanks to the strong hunters, peace would return, but civilians could become slaves. He paused for a moment, but that was not something he could tell them. Then he straightly stated the current goal was to save people. Jun Gyeong earnestly expressed his thoughts. Even though the disaster was imminent, the number of hunters was still insufficient, and hunters did not appear naturally. That was the reason to protect civilians. Demetrius smiled slightly in agreement. I understand, it is war. Soldiers must protect the people. He declared, I will ask you one more time, come to Japan. I will give you a position equal to mine. Though was astonished upon hearing this, that man had already decided. Some fell into a state of unease, unable to believe he made such an offer to a nameless rookie. The space began to tremble violently, shaking the entire city. The glass windows shattered simultaneously under the immense pressure. Horus shouted excitedly, impossible, this is. Demetrius immediately recognized it as a collapsed gate, though was also in the know, not just one, this is at least S rank. Without further hesitation, Horus shouted, I will take the lead, then immediately leaped and flew away to intercept. Jun Gyeong could not stand still either. Energy began to surge. I have provided all the information. I do not intend to go to any country. Looking towards them, he urged everyone to quickly return to their own countries, because the same thing could happen even in your own home. He did not forget to add one final sentence. No, perhaps it has already happened. The others remained silent, not knowing how to react. A horde of monsters had arrived, surrounding every part of the city. A species with overwhelming size was about to overturn the peaceful life there. The mace was raised high, enveloped in destructive lightning bolts. The monster's eyes were dangerously red. It prepared to unleash a powerful strike. The shocking blow wounded the soldier. Even though he dodged, he bravely raised his sword, gasping for breath. These are not like the trolls I know, they are much bigger and faster. The gate suddenly paused as if it had noticed something unusual. The shape of a weapon and a body engulfed in flames charged forward. A thrust straight into the head killed the monster instantly. Jun Gyeong landed safely to the soldier's relief. Thank you, I survived because of you. The situation was critical. He quickly instructed, we will hold the monsters back, evacuate everyone to safety. That man obediently complied, okay. In an instant, that person was nowhere to be seen. From behind him, wings of fire extended to boost his power. Jun Gyeong observed from above, pondering, the size of these trolls is similar to Utgan's giants. Even though they are trolls, they are no different from giants. This is the monster level from a collapsed S-rank gate. Chaotic aftermath from the gate made Jun Gyeong uneasy. There was still one creature that had not stepped out. In this situation, he became more certain, so that is it. The mother of the S-rank gate is trying to come through. I have to stop it. The sight of him darting swiftly through the sky was noticed by Demetrius below. That man quietly called out, underdog. He recalled the words of the mysterious girl, who will help you fulfill your mission. He muttered, that guy is someone connected to fate. Unaware of the giant tree trunk suddenly rushing towards him from behind, he simply swung his sword a few times, and the monster was torn apart before it could make a move. That made Demetrius ponder. Strangely, whenever I look at him, my heart beats faster, as if he is pulling me towards him. He had long since made up his mind, I must pursue him. Chaos gradually poured forth through the mysterious gate. A rough gray hand gradually emerged. A high-rank monster had appeared to fight, its enormous hand grabbing a high-rise building. Jun Gyeong watched in shock. This one is truly giant, making the buildings look like toys. Alright, while it has not fully crossed the gate, I need to finish it. He forcefully twisted the spear into a single point, a son of fire, piercing through multiple layers of defense. In a flash, he charged forward with tremendous power. A shocking explosion severely limited visibility. Its leg was only pushed back slightly as it tried to resist. Its entire body remained intact, without even a scratch. The monster quickly threw out a counter-punch. He followed along its arm, then approached from above. The fire spear spun around, tearing everything in its path. The extreme pain made it roar in agony. Once the arm was locked tight, Jun Gyeong did not hesitate and leaped outward. With burning determination, he poured all his strength into the fatal blow. The spear successfully drilled a large hole in the monster's head. He caught his breath while telling himself that he had defeated it. The monster's limp body slowly fell backward. Brother Kang Hae noticed something was wrong. If it fell, those below would be in danger. Just a little more, and its entire body would crush everything. Suddenly, someone quickly drew his sword from its sheath. Demetrius wanted to swing a sharp sword strike across the monster's massive corpse. Everything soon disintegrated into molecules and dissolved into the void. Stunned, Demetrius gently landed on a nearby rooftop. He turned around to watch the fragments floating in the air. At this moment, Jun Gyeong was floating above, observing. He couldn't hide his amazement. Truly impressive, but why didn't someone with this skill become famous in the future? Suddenly, his eyes widened and he let out an inexplicable cry. An intense headache struck, and the fire wings also dissipated. His body lost control and fell freely downward. Fortunately, he managed to regain his strength and execute a clumsy landing. Michia asked Han worriedly if he was okay. The familiar sound of slippers echoed in the quiet space. The girl in ancient attire slowly emerged from the dissipating dust. Demetrius sighed in relief, saying it was a comfort that she was safe. In contrast, he sensed something was wrong. Added to that, a very clear warning appeared. His worried face broke into a sweat. Why, when she appeared, did his head hurt like a hammer blow? And the apocalyptic sky was also watching her. The entire city area was shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation, with thick black smoke billowing up. Jungyang stood on the rooftop of a tall building to observe everything. He breathed a sigh of relief that the fifth-level gate had collapsed, but thanks to the meeting, all the heroes had managed to gather in Cairo. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention, praising him for a job well done. Its owner was Songu. Jun Gaiyong turned to face him and acknowledged the praise. Right at that moment, another person stepped forward. Horace smiled, expressing his respect and gratitude to them. Both of them looked at him. Songu took the initiative to speak, saying the Lord was too polite. Horace asked about their next plan, a bit regretful that they were about to leave. Jun Gaiyong thought to himself that he came here to correct variables. Then he expressed his thanks for the cooperation. He recalled the battle with him when he lost consciousness and Horace's rescue. That battle led to the fight with Seth, making him stronger day by day. That time, he awakened to many things, realizing that eliminating variables only made them multiply. Jun Gaiyong recognized the more important benefits from this trip. System notified that the desert sun has stopped patronizing you. You are a patron and have received a title. A series of sounds rang out, the desert sun leaving a final message. The influence from the desert sun grants you continuous firepower. The desert sun will always be there to help you. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking he had even gained the backing of the desert sun. Suddenly a sound rang out. The apocalyptic sky was observing the weak sun. Horace spoke sternly about the Nile wanting to be with them, but they were not begging for help. Jun Gaiyong consoled him, saying that if they had overcome the disaster, Egypt would surely see the light. Horace said that was precisely the light of Egypt and instructed him never to forget it. Jun Gaiyong happily replied, thanking the Lord. Horace awkwardly made a request, piquing his curiosity to ask what it was. He said Egypt had suffered heavy losses after the disaster. He could not leave, and he was also looking for a way to meet that man again. Deputy entrusted Jun Gaiyong with the vital task of finding Osiris's eyes. He was startled, wondering if Seth was still alive. Why was he so certain back then? Seeing Horace's sincere expression, he speculated that he could still sense a trace of Osiris's energy from that day. Perhaps that was why Jiang Set had been so sure to flee with the eyes. He placed his hope in Jun Gaiyong, telling him to find Osiris's eyes. Time slowly passed. An airplane was flying across the blue sky. Jun Gaiyong leaned his head back against the seat inside. Everything was connected. That day, he was asked to find Osiris's eyes. Songu sat one aisle away, looking sympathetic. Searching for the greatest treasure of the Nile, facing off against Seth, it was no easy task. He agreed, complaining. That was right. He could have used Bifrost to return but instead took a plane. He explained awkwardly. Bifrost was not unlimited. He had used it constantly since being there, and he also brought In Cheng back. Jun Gaiyong was only teasing Songu, and seeing him flustered, he let it go. We also used it to save the Egyptian people. Bifrost has been through too much. He smiled, looking out the window. Yes, this time we saved many people. Now we are returning to South Korea. He wondered about something else. What about the investigation into Odin's disappearance? Songu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. They were still trying to find him. He was a bit worried. He vanished right from his own residence. This has never happened before. I just hope nothing bad has occurred. Jun Gaiyong fell silent. Things were getting more complicated. The disaster was approaching. South Korea needed Odin. What the hell was going on? Songu was suspicious, wondering if the one behind it was the person he had mentioned before. He was not sure. Yeah, it might be the man in black. He thought, was that man someone who had appeared before or someone they had never encountered? He analyzed, Odin's disappearance made me think of the man in black. A loud sound and a flash of fire interrupted the conversation. Songu was startled, quickly moving over. Beneath the location they were flying over, the entire area was engulfed in flames, thick with black smoke. He reported in shock, an explosion at Incheon International Airport. His eyes widened in astonishment. Look over there! Outside, a flock of winged monsters with glowing eyes. Songu realized they were wyverns. Jun Gaiyong jumped to his feet and shouted, Disaster! The system announced the desert sun is watching you faintly. He leaped from the plane without hesitation, simultaneously summoning the Moose-Bell spear. The vicious wyvern lunged at him. Jun Gaiyong used the momentum to drive the spear straight through its back. It screamed in agony, continued to gain momentum and leap, skillfully channeling his mana. His entire body turned into a streak of light, slaughtering the wyvern swarm. His eyes blazed red, the spear covered in flames emanating a powerful force. He took a stance and landed lightly. The system appeared, the desert sun has stopped watching you. He breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the desert sun. It appeared just when he needed it. Jun Guyong stood upright, looked up at the sky and muttered, "Disaster." A serious expression appeared on his face. "Has it already begun?" A wyvern saw him standing still, opened its mouth wide and prepared to attack. Jun Guyong gathered his strength and leaped, the ground exploding, sending rocks flying in all directions. Before it could realize the danger, it was finished off. The system announced, "You have leveled up." The others did not escape either. "You have leveled up." Jun Guyong was like a reaper harvesting lives, his power steadily increasing. "You have leveled up." The modern city was now in a state of ruin. Fires were everywhere, black smoke shrouding the deathly atmosphere. Jun Guyong's small figure stood amidst countless massive wyvern corpses. He was silent, his mood agitated by the disaster, causing his magic power to rise and the flow of mana to cease. Damn it, he could not find any survivors. A desperate scream caught his attention. Jun Guyong instantly moved from his spot. A few figures were fleeing in panic. The man rushed behind them, shouting loudly, "Run!" Wyvern had already chased them closely from behind. A desperate cry rang out, "Help!" Songu appeared, his hand gripping a sword tightly as he stabbed downward. The flow of mana glowed. He used force to pierce through its head, had no time to react. Songu finished it off with a single blow. The wyvern lay dead on the ground. He asked, "Is everyone alright?" The man panted, grateful. "Thank you, you saved our lives." He remembered something important, pointing as he reminded, "The hunters who came to help us earlier, they are still over there." Songu glanced over, thinking tensely. This is trouble. This level of monster is not easy for average hunters to deal with, but leaving them behind would surely mean death. While he was struggling to think of a way, a voice rang out, "I will go save them." Jun Guyong did not know when he had already landed safely on the ground. Songu breathed a sigh of relief. He really made it in time. He smiled teasingly, "Watch over the survivors. I will go to the hunter." He immediately nodded, "Okay, I will take them to a safe place and then come back to assist." A man lay on the ground, his chest covered in bleeding claw marks, his condition unknown. Jun Guyong stepped closer, recognizing his uniform. It was from the White Tiger Guild. His expression turned worried. "Why is the White Tiger Guild here?" The system announced. Moosebell's spear was vibrating with demonic energy. He quickly turned his head to look in another direction. Not far away, a figure in a black cloak appeared, also holding a spear. An eerie light shone from his eyes hidden beneath the hood. Jun Guyong was stunned. That man in black. Pupils gradually spread with a red light. Then quickly the blood color completely devoured his eyes. The hand holding the spear suddenly grew sharp thorns from beneath the skin. The system continued to announce, Moosebell's spear was vibrating with demonic energy. Jun Guyong's face darkened. He activated his mana to prepare for battle. The man in black still stood motionless in place, showing no reaction. Suddenly a voice called out, making him sober up, "Jun Guyong." In Chang and the members of the White Tiger Guild appeared. "The damage is this severe. We knew we should have brought everyone. We came to pick you up." One hand held a sword, the other arm carried Gongju. "We planned to surprise them, but we were the ones surprised instead." System repeated once more. Moosebell's spear was vibrating with demonic energy. The thorns gradually spread up the shaft of the spear. Jun Guyong's expression turned serious as he warned, "Thank you for coming to get me, but everyone should go back first." In Chang grew a bit angry upon hearing this. "We have saved many people, we will leave now." He lowered his head in silence. Does she also sense the danger from the man in black? After a moment of thought, he requested, "On the way back you will meet Songu, can you help him?" In Chang looked at Jun Guyong without speaking. She bit her lip, full of hesitation inside. Finally, she decided to trust in his strength. "We believe you can do it. You have to come back to us." With that, she ordered the White Tiger Guild to turn around and leave. Jun Guyong watched them, come back to them. "I don't even know if I can do it this time." He focused on his opponent, the man in black. "He is the force behind the incidents in Udgar and Set. I cannot run away in front of him. But what if he is not him?" He leaped off the ground. Jun Guyong gripped his spear tightly. After chanting the spell, "I must confirm if he is the person I think he is." He thought of a way. "I will knock that black cloak off." A thunderous explosion blew away the entire area, flames lighting up the sky. On the other side, a member of the White Tiger Guild ran while shouting that there was a dragon ahead. In Chang quickly decided, "I will pierce through it." That moment, a hand reached out to stop her. He stood in front of her with a firm attitude. "No." With him as the center, the others stepped forward. "Let us handle it. You were already injured helping us with the survivors." Chang knew her own limits well. A single dragon was not enough to stop her. She stammered weakly. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt dizzy, her vision going dark. Gongju was startled and worried seeing this. She knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her hand on the ground, planting her sword to keep her balance. In Chang tried to stay conscious, reasoning, "Did I lose too much blood?" With no other choice, she had to agree. "Then I leave it to everyone. Fight with me." They happily responded, "Thank you." She sighed, feeling her body. "I am getting stronger, not as much as Jun Guyong, but definitely stronger." System announced, the prince riding a white horse. "The king of the ogres, Siegfried, has protected you." The sunlight pierced through the mist and shone down. Chang stood in place absorbing it. The white horse prince finally revealed his true name, Mana's overflowing. Two streams of light, white and black, continuously clashed, so fast that only afterimages could be seen. With each spear clash, neither side would yield. A piercing sound echoed. Both fell into a stalemate. Jun Gyang was extremely tense, even having used the power of Goryuda, the mana flow, and the team flow. He still blocked it easily. Terrifying power. The man in black still maintained his composed demeanor from the start. He was overwhelmed by his power, forced to retreat. Afterward, he knelt on one knee and slid across the ground. Jun Gyang did not give up, continued to charge forward. The more he fought, the more certain he was that this man was the wind Utgard and Seth, and despite the danger, he had to expose his identity. He was determined to tear off that black cloak. Jun Gyang poured all his power into attacking H.I.N., their mana clashing fiercely. He took a running start and leaped powerfully forward. His entire body transformed into a lightning bolt, striking him from all directions. But he just stood still, swinging his spear to easily neutralize the attacks. The system suddenly warned that demonic energy was corroding his body. At this point, it was no longer just thorns, but vines tightly coiled around Jun Gyang's arm. He tried to get close to Hi, but the result remained the same. He grew increasingly agitated. That man was only defending, with no intention of killing him. Yet he could not even injure him, let alone pull off his cloak. The system sounded another alarm. The demonic energy was driving him into a frenzy. That man seemed to notice Jun Gyang's condition and began to mock him. The vines had spread and coiled around his upper body. He gritted his teeth against the pain. It tightened around the spirit stone inside him. The system reminded him that the blood dragon stone was resonating with the dragon heart. Ignoring the danger, he recklessly charged forward. This time, the man in black was sent flying. He retreated a short distance backward. The hand holding the spear was still trembling from the blow. Jun Gyang pressed his advantage, realizing his attack was having an effect. That man was startled, quickly raising his spear to block his move. This time H.N. was prepared, so he easily knocked Jun Gyang far away. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, he grabbed the hood of his cloak. Then he performed a somersault in midair. The hood immediately fell back. Jun Gyang quickly created distance from the man in black, who was stunned with shock. In just a few brief seconds, he had already pulled the hood back up to cover his face. Jun Gyang's efforts were in vain. He was bewildered. Why? H.I.N. warned in a low voice, impossible. As he finished speaking, a mysterious purple mana enveloped his entire body. Then it exploded, swallowing H.I.N.'s form. Another battlefield. In Chang was in the present moment. Feeling her body brimming with power, she confidently asked everyone to step back so she could handle it. Everyone was puzzled because she had just absorbed a massive amount of magical energy. Her mood was now very excited. She wanted to test the strength of her new guardian spirit. She stood face to face with the monster. Suddenly, a powerful golden mana shot forward. Green blood sprayed out. The monster's head was severed from its neck before it could even react. Chang was astonished by the sight. She was wary of the terrifying strength just displayed, who was the person that killed a dragon in the blink of an eye. A muscular figure carrying a sword jumped down. Songu smiled and rested his sword on his shoulder. I am here to help. Everyone happily recognized a familiar face, Brother Songu. At the same time, on Jun Gyang's battlefield, he knelt with a darkened face. Even now, you are still deceiving everyone. The man in black denied it. No. His eyes glowed eerily. I have just seen a new future. His body seemed to have exceeded its limit. He vomited a mouthful of blood. After that, he lost consciousness and collapsed. A black crow flew to H.N.'s side. It landed on his shoulder. He whispered, Hukui, let us return. Songu and In Chang returned together. They were startled by the scene before them. H.N. was still standing there, completely unharmed. Jun Gyang lay motionless, his injury condition unknown. His body began to move. A hand reached out to manipulate the mana. Jun Gyang was dragged forward in front of the two. In Chang hurriedly sat down and hugged him, calling his name in worry, while Songu frowned, making the atmosphere heavy. He was utterly astonished. My lord, why is it you? H.N. calmly lifted his hood. That young man is still useful. He angrily demanded, are you abandoning Asuka? His identity was finally revealed. Hyojin gloomily instructed him to survive, even knowing he was no match for the man in the black robe. Jun Gyang still shouted. Hainan Ungdung stood waiting. Jun Gyang's hands grew sharp thorns that pierced through his flesh with the speed and power of the Moosebell spear. He did a somersault in the air to gain momentum, thinking he could at least knock off his cloak and escape. Jun Gyang remembered the item he was given and planned to use the Merlin necklace to increase his speed, along with his own skills and mana flow to suppress the demonic energy. Things were not always under control. Demonic energy within the spear was greater than Jun Gyang thought. Vines tightly wrapped his upper body. He tried to fight but finally achieved his goal after much effort. He overcame it with the help of Odin. The man in the black robe he always chased was Odin. He opened his eyes wide and firmly denied it. No, that is not Odin. Jun Gyang, bandaged, lay on the bed and turned his head. Chang also noticed his movement. She cheerfully instructed him, you are awake, please rest a bit more. He propped himself up on his hands and sat up. The important thing is that man is Odin. Voice interrupted, yeah, I saw that too. Jun Gaong looked towards it. Songgu, he hesitated. If that person is Odin. A piece of spirit crystal appeared in his hand. Chang saw this and wondered, what is that? He held two identical items in his hands, one left over from the fight with Seth and one Odin just gave him. Songgu was surprised, Jun Gaong stated his speculation. Both items looked the same, but I think Odin received the black robe from that man. He looked doubtful. Why do you think that? He analyzed. In the fight with Seth, Odin was in Asgard discussing issues, and when I was in China, he had not left his residence. Songgu was uncertain, but it could be solved by one unlikely possibility. Jun Gaong added, at least it seems Odin has sided with the man in the black robe for some reason. We cannot forget him, he spoke up, right? Songgu said he was a crazy bastard, eager to investigate. He nodded in agreement. He still did not know the reason, but Asgard, he had abandoned everything he had built. What made him do that and also save him? Jun Gaong said seriously, I know even though he lost the fight, he still saved me when I was being corroded by demonic energy. Time passed, and he gradually recovered from the battle with Hyojin. Two stood on the rooftop talking. Songgu said, because he warned about the disaster, he did his best to face it. He crossed his arms and recounted the decision regarding the hunter-deficient areas. I arranged for additional guild branches. Below, someone in protective gear stood guard. He asked for his opinion. We will absorb other guilds and form an alliance. What do you think? Jun Gaong smiled. It seems you have turned the university into a shelter. Thank you for trusting me and acting together with me. Songgu looked up at the sky, feeling uncertain about the future. Even Incheon has a thin curtain covering it like China. What should we do? He thought of a similar case. We have lost contact with the rest of the country. Just like China, it seems they are experiencing mysterious gates. Jun Gaong turned to face him. At Incheon where the gate collapsed, I will face the ruler. Songgu wondered, the ruler is in Incheon? He did not hide it. I do not know how to stop the disaster, but I know how to reduce the tension. Imagine the scene. When the disaster begins, the already opened gate will collapse and continue to collapse. Jun Gaong stated the method. We must eliminate the reason for their collapse. Facing the ruler might buy us a few more hours. Songgu was suspicious. If you have a plan, why did not you tell everyone at the Ning River? He explained the disaster unfolds in many directions. I only know the consequences of one direction. That is the path the Demon King walked. I know how to reduce the disaster level in South Korea. Jun Gaong announced his plan. I will go face the ruler. Songgu looked surprised. The system announced, play Apocalypse Juan kill friends. He was determined to carry it out. The Demon King's story did not tell everything, but it said he became stronger after defeating the ruler. History could change, but he had to do his best to walk the Demon King's path. In another location, the scene was ruined and desolate. No place was intact. Flames rose to the sky. Three figures in black robes stood on the roof of a building observing the situation below. With a large scar on his face, he announced, the disaster in Egypt has begun. Hyojin calmly added, the same in South Korea, we met some weaker ones. The one who seemed to be the leader spoke, I understand. When he turned his face, the surprise was that he had a face identical to Jun Gaong, his pupils glowing. So everything has started. He suppressed the strange feeling. No matter how many times he saw that face, he could not get used to it. In another area of the city, wide vines covered the pathways. Someone murmured softly, the children are dying, and the ruler sensed the situation through the plants. They are coming to meet me. Vines slowly grew on his hand. Then he lunged to attack the man kneeling on the ground. He cried out in despair, help. In an instant it devoured his entire head. After that it spread more and more inside his body, rising up like blood vessels. The ruler's face was full of malice. He laughed and exhaled a stream of smoke. Oh, hunter. He happily gazed at his own hand. Truly this planet was very interesting. An army of long-eared beings like elves emitted a dangerous aura, waiting for orders. The arrogant ruler declared that he would eliminate the pests and rebuild the kingdom. They agitatedly shouted and roared, responding with great fervor. The mana current was so intense that it shook the entire surrounding area. The city now looked like an ancient ruin, the devastation showing the ferocity of the battle. In the sky, two streams of blue and purple bone were intertwining with each other. On a tower near the border, two figures were standing guard. Suddenly, they were startled and focused their attention downward. They excitedly shouted loudly, look, there are survivors. A group of people came walking in a line, the atmosphere becoming extremely lively. In Chang announced in a loud voice that they had returned. Shi and Gongju waved at Songgu and Jun Gaong, who were standing on the rooftop. Yuan silently counted the vehicles. There must be at least 200 people. He said there was a reason they were late. He frowned, feeling worried. This is a bit concerning. We might be overloaded soon. Songgu reassured him he had countermeasures. After clearing the surrounding area, we can search for hunters among the survivors. Jun Gaong trusted him. That is indeed the leader. Let us go inside. The search team surely has new information. The whole group moved together to another area. In the meeting room, In Chang was presenting the current situation to the teammates. The situation outside is very serious. Her expression was stern. The number of monsters has decreased significantly. She pointed at the screen, but look at this picture. The remaining monsters are gathering in one place. Everyone was shocked. My god, are all these black dots monsters? In Chang continued, fortunately they are heading toward that building. so more people survived. Jun Gaiyong's face darkened. That is exactly where the ruler of this area is. The vicious monster army acts on command, the ruler controls them. If not for the new ruler, humanity would have won. His expression became serious. That truly was something that had happened in history. Songgu announced that they had successfully contacted the outside. Fortunately, not all of Korea was like this. The whole group breathed a sigh of relief. That is such a relief. He warned again, most other areas were similar to Incheon. Where it is stable, hunters are evacuating civilians and planning aid. Jun Gaiyong pondered, sooner or later the whole world will be like this. But do not let the hunters know. We need hope now. Songgu encouraged them. They had contacted several countries. Many places were worse off. But humanity will win. Our potential is not weak. He frowned and declared in a low voice that it was time to act. He clenched his fist and shouted with great determination, "This is the first step in the war against the great disaster, to retake Incheon and advance to Seoul." Everyone immediately became full of spirit and stood up to respond. Only Jun Gaiyong was lost in thought. In the Demon King's book and history, there was no mention of this area's ruler, only that humanity had won after a hard-fought battle. His spirit of victory was firm. Ruler of Incheon, to follow the path of the Demon King, I will defeat you. The system announced that the Apocalypse player was watching you. Using the university as a shelter, the surrounding area was gradually being reclaimed. A group of people holding swords scouted the situation. They no longer saw monsters. Humans began to restore the ruined city. The number of survivors rescued was less than 10% of Incheon's population. Human arms were visible under the rubble, but even in despair, hope still sprouted. When the gate opened, mana flooded in. People felt their power surge. They were stunned by the gazes of the benefactors. They were delighted to see their bodies transform. I am a hunter, me too. And from then on, hunters were officially born. A person in protective gear guided those who had just become hunters to follow this way. As new hunters appeared and were trained, things gradually stabilized. Songgu and Jun Gaiyong stood together on the rooftop. He smiled and asked him if he was ready. He turned his head and replied that he was ready. He stepped closer and announced that they would depart in 1 hour. Songgu responded, okay. There was one thing bothering him. How strong was that ruler? Jun Gaiyong blurted out in surprise, Odin. He denied it. No, not yet. The vague words confused him. What? Jun Gaiyong explained, as time passes, they will become stronger. Now is the beginning of the great disaster. It cannot be too strong yet. Songgu breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Gaiyong pondered Odin. He was suspicious. Odin did not kill me. He even helped me. Why did he let me live? Then he clenched his fist. Asking these questions now is not helpful at all. Jun Gaiyong turned around, his expression becoming serious, and said, let us go. It was time to hunt the ruler. Countless trees had grown densely in the heart of the city. Footsteps echoed. Juan was astonished by the forest that had appeared in the city center in less than a month. In Chang pointed and said, it is in this direction. The monster horde spotted the enemy and immediately charged to attack. She gathered momentum, leaped, and charged alone into their midst. In Chang swung her sword excitedly, and pieces of monster carcasses fell one after another. And Gaiyong smiled as he observed and evaluated. She has truly grown stronger. Even though she has not fully awakened the skill, she is on her way to becoming a complete Siegfried. Suddenly, a massive, leafless, withered tree appeared before them. Its 3 eyes glowed an eerie red. They stopped in shock and exclaimed, what is that? It is huge and has too much mana. Jun Gaiyong stepped forward. Is this monster's base a tree? He activated his mana ready for battle. It was time to display the majesty of the Fire King. Flames soared high into the sky, and black smoke billowed thickly in the air. The forest was the most flammable thing, and the fire spread wider and wider. The remaining people watched in awe and admiration. He is on a different level, to the point where I am not sure if we are even the same kind of hunter. Jun Yang suggested they rest before continuing. Songgu agreed. Let us rest for about 20 minutes, conserve our strength in case of unexpected trouble. He summoned his status window, and the screen displayed all sorts of stats and information about him. Jun Gaiyong pondered the man in black. He recalled the figure in the shadows from the book. He was a dangerous being from the AI organization, the one who should have been in the shadow of Udgar, the king of the giants. The last appearance he saw was the one who had even killed Odin. Jun Gaiyong's eyes darkened. From the start, I thought the man in black was him, but why is he in this world? He had a strong intuition in his heart. The Demon King, I do not know why, but I think the man in black is the Demon King. Jun Gaiyong speculated that if he was the Demon King, could he be looking at a status window like he was? I am about to reach level 100, just like in the Demon King's book. Inside the book was special information, like how when a stat reaches 100, a major change occurs. The same thing happened at the level threshold, but the level gave power far surpassing a stat. It was not development but evolution. He analyzed, not development but evolution. I am about to reach level 100. Thanks to the great disaster, my growth rate is much faster. Jun Gaiyong clenched his fist. Soul Harvesting Wraith is about to be activated. He craved the power of the Demon King, the power that had made all the world's strongest hunters submit, and it was about to awaken. A hazy greenish skeletal smoke covered the entire area, looking extremely eerie. The others were stunned. Impossible. How can the magic power of this monster tree be so overwhelming? They feared, is that what we have to face? Songgu asked nervously. Are you confident? Jun Guyong affirmed firmly, I can do it. The ruler and I are a good match. He decided, I will trust you. He slowly turned around. He warned them seriously, we will enter immediately. If anyone wants to turn back, do it now. It will be hell in there. His eyes were grave. Hearing this, everyone showed hesitation. At the same time, at the ruler's base, an unconscious man lay on the ground. Vines pierced through his flesh, draining his life force, and mana flowed gradually into the tree trunk. The ruler laughed in satisfaction. It has been a while since I had a satisfying meal. Those ones just now had a different flavor. They are called hunters? Rubiel nodded in confirmation. He exclaimed excitedly, still not enough. Capture more of them, even though some have already come close. I respectfully obeyed the order, but suddenly the ruler widened his eyes in shock. What is this? Why are my children dying so quickly? He frowned in anger. I underestimated them, thinking they were just insects. But I was wrong. There are some strong ones mixed in. Rubiel used that thing. I replied mechanically, understood. On the other side, the fire had already engulfed the entire forest. The temperature grew higher and higher, and Jun Guyong's group stood outside the affected area observing. Everyone was amazed. I have seen many rank 5 hunters, but never an area skill this powerful. He spoke of a hell for the monsters. The system announced, you have leveled up. The punishment is proceeding smoothly. He calmly assessed that everything was easier than expected and his development was progressing well. The tree monster slowly advanced, each step shaking the ground. Chang took the initiative to charge forward. A few are left. I will handle them. She quickly vanished from her original position. Suddenly, she noticed a person hanging from a tree branch. He weakly pleaded, save me. Chang stopped, hesitating. A person. At that moment, the violent slash tore through the air. Rubiel suddenly struck, catching her off guard. Din also attacked Chang simultaneously. She hurriedly blocked the attacks from all directions. She could not believe Rubiel's strength. Was that monster really that skilled? Kui was excited, thinking victory was already in hand. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and looked to the side. Powerful surge of mana shot over, forcing Rubiel to retreat far to dodge. She was surprised and turned her head to find its owner. Dung remained in the same posture, mana around him exuding a dangerous aura. Rubiel sensed that, paused her actions, and landed on a tree branch. He silently assessed her. She was a very strong opponent who normally could not have dodged. Another person appeared. Songgu carried a man and landed gently. Rubiel flinched and turned around, seeing the hostage rope had been cut at some point. Chang sneered with contempt, a hostage for the ambush, and now your hostage is gone. She proposed a fair fight with eagerness since you are quite strong. She just curled her lip, treating her words like a joke. Chang was annoyed, huh? Are you laughing? Her expression changed, you better watch yourself. Countless people were hung from trees, desperate screams echoing, begging for rescue or death. Their faces were full of terror, weak voices crying for water and help. Those with weak minds could not bear this sight, it was truly horrifying. Seeing this, Rubiel let out a twisted laugh. Jun Guyong clenched his fist, suppressing his anger, and decided to retreat. Songgu had no choice but to accept there was no other way. Chang watched helplessly as they were captured, grinding his teeth in anger. They immediately obeyed the order, shouting to retreat. Jun Guyong turned around to remind them, we should also withdraw. He sensed something was off. He quickly searched around. Someone was monitoring him. On the other side, the ruler watched with hands on his hips. Interesting. He scorned their actions, the strong retreating to protect the weak, how feeble. He clenched his hand, asserting that the strong must advance, regardless of their kin dying. The ruler smirked, good his mood was stirred. He saw that the opportunity had come. After being trapped for years, absorbing them would restore his power. He shouted out an order, corner them, use their comrades as shields. The ruler looked forward to the future. After absorbing them, I will become a god in this place. Outside, his subordinates were easily sliced in half. Red mana pierced through the enemies' bodies. The three of them, Jun Guyong, Chang, and Gongju, fought together. She sighed in confusion. What exactly was the ruler? It felt like he was hunting us. He remained silent, not knowing how to answer. At that moment, someone reported he has woken up. The rescued man gradually regained consciousness, and everyone gathered around. His body trembled, his face pale green, fear etched deep in his mind. That monster is a demon. Jun Guyong asked, what happened to you? He recalled in terror, his voice shaking, he eats people. After saying that, he fainted and was caught by those nearby. He announced he has passed out. Songgu remained silent. Chang gritted his teeth in fury. Bastards. Jun Guyong commanded, let us head back. She immediately objected. No. He persuaded. Jun Guyong is right. We are helpless in this situation. Songgu analyzed, those monsters use people as shields. If we continue, our comrades will be in danger. Chang's face darkened. She lowered her head. Even so. Jun Guyong interrupted. We will not return empty-handed, and he recalled his spear. She followed his back and asked, what do you plan to do? The magic flame blazed in midair. The flame grew fiercer and fiercer. Jun Guyong held a defensive stance, his hand gripping the spear raised high. He threw it with all his might, the ground beneath his feet shattering. The spear shot through the forest like an arrow. It pierced through every obstacle in its path. Destruction followed wherever it went. Finally, it aimed straight at the ruler's base. The spear tip struck him hard, and he hurriedly raised his shield to block. The power was beyond expectation. The ruler could only resist in vain. His hand was severely burned from the terrifying heat. He looked at his wounded hand, thinking that he had underestimated them. The ruler's pride was trampled, a pain he had not felt in a long time. He laughed madly, praising the one who dared to wound the king of Anfheim. He licked his lips in anticipation. Their reward would be being devoured by him. Back at Jun Gyeong's group camp, night fell with a sound. The two guards were surprised to see them return so early. Jun Gyeong, Songgu, and In Chang gathered to discuss. She frowned and asked, "Didn't they already know our location?" He affirmed firmly. Songgu was worried about the implication in his words. Jun Gyeong crushed his hope, confirming the monsters would launch a full-scale attack tonight. The gloomy city sky created a heavy pressure, heralding a fierce battle. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed everywhere. Songgu took a running start, leaping from building to building. He landed softly, seeing Jun Gyeong and In Chang already waiting. Seeing all key members present, he spoke up to confirm everyone was there. Songgu asked for their opinion. "Do you guys want to go now?" He nodded firmly yes. In Chang said he was ready, because he was not the type to let things slide. He confirmed her words, "At least we have to repay what we receive." Jun Gyeong told Songgu to stay, which puzzled him slightly. His face was serious. He warned that the enemy was not ordinary monsters, they would attack. Songgu pondered for a moment, then said, "The hunters here are enough." Jun Gyeong emphasized not to underestimate them. The guardian of Bifrost must stay in case of the worst. Songgu was worried but saw his reasoning, so he sighed and accepted. He was still concerned, asking if they really intended to only fight with two people. Jun Gyeong's attitude was resolute. It was not a try but a must succeed, because many people were being held captive. He confidently promised to handle everything quickly and return. In Chang also smiled and continued, promising to come back safely. Songgu decided to handle the home front, telling them to rest assured and depart. He was the first to act, jumping off the rooftop without looking back. Chang trusted everyone's strength, said he would leave Gongju here, and asked about the next plan. Jun Gyeong's voice was contemplative, talking about today's mission. His gaze turned sharp, declaring one word: assassination. Monsters were gathered in one place. Countless species crowded together, forming a mighty army. At the center was a giant monster tree, the one holding civilians captive. Each of its steps sent clouds of dust flying. Two of them stood on a nearby rooftop, surveying the situation. In Chang's face turned pale. She never expected the numbers to be so large, and asked Jun Gyeong if they should turn back. His plan did not change. They were already prepared after all. He tried to persuade him, but the enemy was countless. Jun Gyeong was steadfast, saying each person must focus on their own task. He suddenly tensed up, sensing abnormal commotion. The enemy had discovered them. He turned to urge In Chang, "Hurry, they've spotted us." She was startled. Jun Gyeong explained he deliberately sent his troops away to lure them in. The two immediately charged toward the target, and Gyeong led the way, clearing the path. Suddenly, he sensed a dangerous breath full of killing intent. Rubiel appeared unexpectedly with a savage smile. He used mana to slash directly at the pillar. In Chang shouted, "Jun Gyeong." Su Feng charged forward to confront her, easily countering all her moves. Rubiel spun the short blade in her hand. Then she continued attacking her viciously. This time, In Chang began to feel overwhelmed. She stepped back to create a safe distance. Ruby Hell stopped on the rooftop of the building. She curled her lip in contempt, her arrogant attitude mocking her. In Chang's eyes burned red, furious at the opponent's insolence. Gyeong stood by worriedly, seeing In Chang lack the strength. He decided to support her as there was no other choice. Chang knew his thoughts and spoke up, "Go on, leave everything here to me." Jun Gyeong reminded her, "That is no ordinary goblin, you are being overwhelmed." She turned her head and flashed a cheerful smile. "So there is something you do not know after all." In Chang activated her mana, a purple aura enveloping her sword. A faint light suddenly appeared at the scar on her upper arm. It then gradually healed as if it had never been wounded. Jun Gyeong observed and was startled. Her wound healed on its own. The mana around her grew even more intense. "It is not over yet. I came to Korea hunting madly." A light flickered in Ansang's eyes like a ray of hope. He widened his eyes in shock. "This is..." In Chang was enveloped by the solid armor of the man who killed demons and became famous worldwide. The dragon slayer Siegfried, her demeanor changed. A great hero was born. When she became Siegfried, her energy source erupted over the sky of Incheon, absorbing all the purple energy. Then it exploded, causing a shockwave throughout the entire area. The aftershock affected the surrounding buildings, and Gyeong was delighted, sensing the fierce aura. "Truly astonishing. That is Graham, not perfect, but the technique that killed the demon dragon king." In Chang's sword plunged down, pulling arcs of electricity. He smiled proudly. "She has grown and become stronger than before. I think I can trust her and continue moving forward." After running for a long time to a peaceful high-rise building, in front of a gate with strange patterns, Jun Gyeong gripped Juan's hand tightly. The ruler of Incheon was inside. A grave look returned to his eyes. At the same time, the system notified that the soul-gathering spirit of the skull had been activated. The skull ring continuously absorbed the surrounding mana. He secretly rejoiced. Now he just needed to name it and awaken it. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. The door in front shot out powerful bolts of lightning. Jun Gyeong was wary, surmising this was the ruler suppressing him with violent mana. He did not know when he had stepped inside and heard Errol speak, "Welcome." He emphasized the warrior from another world. Jun Gyeong did not understand. What warrior from another world? The overwhelming mana was a test. Having thought that, he released a surge of energy filled with aura. "Fine, I will play along." Quickly dispelled Erev's powerful mana. The blue energy stream immediately returned to its master, causing him to be startled in shock. Jun Gaiyong laughed at the opponent's amusing expression. Why are you so surprised? Did you think I would not pass such a trivial test? This time he enraged Erev. He shouted loudly, who are you? Making him even more confused and baffled. Streams of mana constantly circulated between the two. Finally, the ruler spoke first. I am Erev, the king of Anthem, the kingdom of the Green Forest. Who are you? Jun Gaiyong's eyebrows raised. I was about to ask that question, but he spoke first. Should I provoke him more? Seeing him silent, RF lowered his voice in judgment. Information from the one who was devoured indicates you are very much like them. The Muspel spear appeared in Jun Gaiyong's palm. The blazing energy source grew stronger. What do you mean? I do not understand. An arrow of blue energy formed as RF spoke. My kingdom was destroyed by them. Fully materialized as he questioned, are you one of them? RF's face was submerged in shadow. Answer me. Although he appeared confident on the outside, Jun Gaiyong was actually very tense facing such a powerful enemy. It was already dark. Upon arriving at a city that seemed relatively peaceful, since the disaster began, Seoul had not experienced too much upheaval. Everyone was moving in an orderly fashion, with civilians beginning the evacuation process. Those possessing mana naturally did not stand idle. Hunters were preventing monsters from pouring out of shattered gates. They were preparing to reclaim lost territory, so a visit to the Hunter Association high-rise was essential at this moment. In the grand and lavishly decorated presidential office, Bander was the one who stepped forward to declare that Asgard would participate actively this time. He put on a stern, decisive face, giving no room for argument. With Hyoden out of contact and us lacking a leader, I will take command. The problem was that most Asgard members were powerful hunters. Thus, they harbored opposing thoughts. Why was Bander taking the initiative even though he was a strong hunter? Yet in reality, despite their dissatisfaction, when Bander asked if there were any objections, no one dared to speak. The whole group could only endure because no one possessed the leadership capability or political skill to make others listen. That was the truth, so Kang Songgu agreed first. Soyeon followed suit, then Duhan, though resentful, also agreed, and Taijin shared the same opinion. The question was merely procedural, so Bander continued, stating that Odin had prepared for this situation, that the circumstances were more severe than anticipated, and they needed to act quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kangoo summoned his weapon. Just tell us where to go. The only thing we know is how to fight. This left him speechless, wondering how Odin could work effectively with such fools. Helplessly thinking of another approach, he changed the subject and asked if anyone knew where Chi-Woo was currently. A powerful back silhouette with a hammer in hand appeared in his thoughts. Though not an Asgard member, he was South Korea's strongest weapon, having left Seoul on Odin's orders. Everyone pondered for a moment before informing him that the man only undertook top-secret missions, and Odin trusted him excessively, so his activities were not recorded. Just then, the presidential office door opened again. Duhan squinted his eyes irritably and asked who it was, while Taijun, veins bulging in anger, demanded, who dares barge into a meeting of the strongest hunters? That person walked forward step by step. Surprisingly, Bander had already recognized the other. You're here? He continuously emanated streams of energy. Still doing well, I see. The moment Hyojin revealed himself, he blurted out a shocking piece of news. My son. Dohyun was startled into cold sweat. What? That's Odin? Odin's aura had become even more ferocious. The others froze at the greeting, but wait, Bander was Odin's son. His face darkened with clear displeasure. Inside the Hunter Association high-rise, shining brilliantly under the sunlight, a large hole had appeared in the wooden wall. Furniture and documents lay flattened on the floor, and the room was left with only Bander. He fell into silent thought about Lord Odin returning and revealing a secret that should have been hidden forever, recalling the image of Hyojin who upon arrival called out, my son. Bander clenched his fists, asking himself what he was striving for. Even before becoming a hunter, he had struggled immensely, always staying in the background as an unacknowledged child, left behind trying to gain recognition from a father who constantly ignored him. His father had never used a single word about him. He squinted his eyes in irritation. Is this what it feels like? Bander sprang up from his chair. I don't want those things to come back. Damn it. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door, even though he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. One who entered was none other than Hyojin. He himself was not surprised by the old man's appearance, as if he had expected it. Hyojin smiled and uttered that form of address once more, son. This made Bander's brows furrow even tighter. Are you really going to acknowledge me this way? His face darkened. I don't want to be acknowledged like this. Hyojin stepped closer and stated, I understand your sorrow and what you are enduring. Then he abruptly grabbed Bander's shoulder, causing him to flinch. Her eyes met seriously as he said, even if you didn't meet expectations, I never hated you. He could feel the warmth in Odin's voice and the firmness of his hand. Bander panicked, losing the calm decisiveness he had shown in the meeting. I can't believe it. I don't understand the chairman's ulterior motives. Hyojin chuckled and explained, ulterior motives. I wanted to acknowledge you as my son. I planned to declare you my heir if you proved your worth. This left him more confused than ever, mixed with a hint of joy. Wasn't the hair almost already decided? That was something he had only ever dreamed of. Hyojin gripped his shoulder tighter. Therefore, I have a favor to ask of you. He shattered the warm atmosphere with cryptic words, demanding that Bander compensate for his lack of ability and become a ruler. Will you do it? This left him baffled. What is a ruler? Yet Bander still said, please give me time to think. Before he could say anything more, he was tightly embraced. Hyojin's face was now full of calculation. Give me your answer right here, I need you. The next words were a bombshell to Bander. I need your sacrifice. Awkward, he could only utter, huh. His grin stretched from ear to ear, emphasizing in a friendly manner, son. Beneath the sky, a beam of light suddenly blazed in midair. Then, it shot straight down toward the Hunter Association building. Meanwhile, at a bridge where many people were gathered, they all looked up, observing the purple cage before them. Wonho frowned seriously as he tapped it. This was a barrier. Nowhere was as perfect at stopping a disaster as Sil. Chimrung said that after you all left this place, you might never return to this safe Sil. Those who wanted to stay could do so. Cheonzan replied with a smile, what are you talking about? Even if they are not my family, they are my friend's family. Of course I have to come and help. The others also agreed that was right. If it was not for him, we would all be dead. The person next to him said surviving alone was not a good thing. Fenrir continued seriously, we need to find Jun Jaeyong. Perhaps Hyunmu is feeling nostalgic, we need to go see the master. Another person stepped forward. Mr. Neil held the tiger and concluded, I think everyone feels the same way. Wonho smiled at the sight of everyone being united, feeling he was truly lucky, then exclaimed, I am sorry. Seeing everyone was ready to move forward, loyal people willing to face danger to protect others. They were the people he had always dreamed of having by his side. Bolts of lightning surrounded him, then let us break through. His powerful hand touched the barrier. A hole immediately appeared, opening a path for them. Then he turned back and declared, now let us go. Suddenly a panicked voice stopped them. No way. Philia immediately looked behind her, for right in the middle of Seoul at that moment, a golden light appeared in the sky. It spread out, trying to cover the entire area, a barrier. It was being broken, a golden dome full of holes appeared back at Erev's strangely carved door. He asked, not giving Jun Gaong time to answer, I am asking you, are you on the same side as those black-skinned ones? He tensed up as he realized the flight path of the arrow, it was coming, and he just caught it with his bare hands without any hesitation. Its powerful force pushed him back a distance, but he easily snapped it in two. Erev confirmed, so you're not on their side. Jun Gaong's hands were now bleeding, as if severely burned. He flashed an unreadable smile, even if you have their energy. You are not one of them. Jun Gaong retorted them, huh? You mean the sponsors? Erev was puzzled. Sponsors, that is what you call them. Jun Gaong thought to himself, the territorial rulers that appeared after the Great Upheaval. Only a demon king could kill them. His mind kept questioning why only a demon king could do that. He spoke up, one more question. He cut straight to the point. I need more information. Are you a sponsor? He held his ground with the arrow. Huh, sponsors? You ask if I am one of them, those shadows. Arif stated firmly, the answer is I am not. I almost became one of them. He was still using his power, but now I have sealed it up tightly. Series of blue lights surrounded him with terrifying power. He laughed maniacally. If I eat you, maybe I will become one of them. He drew out a series of arrows and fired them forward. Jun Gaong gritted his teeth. He could become a sponsor if he ate me. He also said he almost became one. He materialized a spell knife, ready to fight. He needed to focus on this battle first. He could not block all those arrows. He swung his spear, creating a large flame in this situation. Two sides clashed violently, creating a huge explosion. Erev was surprised. The arrows could not pierce his wall of fire. It was ineffective. Jun Gaong was determined. The identity of the sponsors and rulers could only be killed by a demon king. He needed more information. Without hesitation, he asked, have you met any other hunters? He lowered his voice. You are quite good. I have eaten countless people calling themselves hunters, but I am not sure that counts as meeting. He did not understand. He meant he was different from other hunters. He nodded. Do you think you are like an ordinary warrior? The spirit monsters gradually appeared. Erev said calmly, do you think I, the king of the green forest, would converse with an ordinary warrior? It is because I acknowledge you are on the same level. Unknown from when, behind him there were countless spirit soldiers. He was startled. Too many enemy troops. He waved his hand lightly. You are a king. Immediately, the monsters leaped up, howling as they charged towards the opposite side. Jun Gaong chanted a command, I name you. Energy gathered in the eyes of the skull bracelet along with the closing word, Boar. As he finished speaking, many cracks appeared on the skull. The bracelet shattered accordingly. An excited female soul soared upward. A moment later, the scenery outside the ruined buildings came into view. Rubiel lay on his back on the ground, a pool of dark red blood beside him. The sound of a blade scraping across the road rang out. Chang panted, exhausted, but told herself she had grown stronger. Her eyes were once again filled with tenacity. With power, she could protect herself. A notification appeared. The charming prince looked at you with warm eyes. Chang smiled contentedly. Suddenly, she sensed multiple streams of power surrounding the area nearby. She became anxious. It seemed Jun Gaong's battle had begun. She was startled by something unexpected. Her hand began channeling energy into the blade. Beam of violet light shone directly onto her body. In Chang happily looked at her palm. All the wounds from the fight with the dark elf had healed. She clenched her fist, her eyes bright with hope. The distance to Jun Guyong had narrowed. She advanced toward where the energy sources from earlier were emanating. Without hesitation, In Chang thought this was where the battle was taking place and charged in. She reached out and pushed the door open. Immediately, she was stunned by the scene inside. Streams of energy overlapped each other and she exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The souls were fighting directly against the elf monsters. The monster raised its sword high. It slashed hard at the soul, but the blade only passed through without causing any harm. The soul lunged back quickly, bit down hard on the monster's shoulder. She muttered, "This looks like a living hell, a battle between elves and ghosts. Where is Jun Guyong?" A loud noise rang out just then. She scanned for the source, worried what happened to him. The fierce combat scene of Jun Guyong and RF made In Chang realize he had advanced far beyond her. A series of green energies engulfed the building. The elf in front of the soul suddenly began to transform. It vanished under the astonished gaze of the soul. The same situation occurred with all the other elves. They all converged toward the green sphere that Erev was creating. In Chang gritted her teeth, anxious as she saw the spirit race soldier's magical power pouring into him. Inside the green energy sphere, the silhouette of a weapon began to appear. Erev looked at the newly formed sword and laughed gleefully. His eyes twitched, determining that the opportunity was now. The light from his hirsi emanated a new source of power. Spun around and pointed the spear straight ahead. The system notified, "The Fire King has been upgraded. You received a mystery." He was confused that the Fire King, which he thought had reached the master rank, was being upgraded and still remained a mystery. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering the stone floor. Then he launched the spear toward Erev. He held his sword in a ready stance to block the strike. Erev swung his arm and hurled the sword away. The two weapons clashed violently against each other. They slid past each other, the sword flying to a spot close to Erev's face. In Chang witnessed it and couldn't help but shout, "Jun Guyong." Blue explosion occurred rapidly. Similarly, a green explosion appeared on the opposite side. Two overlapping energies caused a massive impact on the surrounding scenery. Rev, overwhelmed, coughed up blood. He was pinned firmly against the wall by the spear. That moment, Jun Guyong landed on the opposite side. What a difference, he was completely unharmed. Couldn't believe it and muttered, "I am the king of Enfem." He calmly interrupted, "Too bad. I alone cannot stop you, but the resentment of the slain is what defeats you." He paused for a moment, then spoke the fatal words, "In the end, you are brought down by your own karma." The souls transformed into specks of light swirling around RF's sword, their voices sounding, "Thank you, I am very grateful." His face was dark and lifeless. "One day they came to me." Jun Guyong Juan looked at him, then fell silent. His frantic and obsessive gaze had changed. He asked the question directly, "They are here. Are you talking about the patrons?" He pointed at him. "If they are the ones I think, then yes." Erev lifted his head with a thoughtful gaze. "Enfam had been unified under my rule after war and peace. Made him think it is like Earth's history. Everything became peaceful under a unified Eden. But the virtual reality inside had rotted." Erev slowly continued, "They came to a world that had stagnated from peace, and they were no different from saviors." He remembered with anger they created new enemies, a connection to other dimensions. He questioned, "New enemies? What do you mean by a connection to other dimensions?" He explained, "Interdimensional war. If we win, we will become gods." After speaking, Erev's head slumped down powerlessly. Jun Guyong stared silently. He realized he no longer had life. He was dead. He could no longer sense anything. In Chang stepped forward from behind and called him, "Jun Guyong." Many new notifications appeared from the system. The apocalyptic sky was smiling contentedly at you. The apocalypse set desires a sacrifice. Do you wish to perform it? He was startled. A sacrifice? Was it talking about the king of Anthem? He suddenly shouted, confusing In Chang. "Wait." He summoned Hog. A soul head gradually appeared. Hog's appearance surprised In Chang, "Master." She panicked. "Ghost, a ghost?" He introduced jokingly, "You have seen ghosts before, why react like this now? This is my new incarnation." He looked up at the sky. "What you want is his body and power, right?" Hog flew close to the RF corpse. It was done. Notification displayed, "You have successfully made the sacrifice." The RF corpse vanished without a trace in an instant. A series of notifications arrived. "You have achieved the High Priest title." The concept set sponsors you. Jun Guyong was delighted. That is, the sword of RF did not disappear. He quickly grasped the hilt of the sword. System displayed, "You have received the Misty Name." He was lost in thought. So this was the weapon the Anthem King used in his final blow. Must store it in the inventory first. The apocalypse set was smiling contentedly, revealing small bloodstained teeth. Jun Guyong put away the sword. "Hey, how long do you think it will take?" It replied, "Because it is a spirit lingering over many things, I think it will take a considerable amount of time." He smiled coldly. "It does not matter how long it takes. Drain all of his memories without missing anything." Hog laughed excitedly. "Understood." The cityscape was ruined and shattered. The two stood still in the middle of the road, blocked by broken bricks. In Chang breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was about to wet my pants." Jun Gyeong turned to look at her with a slight smile. You have seen souls in battle before. Why react like this now? She retorted it was just too urgent at the time. He smiled secretly. The Demon King in Eden perhaps. He seemed to have overthought it once he learned of the true existence of the sponsors. They simply deliberately left no records or pretended not to know. It was very possible that the hunters who once resisted the rulers had grasped this secret. He stopped speculating and urged everyone to head back. Even though they had stopped them, he still felt uneasy. The cityscape gradually shifted to another place. The scene became more violent, with many monster corpses crushed under piles of rubble. Songgu's group had just been through a battle with the monsters. He suddenly noticed something. Looking up and seeing the two of them had returned, Jun Gyeong immediately joked. You guys are back, huh? You look terrible, Hang. Hearing him tease, he retorted, you're not much better. Have you defeated the ruler yet? He nodded, yeah. Cheers welcoming their return rang out. Their teammates rushed over. Yeah, the weak one is the strongest. We're good now. He was cautious. Monsters will still appear. Don't let your guard down. He agreed, right, but at least it won't be as dangerous as before. Suddenly, Songgu discovered something that made him freeze. In the palm of his hand, a colorful sphere was gradually gathering. He immediately recognized it. Bifrost. He clenched it tightly in his hand, blocking the light. He announced there was a message from outside, and he asked for confirmation that it was good news. He hesitated for a moment. It seemed the great disaster had also begun in Seoul. Hearing the news, Jun Gaong and In Chang couldn't hide their shock. A great disaster in Seoul. I was sure it would be affected, but this happened too fast. He hurriedly wanted some privacy. I need to find a quiet place to make contact. Talk later. He agreed, all right. After the battle, they returned to their shelter in his apartment. Jun Gaong questioned, you mean Seoul is burning? There should be many hunters protecting it, including the Asuka heroes. How could the damage be that great? Songgu calmly relayed the rumors. People say the strongest hunters of Asgard have disappeared. He and In Chang blurted out, what? How? He had investigated thoroughly. The disaster struck suddenly. Monsters flooded everywhere. The leaders disappeared. Those remaining tried to control it, but caught so off guard. Seoul was drowning in a sea of fire. Jun Gaong still believed in the strength of the hunters there. Anyway, even without Asga, the Korean guilds are still very strong. Seoul won't collapse easily. Songgu added, that's true, but there's other news that isn't good for you and In Chang. The two of them listened intently to his words as the bad news was delivered. They say the White Tiger group has disappeared, including Ung Neil. A look of panic was evident on In Chang's face. Jun Gaong also couldn't maintain his usual composure. The conversation dragged on. Afterwards, they still had to keep acting for their upcoming goal, helping everyone. Incheon began to teem with life again. The hunters started pushing back the monsters, and the amount of magical energy in the air gradually dissipated. The city returned to a state of peace and tranquility. The Bander and the magical energy enveloping the space faded away. After the death of RF, the ruler of Incheon, the city revived. The people helped each other work, everyone contributing their strength. Have some more to eat. Everyone get your share. After a period of hardship, the young people sat down intimately to eat. I heard our savior is a lover of the world. Siegfried was there too. The rhythm of life gradually stabilized, everyone regaining their vitality. He stood watching everything through the large window, like Jun Gyeong's group, the ones who had saved them. He asked impatiently, any news? He reported thoughtfully, we have completely lost contact with Seoul. Incheon is only receiving fragmented information from other areas. I will try to update the situation. Next, to summarize the story, it seemed the disaster had affected all of Korea. What do you plan to do next? He pondered, even without us, Incheon is safe. I need to decide the next step. Seoul and the other areas. Where should we go? The large door suddenly swung open. In Chang returned him back. He quickly asked about the situation outside. How are the barriers? She calmly and thoroughly explained, the barrier leading to Seoul is getting stronger. It's impossible to enter now. The barriers leading to other areas have weakened considerably. Hearing this, he grew even more anxious. It will be very difficult to get into Seoul. We could use Bifrost to cross, but it would consume our strength for a while, and we'd lose our only means of contacting the outside. Even so, he couldn't give up. First, In Chang, monitor the barrier's condition for a few more days. She agreed, all right. Jun Gyeong instructed, Songgu, by any means, find the location of the White Tiger group and Ung Neil. He had no objections. Back in the center of Seoul, the attacks continued without pause. The people fled in panic. Over there, get inside, hurry, hurry. The hunter tried to help as many people as possible. Everyone, this way. While helping people escape, a monster suddenly appeared, charging straight at him with its mouth wide open. It immediately snapped its jaws shut on his whole body. Blood splattered everywhere. Done with their prey, the group of monsters dispersed to find their next target. The situation grew increasingly fierce. From above, Bander calmly witnessed the entire scene. The power within him surged higher, his eyes turning bright red, nearly bursting forth. Outside the window, the winged monster continued spewing fire, burning everything. The curtain was quickly drawn shut, as if unwilling to see any more. Separating Bander from everything outside, he staggered toward his desk. The smile spread across his lips. He burst out laughing. Good. The association president's chair seemed securely within his grasp. Sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Is that so? It spread throughout the space, forming a large web, binding the opponents inside tightly, unable to struggle. The smile on Bander's face grew more twisted, filled with schemes. As for Jun Guyong, after a week of RF's failure, his guild finished dealing with the monsters in Incheon and life returned to normal. The room door swung open. Inside the room, he and In Chang were still discussing. Seul was completely locked down, the situation inside unknown. She looked frustrated, so annoying, wondering how the young Neil guild was doing. He gently reassured her, still safe, do not worry. I guess Hyunmoo and Fenrir are with them. He looked in one direction, without any hesitation. Sword in his hand displayed information. It was an item obtained after defeating the Incheon commander. Like Songgu's Bifrost and Jot's Judgment Blade, this was a magical artifact. He asked her in return, did you get anything? She shook her head. No, nothing valuable. He revealed the scant information he had, only knew its spirit energy was extremely strong. It was similar to the thing inside Bifrost. In Chang marveled, truly miraculous, it will be useful in its own way. He stared at the sword, refining its spiritual energy. I tried the dragon heart, the dragon bloodstone, even the spear of the Hemspell Mutt, all useless. There must be a way. The necklace around his neck suddenly glowed. He took it off. Merlin's voice came from the necklace. Can you hear me? He was startled to recognize that person, quickly stowed the sword into his space and hastily replied, Merlin. He repeated that person's name continuously, Merlin, Merlin. The signal from the necklace was unstable, the connection intermittent. He deduced Merlin's necklace had a problem. Jun Guyong turned and looked around. What is this? Suddenly connected, then cut off. In Chang saw this and was very confused. What are you looking for? He seemed to realize the core issue, impossible. He hurriedly summoned the sword again, gripping it tightly in his hand. Signal from the necklace stabilized. Can you hear me? The answer was decisive. Yes. He was satisfied. Miss Newton connected. The other side said the necklace was broken, but it is stable now. Then he asked Han about the situation there. He was secretly pleased. Seong-woo said the link with Europe was cut, but thanks to Miss Newton, he could still hear the conference and the Olympus Guild. The other side revealed the difficulty. The problem he mentioned was more dangerous than predicted. The city was isolated, but fortunately with the warning, the council could respond in time. He smiled slightly. Lucky indeed. However, the other side dropped important news. There was a problem with the Olympus side. They said they could not find the drop. Jun Gyeong's eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. Someone with power equal to Odin yet not found. The voice on the other side remained even. Still in the eye of the storm, but still cannot find the drop anywhere. They are very puzzled. That concludes business with England. We will arrange to meet Olympus. The signal was completely cut. He cursed. Damn it, lost connection again. The ruler of Olympus, a guild as mighty as Asgard, had vanished. The two hunters, Odin and Seth, could they share the same goal? Jun Gyeong gradually realized the mastermind behind it all was the Demon King. He was manipulating everything, aiming for something. Time and space shifted to a bustling area, crowded with people passing by. Everyone eagerly waited for the next bus, finally going home. The driver's voice rang out. Everyone, keep your belongings with you. They chatted animatedly. We are going back. The weak monsters were easy to deal with, heartening to hear. The young men shared information. There were about 500 new hunters. The sponsors cared a lot about us after the disaster. Everyone is improving day by day. Jun Gyeong congratulated them. That is good. He immediately replied, it is thanks to you. He did not deny it. Only then can we rest easy and go elsewhere. Hearing that he had to leave, the man said sadly, you are leaving. Surely there are many places besides Incheon needing relief. Are you heading to Seoul? His intention was to go where he was needed more. Seoul gathered many of the strongest hunters. They could hold on. We will go to Gangmyeong. There are some people we need to meet. After parting, he turned and told his teammates, let us go. Chang and Songgu were ready, waiting for orders. Ghostly figure gradually materialized behind them, bowed and replied, as you command, Guildmaster. In Chang was still not used to it, fell backward. He thought she was used to it by now, still not used to it. Girl said awkwardly, not yet. A sobbing sound came from behind, making her suspiciously turn around. Hiccup. It was Songgu with a very timid expression. Seeing that, he could not help but burst out laughing. He rubbed his bald head, trying to stop the laughter. Do not laugh. He wondered, I never expected you to be afraid of ghosts. In Chang is one thing, why are you scared? He retorted, how do you know about me? This is called a trauma. He asked curiously, a trauma? It was an old haunting story. Back then I was young, do not remember clearly. But before becoming a hunter, a ghost appeared and said something. Since then I have been terrified of them. The ghost I met was like the one just now, but invisible and wearing a coat. I am very afraid of ghosts. In Chang also encountered something similar. Oh, I experienced something like that too. He chimed in. In Chang must have been very weak as a child. She shot him a warning glare. Songgu quickly explained, just joking, huh. Hearing their story, he suddenly realized the problem. Wait a moment. Unbelievable coincidences kept happening around him. Why did everyone around me encounter this? The ghosts they saw were all identical. For some reason, I suddenly had a very strange feeling about this. On two parallel bridges with bustling traffic, the only common point was that the middle section of each was blocked by a strange wall of light. A hand gently reached out to check. It was not transparent, but felt like a dense solid. Tester was Yang. He stared intently at his own hand while judging. Breaking through the barrier around Seoul will probably be very difficult. In Chang also agreed with this unpleasant fact. The amount of mana forming the barrier was so strong that we could not sense anything inside. Faced with the strange situation, Songgu could not help but question, the barrier is getting stronger over time. How is that possible? The three of them stood close together discussing. He casually added that the barrier strengthening was only natural. But it will stop after a while. She blurted out the exact detail that puzzled everyone. What exactly is that barrier? Jun Gaong calmly reasoned based on theory. The barrier is like a gate. The stronger it is, the more mana it contains. Songgu connected it to recent events. Do you mean they are related to the monsters and the strong ones inside? The firm answer was, that is correct. He proposed they stop by Gang Myong before returning, asking if they had tried contacting the other side. He hesitated, then said they lacked sufficient power, but there was still an association branch there, so they should try. Despite being in a tricky situation, he remained optimistic. At least the barrier was stable, with no signs of a ruler in Gangmyeong. Hearing this, In Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Good, I was quite worried about Ung Neil's group. Let us meet them quickly. Outside, the desolate cityscape appeared. Traffic lights and streetlights had long stopped working. Debris was scattered everywhere around, buildings severely damaged. The three of them, including Jun Gaiyong, stared in shock for a moment. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A large number of monsters were waiting, their blood-red eyes blazing with terrifying bloodlust. A fierce sound spread, shattering the previously silent atmosphere. Suddenly, a whirlwind of flames blazed up, covering the entire area. As a result, the group of monsters departed instantly, without even a moment's hesitation. In Chang scratched his head, his expression unable to hide his surprise. Even though it is not the first time I have seen it, it is still terrifying. Even without a ruler, the monsters are scouring everywhere. Songgu suddenly noticed another direction. This time, different types of monsters arrived in droves. He continued to channel energy into his weapon, ready to join the battle. That is right, they have endless numbers. Jun Gaiyong was not idle either, his pupils blazing red as he called out pig. A response came quickly, as you command. Instantly, a mass of blue vines tightly bound the furry feet of the monster. The moment it realized in shock, its whole body was already caught in a pincer grip. The others suffered the same fate, each being pulled into pits created by a mysterious power. After completing the task, a voice gently reported, I have carried out the order exactly. All that remained were wisps of drifting smoke and uneven ground. The impressive display made Songgu and In Chang exclaim in unison, amazing, I think our turn will not be needed. However, everything has a consequence. Jun Gaiyong breathed tiredly. The mana consumption is immense. But looking at Trunkao, who was still unharmed, let us go to the Hunter Association in Gangmyeong. Crossing the street, the dilapidated buildings abandoned for years looked no different from the previous area. Chang made a conclusion. It seems the hunters here could not withstand the disaster. I see no signs of life. Sion Songgu's heart now felt deceitful. Long after the disaster, even without a ruler, Gangmyeong still could not win. He quickly detected a contradiction. Although the disaster occurred, there was not a single human trace, especially since no ruler appeared. Use mana to check against the main flow. A series of signals flowed through his mind like a final guide leading him to the answer. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Found it. Turning to inform the other two, I found signs of survivors. Someone deliberately hid all human traces here. Songgu suppressed his astonishment. I did not sense anything. He asked calmly, where is it? His finger pointed in one direction. If you look closely, you will see a defensive layer flickering in and out of sight over there. In Chang now vaguely noticed too. Really? I could not sense it, but I feel something strange in that direction. He followed his gaze with a skeptical mindset. Or maybe it is meant to trick us. However, according to her, this was an extremely important clue. There was still hope. He provided reasonable evidence. If it were a trap, the hunters here are still alive and they are protecting something. The only one not drawn in was Songgu. Who knows, this made him curious. What is it? He seemed to have an indescribable feeling, so he chose to speak vaguely. Maybe protecting someone. A vague thought surfaced. No way, that person. After agreeing, all three decided to advance deeper inside the barrier to check. Songju poked her head out from the hood of In Chang's coat, unable to stop wondering, to create such a big trap, that hunter must be very skilled, right? Before her was a group of completely misdirected monsters. The monsters outside seem unable to sense us inside it, so there is a reason they did not deal with these monsters. Songgu pondered deeper. It is no different from them being willing to abandon everything except the protected person. We are not sure, but could that really be that person? Gyeong walked ahead and calmly evaluated. At least we know the trap creator never intended to save anyone in Gangmyeong. He nodded, I think so too. His movement suddenly froze in place. He turned half his face back, just in time to blurt out the central question. Is this an acquaintance of yours? He did not hide it but was not yet ready to conclude. There is someone I am thinking of, but it is still too early to be certain. Three of them had no idea that two young men were watching their every move from a distance above. The presence of Jun Jaeyong and Songgu stood out among them all. Yoonji's face darkened. Damn it, that is Hunter Songgu, an underdog. The person beside him panicked. What should we do? On this side, the two young men also quickly detected the suspicious group hunters. Yeah, I can sense them now. His gaze sharpened. Countless questions formed in his keen mind. They spotted us but have not acted yet. Why? What are they worried about? Yoonji and Seokjin each leaped from the top of the building. Gyeong and Songgu seemed to have anticipated it, so they were not surprised by the sudden action. Both of them asked solemnly, you two are Songgu and underdog, correct? Their attitude was quite warm. We will guide the way for you. The five of them silently walked on the deserted road, as if this area was unaffected by the disaster. Gyeong probed then, you two seemed surprised when you saw us. Hearing that, Yoonji broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile. Oh haha. Fortunately, Seokjin quickly covered for her, because we did not expect to meet you here. Songgu recounted what he saw before entering. Monsters were flooding the outside. Seokjin glanced down, struggling for an excuse but finding none, only hesitating to say about that. This time Yoonji tried to change the subject, parting to show the way, please this way. A flash of light flickered on Jun Gyeong's chest, seemingly a telepathic ability. They are deliberately avoiding the issue. Songgu and Inchang, walking behind, received the signal and nodded to indicate they understood. As soon as they arrived, Yoonji immediately announced, we are here. An expensive pair of shoes leisurely stepped forward. A young man wearing gold-plated accessories on his neck and ears appeared, a confident smile on his face. Welcome. Songgu's deduction was correct. That man was the creator of the barrier. The other party also recognized him, offering a greeting. Nice to see you again, old friend. The reunion was far from friendly, with one standing above with subordinates in suits, and the other below looking up. Gyeong quietly asked him, do you know this man? He replied calmly, Igor is a hero exiled from Asia. His eyes suddenly became wary. This situation was truly troublesome. From atop the high-rise building, Igor and the hunters exuded a formidable aura. They were completely strong enough to eliminate the monsters in Gangmyeong, yet they did not protect that place. Igor humbly mentioned he would be happy to continue the conversation, but he seemed to need rest. Songgu's expression did not change. He only called that man's name vaguely, Igor. That man's pupils blazed brightly, his accessories sparkling. Rest first. I will find you later, revealing what you want to know. Having said that, the group on the rooftop turned and left. Not long after Jun Gyeong's group entered the building, the facilities here were quite good. Two double beds were aligned in a row, the white mattresses pristine and smelling clean. Inchang could not help it, truly flashy, golden interiors amidst a disaster like this. Songgu was skeptical in a negative way. That bastard has not changed one bit. Jun Gyeong asked again, who is Igor? He hid it no longer. He was once an Asgard hunter. Igor is just a fake name. Next was Igor's past. He was a promising hunter. He completed a secret mission for Odin. The final mission before being exiled was to monitor Europe. Jun Gyeong pondered, a hero-level hunter being exiled. Did he defect? Songgu affirmed he was a spy monitoring Olympus, was discovered, and provided them with information about Asha. He was perplexed by that man's achievements. Why was he only exiled? He explained he escaped. He was considered a traitor and exiled, so we were also helpless. Asgard could not find him. When I saw the barrier, I suspected it. Igor was so talented that he had countless identities in other fields. As soon as he realized it, his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. The smell of oil on that man said it all. The endless sponsor. Correct, in Olympus. He is called Midas. After a while, the pig scouted the situation through walls. It saw Yoonji sitting with arms crossed on the sofa, so it turned its head to collect data without leaving a trace. Everywhere was the shimmering light of gold. It reported every detail to Jun Gyeong. All rooms were decorated with gold, like a palace. I also saw other people. The next sentence made him freeze, but those people looked more like slaves. Seeing him sigh, Inchang asked softly, how is it? His face hardened. Igor seemed to be imprisoning those who opposed him, gathering them in the school field, and monitoring them with hunters. She could not help but get angry. Why would he do that? Songgu's voice was indifferent. Even he was not sure. He probably would not do it again. He presented his understanding of Igor, heard he could turn people into gold. He was puzzled. How did he know? The answer was blunt. He read it in the Demon King's book. A horrifying theory formed. The golden monster made us. The heretic capturing people in the disaster to create gold. The cruel truth was revealed. That gold became the fund to build Eden. Hearing that, energy accumulated in his tightly clenched palm, filled with rage. Chang's face darkened like a demon, killing intent blazing around her body. You bastard. She almost lost control, shouting, we must kill that damned bastard right now. Jun Gyeong stood up abruptly to dissuade her. We cannot, she retorted, so we just sit and watch? He cut her off, his expression no better. No, we have already fallen into a trap. These words plunged her into extreme confusion. Songgu also agreed, if we act recklessly, Igor will immediately Outside guards surrounded the refugee camp. If they made a move, everyone in the schoolyard would die. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A girl, what? He stressed the problem again. Those people had them pinned down. In other words, they were hostages. At that moment, by the main building, a subordinate asked Sir Igor doubtfully if this was all right. June coldly said that was the president of the Leech and Underdog Guild. Was it really okay for those people from Incheon to come here? He laughed heartily, signaling that the problem in Incheon had been handled. A vicious glint flashed in Ji-jun's eyes. That was why they should kill them. Hearing this, Igor said nothing, slowly standing up. He looked at him arrogantly. Do you think you can kill them? Ji-jun and his subordinates were all stunned with fear. Igor furrowed his brow slightly. Not everything was within their power. Ji-jun asked timidly, how could he be so sure? Igor burst out laughing. I know Songgu very well. He flashed a crazed smile. He knows I have the information. He won't act rashly. I can't threaten their lives with this, but I can restrict their actions. Ji-jun worried, even if Songgu is like that, Underdog and Siegfried, according to rumors, are not the type to suffer in silence. Igor grew impatient. You people know nothing. Songgu's strength is far higher than you imagine. No matter how angry Underdog and Siegfried get, Songgu will stop them. Having said that, he gently rubbed his chin, as if realizing something. Remembering Jun Gyeong's cold face, Igor grew excited. Underdog, his aura is as strong as Songgu's. Siegfried too. He ordered them to be watched closely. Even if they couldn't do anything, they were still a bunch of lunatics. Ji-jun obeyed and shouted loudly. Understood. Suddenly Igor called him back. Bring some girls here. I can't contain my excitement because of those bastards. Ji-jun outwardly agreed but felt disgusted inside. That perverted bastard. He walked away, not wanting to see his face for another second. Igor, alone in the room, laughed loudly. Ever since I learned I could create gold with life force, I had to avoid and live in hiding. He looked at his hand nostalgically. Thought my life was over. Who knew it could change like this? Right after, a few girls were brought into his room like sacrificial offerings to a deity. Meanwhile, outside the schoolyard was chaotic. People, uncertain of life or death, lay scattered like lifeless corpses. Chang looked at this scene with a heavy heart. It's terrible, even the children are like this. A man holding a frail child approached the hunter. Please give me some food. The boy is sick. The hunter coldly shouted, you want food for free? Do you want to die? Do you think we have anything for this kind of trouble? The man persisted, but the child is sick, please. Enraged hunter punched him. This bastard talks too much. The malnourished man was sent flying. The child fell, but a hand quickly caught him. He scrambled up and shouted in pain, bastard. In Chang said gently, the child is fine. Taking back his child, he embraced her, thanking her. The surrounding hunters approached to question. Who are you? A cold glint flashed in Chang's eyes as she looked at the cruel group. She clenched her fists in anger, furiously releasing mana. Wanting to vent the father and son's anger, the hunters immediately backed away. The one who was just aggressive now trembled, cowering in a corner. Where did this monster come from? Chang tried to stay calm and handed over a healing potion. She gently said to the father and son, this is medicine for the boy to drink. It can cure most illnesses. The father joyfully thanked her. Suddenly a shout came from the front. Me too. Crowd of people frantically rushed towards her. I'm also sick, my child too. Please show me how to cure it. In Chang was startled. If too many people moved suddenly, someone could get hurt. The guards came to their senses and quickly grabbed their weapons. Step back. The outsider is a troublemaker. Seeing this scene, Jun Gyeong also felt a chill down his spine. It's out of control. Songgu is powerless. Looks like I have to step in. But a cold voice rang out, stop. The voice was so commanding that even Jun Gyeong turned to look. The crowd stood frozen in fear, no one daring to move even an inch. Everyone silently looked up at the figure on top of the building. It was Igor. I will not tolerate this chaos. Hunters, find the cause of this immediately. The subordinates acknowledged the order. Understood. He looked at In Chang and scolded. You shouldn't create such chaos. A guest should behave like a guest. In Chang was furious. A major accident could have happened because of me. So frustrating, but the situation was diffused thanks to this person. She tried to endure, could only remain silent. Igor looked at her expression and smiled in satisfaction. As for In Chang, she was utterly shameless and could only drag her heavy feet forward. Kind-hearted Jun Gyeong consoled her that it wasn't her fault, but she only whispered a thank you. After cleaning up the mess, Igor announced that they would begin distributing food. Crowd below could only bow their heads in submission, hurriedly thanking him. Back in her room, In Chang angrily shouted, why did they obey that man? She vented her frustration, insisting it was all for a few gold coins, that they were hunters who should protect the people. Jun Gyeong gently said that probably wasn't because of the money. He calmly analyzed that hunters weren't short on cash, so Sony couldn't follow him just for gold. In Chang asked in confusion what the reason was then. He thought for a moment and replied, perhaps because they couldn't stop him. Even if they weren't lacking money, they still wanted to stay alive, even if they were to die fighting. Hearing this, her eyes darkened. They too couldn't stop Igor. He nodded in affirmation. Igor was strong enough and so skilled that neither Asgard nor Olympus had recruited him. He was an unseen talented sponsor. We don't know what he's hiding. He looked at Songgu, saying that for details, Songgu despised a false strongman. he said with a serious face. That trash hasn't changed. He's very good at politics and acts like a spy. That's why he was sent to Europe. He blamed himself for not knowing how to handle someone holding so many hostages. Upon hearing this, Chang grew even more furious. Thinking of how that father and son had been brutally treated, her whole body burned as if someone had set a fire inside her. She became concerned about something else. Most of the children here were sick. Was it because of the great disaster? The mana from the disaster had negatively affected them. Jun Gyeong countered that mana actually had a positive effect on children. He explained that it was because children's bodies weren't fully developed yet. Children's ability to absorb mana was even better than adults. Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. So why? Songgu gripped the armrest tightly. It was Igor's fault. His face darkened. No living creature was more full of vitality than children. Chang exclaimed in shock, "That's impossible." Songgu stood up in anger. His raw material for making gold is children. He had to go see Igor. At that moment, Igor was engrossed in admiring his glittering pile of gold. Even when Songgu's group arrived, he maintained an unusually calm demeanor. He even taunted them, asking if they liked his empire. In Songgu's eyes was a mix of anger and some unreadable, complex emotion. Seeing this, Igor lost interest and tossed the gold nugget aside. The clinking sound of gold created a pure tone that could sway anyone who heard it. He laughed in anger. "What do you get from having a conscience? That's why you've never achieved anything. You're too soft-hearted to reach the top. Look at me, am I not the king here?" Jun Gyeong listened and fell into thought. It seemed he knew Songgu wouldn't attack because of the hostages. Although Igor was strong, he wasn't impossible to take down. Looking at his determined back, he wondered, even with hostages, the easiest way was still to punish him. What would Songgu choose to do? At this point, Songgu was already provoked by Igor, his manner radiating immense fury. He only chuckled, "Don't think about doing anything stupid." Next, thousands of golden threads appeared along with an arrogant tone. "All the children in this area have already..." Songgu sensed something was wrong and quickly withdrew his killing intent. Even Jun Gyeong was terrified. Those thousands of golden threads, they were... Igor looked at their expressions and flashed a despicable smile. "If I die, thousands of children outside will die with me. That would be a splendid action. Countless golden threads connected to the tents outside. I am a master strategist." He joyfully claimed to be the one who tightly sealed the children's dreams and lives. He said as if it were perfectly right, "Songgu, I just want to quietly rule this place." The more Songgu listened to his rambling, the tighter his brow furrowed. "Do you think you can do as you please? This world will soon return to its original state. Do you think you'll be safe here?" Igor only curled his lips slightly. "Who knows? But if that time comes, I'll have even more children's lives in my hands." His face was as malicious as a demon's. "Children's lives will bring a different future if the world collapses. Don't they say children are as precious as gold?" He concluded bluntly, "I just want to rule quietly and live comfortably." Songgu thought to himself that he hated this, but he had to borrow the name of someone Igor feared. He spoke with Odin's mannerism. Hearing that, Igor cut him off. "The truth is Odin has disappeared. I know that too." Songgu's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect him to know that. Igor looked at him arrogantly. "I also heard that Odin has vanished." These words made Songgu freeze in fear. "How do you know these things?" Instead, he smiled smugly. "Are you surprised by my information network? I certainly don't plan to tell you. The only thing I can say is..." He raised an eyebrow and dismissed him. "Leave in silence. Killing you is too troublesome. Rest or save the world, it's up to you, just get out of my city." Songgu was backed into a corner. "Should we retreat? If we leave now, we'll lose our chance to save the people here. Sacrifice the few for the many. The children must be sacrificed to kill this bastard." He thought painfully. "No, I don't want to walk that path. I don't want to repeat Odin's mistake." At this tense moment, Jun Gyeong stepped forward. "All right, we will leave." He firmly blocked Songgu, preventing him from further contact with Igor. Seeing this, he smirked. "Good." But Jun Gyeong didn't let go so easily. "In return, give us some time." Songgu understood his intention. "So that's it. He's figured out a way." Igor paused upon hearing the condition, then wondered what he was planning to do. After a moment of thought, he decided, "I won't give you much time, leave within 2 days." Jun Gyeong agreed immediately with delight. "All right." Then they left the room, leaving Igor deep in thought. He must have another plan. He unconsciously touched his chin, thinking, "Yeah, maybe this is better. 2 days of safety for you and also the time I need." Igor immediately ordered everyone to gather. Unbeknownst to Jun Yang's group, he made a bold decision. "We will proceed with the ritual." A scene outside the building appeared. Jun Gyeong sat discussing with Songgu, and in Chang he was also preparing. He emphasized, "He will probably set a trap to stop us. Do you really have a way?" Jun Gyeong smiled and replied, "Of course." I was a bit scared to hear he was the sponsor, but in the end it's nothing special. Songgu became more cheerful. That title only matters when a strong hunter is sponsored. He is just a hero thanks to his wealth. "What is your plan?" He slowly explained this matter. Jun Gyeong looked at In Chang. She paused, pointing her own face me. He confidently affirmed, "That's right, you are the key to defeating him." Jun Gyeong recalled the image of him using his skill. "When I met Igor, I observed the mana he emitted. It was connected to many people. The people affected by his divine sense, he could take their lives at any time. Jun Guyong stood up and explained, "In Chang, you want to save them no matter the sacrifice, right?" She immediately answered, "That's right." He said seriously, "It will hurt a bit. Are you okay with that?" In Chang asked, "Will I die?" Jun Guyong's eyes were full of seriousness. "What if I said it's possible?" Her face darkened and she sighed. Her eyes were filled with determination. "I will still do it." Jun Guyong smiled. "That's the In Chang I know." He then laid out the plan. "I will have a way within 2 days. The problem is he will also sense it and prepare further." In Chang glanced over. Someone is coming. The door slowly opened. He entered facing Jun Guyong's group. He asked, "What is it?" Jugun and his teammates begged for help. Underdog, Siegfried, and Mr. Elsiongu. He knelt down and pleaded, "Please help us." Jun Guyong and Song Songu were startled. Time passed. The scene outside the building appeared. Jun shouted loudly, "Everyone gather here." At the same time, Igor stood looking down at the people from above. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Is everything ready?" Jun reported, "Yes, we have gathered all of them. No one is missing." He raised his unawakened hand. "Good, then let's begin." He spread his hand and used his skill. Mysterious streams of light flew down below. They turned into threads connecting each person. Igor clenched his hand. His face scheming, he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, come at me then." All the people were affected by his skill. Igor said arrogantly, "You won't be able to abandon the lives of so many people." Time passed. 2 days later, the scene of the building appeared. Jun reported to Igor. They spent most of their time in the room, occasionally met people in the yard but said nothing important. His eyes were calculating, did Song Songu give up? He smiled. Even if he didn't give up, he couldn't do anything. He stood up firmly. "All right, we should see the guests off." His face was arrogant. "This world is wonderful. A place where I have the power to rule. My soldiers, my slaves. I will be king." The scene shifted to outside the building. Jun Guyong's group confronted Igor. He asked, "You should be leaving now, right?" Songu immediately replied, "That's right, the agreed time has passed." Igor broke out in a nervous sweat. What are they plotting? He still had not awakened. Warning, if you act rashly, the people here will be in danger. Don't do anything stupid. Jun Guyong shouted, "Hio." Igor panicked. What are you doing? Don't you care what will happen to the hostages?" He started raising both hands in front of him as a threat. Igor shouted angrily, "That bastard dares to toy with me. I will kill 10 people as an example." A sword stabbed straight into the ground. He looked down anxiously. In Chang slowly pulled the sword out and activated it. Igor stared blankly at his hand. Impossible. The threads connecting to the hostages had disappeared. His connection threads began to fluctuate violently. His technique focused on binding her, and she had succeeded. Jun Guyong was excited. In Chang had just activated another skill of Gram. It could absorb surrounding magic. "Now we can begin our counterattack." Igor angrily grimaced and clenched fist. "How foolish. Do you intend to withstand the power of 1,000 threads alone?" In Chang grasped the sword with both hands, straining with all his might. She clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with fierce determination. His energy thread shattered her iron armor. In Chang painfully spat out blood, letting out a miserable scream. Jun Guyong began to dash forward like a flash of lightning. He channeled his power, charging forward with blazing red eyes after awakening, but she still had not fully unlocked her immortal power. He was constantly worried. She was still using Gram in this dangerous situation. He had to take down that bastard quickly. Igor looked at the scene before him in confusion. He shouted, "This bastard playing tricks on me." He began changing the direction of his hand's attack. Igor created a shield with dazzling electric arcs. His attack was blocked by his shield. Jun Guyong holding the talisman spear was startled. He had been pushed back. Songu shouted sternly, "Jun Guyong, go." Igor's giant flew straight toward him. Jun Guyong immediately leaped high to dodge the strike. Jun smiled smugly, "Truly Lord Igor, his power is terrifying. He is pushing back the weak." Igor turned around and shouted, "What are you fools standing there looking at? Kill all the trash on the field for me." Jun and his teammates responded with vigor. "As you command." They began to channel their power. They charged forward to support him. Immediately, Songu flew up holding his sword, preparing to slash down from behind. He swung his sword with all his strength. Igor turned his head and snarled, "Block it." He used one hand to create a shield for defense. Songu continuously slashed at his shield in rapid succession. He slashed while angrily shouting, "How does a bastard like you have that power? How many people have died because of you?" Igor smiled provokingly, using his other hand to create a sword. "Many, didn't you see the corpses on the way here?" He thrust the sword straight at Songu, pushing him back. Greedy hunters would kill people too. He retreated far from his fierce counterattack. A series of swords were created and floated in the air. The swords began to fly into attack. He stood in the center, controlling them like a god. His face was full of arrogance and evil. "I will become even more powerful." Igor launched all those swords flying away. The attack on Songu created a clouded explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. Scene shifted to Jun running toward the tents. He drew his sword and charged forward ferociously, shouting, "Kill them. Lord Igor wants us to finish them all." The shout caused everyone to freeze in shock. People there were astonished. "What?" A teammate blocked him to protect the mother and child civilians. Jun was furious. "Don't cause trouble. Just kill them, but she is just a civilian." Jun refused to back down. "If you can't do it, then get the hell out of the way, you bastard." The woman holding her child cried and begged, "Please don't." The sword enveloped in his power came crashing down. The woman fearfully hugged her child, closed her eyes, and screamed. Suddenly a loud clash sounded. She slowly opened her eyes. Ji-jun was struck by a sword slash and lay motionless. Bakugan appeared to reassure everyone. It is all right, evacuate this place immediately. The mother tightly held her child's hand and stood up in shock. You are... He stood with his teammates and apologized. I am sorry for before. Now we will block Iger. Everyone please leave here quickly. The girl answered sadly, but we have nowhere else to go. There is no place safer than here. An unexpected voice made her jump. This way. He appeared and spoke. The master had created another place. Both sides charged into battle. The traitor was cursed. How dare you betray? I no longer want to live in disgrace. Eun-ji raised her hand as a signal. Everyone run this way. On the battlefield, Song-gu continued to swing his blade straight at his opponent. A painful blow from him immediately sent Ego flying several yards away. The scene was exactly like a small explosion. His body collided one after another with everything in its path. When he finally stopped, Iger immediately caught up a large mouthful of blood. He panted and stared in disbelief, horrified. A monster, a monster. Seeing his opponent so tall, muscular, and powerful, he was utterly astonished. He knew Song-gu was strong from the start, but he reminded him of Jun Geong, that underdog guy he had drained all of his gold. At this moment, In Chang still held his weapon tightly. Siegfried had blocked him from the main energy source. Damn it, my kingdom. Suddenly, from Iger's location, a wave of energy began to flicker again. His eyes turned blazing gold, and he gritted his teeth. No, it cannot end like this. Even if I have to sell my soul, I must kill them all. Before he could act, Song-gu was already behind him. This is your retribution. The surprise caught him off guard. He wondered in confusion. When did he? Then he swung his blade in a direct arc at Iger once more. The piercing pain made him freeze and let out a miserable scream. Not stopping, he charged forward with deadly intent. Are you afraid of death? Again. The colossal weapon, dragging with it a terrifying energy, descended again. Fast, accurate, concise. This time it successfully struck his body again. It was this heavy technique that made him unable to hold on, forcing him to his knees. When the dust completely settled, Igor remained in that kneeling position, paying for his sins. Song-gu narrowed his eyes coldly and said each word clearly. This is your retribution. Having said that, he turned to Jun Gyeong and reported, he is dead. This scene made him fall into thought. The rulers appearing in the world were no different from an extinction disaster. Calling them monsters was also correct. He turned and walked away, thinking to himself that Iger was not much different from a ruler. But he had not taken a few steps before a sense of unease surged within him. Jun Gyeong was astonished and cautiously observed his surroundings. What is this feeling of danger? Impossible. Song-gu interrupted. Let's go, we still have people to save. He did not reply, only gripping his weapon even tighter. His action surprised him, prompting a question. Jun Gyeong? Chang beside him also did not understand. Jun Gyeong, he is dead. But the flow of energy around Igor's corpse spoke for him instead of words. Just then, Jun Gyeong suddenly tensed up and shouted, get back. That same moment, a fist containing immense power suddenly flew towards them. Thanks to his reflexes, Song-gu managed to raise his blade to block it. He was still pushed back a long distance by the force. This sudden turn of events left him completely baffled. How? The owner of that golden fist was none other than Igor, the man everyone thought was dead. Jun Gyeong quickly perceived there is no life in his eyes. He is really dead, so why am I sensing ruler energy from him? Without making everyone wait long, Igor, in his bizarre state, suddenly let out a loud roar. Lines of text appeared on his system window. Apocalypse Sky, the charming prince, King of the Rainbow is watching. 3 question marks shocked Jun Gyeong and In Chang as well. The notification continued with a chilling line, is watching the person. The scene shifted to the other group's combat area. Jugun decisively slashed at his opponent, causing him to scream. After one final powerful blow, he was truly dead. Jugun sighed in relief and turned to look at everyone. We have dealt with most of Igor's hunters, luckily. Then he stated clearly, from now on, there will be more good hunters than bad ones. After clearing the area, he immediately gave the order. Now let's go help the underdog group. Unexpectedly, Gongju flinched as if sensing something. Yunji quickly shouted a warning from behind him. Jugun asked back in bewilderment, completely unaware of the enemy reviving behind him. Huh, behind me? The opponent had just materialized and immediately lunged forward. Faced with this sudden incident, Jugun was stunned. What is that? Luckily, Gongju from behind quickly took the blow for him. His strike even sent the opponent burying into the dirt and rocks far away. Jugun immediately calmed down and looked at him with deep gratitude. Haha, thank you. In response, he cheerfully gave a thumbs up. But it did not stop there. Yunji pointed into the distance in shock, shouting that the dead hunters were moving. Everyone quickly realized what she meant, that they were coming back to life. Seeing the golden hunters rising in such a grotesque manner, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell is going on? Eagle, just resurrected, opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. His roar seemed amplified, spreading throughout the space. Not only that, the sound wormed its way into every corner of the ruins. The echo reached Jugun's group who were still fighting, making them ask in annoyance what that damned sound was. The answer came immediately as the Golden Hunters all turned their heads in one direction. The freshly resurrected army, as if controlled, charged off at an incredible speed. Du Quan only then realized the dead hunters were running toward the source of the sound. The remaining people were also panicking, unable to see Underdog's group anywhere. Du Quan was sweating, but his eyes remained fixed forward. No one expected those hunters to become energy for Igor. That golden giant turned out to be Igor. The sight of hunters being sucked into his body shocked everyone even more. Igor was absorbing the ones who had just revived. Witnessing Igor's fearsome power, Du Quan clenched his fists. He spoke decisively, "We are going to help Underdog's group." But that intention was quickly stopped because they thought going would mean death. Faced with danger, he did not back down, preferring death than retreat. He even raised his voice to awaken everyone, reminding them of their identity before coming here, that they were no different from those golden monsters. And if they kept running, how were they any different from them? His words made everyone realize they would rather die than live like monsters. Without a word, they all charged forward one after another. "All right, let's go." The entire army was filled with spirit and a determination to die gloriously. "We die as humans, there is no second death." Jugun laughed joyfully, completely unaware of what was behind him. Just then a gentle voice rang out from the air, "My master, you do not need to retreat." The words made everyone exclaim in surprise. It added that day was strong enough and did not need anyone's help. At the same time, a violent collision occurred on the other side of the battlefield. Gigantic golden Igor was swinging his fist toward Inchang. Inchang did not flinch, raising her treasured sword to attack. As she leaped up, her attack shot straight toward him. Looking at the result, she told herself she must have dealt damage to him. But amidst the dust, dazzling golden energy particles still sparkled. Igor's fist tore through the wind and struck immediately after. That powerful punch clashed directly with Inchang's strike. Surrounding earth and rocks were once again devastated by the terrifying energy. After the exchange, Inchang's strength was severely depleted. She wiped the blood from her lip, frustrated that she had not wounded him. Was he a hunter or a monster? As she wondered, Songu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen something like this somewhere before. Jun Guyong asked back in shock, "Could it be at Andre's place?" This question startled the man even more. "How do you know Andre?" Jun Guyong skillfully evaded, asking back if that mattered. So, he had seen that thing at Andresa. Understanding the urgency, Songu replied, "Yes, I saw something emitting similar energy there." Jun Guyong asked again, "Did you sense it when you signed the contract?" The answer surprised the man even more. "You even know about this?" "Yes, it's similar to what I sensed from my sponsor." Hearing this, Jun Guyong felt uneasy. If true, this was no different from a sponsor descending to the mortal world. Jun Guyong broke out in a cold sweat. That was definitely an unstoppable catastrophe. Before he could think it through, the man stepped forward. Songu said coldly, "I will handle it." With each step, the power he spoke of increased, a power he no longer wanted to hold back. But he did not expect Jun Guyong to grab his shoulder and comfort him. "It's all right." Jun Guyong stepped forward, ignoring the man's stunned expression. "I know why you sealed your power. It is like poison to you. I will handle it." His eyes glowed red, the energy around him shone brightly. The great disaster had empowered the hunters. He thought of Inchang at the start, powerful hunters who achieved a new source of strength like she did with Graham. After careful thought, he became more determined. He too could break his limits. So the moment for him to grow stronger had come, when his power was no longer suppressed. Songu, standing behind, saw this and was astounded. Absolute ablation. At the same time, the black flame surrounded him. The system notified that the weak dragon heart had fully charged its mana to the limit. It had evolved into the heart of the apocalypse dragon god. In that very instant, a terrifying power surged violently from Jun Guyong. Not stopping there, a blazing red system panel appeared, signaling that the apocalypse boss was observing the battlefield. The Apocalypse Lord decided to sponsor his avatar. That notification could not distract him as he drove his weapon toward the giant Igor. He had no time to resist, only able to continuously endure the blows. It was an endless barrage of strikes and uppercuts. Each strike was filled with power, all concentrated onto his body. A moment later, his heavy body was shoved and knocked down to the ground. Elsewhere, a black energy identical to his converged, all the power that created the demon, demonic energy madness, and dragon blood. From the dense black flame, a person identical to Jun Guyong flashed a bloodthirsty smile, all merging into one. Under the power of the new black flame, the demon received all the delayed growth at once. This moment, the majestic ancient London had turned into a battlefield of blood and fire everywhere. After the fight, the troop could only gasp for breath. Covered in wounds, Lancelot could not help muttering inwardly, "Truly a monster. How could one person be so?" They all stood at the foot of the tower, looking up at that man. They looked at him with admiration. Was he really that strong? The demon lord stared ahead intently, unaware that they thought he had created an evacuation barrier by breaking space. An unbelievable talent. At the same time, Arthur called out to Merlin with worry. Despite the tension, Merlin replied seriously, "Arthur, I am fine," but she still found it baffling. Perhaps she was not the only one wondering who this person was. Someone unknown had been quietly observing his every move. Suddenly, something made him jolt in alertness. He turned his head to look in that direction amidst everyone's muttered exclamations. Good heavens. Unaware if they saw his sharp gaze and satisfied smile, they were still astonished. It seemed he had reached another level. Lancelot focused his energy, frowning in displeasure at losing awareness during the conflict. Arthur blurted out, realizing the absurdity. There was no opening. No opening was not a reason to retreat. The energy began to fluctuate. Merlin seized the moment and signaled to Hector and Lancelot. He reacted quickly, lunging forward to attack. I will create an opening. Merlin did not stay still, reaching out to summon a weapon, thinking Lancelot was risking his life, then shouted, binding. Instantly, the chain and Lancelot's power intertwined, hurtling straight toward the demon lord. Seizing the opening, Arthur raised his sword and called out loudly for the Knights of the Round Table to defend England. At the command, the troop of knights charged forward heedless of danger. Ha ha ha. But that seemingly sturdy chain snapped the moment it touched the opponent's flame. With just a light wave of his hand, everyone's attacks, including Lancelot's, were nullified, the spear falling from his hand. The troop was startled. This is too dangerous. Sir Lancelot dropped his spear. Arthur thought differently. Excellent work, Lancelot. Discard the spear. It turned out the spear was merely a feint. The real attack was in the sword. With a clang, the clash between the hidden sword and the opponent erupted. Yet Lancelot struck the demon lord's blow first, successfully wounding him in an instant. The demon lord still stood still, extending his hand. Even so, the overwhelming force was not enough to make them back down. They still fought for England. The closer they got to the demon lord, the higher their resolve to sacrifice themselves, die. Unfortunately, as fast as they were, he was several times faster, dismantling each blow in a second. His counterattacks carried immense power, making them cry out in pain. Seeing them all pushed back, the man below gathered strength and leaped high to fill the gap. Just as he leaped up, Arthur shouted loudly, "Everyone fall back." Relying on his strength, he quickly created a massive energy bridge in the sky. This magnitude made the demon lord jolt and look up. When the timing was right, Arthur swung the source of power violently down to where he stood. The situation was perilous, because the attack was too large for his body. Crashed down, creating an ultra-powerful explosion. The all-out strike nearly destroyed the entire vast architectural area. It was a long time before the shockwave dissipated. The surrounding buildings were billowing with smoke and fire. The affected area razed to the ground. When they found Lancelot, the knight was battered, with one arm severed and the other nearly burned off. Merlin gasped, calling his name Lancelot. But he was still alive, whispering hoarsely, "Princess Merlin, did I play my part well?" She replied with a tearful smile, "That is right, Lancelot. You did well. You just saved England. You are a knight of loyalty and honor." He smiled contentedly upon hearing those sincere words. "You are also the one for everyone here." Amid the smoke and fire of war, his smile and faith shone brilliantly. "Thank you, Your Excellency Duke, Your Highness." These became the last words he left before returning to his homeland. Everyone bowed their heads in silence, the atmosphere heavy enough to choke. Merlin quickly lifted the army's spirits. "We have lost too much today." The knight's order was nearly destroyed by a single person. He controlled monsters and wielded evil power. "We will call him the Demon King." She changed her tone, full of pride. "The elite knights died for England, but thanks to them, we drove away the Demon King and won." Arthur, standing beside her, immediately followed up. "That is right. We won and will continue to win." The will spread quickly. Everyone cheered up again, beating their chests and shouting orders. Yet a calm voice suddenly cut in. It seemed too early to celebrate victory. Merlin turned in horror and blurted out, "How is that possible?" Arthur was equally bewildered. "How is he still alive? I am sure I cut him in half." No one expected the one thought dead to calmly step on the water and answer, "You always underestimate the problem." Then he casually reached up, grabbed his hood, and pulled it down. In an instant, Arthur hesitated in shock. Good heavens, impossible, a stranger. When the opponent's face was fully revealed in the light, the nickname was spoken, Underdog. A figure with an appearance identical to Jun Gyeong stood towering. That name caused a wave of fear through the army. Juan hesitated. Underdog. But Merlin disagreed. "No, he is not Underdog. I do not sense the collar on him." She did not notice Arthur's abnormality. In the blink of an eye, he gritted his teeth and lunged toward the opponent. While swinging his sword, he shouted, "You arrogant bastard, I will cut you in half again." Merlin quickly yelled to stop Arthur, as she thought his mana had decreased greatly after the previous attack. But he did not stop, determined to deal with the Demon King himself. His sword strike quickly descended and clashed with his power. With just a slight hand movement, he neutralized that powerful attack. "You cannot kill me with that fake Excalibur." He even calmly grabbed the blade. "I have wasted too much time, so I will end this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon King snatched the sword, raised it high, and threw it, piercing through Arthur's body. Everything happened in an instant. The opponent was pushed backward. He held his shoulder and groaned. "Ugh." Seeing this, the Demon King only said coldly, "Not bad, thought you could dodge it." Then he raised his hand, gathered power, and said lightly, "But that is all it is." Lines of energy appeared, leaving Arthur no time to react. He lowered his hand and uttered two words, "Die." A series of fireballs mixed with lightning exploded, suddenly brightening the scene. Merlin panicked and yelled out the knight Arthur's name. At the same time, Guang ordered the knights to protect Arthur and responded, "Defeat the Demon King." Suddenly, something happened that startled him. Right at that moment, a streak of blue light abruptly cut across the Demon King's power zone. After that, the figure appeared holding a sword in one hand and Arthur in the other. Not stopping there, the opponent even smiled and continued. "A fake Excalibur, you say? Then what about a real one like this?" In response to his admission, he frowned and repeated, "Excalibur." At the same time, Mualin, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens he arrived in time. Arthur, grabbed like a chicken by him, glanced around irritably. This damned fairy judge, too late. Seeing that the Excalibur belonged to their side, the Demon King became far more cautious. However, the first thing he did was swing his arm out. That action annoyed Arthur because he was thrown aside. "Damn it, I hate this fairy judge." Once his hands and feet were free, he finally spoke. "All right, now then." His appearance re-energized the entire army. He smiled. "Let us start round 2. The same time in another city, a large explosion had just occurred, shattering everything. Songu frowned and muttered, "He did it." Chang quickly called out, "Jun Gaiyong." Amid the hazy smoke and dust from the impact, Jun Gaiyong's form gradually became clear. Fortunately, he was still fine even though his entire player body was covered in dust. Seeing him sitting still, he asked, "Are you okay?" And then he replied, "Yeah." After that, he grinned and added, "Just a little exhausted." As he spoke, he thought, "It is different from before. The demonic energy does not affect me or make me lose my mind. Everything is under control." At the same time, he opened his palm in the middle of the air, as if that surging power was truly mine from Bander. Next, Jun Gaiyong silently called out, "Status window." Immediately, the panel displayed the information, name Jun Gaiyong, level 99, trait player, title Firelord. Seeing the information, he frowned in confusion. "I thought I had reached level 100 because I was quite strong, but I am still only level 99, so I can still become stronger?" Before he finished thinking, his whole body fell backward with one big question. "The Apocalypse Sky, who is that guy?" Seeing him fall off the car, Elder Songu quickly shouted, "Jun Gaiyong." And she had already rushed over quickly. "Jun Gaiyong." After reaching him, she immediately checked on the situation. She placed her hand on his carotid artery to check. Then she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had only fainted from exhaustion. She also felt relieved for him. Indeed, that guy always managed to surprise others. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he lifted his gaze to look. He chuckled in admiration. Fainting from that kind of force was only to be expected. It was like a meteor crashing down. At the same time, in another area that seemed peaceful, young Neil stood on the rooftop and asked the person opposite her, "Are you really a hunter?" Fenrir answered seriously, "I am not a monster, I am a human, a hunter." Hearing that, she thought about the barrier they created. If they were hunters, then the target was the Umbrella Guild. Fenrir shook his head. "No, those swords are not dead yet." Unmu beside him agreed. "Fenrir is right, there are no corpses here, they are imprisoned or hiding." Neil exclaimed cheerfully, "What a relief, one who acknowledges thanks to Sangun we got here easily." Mentioning this, she looked at the tiger in her arms and asked, "Sangun, have you recovered your power?" The other answered immediately, "Not yet, but it won't be long, I will soon fully recover." She asked in confusion why he didn't change his form. The king of the mountains answered sheepishly, "This form is more comfortable." She suddenly lifted her eyes to look in a direction. "What do you think?" There, Hyunmu was listening. "You are now completely in human form, Hyunmu." It looked into the distance with a happy smile. "I have been fine since the great disaster that made everyone stronger." Exhausted from the battle, Jun Gaiyong was quickly taken back to the old apartment building. After resting for a while, he finally woke up. Seeing this, Songu smiled and asked, "How are you feeling?" Jun Gaiyong answered frankly, "I think my body was overworked due to the sudden surge of power, but now I am fine." He nodded, "That is good." No sooner was this matter settled than another problem arose. He asked, "How is the situation in Gangmyeong?" He did not answer immediately, only tilted his head as a signal, "See for yourself." Following that direction, he stood up, looked outside, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens!" The scene outside was a vast battlefield, causing him to exclaim that it had turned into a complete mess. Songu soothed him, "Do not worry, everyone is fine. Zen did her job well as the pig." As soon as he finished speaking, the door burst open and Inchang appeared. No sooner had she entered than she put her hands on her hips and complained, "Why am I always the one who is late?" Jun Gaiyong only smiled and replied, "Because you are always busy." Joking aside, she got to the main point. "I went to the shelter. The food problem is settled for now." Suddenly, the stone on his necklace, which was glowing red, underwent a change. It went out abruptly, with no energy left. Jun Gaiyong's face darkened, disbelief clear at this turn of events. Songu quickly asked what that was, and Inchang also wondered if something was wrong. He held the stone in his hand, pondering Merlin's words when she gave it to him. Thinking of that, he clenched the stone, his voice full of worry. Something must be happening in England. There was one more thing he dared not say, only thinking to himself, could it be the Demon King? A while later, on the rooftop of a building, Jun Gaiyong was facing Songu. He asked anxiously, "Any news?" He answered immediately, "No, communication outside is quite difficult, but the Round Table Guild is very strong, do not worry too much." The reassurance had no effect. He continued, "The last time I spoke with Merlin, she said they were about to meet with Olympus." He briefly thought about what Agor had said. "I also heard about the disappearance of the dream." He reiterated, "If the dream disappeared, is the problem in England related to Olympus?" Songwoo was not sure. He added, luckily we can still contact Incheon. They are sending hunters here. Rare good news, he exclaimed happily. Great, we can go look for Neil's group. However, his voice suddenly became hesitant. This attitude of his made him confused. He calmly continued, I do not think I can go with you. Jun Gyeong questioned, you mean you plan to stay here? But his meaning was different. No, I need to make a trip to Seoul. He smiled, looking at the sky. Seoul has the most hunters. They are the ones who can help the people out of this trouble. Ho stood high up looking down at the ruined city. He said calmly, I understand. At the same time, the Incheon hunter dispatched to help Gangmyeong arrived, signaling it was time for the underdog group to leave. The two groups finally met again on a road that had just been cleared. Jugun quickly asked them, you are leaving? He kept a smile and replied, that is right, we will leave right now. Jugun clenched his fists, thank you, if it weren't for you all, I don't know how bad things would have gotten for us. He tried to contain his emotions and admitted, we know our crimes are very serious. What should we do now? Faced with this sincere attitude, Songwoo was momentarily lost in thought. Then he looked straight at them seriously. Your crimes are indeed not light. While they were sunk in remorse, he spoke up, but there is still a way to make amends and atone. Squeezed Zugun's shoulder with all his might, as if trying to transfer strength to him. He enunciated each word clearly, beg for forgiveness for the rest of your life, protect the villagers and save 10 times the lives that were sacrificed, whether you are forgiven or not. Dungu suddenly recalled the scene of a mother rushing forward and shouting, let me go, my child. That mother held her child tightly in her arms, tears welling up in her eyes, sobbing and pleading, please don't let it be my child, don't take him away. At that moment, Jugun thought to himself in confusion. He had no other choice, his family was also being held hostage. Thinking of his family, he could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. Songgu stood there understanding it all. He firmly repeated, so repent until everyone forgives you. Ah no, even after they have forgiven you. Strangely, the sky at this moment was exceptionally clear blue. His words seemed to carry hope. Although they could not change the past, you can change the future with your own choices. His words were like light at the end of the tunnel. Dungu immediately knelt down. Not just him, the soldiers following him as well. Everyone knelt down gratefully and cried out, thank you very much. Dungu did not expect his words to also have a strong impact on Jun Gyeong. He stood quietly behind him, slowly repeating the past and the future, huh? Then he turned around and walked away. Walking while asking himself, he just proceeded down the path ahead. Is this the past or a changeable future? But for now, his back was calm as could be, but his heart was full of doubts about the future. I don't know anything. Before the desolation everywhere in Wakon, he only softly uttered a sentence. This place has completely crumbled. In Chang beside him could not help but sigh and worry. These monsters are strangely strong. Jun Gyeong immediately frowned at her. That is the after effect of the disaster. Songgu quickly added, although we searched all day, we found no trace of survivors. What do you plan to do now? Before the strange monsters below, he said it would be different if there were people to save, but there are too many monsters here. He smiled and said, the Young Neil group is waiting. We should leave. Songgu immediately responded, alright. Below was an extremely brutal scene. The bodies of villagers torn apart by the insect monsters lay scattered everywhere. That reality made him frown in discomfort. So this is the real disaster. Even Gangmyeong managed by Iger is better than Gwacheon. According to what the Devil King's memoir once wrote, the sponsors do not side with humanity. The disaster was caused by them. The apocalypse is truly too terrifying. He does not want it to continue at all. Lord Apocalypse, I want to talk. He just looked up at the clear blue sky, wondering and answering himself, even knowing you will not reply to me. Time passed quickly. Finally, the three of them set foot in the Nam River territory. In Chang quickly exclaimed, Nam River is truly the complete opposite of Gwacheon, huh? Jun Gyeong honestly expressed, I did not expect much when I saw this place had a thin barrier, but this is truly surprising. This area is completely different, he concluded. The city looked no different from before the disaster, and it was heavily guarded. They recognized him as soon as they saw him. There are people over there, isn't that right? His comrades hadn't even reacted yet, huh? He cheerfully clung to the railing and shouted, are you all from the underdog? Faced with that suddenness, Songgu was also startled. Yeah, wait, is that? Before he could finish, the two guards panicked and yelled, the leader of the Gai Alliance, Songgu. As soon as they spoke, they hurriedly flew down to get closer to him. Not making him wait long, the two proudly cheered and then hugged him, leader, leader. After the touching reunion, they were given directions. Cheonzon excitedly said, this way. Let me lead everyone. I didn't expect to meet you here, leader. Songgu cheerfully introduced them to his two friends. They are members of the Gai Alliance. Jun Gyeong, who had been watching the whole time, finally spoke up. You already prepared everything in Naver in advance. You should have told us. What a surprise. Seeing him teasing him, he stammered, no, I just found out too. This surprised him immensely. What? He turned to them and asked sharply, I'm very happy to see you all again. But why are the two of you here when you should be in Seoul? The moment he finished speaking, both of their faces darkened. In the heavy hesitation, Cheonzon whispered, we frankly admitted that he had fled Seoul. I'm sorry, leader. His face was etched with fear. Seoul has turned into a hell. Just those few words were enough to make Jun Gyeong's group widen their eyes in astonishment. At the same time, the scene shifted to another clean building area. Sudden noises shattered the inherent tranquility of this place. It turned out to be Eun Neil leading a group of people rushing forward. Everyone's faces were extremely tense. As she ran, she frowned and thought, the trail is too long. The hunters targeting the Bitch Do Guild are probably high level, and the remaining members are all weak. Could they have escaped and gone this far? Facing empty streets with few traces, she grew more uneasy. These sections have no signs of conflict. The only thing is the number of monsters has decreased. I'm too worried. Right at that moment, from the sky, pitch-black feathers suddenly fell along with a piercing screech. The sudden event startled her, and she looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw its shape clearly, she grew even more suspicious. A crow. However, she still raised her hand to signal her comrades to pause. Her hand signal was just in time to stop Fenrir, who was about to charge forward. He stood still, observing the strange crow. Its eyes were blood red, its body exuding a massive energy flow. Wonho clenched his teeth in tension and questioned, is this enormous mana coming from that crow? In the blink of an eye, both of them transformed. Fenrir's body emitted a blue hue, sharp fangs exposed, both eyes flickering as if it was the embodiment itself. Hyunmoo was also ready to enter the battle. Unexpectedly, the raven spoke, I was waiting for you. This made Mr. Miel even more wary. She silently stared at it. Contrary to the tense atmosphere, the other side of the sky remained a peaceful deep blue. The Gangnam district, with its rows of closely packed buildings, still retained its pre-disaster appearance. At a drink stand, someone handed Jun Gyeong a cup of coffee and offered it to him. Faced with such kindness, he smiled and responded with a thank you. It turned out she was Dune. Seeing him thank her, she became flustered. It was nothing. I should be the one thanking you. Enjoy your meal. After greeting him, she hurriedly ran into another room. She was excited. I finally got to talk to him. I have to go show off to everyone. Seeing this, Songgu teased her, saying why didn't she ask him out on a date, and Chang also joined in. So famous now, huh? He scratched his head sheepishly. Stop teasing me. Anyway, it's been a week since we came to Gangnam. We've been here too long. He was still cheerful, yeah, but thanks to us staying to guard against the monsters, people can now go out on the streets and schools have reopened. In Chang worried, Jun Gyeong and I can't break the barrier around Yangpyeong. Even your Bifrost can't do it. I wonder how Eun Neil's group is doing. He immediately looked at the man and asked, how is it going? It seemed things weren't going well. He simply exhaled a puff of smoke quietly. He said with difficulty, still no news from So. Crossing the barrier or contacting the people inside is impossible. Things abroad are worse too. The safe cities just got hit by the disaster. He asked if there was any news from Egypt or Europe. The man replied, Egypt is holding on but not well. Too many hunters died in Seth's rebellion. The man added, in Europe, London seems to have been destroyed. I can't make contact. This has been confirmed by surviving hunters. Hearing the situation was worsening, Jun Gyeong was shocked. It can't be. Not even Merlin and Arthur couldn't even survive that disaster. The scene was still the Gangnam City, where things were slowly returning to normal. As Jun Gyeong and In Chang were walking along the sidewalk, someone suddenly called out to them. Oh, if it isn't the inferior one, Miss Siegfried. Seeing them, he was very pleased. He asked, where are you two off to? Ben replied, we're planning to go to the Yangpyeong border. Hearing this, he immediately became worried. Yangpyeong is very dangerous. It's where the hunters from Gangnam gather. He firmly refused, no way. Someone is waiting for us there. Instead, Cheonzon had no further objections, I understand. After that, a car quickly drove up to where they were. The window rolled down. Sujong, sitting in the driver's seat, said, Hunter Jun Gyeong, get in the car. Seeing him again, he was surprised and called out the name Sujong. Getting into the car, as it drove, he exclaimed, Kim Sujong, an acquaintance from when I first became a hunter. He manages hunters from everywhere and said that when the disaster struck, he was in Gangnam. The white car cruised down the street. He mused. He had become a driver for Underdog, seeing that Gangnam was stable and no longer feared monsters. The streets were empty but peaceful and convenient. He thought the roads that weren't destroyed allowed them to travel by car. After a while, the car stopped. Everyone got out and approached. Sujong asked him, have you found a way to Yangpyeong? He quickly replied with a bright face, I have. Jun Gyeong pulled out his spear, his weapon, and gripped it tightly. He said, let me check again. A wave of tremendous energy immediately surged forth. Along the length of the spear shaft, flames erupted fiercely, burning intensely. In Chang, standing beside him, laughed confidently. I can sense the mana condensing from that heat. This is truly feasible. He prepared to enter a stance, his eyes turning sharply redder than before. He called out, Heavenly Flame. Under his control, the energy quickly gathered, waiting for the moment of eruption. Finally, as he swung it up, the colossal heat source containing mana shot towards the barrier, causing a violent collision. Facing the magnificent spectacle, Sujong couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing, are you even human? But Jun Gyeong, the one who had just unleashed that power, sighed, Even so. He looked at the membrane that was still completely unharmed and said, I can't even handle this barrier layer. Having said that, he sheathed his weapon and pondered in speculation. It seems attacking a single point is useless, unless I continuously attack the entire barrier. The man was puzzled. Didn't you say you had a way? He still cheerfully admitted, that's right. Suddenly, the faint shadow of a boar appeared behind In Chang. The one who had just arrived spoke without a sound. Everything is ready, master. It turned out it'd come for him. Hearing the report, he became even happier. Good. Let's begin. The moment the words ended, powerful rhythmic sounds echoed from all around. On the previously deserted street, a bizarre army came running. They were large, zombie-like soldiers. A sudden sight that hit his eyes made Su Zhang shout in panic, "Oh my god, that is..." The name he uttered echoed along with the growling of the legion, corpse beasts. They must be hard to take care of. The eyes of the boar that had just appeared also lit up with a cold blue light. Time passed quickly, and soon the sky began to darken. On the ground, dried bones emitting green gas lay scattered everywhere. Jun Gaong was exhausted, panting heavily, with sweat pouring down endlessly. He turned to ask Hio if the plan was feasible, and Hio replied that she thought it was. But Hio worriedly asked if he was okay since he seemed to be overexerting himself, and he said time was pressing, and they could not stop. He insisted that even so, he had a feeling he must go and asked how long it would take to prepare. Hio answered that 1 week was enough. Jun Gaong agreed happily, and asked her to prepare as quickly as possible. The blink of an eye, a week had passed by swiftly. At the appointed time, Jun Gaong's group decided to leave this place. Qianzan, though he already knew, still wanted to confirm and asked if everyone was leaving. Everyone smiled and nodded in confirmation. He said there were many hunters at the Nam River and would try to create a list of those who could monitor them. But he refused, telling him to focus on protecting the Nam River Gangmayang and Incheon. The other man laughed with a resolute tone, saying he understood. He smiled more brightly, his eyes determined as he promised to protect that place as he protected them. With those words, the entire team simultaneously bowed and shouted their thanks for everything. Seeing that, Songgu also felt happy, feeling there was nothing left to worry about. Jun Gaong smiled back, saying he felt very reassured with them here. After saying their goodbyes, the three of them turned and left the city of Yina. The scene suddenly shifted to another area covered in thick mist. In Yangpyeong at this time, the streets were quiet and safe, the buildings still standing firm. High above, a person covered from head to toe stood behind a glass door, silently watching. Below, lines of people were queuing to receive the supplied food. Everyone, while carrying their portions, murmured that there was no longer any fear of monsters or food shortages. All thanks to him. He was truly a gift from heaven. Next, someone spoke up to gather the new hunters and guide them to the training area. The man clicked his tongue in admiration, watching the scout hunters bring back survivors. Following his gaze, a bus had just stopped, and the lucky survivors were being led out. None of them noticed the gaze of the mysterious person still watching them. The peaceful scene annoyed him. He turned his head, muttering in disgust, then looked behind him. Eung Neil was sitting still with her face lowered. Eung Neil lost patience and irritably demanded he release the others. Hyojin stood still and calmly replied that if she wanted to leave, she'd just leave. He added emotionlessly that if she left, he would not stop her, but he would not guarantee the safety of that wolf or the White Fox Society. Hearing that, Eung Neil fell into thought. Following that demon was a trap. The people of Heavenly Lake Village had been captured. He thought carefully. Thanks to the sacrifices of Fenrir Sangun, Wonho, and Hyunmu, they had escaped. This man could not capture them yet, and they would surely come to rescue them. He glanced at his face full of suspicion along with him. Hyojin, as if reading her thoughts, said he could see what she was thinking as clear as day. Did she claim to be the commander yet come up with such a simple plan? It seemed she believed those who escaped would bring him here. Hearing that, her face darkened with horror. This man had everything under control. It seemed Hyojin had suddenly discovered something. He wore a grotesque smile, his insane eyes staring into his own palm. With an excited look, he said whatever happened, have fun. It seemed he had arrived. Neil broke into a cold sweat, not expecting Lee Jun-gaong was already here. He must have prepared so much to wait for him. She recalled Jun-gaong was ready to fight any opponent, which gave her some peace of mind. She was no longer worried. Her expression clearly showed faith. If it was him, anything was possible. She walked along the corridor to another room, hesitating for a moment before the door. Then she finally turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, Fenrir had both hands chained, the air around him gloomy. Eung Neil gathered energy, reaching out her hand to prepare a spell. She used her power to slowly heal him. Fenrir's face had regained some life. He looked up and called her name, Eung Neil. Her eyes were full of self-blame. She apologized to Fenrir for only healing his wounds, but being unable to remove those chains. Eung Neil delivered the good news that he would arrive soon, leaving him shocked and speechless. Finally seeing a glimmer of hope, he momentarily smiled, thinking sooner or later, Jun-gaong was already here. Under the cloudy sky, rumbling sounds echoed from within the blue cage. Waves of crazed goblins charged forward, their entire bodies covered in wounds from the dome's electric shocks. Their numbers were endless. Long lines still stood still, waiting for their turn. Songu watched from above in admiration, truly amazing. In Chang's face was pale as she worriedly asked if everything was alright. Had the monsters just crashed into the barrier? Songu turned around, sharing the same confused state as her, saying he did not know. The one who could answer was busy, so they could not ask. Jun Guyong behind them remained leisurely, slowly cultivating and raising his realm. His face grew darker and darker, sweating profusely as he gave his absolute best effort. In Chang could not help but admire before blaming herself. Look at how hard he works. I feel guilty just asking. Songu's eyes turned serious as he assessed. The number of monsters has visibly decreased. Is it over like this? Just a few minutes later, the once clear blue barrier was defiled by the monster's blood. In Chang looked down, a chill running down her spine. The barrier is covered in monster blood. It makes my hair stand on end. A voice rang out, "Come back." Both of them noticed that Jun Guyong had finished his cultivation. The pig flew before him and announced, "I will begin." Suddenly someone shouted, "Oh my god, the monster blood is on fire!" Then someone asked, "Has it started?" Flames within gradually formed a vortex. It stomped hard on the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The blaze, as if encouraged, burst out more and more violently. The thick smoke and fire even spread all the way to the Gangnam district. The hunters who heard it were panicked. What is that? That explosion was too loud. It came from the direction the leader and the underdog went. In Chang was panting heavily, exhausted as if she had just finished a workout. It turned out she had brought Gongju along. "I'm in, this is Yang Paiyong." The dust rose into the sky, covering the blue circle. The barrier then receded. Suddenly someone shouted, making her immediately glance over. Jun Guyong. Unexpectedly, Jun Guyong was lying on the ground trembling, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Seeing this, Sujong was utterly panicked and shouted, "How did he become like this?" In Chang, standing nearby, quickly explained he used too much power, his mana is backlashing. Songu prepared to use healing energy. "I can't even break that barrier with Bifrost. He pushed himself too hard. I will redirect the mana flow." He placed his hand on Jun Guyong's back. Then he channeled all his internal energy from his own body into him. Immediately he was repelled, the pain so intense he caught up blood. In Chang beside him was terrified. "Songu!" Instantly Songu stumbled backward a few steps. His hands trembled, his eyes filled with fear. "Damn it, mana. No, not mana. If I hadn't cut the connection in time, I would have passed out from the mana backflow. It felt like looking into an abyss I shouldn't have seen." Hearing this, Sujong shouted in protest, "You can't, please stop." In Chang couldn't stand it and sighed, "Let me try." Songu quickly objected, "No, no one can withstand this mana, you will die." He was still determined. "So what, just leave him be? I don't care about anything. I will save Jun Guyong at any cost." Without hesitation, regardless of the danger, she stubbornly tried to save him. "Indeed, I still have many shortcomings compared to Songu, but I had learned about mana flow from the awakening of the Blood Dragon Stone, understanding it and being able to resolve it. If I use the mana flow, I am certain I can do it." Finally, In Chang placed both hands on Jun Guyong's back, energy pouring forth unceasingly. She grit her teeth, using all her strength to transfer mana into his body. She was sweating profusely. I can see the flow pouring into a massive abyss. Jun Guyong seemed to improve a little, giving In Chang more hope. "I am not afraid. If I can save him, I would give up even my own life." Songu looked over, sharing her joy. "It's working." Jun Guyong is calming down. She slowly withdrew her hands from Jun Guyong. As she breathed a sigh of relief, he uncontrollably slumped forward. She herself seemed to have reached her limit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even so, she turned her head and happily announced, "I saved him." Seeing her about to collapse, Songu shouted worriedly, "In Chang," and then In Chang let herself go, falling backward. Her face was full of exhaustion. Fortunately, Gongju was able to catch her in the palm of its hand. Songu grew impatient and rushed over, cursing, "Damn it." In Chang struggled to breathe due to the backlash. Having messed up the mana flow like this, I don't know if a single elixir will work, he thought to himself, but had no other choice, hurriedly pulling out an elixir. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caught his attention. "I will do it." Jiela Wenho made a request. "Please step aside." Songu looked at Wenho's left shoulder, reluctant. "Wenho, but your arm." He remained firm. "Now is not the time for that." He spoke resolutely, "Then let's begin." Right after, he used his energy to form needles that stabbed straight into In Chang. Sujong admired it, and Sean Songu had to praise him. "The skill is amazing." In Chang's mana flow returned to normal so quickly. Ono let out a heavy breath and made a request, "Bring Jun Guyong here." Then he announced, "We need to leave immediately." Confused Songu. Hearing the loud noise, Sujong turned his head in panic. The ground shook violently, and a cloud of black dust approached, making him cry out in surprise. Thousands of ferocious monsters were charging toward them. Gongju clenched his fist, ready to fight. It exuded authority, roared loudly, "Gung!" Wenho was carrying In Chang and advised it not to be reckless but to come with them. It could not believe its ears and asked again, "Gung?" He calmly explained that someone would handle the matter here. Hanmu appeared suddenly, saying, "I will handle it, take care of the master and hide." Songu wondered, "Master, so you are?" Before he could finish, it declared, "That is right, I am Hanmu." Its gaze was sharp and imposing, an army among the monsters, I will deal with it. And it summoned a legion of skeletons, ready to face the battle. They were growing in number, advancing unsteadily. Hyunmu stood bravely before his army. Songu watched, unable to help but admire, truly amazing. Before him were thousands of powerful skeletal warriors. The scene shifted to another place. Amidst an unusually quiet forest, the screen of bones faded, revealing a cave. Inside were the people taking shelter. Songu said seriously, "A bunker?" The man nodded in confirmation. He urged, "Must hurry." Hyunmu approached Songu and demanded, "Give me the master." He replied gratefully, "Thank you." Wanyu announced, "I will go check on the treatment. Everyone must have many questions, I will let him explain." Songu asked curiously, "Him?" Footsteps echoed, accompanied by an introduction. "I am Sangun," he said in a deep voice. "When the others are being treated, I will tell you everything." Songu's eyes widened in shock. "Sangun, you are Sangun?" He thought to himself, a beast man. But Sangun is a white tiger. Why is his fur red and black? Inside the cave became quiet. Sangun stood before Songu and asked, "We left Seoul for Jungang's house. Do you know what the situation in Seoul is like?" Songu replied seriously, "Since the powerful barrier was erected, we have lost contact with Seoul. A ruler might have appeared, but we are not sure." His eyes showed concern. "After we left, one barrier disappeared. We do not know the situation either, but luckily we were able to leave." He glanced at the others. "We arrived at the house in Yangpian, but the families were gone. Only signs of flight remained." He continued, "Thanks to Fenrir, we followed the trail for a very long time. When we arrived, he was already there, as if he knew everything beforehand." Songu heard about the stranger and asked curiously, "Who is he?" Sangun replied, "He intended to capture us, and we had to decide, fight or escape." Songu suddenly realized and quickly asked, "Wait, where are the others? Fenrir, Neil, and that man you keep mentioning?" Sangun laughed strangely, filled with resentment. "Fenrir and Neil stayed behind to block him, so we could escape. In the end, they were all captured." "Ha ha ha, who is he?" he shouted in anger, pointing straight at Songu. "Odin, your own leader." Songu was stunned. Songu could not believe it. Odin is in Yangpian, not Seoul?